In a chaotic world where all races have awakened, strange beasts are rampant, and humans are struggling to survive amid threats and despair. In such a doomsday environment, Su Liang is just an ordinary and cowardly person. He took no risks and never showed any courage. In order to survive, he chose to endure and retreat, lingering in endless fear for decades. However, fate did not show him any mercy because of his retreat. On the day of awakening, Su Liang's girlfriend Leng Lianshuang awakened the 1 in a million S-level divine seal. At that moment, she became the favored child of heaven that everyone was paying attention to, and embarked on a road to becoming a strong person with a promising future. In just a few years, she overcame all obstacles and finally reached the peak of level 45, becoming a divine general with the strength of 5 seals. Despite Su Liang's best efforts, he still could not escape his mediocre fate. His divine seal aptitude is ordinary, only B-level, destined to be incomparable to Leng Lianshuang's brilliance. He tried his best but could only barely reach level 20, becoming a humble 3-seal divine master, which was insignificant in a world full of strong people. But after Leng Lianshuang awakened the S-level divine seal, everything changed. She suddenly distanced herself from Su Liang and even chose to leave him without hesitation. At this moment, Su Liang's life completely collapsed. He stood in the ruins of the dilapidated city, and the depression and despair in his heart finally overwhelmed his desire to survive. For the first time, he felt that death might be an honor. Just when Su Liang was attacked by a strange beast and was in critical condition, an accident completely changed his fate. He was reborn. When Su Liang opened his eyes again, he found himself back to a month ago. This time, he was no longer the cowardly self he once was. Because Rebirth also brought him a new power, animal energy transformation. This incredible ability can transform the abilities of alien beasts into personal use and be controlled by humans. However, Su Liang also knew that even though Rebirth had given him opportunities, his starting point was still humble. The level of his divine seal is still a junk-grade B-level divine seal, which is the most ordinary and mediocre ability. But this time, Su Liang no longer accepted his fate. With the memories of his past life, he knew clearly how those who had bullied and betrayed him would gain glory and status in the future. And now, Su Liang secretly vowed he would use his new abilities and the future foresight advantage to open up a path to becoming a strong man. Those who have betrayed him will eventually pay a heavy price. East Chengdu is an ordinary residential area surrounded by low-rise houses, which is out of tune with the bustling city. The girl By Chanan had just walked to the door of her house and had not yet had time to put down her school bag when she heard a quarrel coming from inside the house. "Bitch, where's the wine? Go buy it for me," a drunken male voice yelled. "Where can I get the money to buy you some wine?" Then a woman's sobbing voice was heard, accompanied by an angry choke. "By Huajing, if you have the guts, just beat me to death. If it weren't for Chanshan, I would have wanted to die a long time ago." At this time, the man's roar became more and more shrill. "Do you think you can survive today without me? I will beat you to death." Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of a resounding slap and the loud noise of something falling. By Chanshan stood outside the door, listening to these harsh sounds, and her eyes instantly turned red. She almost rushed into the house, and the scene before her made her heart suddenly tighten. Her mother Lu Xian fell to the ground with blood oozing from her forehead, while the drunk man By Huajing was standing beside her, drunk and showing no remorse. He saw By Chanshan coming in, pointed at her and yelled, "Little girl, go buy me some wine." By Chanshan was furious, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she yelled back fiercely, "Why don't I drink you to death? Get out of here." This sentence completely enraged By Huajing like a fuse. He rushed over with a roar and slapped By Chanshan hard in the face. By Chanshan was knocked to the ground, with blood oozing from the corners of her mouth, but she still clenched her teeth and did not cry out in pain. She used all her strength to help her mother up and whispered, "Mom, let's go. I'll take you to the hospital." However, By Huajing obviously did not intend to give up. He picked up a stick nearby and swung it at the mother and daughter with red eyes. "If you don't buy me some wine, I'll beat you to death today." By Chanshan closed her eyes in despair, hugged her mother tightly, and prepared to face the coming pain. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in, protected them behind him, and used his body to block the swinging stick. Bang! With a muffled sound, By Chanshan opened her eyes and saw that the person standing in front of her was her classmate Su Liang. Su Liang? By Chanshan's eyes widened. She couldn't believe her eyes. How could he appear here? Su Liang's face turned blue at this time, and it was obvious that the beating with the stick had caused him a lot of pain. But he managed to stand firm, staring at Bai Huajing with sharp eyes. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my family affairs?" Bai Huajing roared and raised the stick again. However, this time, Su Liang did not endure it any longer. He dodged to the side to avoid the stick, and at the same time suddenly attacked, chopping Bai Huajing on the back of the head with a knife. Bang! Bai Huajing fell to the ground and fainted. Su Liang shook his aching palm, turned to look at the mother and daughter, and said calmly but firmly, "Bai Chanan, it's okay?" Lu Xian stared at Su Liang blankly, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you, young man." Su Liang shook his head, helped Lu Xian up, and briefly checked her injuries. "Auntie, you are seriously injured. You must go to the hospital immediately." Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, and Bai Chanan quickly said, "Mom, let's go to the small clinic. I have some money." Su Liang saw their predicament and said nothing. He just quietly helped send them to a nearby clinic. With the doctor's treatment, Lu Xian's forehead was bandaged and the wound on Bai Chanqian's face was disinfected and treated with medicine. There was a long bruise on Su Liang's back because of the stick just now. Standing at the door of the clinic, Bai Chanan whispered, "Thank you, Su Liang, and I'm sorry for hurting you." Su Liang smiled slightly and waved his hand. "It's okay. I have thick skin and strong muscles. But you, what are you going to do in the future?" Bai Chanan lowered her head and remained silent for a while. Finally, she murmured, "What can we do? When he wakes up, he will still beat us." Su Liang's eyes flashed, and his tone was a little serious. "How about you move to my house? Take shelter for a while. Stay away from that drunkard." Bai Chanan raised her head suddenly and looked at Su Liang in disbelief. "You? What did you say?" Su Liang patted her shoulder gently. "Don't worry. My house is big enough for you to live in. I can't let you continue to be bullied by him, right?" Su Liang looked at Bai Chanqian's shocked expression and couldn't help laughing in his heart. Although Bai Chanqian was thin at this time, her big, lively eyes were still very attractive. She has a unique temperament. She can show a noble and cold side, but she can also reveal a cute and fragile look like now. Su Liang pretended to be relaxed and explained, "My home is a small courtyard with 2 empty rooms. I live with my grandfather, and my home is very quiet. If you and your aunt find it convenient, you can move in for a while. After all, people like your father are really dangerous." After hearing this, Bai Chanqian's face flashed with panic, and she shook her head hurriedly. "No, thank you for your kindness, but I really don't need it. Besides, my mother won't agree." Su Liang sighed in his heart and did not insist. "Okay, then I won't force it." At this time, Lu Xian came out of the clinic. She seemed to suppress her worries and smiled at Su Liang. "Chanqian, let's go home." Bai Chanqian nodded, carefully held her mother's arm, and then glanced at Su Liang. "It's getting dark. You should go back quickly. It's not safe outside." Su Liang looked at the dimming light in the sky and said with a smile, "I'll take you back first. It won't be too late to go home later." Lu Xian looked at him, her face full of gratitude. "Xiaoliang, you are such a good boy. Thank you for your help." Su Liang waved his hand and showed a sunny smile. "Auntie, this is what I should do. Chanqian is my classmate." Bai Chanqian lowered her head, feeling slightly dazed. The word Chanqian made her feel a little uncomfortable. She quickly dismissed the ridiculous thoughts in her heart. How could Su Liang like her? Everyone knew that he liked Leng Lianshuang. ##### civilian area at night. 300 years ago, the world changed drastically and the invasion of strange beasts dealt a huge blow to human society. In today's urban life, people have to reduce the brightness at night to avoid attracting the attention of the sky beasts. The alleys in civilian areas become more depressing because of the night. After it became completely dark, 3 beams of light suddenly rose up, forming a huge triangle of light and shadow in the night sky, blocking the area like a cage. The roar of strange beasts coming from afar filled the air with a faint smell of blood. Lu Xian looked at the forbidden god realm in the distance with a worried look on her face. "Another strange beast has appeared. I don't know what will happen." Su Liang comforted her. "Auntie, don't worry. The city guards will take care of these things. And the forbidden god realm is still there, which means that the strange beasts have not broken through the range." Bai Chanqian nodded. "Mom, go home quickly. Don't let him wait too long." When I got home, I immediately heard a familiar drunken curse from inside the house. "Bitch, where's my wine? Where's my dinner?" Bai Huajing staggered out of the house, reeking of alcohol, and stared angrily at Lu Xian and Bai Chanqian. "Where have you been? How dare you not come back?" He turned his gaze to Su Liang, and suddenly remembered the previous conflict. His expression instantly became ferocious. "Are you that pretty boy? How dare you hit me?" He grabbed the wooden stick at the door and rushed towards Su Liang, roaring, "Bitch, you stole my wife. I'm going to beat you to death today." Lu Xian and By Chanan had already lost all hope and didn't even have the strength to resist. Su Liang frowned slightly, took a step forward, stood in front of the mother and daughter, and stared at Bai Huajing coldly. But at the moment Bai Huajing raised the wooden stick, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the darkness. Swoosh! The sharp roar of the bloodthirsty rat pierced the night sky. Its huge body suddenly pounced behind Bai Huajing, biting his shoulder with its sharp teeth and throwing him high into the air. Ah! Bai Huajing let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the ground was instantly dyed red with blood. Lu Xian screamed in horror. "Huajing!" Bai Chanan opened her eyes wide and stared blankly at the scene in front of her. Although she was extremely disappointed with her father, at this moment, she still couldn't suppress the shock and fear in her heart. Su Liang recognized the strange beast at a glance, and his face instantly darkened. "Bloodthirsty rat?" He reacted quickly, grabbed the hands of the mother and daughter, and whispered, "Don't just stand there, run." Lu Xian looked back and saw Bai Huajing being torn apart by the bloodthirsty rat. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly, but she was powerless to do anything. They had just run a dozen meters when Su Liang's steps suddenly froze. On the road ahead, another equally huge bloodthirsty rat appeared. The bloodthirsty rat stared at them with its scarlet eyes, let out a low roar, and then pounced on them. Seeing the bloodthirsty rat rushing towards him with its bloody mouth wide open, Su Liang pushed Bai Chanan and Lu Xian away almost instinctively. This is the combat reaction he has accumulated over many years as God's chosen one. Without having to think, his body has already made the optimal solution. When the bloodthirsty rat pounced on Su Liang, he quickly slid to avoid it. The sharp claws brushed past his head, and Su Liang rolled to the side in embarrassment, breathing rapidly and sweating profusely. The bloodthirsty rat turned around and stared at Su Liang and the mother and daughter with its scarlet eyes. Su Liang knew that he couldn't continue to be passive like this. He gritted his teeth and rushed out, his eyes as sharp as a knife. The father died tragically at the hands of a bloodthirsty rat, but the mother and daughter survived. All of Bai Chanan's future sufferings were caused by the tragedy that happened tonight. He couldn't let this future happen again. He quickly pulled out the dagger given by his grandfather from his waist, and the dagger flashed with a cold light. Although it has not awakened the divine seal, the dagger is a weapon made with special craftsmanship and can break the defense of a one-star alien beast. He rushed towards the bloodthirsty rat with cold eyes. The huge monster swung its claws again, trying to tear the prey that dared to challenge it into pieces. Su Liang lowered his body and rolled over, going behind the bloodthirsty rat. He suddenly stabbed down with the dagger, cutting the bloodthirsty rat's hind legs with great force, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The bloodthirsty rat roared in pain, turned around suddenly, and lashed towards Su Liang with its huge tail. Su Liang retreated quickly, but was still hit by the tail and flew out heavily, with blood spurting out of his mouth when he landed. "Su Liang!" Bai Chanan exclaimed and rushed towards him recklessly. Su Liang struggled to get up. Seeing Bai Chanan's actions, he became anxious. "Don't come over. Run." The bloodthirsty rat had obviously discovered Bai Chanan and suddenly changed its target and pounced on her. Lu Xian was frightened out of her wits, and Bai Chanan also stood there in a daze because of fear, her face pale and her whole body trembling. "Go!" Su Liang roared, dragging his scarred body forward, and suddenly slammed into the bloodthirsty rat, deflecting its direction slightly. The bloodthirsty rat opened its sharp teeth and swept its tail, throwing Bai Chanan away. She fell heavily to the ground, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. Seeing this scene, Su Liang's eyes turned red, and he was filled with murderous intent. "Beast, I want your life." He rushed towards the bloodthirsty rat again, stabbed the dagger accurately into its heart, and stirred it vigorously. The bloodthirsty rat roared crazily, bit Su Liang's shoulder with its huge teeth, and threw him high into the air. Su Liang almost fainted from the pain, but he still held the dagger tightly and kept stirring until the bloodthirsty rat finally lost its strength and fell to the ground twitching. The giant beast let out a final scream and gradually lost its life. Su Liang broke free from the fangs of the bloodthirsty rat and stood up with difficulty. His shoulder was bleeding, his face was pale, and he could barely stand, but he still walked step by step towards Bai Chanan, who was lying on the ground. By Chanan looked at him with tearful eyes and cried out his name, Su Liang. Su Liang. Su Liang forced out a comforting smile. Are you okay? By Chanan suppressed her tears and shook her head. I'm fine. Lu Xian rushed to her daughter and helped her up. She looked at Su Liang, who was covered in blood, with a complex expression of guilt and gratitude. Xiao Liang, we? Before he could finish his words, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. The man in the black robe stared at the bloodthirsty rat corpse on the ground with a cold gaze, then looked at Su Liang and the other two, and was shocked. A voice came from the headset, Shaolon. Inform Luin that there are civilians injured here and 2 bloodthirsty rats have been killed. Su Liang glanced at the man in black robe and breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming that he had the support of professional chosen ones, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes went dark and he fell down. Xiaoliang. Lu Xian and By Chanan exclaimed at the same time and rushed to his side. By Chanan grabbed Su Liang's hand, tears streaming down her face, and she kept shouting, Su Liang, don't scare me. By Chan's home was quiet and depressing under the night sky, and the atmosphere seemed to be frozen. Su Liang was lying on the simple bed, his face pale and his breathing a little weak. Sitting beside the bed was a young woman in a black robe, her hands emitting a lustrous green light, and a faint healing aura shrouded her. A glowing green leaf mark appeared on each of her arms, and between her eyebrows, there was a larger mark, symbolizing her identity, a master of the 3 divine seals. By Chanan sat quietly aside. Although she was thin and weak, her eyes never left Su Liang. Her eyes were full of tenderness and worry. If it weren't for Su Liang, she didn't know how deep her despair would be tonight. His selfless dedication and protection at the critical moment made her feel complicated about this classmate who once had a dull impression on her. The black-robed woman gently withdrew her hands, and the green light gradually dissipated. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and she took a deep breath to calm down her physical exhaustion. Okay, his condition has stabilized, and there are no serious injuries. You will recover after a good rest. Her voice was steady and soothing. Hearing this, By Chanan finally felt relieved. Looking at the scabbed wound on Su Liang's shoulder, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. She quickly stood up and bowed. Thank you. Thank you so much. The black-robed woman shook her head, her tone apologetic. You're welcome. This is our responsibility. Because of our negligence, 2 bloodthirsty rats escaped. Her gaze then shifted to the corner of the room, where the body covered with a cloth was that of Bai Huajing. Lu Xian slumped beside the corpse, her eyes empty, as if she had lost her soul. Bai Chanan followed the woman's gaze. Her eyes were complicated and slightly bitter. She did not feel much sadness about Bai Huajing's death. This man had only known how to drink, gamble, and commit domestic violence since she was old enough to understand. He had never given them a bit of warmth, and Bai Chanan had already given up hope in him. She lowered her head and looked back at Su Liang. This pale face was deeply engraved in her memory. No matter what the future holds, she will never forget this moment. Soon, Gong Li pushed the door open and broke the silence in the room. Luin, how is this kid? His voice was low and full of concern. Luin nodded. It's okay. The injury has been stabilized. He will recover soon. Then, she showed a hint of surprise. But, did he really kill the bloodthirsty rat? Gong Li looked at Bai Chanan and motioned for her to answer. Bai Chanan's eyes turned red, and her voice was choked. He killed her. Luin was slightly startled, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. You are still students of Shenjue Middle School, right? Bai Chanan nodded. We are students from Shenjue Secondary School. Luin took a deep breath. It was unheard of that an ordinary high school student, who had not yet awakened his divine seal, could kill a 1-star bloodthirsty rat. Gong Li chuckled. He's a good candidate. If he can awaken the divine seal, he might be able to join our team in the future. Luin nodded in agreement, but she turned to Bai Chanan and said with a hint of apology, what happened today was indeed our fault. As for your father's matter. Bai Chanan shook her head, her eyes cold and calm. I don't blame you. His life is his own, and a man who drinks all day and does nothing can't even struggle. Gong Li and Luin looked at each other, and both lamented the complexity and helplessness of this family. After a moment, Gong Li took out a blood-red crystal the size of an egg that emitted a faint red glow and handed it to Bai Chanan. This is the beast crystal of the bloodthirsty rat. Please help pass it to him. This is the spoils of war that he deserves. Bai Chanan took the beast crystal and held it solemnly in her hand. Before leaving, Gong Li comforted Lu Xian, saying, we have already notified the crematorium, and someone will come to deal with the body tomorrow morning. Please accept my condolences." Lu Xian still did not respond. Her eyes were dull, tears rolled down her cheeks. Her pain was silent, but it was like a heavy rock pressing on everyone's heart. At this moment, the house seemed to be surrounded by deathly silence. By Chanan held the beast crystal and looked back at Su Liang lying on the bed. His face was still pale, but his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was experiencing some disturbing dream. Suddenly, Su Liang sat up abruptly, his eyes filled with fear, and he roared in a low voice, "What is that? It hurts." By Chanan was startled by his actions and quickly grabbed his hand. "Su Liang, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare?" Su Liang took a breath for a moment, looking at the gradually familiar environment around him. Then he realized that he had returned to reality. He forced a smile. "It's okay. I just had a dream, a very strange dream." By Chanan breathed a sigh of relief, still looking at him worriedly. "Don't be afraid. The matter of the bloodthirsty rat is over. You are safe now." Su Liang nodded, looking at her concerned eyes and the slender fingertips that unconsciously held his hand, and suddenly felt that the future Suzaku Empress was so weak at this moment. By Chanan felt the touch of her palm. Her face turned red, and she quickly let go of her hand, stammering to explain. "You? Don't misunderstand. I just—" Su Liang chuckled and changed the subject. "By the way, who treated me?" By Chanan explained everything in detail, and Su Liang finally understood the situation. Looking at Lu Xian's back outside the house, he felt a little heavier in his heart. All this might be a turning point in By Chanan's fate. "I have to go back. My grandpa will be worried." Su Liang forced himself to get up. By Chanan quickly supported him, her tone full of concern. "Your injury hasn't healed yet? Are you really okay?" Su Liang smiled and said, "It's okay. Just go back and rest. But you really should consider moving to my house. It's not safe to live here." By Chanan lowered her head in silence, but did not respond directly. Before leaving, By Chanan handed the beast crystal to Su Liang, but he pushed it back. "Keep it. You can exchange it for some money." By Chanan's expression was firm. "This is your trophy. I absolutely cannot take it." Looking at her stubborn expression, Su Liang reluctantly accepted the beast crystal and turned away. When Su Liang opened the door and saw his grandfather's hunched figure, a warm and complex emotion surged in his heart. In his previous life, this cold-faced but warm-hearted old man had already passed away, but in this life, he actually had the opportunity to face his grandfather again. Grandpa frowned, his eyes full of worry. "What's going on? There's so much blood on your body, and you didn't even answer the phone." Su Liang forced a smile and tried to make his tone light. "It's okay. I ran into a strange beast and got a little injured. The military healer helped me take care of it." Grandpa stared at him for a moment. His expression softened a little, but he still couldn't help scolding. "You should have come back earlier after school. Are you trying to make me anxious to death?" "I won't do that next time." Su Liang promised in a low voice, feeling guilty. "Grandpa, you should rest early and don't be too tired." Grandpa didn't say anything else, but brought out a bowl of hot food, and his tone was still hard. "Go to bed quickly after eating. You have to go to school tomorrow." Su Liang took the bowl and chopsticks, and his heart was warmed. He knew that although his grandfather was strict, he never lost his love for him. After dinner, Su Liang washed up and lay down on the bed. He looked at the ceiling, thinking back to today's experience, with complicated and deep thoughts. "By Chanan." He whispered the name softly. Today's events not only brought the two closer together, but also made him realize that the future Empress Suzaku was indeed worthy of his best efforts to help. However, thinking about the possibility that she might awaken her divine seal and rise in status in the future, Su Liang couldn't help but sigh. "I hope she won't alienate me by then." He picked up the one-star beast crystal, which glowed with a faint, bloody light under the moonlight. The beast crystal can be exchanged for some money, but Su Liang stared at the crystal in his hand, and the battle of the Emperor's fall in his previous life emerged in his mind. By Chanan finally chose to die together with the 10-star monster Red-Eyed Tianlin, only because at the critical moment of the battle, the marshal of the Nine Seals sect of the Chinese military suddenly rebelled and attacked her. How dare that beast call himself a Chinese hero? Su Liang clenched his teeth, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This marshal was once named a combat hero for a mission, but he chose to rebel at the critical moment and became a sinner of humanity. In this life, Su Liang was determined not to let such a tragedy happen again. Although he still couldn't understand the reason why the Nine Seal Divine sect rebelled, he would do his best to stop this betrayal. Fatigue swept over him, and Su Liang gradually fell asleep. However, in the dream, his consciousness was once again pulled into a strange space. The golden animal eyes appeared before his eyes again. Su Liang's heart suddenly tightened. He was very familiar with this pair of eyes, but the strong feeling of oppression and burning pain once again invaded his whole body. Damn it, it's this damn thing again. Su Liang gritted his teeth and growled, struggling painfully, trying to break free from the shackles in his dream. At this moment, a transparent holographic panel suddenly appeared in front of him, and a cold voice sounded. Beast Energy Conversion. Conversion Progress 1%. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 0. Divine Seal. Unawakened. Spirit 10. Strength 10. Agility 10. Speed 10. Su Liang was stunned. Looking at the information on the panel, a huge wave of emotions surged in his heart. What is this? Beast Energy Transformation? What is it transforming? He opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at the golden animal eyes in front of him. A bright light emanated from those pupils, shining directly into his chest, and a tearing pain instantly swept through his body. Ah! Su Liang couldn't help but roar. Suddenly, a golden light flashed before his eyes, and his consciousness was forcibly kicked back to reality. Huh! Su Liang sat up suddenly from the bed, breathing heavily. He looked around blankly and found that it was already daybreak and the room was quiet. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously, but the next moment, he was stunned. The texture of every dust particle floating in the air was clearly visible. The view outside the window extended to 2 kilometers away, and he could even clearly see the fine lines on the leaves. My eyesight has become stronger? Su Liang held his breath and tried to focus his eyes on the distance, and found that his vision was unusually clear. His eyesight seemed to have improved significantly, and he even had a similar ability to insight. He looked down and saw a handful of powder in his hand. He was stunned and reacted instantly. Is this the beast crystal? He immediately opened his clothes and fixed his eyes on his chest. There was a tattoo-like mark there, showing the shape of a majestic beast. His eyes widened, and a name flashed through his mind. Red-eyed Tianlin Beast. Impossible. Su Liang took a breath. This mark, those eyes. Are they the power of Qitong Tianlin? His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't sort out his thoughts. At this moment, he knew that this was not just a dream, but an incredible transformation. His fate had quietly changed. It took Su Liang a long time to recover from the shock. He finally realized that after his death in his previous life, due to some incomprehensible fate, a part of Qitong Tianlin's power traveled back in time with him and entered his body. And now he actually possesses a strange ability of beast energy conversion, which allows him to convert Qitong Tianlin's power into his own strength value bit by bit. And he has also gained the innate ability of Eye of Insight. He thought rapidly in his mind. If this transformation ability requires beast crystals to drive it, that means that as long as he continues to obtain more beast crystals and transform the power of Red-Eyed Tianlin, he can gradually improve his talents and attributes. It might even change his fate of not being able to break through to become a 3-seal divine master in his previous life. This is such a great thing. Su Liang sat on the bed and couldn't help but jump up with his fist excitedly. After calming down, he checked the wound and unexpectedly found that it had healed much faster than expected. This rapid self-healing ability is obviously a potential benefit bestowed by Qitong Tianlin's beast energy. Come out for dinner. Do you still want to go to school? Grandpa Su Luochen's voice came from outside the room. Su Liang smiled, put on his clothes, washed up, walked out of the room, and had breakfast with his grandfather. In this era, food has become simpler and compressed foods have occupied the dining tables of ordinary families. However, Su Luochen relied on his agricultural skills to grow some rare fruits and vegetables. Although the yield was limited, it provided Su Liang with rare nutrition. Go home early after school. The city has been in turmoil lately. Su Luochen warned. Su Liang nodded. I know, Grandpa. I will come back early today. Su Luochen snorted coldly. Before you awaken the divine seal, be honest. Don't think you can achieve anything great. Remember, go as far as you can. Don't expect pie in the sky to fall. Su Liang smiled bitterly. Grandpa, how do you know that I can awaken the divine seal? What if I can't awaken it? Su Luochen glanced at him, his voice cold but full of concern. Then you better behave yourself and don't cause any trouble. Su Liang stuck out his tongue, picked up his school bag and ran out of the house. Looking at his grandson's back, Su Luochen put down his chopsticks, his eyes deep. This world is not as simple as you think. I would rather you not awaken the divine seal. On the way, Su Liang hesitated for a moment and did not go to By Chanchan's house first. He guessed that they might be busy dealing with By Huajing's funeral today and would not come to school. However, when he walked into the classroom, he saw a familiar figure. By Chanchan was sitting quietly in the corner, flipping through the textbook with her head down. She was wearing an old school uniform that had been washed so much that it looked bleached, making her look particularly inconspicuous. Su Liang was shocked. He didn't expect her to come to school. Whispers soon broke out in the classroom, and the students' eyes were focused on Su Liang, especially Leng Lianshuang, who was sitting in the third row. She had a cold face, and her fists were slightly clenched. "Is this guy really completely ignoring the school beauty?" Someone whispered. "Haha, it seems that I won the bet yesterday." He really didn't pursue Leng Lianshuang. Leng Lianshuang's face was slightly cold, while Zhang Tianhao showed a smug smile. Obviously, he attributed Su Liang's diversion to his threat yesterday. However, Su Liang ignored all this and walked straight to By Chanchan's seat and sat down. By Chanchan raised her head, her eyes a little flustered. "Why did he come here? Don't you have to deal with your family matters? Why did you come to school?" Su Liang's voice was gentle and soft. By Chanchan lowered her head and replied softly, "It has been taken care of. You should take a day off to rest, and don't force yourself." Su Liang frowned, a little dissatisfied. By Chanchan shook her head slightly. "I thought you might not come, so I wanted to ask for leave for you." Su Liang was startled, and his heart softened immediately. The future Suzaku queen was actually so kind and considerate. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his tone was gentle. "Thank you very much, but I'm fine now, and my injuries have almost recovered." The conversation between the two made the whole classroom quiet, and almost everyone looked at them. "Oh, Su Liang and By Chanchan are chatting," a classmate joked. "Haha, you don't want the school beauty anymore, so you're going after the ugly duckling instead? Su Liang, your taste is not good. By Chanchan is not worthy of you." The classroom was immediately filled with laughter. By Chanchan lowered her head, her ears reddened, and her hands tightly grasped the hem of her school uniform under the table. She was already used to being laughed at by her classmates, but at this moment she still felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Leng Lianshuang glanced at him coldly but said nothing. She just used the pen in her hand to draw deep marks on the table. Su Liang's eyes turned cold, and he stood up suddenly. "Shut up." His voice was not loud, but it carried a strong deterrent effect. The students were stunned for a moment, and the laughter disappeared instantly. "What's wrong with By Chanchan? What's wrong with her? Why do you laugh at her?" Su Liang's voice was cold. "Or do you think that making fun of others can make you look noble? Or do you want to show your presence in front of the school bell? Do you think that if you belittle others, Leng Lianshuang will look at you more?" The class was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Su Liang's eyes swept over everyone, and he said with disdain, "I tell you, from today on, if anyone dares to bully By Chanchan again, I will never let him go. By Chanchan, I'll protect you." By Chanchan raised her head, her eyes slightly red. She had never been protected like this before, and this feeling made her nose sore, but she couldn't say a word. Zhang Tianhao's face darkened. He stood up and sneered, "Su Liang, are you trying to provoke the whole class? By Chanchan is just an ugly duckling. Are you really going to go against everyone for her?" Su Liang glared back with a sneer. "Oppose? Zhang Tianhao, I'm going to make this clear today. If you dare to bully her again, I'll make you leave lying down. Can you guys have a little conscience? You don't understand the suffering she has endured." By Chanchan stared at Su Liang in a daze, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back. She lowered her head and wiped the corners of her eyes, and suddenly a warmth she had never felt before surged in her heart. Is this the feeling of being protected? Chapter 9, I'm not worthy of her. The classroom became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. His best friend, who was originally sitting next to him, gave him a thumbs up. Those who were named by Su Liang didn't know how to respond or fight back for a moment. Zhang Tianhao's face was extremely gloomy. Leng Lianshuang, who was sitting in the third row, couldn't help but look back at Su Liang. There is a feeling of being looked at with new eyes. Su Liang today seems to have really become a little different. It is a very just thing to do to stand up for your classmates. But is it a good thing for one person to anger so many people? Leng Lianshuang just took a look and then turned around. By Chanchan looked at Su Liang, and she seemed to hear the sound of her own heartbeat. No one had ever treated her like this before, and her eyes became wet. I want to imprint Su Liang's face in my mind. He's really good to her. After Zhang Tianhao reacted, he sneered, "You are so arrogant. Do you really think you are a big shot? You are a combat level rubbish. What can you use to protect yourself? Your turtle shell? In the afternoon's fighting class, I want to see if your strength is as tough as your mouth. After hearing this, the students who were named regained some of their spirits. Each of them showed a sneering look. Want to be a hero? You have to have the ability to do so. By Chanan quietly pulled Su Liang's trouser leg, signaling him not to continue. But By Chanan also knew that Su Liang had high fighting ability, but she also didn't want him to break up with all his classmates because of her. Su Liang didn't care. He looked at them and sneered, "If I hit you with 2 hands, I lose." After hearing this, everyone thought Su Liang was crazy. Those who were named laughed wildly and sarcastically. He must have lost his mind. I don't know what this is about. Zhang Tianhao sneered, "In the fighting class this afternoon, I want to see how you beat us." The bell rang and the teacher came. Su Liang also withdrew that thought. He exchanged a glance with By Chanan. "Don't be afraid. No one can bully you from now on." After saying this, Su Liangxian returned to his seat. And By Chan's lively eyes could not calm down for a long time. She lowered her head and a tear fell. But she was really happy. The heart that had already been scarred was stitched up bit by bit. Back to my seat, the math teacher began his lecture. In this era, they still have to learn mathematics, physics, chemistry, and other natural sciences. If you don't awaken the divine seal, you can go to college and become the cornerstone of the country's academic field. The world is changing, and technology still needs to develop. These are all indispensable. That is, nuclear weapons have been abandoned, but nuclear energy still exists. 300 years ago, humans tried to destroy these strange beasts with nuclear weapons, but they found that nuclear energy could only destroy some low-level strange beasts. Those advanced monsters will absorb the energy from nuclear explosions and evolve. In this way, nuclear weapons lost their original power, not only destroying their homes, but also helping the alien beasts evolve. Therefore, the development of nuclear weapons was stopped and only nuclear energy could be researched. Su Liang didn't want to listen to this. He would not go down this road. He lay on the table. His best friend Yang Biao came over, gave him a thumbs up. He whispered, "That's awesome, Brother Liang. You confessed your feelings yesterday evening, and when your confession failed, you went to Zhang Tianhao. Today, you scolded so many people. What are you going to do?" Su Liang glanced at Yang Biao. In his previous life, he saw with his own eyes that Yang Biao fell in front of him in order to save him. I couldn't help but feel tears welling up in my eyes. I must rewrite their history in this lifetime. Focus your mind. He smiled and said, "Nothing. I just can't stand these things." Yang Biao hesitated for a moment and said, "What about this afternoon? Zhang Tianhao will definitely fuck you. With me included, maybe neither of us can be his match. How did you make Zhang Tianhao lose yesterday? Can you do it again today?" Yang Biao was a little worried. Su Liang smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? Just beat him up and beat the shit out of him." "Oh, how disgusting. I'm afraid my little flying stick will get dirty." Yang Biao showed a disgusted expression. Su Liang cursed with a smile and punched him on the waist. Yang Biao said, "Damn it. When the time comes, we will work together. Why are you still afraid of him?" Yang Biao's fighting level is only, which is not high. But would Su Liang be afraid now? Yang Biao approached cautiously and asked, "What do you think about Leng Lianshuang? You're not really falling in love with By Chanan, are you?" Su Liang curled his lips and thought to himself, even if he likes By Chanan, when she awakens, she may not look down on him who only has a level god seal. Maybe I will just remember the kindness I have shown you now, and let's just be friends in the future. Su Liang said, "Forget about Leng Lianshuang. I have no other ideas. She won't like me." Su Liang naturally would not like this woman anymore. Once she wakes up, she would definitely distance herself from him. This is not a good woman at all. Yang Biao nodded. "I have advised you to give up a long time ago. Look at her arrogant look. She relies on her good looks and ignores everyone. What about By Chanan?" Su Liang was silent for a moment. "I am not worthy of her." Yang Biao widened his eyes. "Not worthy of By Chanan, the ugly duckling? Bah. My brother told me not to call her a clown duck." Yang Biao asked further questions later, but Su Liang didn't want to explain. Later, Su Liang didn't listen to the class, but just looked in By Chan's direction from time to time. She listens to the class very carefully, but his eyes always wander, as if he can't settle down. The class passed quickly. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. "Biaozi, I'm sorry, you have to sit alone for the last few days. I'll sit with By Chanan." Yang Biao glared at him and said, "Fuck you, are you serious?" Su Liang smiled and said, "What else?" Su Liang packed up his things and walked towards By Chanan. He walked over to her naturally. He smiled and said, By Chanan, can you sit inside? I want to sit here with you. By Chanan was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Liang in disbelief. Is he going to move over and sit with her? What's wrong with him? Could it be that he really came to seduce her and gain confidence because he was rejected by Leng Lianshuang? Other students also noticed this scene. Some students frowned. Could it be that Su Liang really fell in love with By Chanan? There were also those students who had just had a conflict, with sarcastic smiles on their faces. Someone sarcastically said, some people, who can't get the favor of the school bell, go to some invisible people to practice and gain confidence. It's ridiculous. This sentence caused a burst of ridicule from the classmates. Zhang Tianhao also had a sneer on his face. Leng Lianshuang frowned slightly, with an indescribable feeling. How could a man who has liked a beautiful campus girl like her for several years suddenly lower his taste to like an ugly duckling with barely any flesh on her chest? This made her feel like it was an insult that Su Liang was liking her at first. At the same time, Leng Lianshuang felt a little annoyed. This guy would rather find such an ugly duckling than continue licking her. What is going on? Su Liangkai ignored the sarcasm and ridicule of those people. He was only going to waste a week here anyway. Next week is Shenjua's week, and I'll have to say goodbye to many people. Su Liang smiled gently. What's wrong? Don't you want me to sit here? By Chanan finally reacted. Without. By Chan's earlobes turned red, and she was a little afraid to look at Su Liang. She couldn't understand what Su Liang was thinking, but he still stood up and moved his textbooks and other things to the window side. By Chanan has always sat alone and has no deskmate. Su Liang's sudden appearance gave her a lot of strange feelings. Su Liang just smiled and sat next to By Chanan very naturally. By Chanan lowered her head shyly, and some sharp-eyed classmates noticed her shyness. Are these two people really going to get together? The second class begins. By Chanan no longer had any interest in listening to the class. Although she didn't go to see Su Liang, she always thought of him in her heart. They are so close. It couldn't help but make her feel a little flustered. She didn't know why Su Liang approached her. Even if it was really like what they said, and they just wanted her to practice, she would be willing to do it. Perhaps this is the gift God gave her at this time. Without Su Liang of yesterday, there would be no By Chanan of today. If he wants to cheat, I will let him cheat. I do it with all my heart. Not long after, Su Liang pushed a note over. By Chanan thought with her heart pounding. What's this? It's not a love letter or something like that. So fast? Death is death whether it is early or late. By Chanan took the note. Open it and take a look. Listen to the class carefully and don't let your mind wander. In an instant, By Chan's cheeks turned red with shame. But Su Liang had already fallen asleep on the table. Chapter 10 Because I want you to protect me in the future. Principal's office. The principal was a thin, middle-aged man. One could clearly see his wealth and status from him. He was dressed in formal attire and was shaking hands with two men in front of him with a smile on his face. They never thought that the famous chosen team from Rongqing would come to their school. The principal said cheerfully, What brings you two masters here? The two people opposite looked relatively young, probably in their 30s. One of them was Gong Li, whom Su Liang and the others had met last night. The other man was stern and looked very serious. He said, Principal Liu, we are here this time to transfer a student's file. When Principal Liu heard this, he was a little surprised. Oh, Captain Shi, are you interested in the little genius in our school? Gong Li looked normal. Shi Hengchu said calmly, We don't know his name, only his appearance. Principal Liu smiled and said, The students that Captain Shi and you have taken a fancy to must be the few little guys in our school who are at the level of fighting skills. Come on, I have their information on my computer. Can you take a look and see which one it is? The principal smiled and checked the information while asking, Captain Shi, what happened? Shi Hengchu glanced at Gong Li. Gong Li smiled and explained, Principal Liu, this is what happened. Last night, a strange beast invaded the civilian area. Two one-star bloodthirsty rats escaped from the Forbidden God realm. They caused some trouble and one person died. They are parents of students from your school. Principal Liu frowned. It seems that several students in our school who are at the combat level do not live in civilian areas. Gong Li quickly explained, It's not her, it's someone else. One of the one-star bloodthirsty rats was killed by another student. Hearing this, the principal looked shocked. What? A student killed a one-star bloodthirsty rat? The principal murmured in disbelief. Even if it's level 1, you can't do it, right? Gong Li smiled and said, That's why we're here. We want to check the student's information and see his background. If possible, We want to mark him temporarily. If he has not awakened the divine seal, we want to send him for training. With the help of source crystal technology, he will be an excellent warrior and have the opportunity to become one of our team members in the future. If he successfully awakens, we would like to recruit him into the team after he graduates from the chosen academy. It's a preparation in advance. Principal Liu was pleasantly surprised. That's great. I never expected that our school would produce such a fighting genius. Come on, take a look and see which one it is. Gong Li leaned over to take a look. There are only a few levels in total. He shook his head. Neither. Principal Liu's face froze. Neither? Gong Li nodded. Captain Chi Hengchu frowned. You didn't even ask for my name yesterday. Gong Li was a little embarrassed. Principal Liu frowned and said, That's impossible. If it's our students, then the only ones who can do this must be students from these grades. How could it be someone else? Gong Li thought about it. Oh, I remember now. His name seems to be Su Liang. Gong Li remembered that By Chanan called him when he fainted. The principal searched the archives for the name. Sure enough, Su Liang's file popped up. Gong Li was a little excited. Yes, it's him. The principal looked incredulous. Him? But he is. The principal couldn't believe it. He smiled awkwardly. Is there a mistake? His fighting level is not even up to it. Gong Li smiled and shook his head. No doubt about it, it's him. Gong Li and his team later went back and checked the surveillance video at that location. The fighting spirit displayed by Su Liang made Captain Chi Hengchu interested in recruiting him into their team. That's why I came here. The principal looked like he had seen a ghost. One level, kill a one-star bloodthirsty rat? The two ignored him and carefully checked Su Liang's information. Captain Chi Hengchu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and came to a conclusion. Hide your edge and keep your sharpness. Gong Li smiled and said, Captain, I rarely hear you praise someone. It seems that none of us have ever been praised by you. Chi Hengchu glanced at him coldly. You are all like rockets, afraid that others don't know your strength. Why are you praising you? Do you want to fly to the sky? Gong Li smiled awkwardly. Principal Liu asked suspiciously, Captain Chi, do you mean that he is hiding his true strength? Chi Hengchu nodded, and he was even more satisfied with Su Liang. At such a young age, he is not burdened by false reputation and has a good mind. Principal Liu, please help me keep an eye on this little guy. We will come back when the day of divine awakening comes. Principal Liu was surprised, but still nodded. I understand, Captain Chi. To be recognized by your team, he has a promising future. Chi Hengchu nodded and prepared to say goodbye. Principal Liu smiled and said, Captain Chi, why don't you stay? Their class will have combat training this afternoon. What you said has made me excited. Why don't we watch it together this afternoon? Chi Hengchu thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, let's come back in the afternoon. Hey, let's have a quick meal together. Chi Hengchu shook his head. We still have something to deal with. Thank you for your kindness. Principal Liu nodded helplessly. Okay, then I can't force you to stay. I will wait for you two to come this afternoon. Chi Hengchu and the other man nodded politely. After leaving school, let's see the situation in the afternoon. Find an opportunity to contact him, see his character, and test his thoughts. Chi Hengchu said to Gong Li. Gong Li nodded. Okay. Su Liang basically slept during the morning classes. After class, most of the students prepare to go eat lunch and prepare for the afternoon fighting class. Yang Biao called Su Liang, but Su Liang looked at By Chanan. Yang Biao rolled his eyes. You bastard who values women over friends. Su Liang looked at By Chanan. Aren't you going to eat? By Chanan was a little shy. I brought a packed lunch. Su Liang frowned. It's not good to eat this all the time. Look how thin you are now. Walk. By Chanan looked at Su Liang's unquestionable expression and didn't know what to choose for a moment. But she really didn't have the money to eat those things. I can eat these. Su Liang raised his eyebrows. Okay, if you don't go, I won't eat either. I'll just starve to death. Su Liang sat down on the stool. By Chanan looked at him in surprise. Could it be like this? By Chanan said anxiously. No, you have just recovered from your injury, and you have a fighting class in the afternoon. They will cause trouble for you then. You must go eat something. The corners of Su Liang's mouth curled up slightly. Worried about me? Then go to dinner with me. If you don't go, I won't go either. By Chanan was a little panicked. What happened to Su Liang? Good. I'll eat with you, but I'll just eat this. While speaking, By Chanan raised the compressed biscuits in her hand. Su Liang really couldn't do anything with her. Let's go. Once you go to the cafeteria, you have no choice but to eat or not. Su Liang walked in front, and By Chanan followed timidly behind him. Looking at his back, she felt inexplicably at ease. Just after they left, Leng Lianshuang, who was still sitting in her seat, raised her head. Look at their backs. The pin in Leng Lianshuang's hand was crushed by her. An indescribable emotion came to my mind. Among her many suitors, Su Liang's appearance was top tier, and she was also the most enthusiastic. But now, this enthusiasm was actually given to someone else by him. Still such an ugly duckling. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. Her face was clear and cold, which made people fascinated, but at this moment she was disturbed by such a thing. Even Leng Lianshuang was a little confused. Inside the cafeteria, Su Liang chose a seat and asked By Chanan to wait for him obediently. By Chanan rarely comes here, so I just ate my compressed biscuits. She looked at Su Liang's back in a trance. She couldn't figure out why Su Liang suddenly treated her so well. They weren't even close before. Like her? Impossible. By Chanan directly rejected this possibility. Maybe he saw the tragic situation in her house yesterday, so he wanted to help her. That should be it. Before he knew it, Su Liang had returned with 2 meals. There are meat, vegetables, and fruits. The quantity is not large, but it is nutritionally balanced. Su Liang placed that portion directly in front of By Chanan. By Chanan was stunned. Why did you buy it for me? I said I was going to eat this. Su Liang glanced at her and said, if you don't want to eat it, you can leave it there. It will be a waste. Su Liang was eating his meal by himself. That is to say, they receive such treatment at school, but when they return home, how many families can eat meat every day? Now all human beings are huddled in such steel cities, arable land is decreasing and resources are precious. Hearing this, By Chanan became anxious. No, you will be punished for wasting it, so return it. Su Liangkai ignored her. By Chanan understood what he meant. He put away his biscuits, picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Her eyes gradually turned red. She hadn't had a meal like this for a long time. Just eat, don't cry. Su Liang thought that his behavior made her sad. By Chanan raised her head and looked at Su Liang with her red eyes. There is a feeling of being wronged and guilty. Why are you being nice to me? I really have nothing to repay you with. Su Liang was stunned for a moment. He was silent for a moment, then reached out his hand and affectionately wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Because I want you to protect me in the future. Chapter 11, I'll write about your mother. After the meal, By Chanan still followed Su Liang with red eyes. Came to the shade of a tree in the playground. Su Liang sat down. Come and sit down. By Chanan held her hands together and stood there timidly. Su Liang smiled and said, don't you want to know the reason? Sit down and I'll tell you. By Chanan glanced at him before sitting down, but she was some distance away from Su Liang. I'm nice to you for a purpose. By Chanan looked at Su Liang. What purpose could it have? I am poor, ugly, and not good at studying. What purpose can you have? Su Liang smiled and said, By Chanan, you are not ugly, and academic performance does not represent everything. Do you believe me? By Chanan tilted her head and looked at him. Nodding, I believe you. Su Liang smiled. By Chanan, you will awaken the divine seal and soon, you will become the proud daughter of heaven in the eyes of everyone. I am willing to treat you well because I value your talent. When you become stronger in the future, you must protect me. By Chanan was stunned. Because of this? Level divine seal talent? She didn't believe it. How could she possibly awaken the legendary divine seal? It has been many years since such a genius appeared in their Chengdu. It's not that she didn't believe Su Liang's words, but she didn't believe that she would have such a fate. Don't you believe it? By Chanan nodded slightly. I never even dreamed of that kind of thing. Su Liang grinned. By Chanan, you will know. This is why I treat you well. I know you will become the center of attention, so I am investing in you, even though it's a little late. Su Liang thought to himself that this was his most direct thought, but at the same time, he was nice to her because he also thought that in the future, the Suzaku Empress would not be so miserable. Now that I've told you, knowing that I have ulterior motives, if you really awaken the super god seal in the future, will you be willing to protect me? By Chanan looked at Su Liang with a sincere face and nodded without any hesitation. Su Liang smiled. Sincerity is his only killer move. By Chanan was thinking, no matter whether Su Liang you are lying to me or not, if it is true, in the future, I am willing to protect you for the rest of my life, forever. If this was just a lie, she was willing to protect him, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Okay, let's go back to the classroom and take a rest. The fighting class will start soon. Su Liang walked in front with the corners of his mouth raised. It turned out that he felt better after talking it out. He also felt a little relieved. After all, this approach with ulterior motives made him feel a little guilty. But once it's talked about, everything will be fine. By Chanan followed behind him, the sunlight shining through the dense leaves, casting sparse rays of light on his back. By Chanan murmured in her heart, "If it is true as you said, I am willing to be your light in the future, because you are my light now. Go back to the classroom and take a short rest." Some students have already changed into combat training uniforms. Liang glanced at By Chanan. "Where's your combat training uniform?" By Chanan shook her head. "It broke a long time ago. I didn't buy it." Liang was silent for a moment. With her father in such a terrible state, it seemed that the family had no extra money at all. The school distributes new combat training uniforms every year, all of which are customized. However, if it is damaged during subsequent combat training and needs to be replaced, additional fees will be required. By Chanan didn't have the money, so naturally she never changed it. So during this period of fighting training, I basically didn't change clothes, and the fighting was just a formality. This is also the reason why she doesn't dare to let go in training. Now, her fighting level is just, "It's okay. I'll be awakened next week. Then I'll go to the Chosen Academy, and there will be new ones. If you don't change today, then I won't change either." By Chanan looked at Liang and said, "You should change. The monitor will definitely give you trouble today." Liang smiled and said, "It's okay. Do you think he is my opponent?" By Chanan recalled Liang's strength last night. That's right, he was so strong. How could the squad leader be his opponent? Her worries were completely unnecessary. But By Chanan was also a little confused. He was obviously very strong. So why did he have to pretend to be strong? By the time was almost up, some students had already headed to the fighting arena. And those people who were scolded by Liang in the morning glanced at Liang in the corner and gave him a provocative look when they left. They all wanted to teach Liang a lesson today. Zhang Tianhao was even more violent. "Liang, don't be a coward. I'll wait for you." He gave Liang a thumbs up. Liang scoffed at this. Zhang Tianhao and his men swaggered towards the fighting arena. Yang Biao ran to Liang. "Why don't you change into your training clothes?" "No, I won't change. If I use one more hand to beat those little bastards, I lose." Yang Biao raised his eyebrows. "Did you take the wrong medicine? Or do you have a secret weapon?" Liang said nonchalantly, "Just watch it. Brother Liang, don't take it lightly. Those guys seem to be planning to give you a good beating today. Don't worry, it's okay. You go first. Chanan and I will be here soon." Yang Biao complained inwardly. Are they calling each other so intimately? By Chanan also lowered her head shyly. After Liang confessed, she seemed to no longer object to this. Liang made some preparations. "Let's go too. I'll come practice with you after I take care of them." By Chanan nodded timidly. "Okay." But I felt inexplicably happy. Chengdu is just a fourth-tier city with a population of over 1 million. It can only be considered the smallest of the fourth-tier cities. Only cities with a population of more than 5 million can be called third-tier cities. Of course, below the fourth level, there are fifth-level cities, and the population of fifth-level cities is less than 1 million. Since the mutation began in 2030, humans have been slaughtered by alien beasts, and the population has dropped sharply. After 300 years of development, a new ecological system has already been formed. Almost 99% of the human population is concentrated in cities, and the former countryside is not conducive to establishing effective counterattack measures. The population is concentrated in cities, and a unique offensive and defensive system is established. The countryside and the mountains and rivers have all become the territory of strange beasts. Therefore, resources and food became extremely precious. Many resources need to be collected by powerful gods, chosen ones outside the city, and many times, the chosen ones often pay the price with their lives. In this era, wasting food and resources is a serious sin. In Rongqing, a fourth-tier city, there are a total of 10 Shenzhou middle schools, and they are the second one. There are about 20,000 students in each Shenzhou middle school. There are about 6 or 7,000 students in their senior year. Don't think there are many of them, but this is the result of clustering. Outside of Chengdu, there is no other city within 100 miles. The surrounding area is basically deserted and uninhabited. 6 to 7,000 senior high school students were divided into 4 time periods for combat training. Their Class 7 was in the first phase in the afternoon. Come to the exclusive fighting arena. Some students have already started. And in the position of Class 7, those people, led by Zhang Tianhao, were staring at Liang with eager eyes. There was a sneer on his face. The homeroom teacher, the spinster, shows up. Alright, everyone is here. Choose your opponents and start fighting training. Next week we will have our divine awakening. We should seize the last minute and unleash our potential. Hearing this, Su Liang secretly shook his head. The one who could truly awaken the divine seal could not do so through fighting. It's simply fate. Among the more than 60 people in their class, only a dozen can finally awaken the divine seal, and they are basically all at the highest and lowest levels. Only 3 or 4 people can reach the awakening level. As for grades and levels, let's not even mention it. There are only a few of them in the whole school of more than 6,000 people. But this time, unexpectedly, someone like By Chanan appeared. Some students have already started selecting opponents and training with each other. And at this moment, Liao Yuqian looked at Su Liang. Where's the self-review I asked you to write? Why haven't you handed it in? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Tianhao and his people sneered. It would be a good idea to watch a show before beating him. Looking at Liao Yuqian's ugly face, Su Liang really wanted to slap her twice. Damn it, you old virgin, behave yourself as a human being. Zhang Tianhao and the others were all waiting to see Su Liang being scolded. Su Liang said indifferently, I didn't write it. Liao Yuqian got excited instantly. You didn't write it? You're right to hurt your classmates? Write it now. 30,000 words. If you miss a word, you won't be able to practice. What if I don't write it? Su Liang sneered. If you don't write it, get out. You don't know any rules. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your teachers? Liao Yuqian really performed that ugly face to the extreme. All this was just because she wanted to lick Zhang Tianhao, the rich second generation. Zhang Tianhao and the others watched the scene with great interest. It was really a good show, but Su Liang's heart turned cold. Is such a person qualified to be a teacher? He never stops until his words shock people. He sneered, I'll write your mother. The students in Class 7 fell into deathly silence. Everyone's jaw dropped to the ground. Chapter 12 Read Random Reply. All the students in Class 7 were stunned. I seem to have heard it wrong. By Chanan also opened her mouth wide. Is Su Liang scolding the teacher? But the head teacher was really too much. Even Zhang Tianhao and the others were confused. What happened to Su Liang today? Was there something wrong with his brain? Liao Yuqian froze for a moment, somewhat unable to believe it. His face turned alternately blue and red, and gradually became gloomy. Say that again? Su Liang sneered. I said, I'm writing about your mother. Liao Yuqian's face flushed. Her towering breasts heaved up and down, and her delicate body was trembling. She roared angrily, Su Liang. You. Su Liang snorted coldly. What do you mean? Are you qualified to be a teacher? Why should I write a self-criticism? Everyone saw it yesterday. It was Zhang Tianhao, the troublemaker, who took the initiative to attack. I was just defending passively. How did I hurt my classmate? What do your eyes do? As a teacher, you insulted and scolded me indiscriminately. Is that rich second-generation kid the only one in your eyes? Why? Will currying favor with him get you promoted? Or will he help you evolve? Respect teachers? For someone like you, what teacher should I respect? What did you teach me? Flattery and fawning? As soon as these words came out, the students were speechless. Only Zhang Tianhao had a rather unhappy look on his face. After all, he was also brought in. Liao Yuqian's face had turned the color of liver. Indeed, Zhang Tianhao was the one who instigated yesterday's incident, but she didn't expect that Su Liang, this kid, would dare to openly contradict her like this. Tear her fig leaf to shreds. Zhang Tianhao shouted angrily, Su Liang, how dare you insult the teacher? Do you still have any sense of propriety and honor? Liao Yuqian reacted. He also shouted angrily, I will report it to the political and educational department. You openly contradicted and insulted the teacher. Expel him. You are no longer a god. Liao Yuqian was so angry that she was a little hysterical. Su Liang sneered. With your strength, you still want to fire me? Zhang Tianhao shouted angrily, Su Liang, don't go too far. You are courting your own destruction. Shut up. Su Liang scolded. Birds of a feather flock together. If she doesn't lick you for a day, you'll be unhappy, right? Tell me yourself, were you the one who started the fight yesterday? You couldn't beat me, so you said I bullied you? Is she qualified to be a teacher? Is she qualified? Su Liang asked a soul-searching question. Zhang Tianhao was also extremely ashamed and angry. You were talking nonsense. I can't beat you? It's obvious that you used despicable means. You must have secretly used the source crystal equipment. Otherwise, you can't be my opponent. Hearing this, Su Liang sneered. Just throw out 2 words. Stupid. Talking to them about this is a complete waste of time. By Chanan standing by had already become stupid. Is this Su Liang? Leng Lianshuang, who was watching all this from afar, was a little confused. What was going on with this Su Liang? Liao Yuqian was extremely furious. Squad leader, capture him. I'm sending him to the political education department. Capture him. Capture him. Liao Yuqian was so angry that she was about to lose her mind. Zhang Tianhao received the order. Classmates, let's take down this rebellious guy together. He is so outrageous. We don't need such shameless people in Class 7. Those who were named by Su Liang in the morning all showed expressions of indignation. Okay, let's attack together. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people stepped forward with a menacing momentum. Su Liang sneered. With a wicked smile, he said, "Come on." Su Liang pulled out the rattan stick he had just broken from behind his back. He knew that Zhang Tianhao would not give up, so he prepared such a rattan stick. Su Liang turned and looked at By Chanan. "Chanan, please move aside for a moment." By Chan's eyes were filled with worry. "Are you really okay, teacher?" Su Liang shook his head at her. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Su Liang knew very well that the school would never expel him for something like this. As long as the matter is investigated thoroughly and the surveillance video is released, the truth will come to light. Moreover, he will awaken the divine seal. Even if it is a trash-level divine seal, it is still a valuable asset to the school. Yang Biao on the side also showed a worried look. "Good brother." Su Liang just gave him a smile. Then Su Liang looked at Zhang Tianhao and the others. "Come on, I want to see how you can take me down." Zhang Tianhao snorted coldly. "Classmates, take it down." As the squad leader, he naturally has to set an example in such matters. Moreover, he always felt that Su Liang was a little weird, and what happened yesterday was still vivid in his mind. Therefore, he didn't want to be arrogant and just take them down together, and then humiliate and take revenge later. In the blink of an eye, the 8 of them rushed out, coming with great force. There was a look of madness in Zhang Tianhao's eyes. The time for his revenge has finally come. "Su Liang, get down on your knees and lick my shoes." The next moment, Su Liang pulled out the rattan in his hand, and his main target was Zhang Tianhao. He dodged the attack from Zhang Tianhao and others. Swing the cane. Bang. Zhang Tianhao, who originally had a smug and ferocious look on his face, suddenly froze. He bit his lip, but couldn't hold it back. His face instantly turned red. "Ah!" With a scream, like a beaten puppy, he touched his butt and did a devilish dance, crossing his feet. Tears are about to come out. Damn it. No time to react. Su Liang whipped him again. Bang. Zhang Tianhao was about to cry. His hands frantically grabbed at his back, and the burning pain left him dumbfounded. The body is twisted. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly. Under the eye of insight, their movements slowed down. Are they showing off? "I'm going to hit you." Most of these guys are at level 3 in fighting skills. Su Liang's sudden 2 whips stunned the others. Zhang Tianhao collapsed and shouted, "Go!" Several others rushed towards Su Liang. Su Liang moved easily among the crowd. No one could touch Su Liang. Then Su Liang began his crazy whip technique. Bang! Ah! Bang! Ah! Hiss! Screams sounded, like the barking of a dog. Su Liang was able to handle the siege of 8 people with ease, swinging the rattan in his hand and hitting them. These guys began to twist their bodies one by one, like gorillas who couldn't scratch their backs. The students who were watching the game were stunned. I even closed my eyes, not daring to look. What happened? At this moment, somewhere in the fighting arena, the principal was there in person, with Chi Hengchu and Gong Li beside him. Principal Liu had a smile on his face. As expected, he is quite capable. He can fight 8 people by himself with ease. I didn't expect there is such a hidden master in our school. After Chi Hengchu took a look, he nodded slightly. His state of mind is very stable. Up to now, they have not touched him once. He is completely crushed. This kind of combat awareness is beyond the reach of even some members of our team. Gong Li looked at Chi Hengchu in shock. Captain, is the evaluation so high? Chi Hengchu didn't say anything, but I no longer have the intention to watch any further. Principal Liu, please help take care of him, but don't tell him about us. Principal Liu smiled and said, no problem. Captain Chi, since you have spoken, I will definitely not let anything happen to him. Chi Hengchu nodded slightly. Thank you very much. Captain Chi, you're too polite. Chi Hengchu and Gong Li left, but Gong Li was left at the school gate. The principal watched Su Liang and the others fighting. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You are still a student, but you have been targeted by our Rongqing's #1 divine hunting team. This is the best recruitment brochure. The principal looked there and didn't leave. And at Su Liang's place, it's already a chaotic situation. The 8 people were beaten by Su Liang, and their eyes showed fear. My body feels like it's on fire. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Woo-woo. They have been smoked. Their eyes were red. This was more painful than being hit with knives, guns, sticks, or clubs. One by one they lay on the ground and trembled wildly. Su Liang swung the rattan stick and hit Zhang Tianhao. Bang! Zhang Tianhao's face was twisted into a chrysanthemum. Come on, aren't you awesome? Bang! Aren't you going to take me down? Bang! Didn't you tell me not to pester Leng Lianshuang? Bang! Su Liang took special care of Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao was now spinning on the ground like a water snake. Zhang Tianhao's eyes were red. This was totally humiliating. He couldn't believe it. My level was completely abused. This guy even takes special care of him. His eyes were red. Fuck you. Why do you always hit me? Woo-woo, Zhang Tianhao collapsed. Su Liang smiled and said, you are wearing a combat suit made of nanomaterials, and you are also the squad leader, so you have to bear more. Zhang Tianhao. Bang. Zhang Tianhao is about to collapse. If you have the guts, beat me to death. Su Liang looked at him in amazement. This is the first time I've heard such a perverted request. There's nothing I can do. I'm a good person. Okay, I'll meet your request. Bang. Zhang Tianhao pursed his lips and 2 lines of tears flowed down. Su Liang, you are going too far. What? I didn't hit it deep enough? Bang. Su Liang, you and I will never reconcile. What? You want me to beat you for a day? Bang. Ah. I'm going to kill you. What? You want to thank me? Bang. The students around me were all twitching. Is this a living devil? Why do I feel such an inexplicable sense of joy? Su Liang mainly plays a random reply that has been read. The other 7 people lay on the ground with fear in their eyes, retreating frantically. This is a devil. The students' eyes changed when they looked at Su Liang. Could it be that Su Liang has been hiding his fighting skills? Stop it. Liao Yuqian finally reacted and shouted angrily. In an instant, the divine seal on his body exploded. He rushed towards Su Liang instantly. There was a gleam of light in Su Liang's eyes. He suddenly lashed out with a whip at the old maiden who was grabbing at him with her claws. Bang! The vines exploded instantly. Su Liang was also hit in the chest by this terrifying impact force. He let out a muffled groan and retreated more than 10 meters. Even if Liao Yuqian is only the lowest level 1 seal chosen one, this kind of power is extremely terrifying for the unawakened Su Liang. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes. The old spinster is bullying the weak, right? Chapter 13, let's make it a bigger deal. Liao Yuqian was furious. She was also shocked by what happened just now. She couldn't understand why one level could beat up so many levels. It was simply incomprehensible. By the time she reacted, Zhang Tianhao was already covered in bruises. Su Liang, you insulted the teacher and beat up your classmates. Your crime is even more serious. Today, I will take you to the political and educational department and expel you. A divine seal appeared on Liao Yuqian's arm, flashing a faint white light. But this kind of power is not something that students like them can resist. Liao Yuqian's divine seal is level, the lowest level divine seal. At most, it can evolve into a 2-seal divine envoy, but for Su Liang, it is still stressful. Liao Yuqian ran towards Su Liang with her chest shaking. Want to capture Su Liang directly. Seeing things develop to this point, many students were shocked. It actually caused the teacher to take action. Su Liang is doomed now. It even attracted the attention of some students from other classes, who soon gathered around. It's over. Su Liang has angered the head teacher. He is definitely going to be in trouble. Hey, why are you so impulsive? By Chanan was also panicking. No matter how strong Su Liang was, he couldn't possibly be a match for the chosen one, right? That is the person who truly possesses the power of the divine seal. Yang Biao also looked panicked. Zhang Tianhao watched the scene. Teacher, we must not let him get away. Su Liang was not panicked. Biaozi, gun. Su Liang shouted softly. Yang Biao reacted and threw the training spear in his hand directly to Su Liang. Catch it. Su Liang moved. He stepped suddenly on the ground, rolled in the air, and caught the spear thrown by Yang Biao. These weapons are not sharpened. Su Liang's aura changed completely after he got the spear. It was as if he had turned into the battle-hardened Su Liang he once was. The students were all shocked. Su Liang is actually going to fight with the class teacher? Isn't this courting death? It's over. This is going to get out of hand. Go call the dean. Liao Yuqian was even more shocked and angry when she saw Su Liang's look of being on high alert. You don't know how to respect others. Get down on your knees. Liao Yuqian quickly rushed to Su Liang's front. He stretched out a hand and grabbed Su Liang. Su Liang's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Although the old maiden was God's chosen one, her movements were still slow in his eyes and were completely captured by Su Liang. One move to destroy the army with the angry dragon. The gun shoots out like a dragon. A bullet pierced directly into the palm of Liao Yuqian's hand. Bang! A muffled sound. Liao Yuqian withdrew her hand in pain. Even an unsharpened gun can still hurt people. She looked at Su Liang angrily. Presumptuous. She burst out the power of the divine seal to protect her body. Attacked Su Liang again. Su Liang remained calm in the face of danger. A gunflower was thrown out to disrupt Liao Yuqian's attack route. The spear in his hand swept across. Throw it over her arm. Bang! Liao Yuqian was in unbearable pain. After all, she is just a teacher. How can she compare to Su Liang, who fought with strange beasts for decades in his previous life? The fighting skills that Su Liang mastered are all killing skills. Even though Liao Yuqian is now protected by a divine seal and has strength beyond that of an ordinary person, she has no way of getting close to Su Liang. Liao Yuqian only felt a burning pain on her face. She couldn't even take down a single student? Her face turned alternately blue and red. Stop it. But why would Su Liang care about her? He swung the spear in his hand continuously, hitting Liao Yuqian again and again, leaving a red mark. Liao Yuqian was really about to cry. The students were stunned. Su Liang did not lose to his class teacher, the chosen one. Su Liang's spear skills are amazing, flowing like water. In one go. Is this Su Liang's true strength? Su Liang, wielding the spear, has become a completely different person. A pure and powerful aura comes over you. It makes some girls crazy about it. So handsome. Really so handsome. Yang Biao was already so excited that he was speechless. Damn it. When did he become so powerful? By Chanan breathed a sigh of relief, but soon became worried again. There is another place where Leng Lianshuang had already stopped her fighting training. Looking over here stupidly. The fighting power displayed by Su Liang at this time had completely exceeded her expectations. Now Su Liang can actually fight with his class teacher, the chosen one by God. Leng Lianshuang's eyes flickered. Could it be that he had been hiding his true strength all along just to avoid making her feel unbalanced? But she admires the strong. If Su Liang had shown such strength earlier, she would not have been so cold to him. Leng Lianshuang remained silent. Su Liang, what do you want to do? Do you want to attract my attention like this? Wow, is this a classmate from your class? Why does he seem to be more powerful than those guys a few grades above him? What a handsome shooting skill. Where did he learn it from? There were bursts of flattery all around. And Liao Yuqian's eyes were already red. I feel so ashamed. She really wanted to cry. Why didn't the director come yet? Su Liang's eyes were cold and stern. He would not relax at all when facing the enemy. Principal Liu, who was watching all this in the dark, was already grinning from ear to ear. And just at this moment, a violent voice came. Stop! A rough male voice sounded, and all the students were shocked. It's over. The dean is here. A man in coach uniform rushed over here in a hurry. The battle stopped instantly, and Su Liang retreated. He stood there with a spear in hand, looking very majestic. What are you doing? The dean of studies was a man with a bit of a belly and a small mustache. At this moment, his face was as gloomy as water. Su Liang's face was calm. Liao Yuqian saw that help had finally arrived. With red eyes, he walked to the side of the dean. Dean, I can't continue to be the class teacher. This student not only insulted the teacher, but also beat up his classmates. Look at what he did to me. Director, you must fire him. Liao Yuqian walked to the dean with a look of grievance on her face. Like a delicate little girl. The dean's eyes glanced at Liao Yuqian's plump figure inconspicuously. What's going on? He said with a gloomy face. Liao Yuqian said aggrievely, this Su Liang injured a classmate yesterday. I asked him to write a self-criticism, and he said he would write about my mother. Liao Yuqian recounted the whole incident in a way that evaded the main issues and exaggerated the details. The dean's face became increasingly gloomy, but in his heart he was thinking, here is his chance to win this woman. Asshole, how can there be a scum like you in our school? How dare you beat up your teacher and classmates? Expel him. He must be expelled. Let's go. Follow me to the political and educational department now. This is outrageous. The dean of studies finished speaking. The The classmates' faces were filled with shock. Su Liang was really finished this time. By Chanan also became anxious. Teacher, it's not like that. It's... The dean stared. Shut up. I will investigate this matter myself. Su Liang, right? Come with me. What will happen if you are allowed to go out into society? You are simply tarnishing the reputation of our school. By Chanan was almost crying with anxiety. Su Liang looked at the dean. These two guys are a bunch of snakes and rats. A chill rose in my heart. Zhang Tianhao also laughed. Haha, Su Liang, aren't you awesome? Fire me. Ha ha ha. Su Liang gave them a cold look. Then he fixed his eyes on the dean. Liao Yuqian also said aggrievedly, he must be expelled. We don't want such a student in number 2 middle school. Su Liang sneered. You don't ask anything and just listen to her one-sided words? Is this how you become a dean of studies? Upon hearing this, the dean became furious. How outrageous. This is simply outrageous. Everyone saw you beating up your classmates and teachers. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still want to deny it? Walk. The dean glared at Su Liang and didn't want to give him a chance to explain. By Chanan cried anxiously and rushed to Su Liang, trying to stop him. Teacher, it's really not like that. The dean of studies said coldly, I will investigate it thoroughly, but it is a foregone conclusion that Su Liang beat up his classmates and teachers today. Don't say anything and come with me to the political and educational department. Anyone who obstructs will be punished with a serious offense. The students had complicated expressions on their faces, but they eventually made a big fuss. Zhang Tianhao had a sneer on his face. Let's see how long you can keep jumping around. Su Liang pulled By Chanan behind him. Don't cry, it's okay. Su Liang looked at the dean. He suddenly smashed the spear to the ground, which seemed to stir up some wind and waves. Today, I want to see if this school doesn't distinguish between right and wrong. Since it's already such a big deal, why not make it even bigger? I want to see if anyone can give justice. Su Liang took up his stance, pointed his spear, and the enemies retreated. The whole audience was suddenly shocked. He actually wants to fight with the dean? Chapter 14. Fire Su Liang? At this moment, some students were infected by Su Liang's aura. There is a feeling of blood boiling. How dare he? How dare he? In fact, many students know that some teachers in the school flatter and treat students differently. They just like those rich kids. They will be biased towards them in many things. But no one dared to really talk about this kind of thing. And today, Su Liang tore off this fig leaf. Make them feel uplifted. But the Dean of Studies is not just a one-seal God's chosen one. He is a two-seal God's messenger. There's no way Su Liang could be his opponent. But at this moment, Su Liang's eyes were full of determination. No matter who came today, if there was no justice, then there would be a big fuss. The situation is out of control. He is fearless. By Chanan looked at the figure in disbelief. Leng Lianshuang was also stunned. She didn't dare to believe it. How could Su Liang dare? To be honest, at this moment, Leng Lianshuang really felt that Su Liang shocked her. Such as Su Liang, the kind of momentum exuding from his whole body, is very desirable. She couldn't help but look at Su Liang carefully. Is this the real him? For the first time, Leng Lianshuang felt that this boy was different from others. She felt her heart really palpitate. Was it a heartbeat? Liao Yuqian had a look of resentment on her face. Director, look at this, it's getting out of hand. Students like this are not worthy of being students of our number 2 middle school. Catch him. If we don't teach this troublemaker a lesson, people will say there's something wrong with the teaching at number 2 middle school. The dean's face was as gloomy as water. It's really outrageous. It's simply a discredit to our number 2 middle school. I wonder how long you can keep jumping around. The dean of studies is about to take action. And it was at this time. There was a slight vibration on the dean's arm. He took a glance. Oh shit, the principal is calling. Then he answered the call, and a sound came into his ears that only he could hear. Is your brain clogged with shit? What are you doing with such an excellent student? Bullying the weak in public? Isn't that embarrassing enough? If he loses even a hair, you'd better stop doing this. Get out of here right now. The dean felt like he had received an electric shock. His face turned pale in an instant. The principal is protecting this student. What is the background of this student? The dean of studies felt as if he had suddenly been showered in a cold sweat. I almost ruined my future. Fortunately, no irreversible consequences were caused. He looked at Su Liang with fear in his heart. This student is definitely not a simple person, as he could even get the principal to call him personally. This is definitely not something he can do. Now it's difficult to get off the tiger's back. Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian were still excited. If the dean took action, Su Liang would definitely be in trouble. The classmates around him also shook their heads secretly, thinking that Su Liang was too impulsive. I'm afraid I'm really going to be fired. Bai Qianqian had tear marks on her face and was very worried. Yang Biao was also extremely anxious. But only Su Liang remained calm. Even if he was really going to be abused, he would still take action. He just doesn't believe it. However, the dean remained silent. There was no movement for a long time. Director? Liao Yuqian called out. The dean is so angry now. Cough, cough. He coughed twice. In the blink of an eye, the expression on his face changed suddenly. Forced to smile. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You are worthy of being a student of Shenju's secondary school. At such a young age, your fighting ability is so amazing. It is really a blessing for our secondary school. Su Liang, this matter is the teacher's fault. I apologize to you on her behalf. Don't take it personally. I will investigate the whole process of the matter immediately and will never let you suffer any injustice. After these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was stunned. He looked at the dean in disbelief. What's going on? Don't be anxious. How come you didn't figure it out right away? What is going on? Many people present were burned. His attitude took a 180-degree turn, and he even apologized to Su Liang. Director? Liao Yuqian looked at the dean in disbelief. Director, he beat up the teacher and classmates. Shouldn't he be severely punished? The dean is so angry with her that he is about to die. This matter is not as simple as you said. I will investigate it thoroughly. All right, everyone, disperse. Those who need to train should train, and don't gather around. The dean gave Su Liang an awkward smile and wanted to leave by pulling Liao Yuqian, etc. The dean froze in his tracks. Student Su, is there anything else? Su Liang didn't know why his attitude suddenly changed, but there must be a reason. He smiled and said, Teacher, will you give me an explanation for this matter? After all, I wasn't the one who caused the trouble first. The Dean of Studies smiled apologetically and said, Of course I will go back and investigate. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Then I'll trouble you, teacher. It's my duty. It's my duty. The dean smiled and pulled away Liao Yuqian, who looked confused. Liao Yuqian was almost angry to death. The students around him were extremely shocked. The Dean of Studies was so humble to Su Liang. Could it be that Su Liang's background is even more powerful than that of someone like Zhang Tianhao? The crowd gradually dispersed. Zhang Tianhao felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. He looked at Su Liang with resentment. Is that it? So what was his plan for getting the meal today? No, this is a shame. We can't just let this go. After the storm settled, Yang Biao and By Chanan appeared beside Su Liang to receive their praises. But there was only one person who stared at Su Liang. Leng Lianshuang knew that the dean's change of attitude was due to a phone call. In other words, someone warned the dean at that time. So who has such great energy? Can the Dean of Studies change his attitude instantly? In other words, Su Liang's background is definitely not that simple. Brother Liang, you are awesome. When did you become so strong? You can even beat the class teacher. Did you secretly practice extra at night? Bai Chanan also had a smile on her face. Su Liang smiled and said, What's the point of training her? She's too new. She can't even use the basic power of the divine seal. Go train quickly. I still have to train with Chanan. Yang Biao rolled his eyes. You are a man who values women over friends. Bai Chanan lowered her head shyly. Her cheeks are rosy. Su Liang laughed and scolded, Get out of here. Yang Biao also cursed, but still gave a reminder. You have to be careful. That bastard Zhang Tianhao won't stop. Be careful after school. Watch out for him to come after you. Su Liang nodded. Yes, I understand. Yang Biao left and found an opponent to train with. Su Liang smiled and said, Chanan, let's start too. I'll practice with you. Bai Chan's little face was flushed. How do I practice? Looking at Bai Chan's shy appearance, Su Liang's lips curled up slightly. Thought about it. Bai Chan awakened the level 1 divine seal. It is the highest level and purest fire divine seal, known as the ultimate fire. After becoming the God Emperor, she could easily burn down a first-level city by herself. It is truly a great power. Later, she ascended the Suzaku throne and became the almighty Suzaku Empress. She doesn't actually need to practice weapons. Thinking of this, Su Liang said, Use the close combat skills you have learned to attack me, and I will guide you. Bai Chanan was a little shy, but still nodded. Then you have to be careful. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Okay, come on. By Chanan took a stance and attacked Su Liang. In Su Liang's opinion, By Chan's punch was no different from a small pink fist. It is really hard to imagine that she will become the Suzaku Empress in the future. Throw your punch decisively and hit the vital points. When you throw this punch, you need to coordinate with your right foot. Just turn it slightly, and your center of gravity will be very stable. When facing an enemy, you cannot hold back at all. When you attack, you must use your strongest strength. Don't hesitate. With Su Liang's fighting experience, there is no problem for him to teach By Chanan the current one. By Chanan is actually very smart. She mastered many techniques quickly, and her improvement is obvious. She is very happy. On the other side, Leng Lianshuang, who was fighting with a female classmate, was absent-minded throughout the class. From time to time, he would look at Su Liang and By Chanan. She suddenly felt like someone had taken her toy away from her. Lianshuang, forget it. You're not in good shape. The girl stopped attacking and walked to the absent-minded Leng Lianshuang. Leng Lianshuang also nodded. Okay, forget it then. The girl looked towards Su Liang and the others. Lianshuang, you don't have feelings for Su Liang, do you? A hint of panic appeared in Leng Lianshuang's pupils. No. Her voice was still cold. The girl smiled and said, Lianshuang, if you think Su Liang is worthy of your attention now, you might as well take the initiative to get closer to him. With your beauty, Su Liang will definitely abandon By Chanan and return to you. Leng Lianshuang said, No, I don't have any. The girl smiled and said, I don't know you yet? Actually, it's okay. I think Su Liang's performance today is indeed good. And among those pursuing you, he is indeed good-looking. If Su Liang awakens a good divine seal, you will be at a great loss. Don't be stupid at this time. Why don't you talk to him? Even if you can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, can't you just chat with him as ordinary classmates and friends? Hearing this, Leng Lianshuang fell silent. Maybe you should say something? After yesterday, Su Liang actually ignored her. But asking her to compete with such a clown duck for Su Liang? Isn't this a joke? But some things still need to be made clear, right? Chapter 15. Even if you lie to me, I'm willing. Office of the Dean of Studies. When the dean came back, Liao Yuqian stood up anxiously. Director, have you figured it out? The Dean of Studies looked unhappy and went to see the principal. The principal scolded him so harshly that he almost lost his mind. Now he knew clearly that the student named Su Liang could not be touched. The dean looked at Liao Yuqian, the plump woman, and an idea came to his mind. He said with a worried look on his face, Teacher Liao, this Su Liang cannot be moved. Liao Yuqian was stunned. Why? Director, he hit me. You have to stand up for me. Liao Yuqian said aggrievedly. She also put on a seductive pose. Let the Dean of Studies become angry. Be the boss? Did you favor Zhang Tianhao from your class first in this matter? Why are you asking him to write a self-criticism? After all, you are too biased in this matter. Liao Yuqian's eyes were red and she lowered her head. Is that the end of it? The Dean of Studies said with a headache. What else? Do you know that the higher-ups are going to remove you from your position as head teacher and make you an ordinary teaching teacher? What? Liao Yuqian was shocked. Stand up instantly. Now I finally realize the seriousness of the matter. Director, you must help me. It's been so hard for me to get to this point. She simply grabbed her master's arm and rubbed it into her chest. It made the dean think a lot. Liao Yuqian also knew very well that the director had always wanted to get her. She didn't expect to hit a wall this time. She must keep it. The dean shook her hand off. Teacher Liao, it's not that I don't want to help you. This is also what the higher-ups mean. What can I do? Director, Liao Yuqian's voice gradually became softer. Dean, you are in charge of all the teachers. Isn't it just a matter of your word to teach? As long as you help me, I can do it. The dean finally heard the answer he wanted. I started to feel distracted. Teacher Liao, this time it's really a bit difficult. Liao Yuqian's eyes were red. She walked up to the dean and hugged his arms tightly. Director, you must help me. As they were talking, Liao Yuqian had already started to make moves. The Dean of Studies pretended to know nothing, until the atmosphere in the office gradually became ambiguous. Help me, please. The dean coughed twice. Okay, but for the time being you still have to be removed. After the divine awareness and the college entrance examination are over, I will transfer you back next time, okay? Thank you, Director. Liao Yuqian was extremely surprised and hugged the director's face and kissed him. The dean coughed twice and said, Then what about this? Liao Yuqian gave him a charming look. Director, this is my first time. The Dean of Studies suddenly became delighted. Hey, I'll be gentle, baby. Some unbearable noises were heard in the office. The 2.5-hour fighting class is over. Everyone returned to the classroom and changed back into normal clothes. The moment Su Liang returned to the classroom, all the students' eyes fell on Su Liang, full of awe. This is not just caused by the unclear background. What's more, it's Su Liang's strength. Zhang Tianhao's face was gloomy. He didn't look at him, but just lowered his head, his anger still lingering in his heart. Those who had bullied By Chanan also lowered their heads. Su Liangkai ignored him and just sat down with By Chanan. They have another class in the afternoon. Su Liang was sitting next to By Chanan. I could even smell the faint fragrance coming from By Chanan. There is really a big difference. Girls smell good when they sweat. Thank you for training with me today. I feel like I have improved a lot. By Chanan said softly. Su Liang smiled and said, have you forgotten what I said? I have a purpose. By Chanan lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth were secretly raised. Even if you lied to me, I'm willing. Not long. A teacher walked into the classroom. The classmates were a little surprised. Why wasn't it the class teacher? This class on spiritual knowledge is usually taught by the class teacher. This teacher is a male teacher. Who is Su Liang? Su Liang raised his hand. Teacher, it's me. The teacher nodded. That's right. Tell everyone about it. Your class teacher, Ms. Liao Yuqian, handled the 2 incidents yesterday and today inappropriately. She was punished by the Academic Affairs Office and was removed from her position as your class teacher. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place exploded. They all looked shocked. Their class teacher was actually removed. And all this is because of Su Liang. At this moment, the students were more shocked than ever before. I am becoming more and more suspicious of Su Liang's identity. Many classmates looked at Su Liang in disbelief. Su Liang was quite calm. Of course, I was still a little surprised. I didn't expect that it would come to this. Be quiet. The male teacher spoke. From now on until the college entrance examination, I will be your temporary homeroom teacher. My last name is Hu, and my name is Hu Anshan. Su Liang, are you satisfied with this result? Hu Anshan looked towards Su Liang. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Okay, I have no objection. Hu Anshan nodded. That's good, then let's go straight to class. The classmates still couldn't hide their surprise. Who is Su Liang? I can actually do this. Zhang Tianhao's face was gloomy. Damn it, this matter is not over yet. When Leng Lianshuang heard the news, she seemed to feel more resolute. The teacher's voice sounded. I don't know how Teacher Liao taught you in the past. Since I am the one teaching, I will teach you in my own style. 2030 is the first year of God's awakening. That year, our first chosen one was born. This year is also the year when the alien beasts rise. The chosen one is someone who is recognized by us humans as the chosen one of God, and is given the seal of God, allowing him to control the power of God. After a standard class, the students were not very interested as they only understood some of the knowledge. They were even more surprised at Su Liang's identity. But there is no way to know, and the teacher didn't say much about it. I just know that they may not see their former class teacher again in the short term. It's time to go home from school. Come on, Qian, I'll take you home. Su Liang called By Chanan to go home from school. Now that no one dared to bully her, she no longer had so many things to do. By Chanan said shyly, no need to send me off. You should go home early too. Then we can leave school together, right? By Chanan nodded with a slightly red face. After packing up my things, I followed Su Liang. Yang Biao also came close to Su Liang. Let's play a couple of games together? The playing a few rounds, he mentioned, was a virtual game in which they could load their consciousness into the game to hunt exotic beasts. It can also help improve my fighting level a little, but after all, the game is still the main thing. Su Liang shook his head. No, I'm poor, and I want to accompany Qian, so get out of here and stop being a light bulb. Yang Biao was furious. You are so cruel. Yang Biao left quickly, determined not to be a light bulb for Su Liang. By Chanan lowered her head shyly. Light bulb? The two of them left the classroom one after the other. And it was at this moment that Leng Lianshuang followed. She felt that some things still needed to be made clear. This guy ignored her for a whole day, and she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. 2 people were walking on the road. Su Liang said, if you encounter any problems, just call me. Don't try to be brave by yourself. By Chanan nodded timidly. Oh. But By Chanan never likes to trouble others. Now that I owe Su Liang so much money and favors, how should I repay him? She really didn't want to trouble Su Liang over some trivial matter. Su Liang looked at By Chanan's profile. The breeze gently brushed her cheek, and her hair was gently lifted. There is a unique beauty in the sunset, but he can only cling to her and cannot take the Empress for himself. But I still suggest that you and your mother move to my house so that you can take care of them. By Chanan shook her head. The house is still habitable. Su Liang put his thoughts aside. Okay, let's see. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Su Liang and the others. Su Liang. Su Liang turned around and looked at the figure as cold as a snow lotus with some surprise. She actually took the initiative to find him? Chapter 16 Qianqian Can't. Su Liang looked at the person who was called the campus beauty. She is very beautiful and is considered a great beauty in the eyes of almost all boys. Not only does he have good academic performance, but he is also a high-level fighter. It can be said that everyone loves him and flowers bloom when he sees them. But Su Liang has no feelings for her now. This is a very rational woman, even indifferent. She can discard anything at any time as long as it is of no use to her, or has no conflict of interest with her. It was like he had licked her for so long in his previous life, but after awakening the divine seal, he was abandoned without hesitation. Su Liang glanced at her. What's up? Leng Lianshuang looked at Su Liang with a flickering look in her eyes. I want to talk to you alone. As she finished her words, her eyes fell on By Chanan. Compared with Leng Lianshuang, By Chanan really feels that she is an ugly duckling. He was too inferior to dare to look Leng Lianshuang in the eye. You guys chat, I'm leaving first. Unexpectedly, Su Liang grabbed By Chanan's wrist. Need not. When Su Liang suddenly grabbed By Chanan's wrist, her delicate body felt like she had been electrocuted, and she froze in place, unable to move. Her cheeks instantly flushed. Leng Lianshuang looked at him holding her hand. Suddenly I felt like being pricked by a needle in my heart. She seems jealous because of this. Leng Lianshuang felt very uncomfortable. Did he do this on purpose for her to see? If you have anything to say, just say it. We still have to go home. Leng Lianshuang's expression finally fluctuated. She took a deep breath, looking at Su Liang, not avoiding his gaze at all. Su Liang, I told you that I don't want to fall in love before I have divine consciousness. You can understand why I rejected you yesterday. But you wouldn't go to her to disgust me, would you? Are you so frivolous? Hearing this, Su Liang smiled. It was really the old lady who got into the bed and made Grandpa laugh. By Chanan suddenly felt pain in her heart. Was Su Liang looking for her just to disgust Leng Lianshuang? By Chanan just felt a little sad and even more inferior. I said, we can still be friends. If you continue like this, Su Liang reached out to stop him. Stop. Leng Lianshuang was stunned. Su Liang said, Leng Lianshuang, you're feeling too good about yourself, aren't you? What do you mean I asked her to disgust you? Could you please stop being so narcissistic? Hearing this, Leng Lianshuang's expression changed. Leng Lianshuang, I'm telling you clearly, I don't like you anymore, so don't bother me anymore. Just continue to be the school belle. Without me licking you, there are still Zhang Tianhao and his group of people. Don't feel good about yourself either. Qianqian is not someone I have brought in to disgust you. She is By Chanan, not an object that can be used for comparison. I ask you to be respectful. Upon hearing this, By Chanan and Leng Lianshuang's faces froze almost at the same time. By Chanan was shocked and moved. Her eyes were slightly red. She was really touched. The inferiority complex just now was swept away by Su Liang's 2 words. It turned out that in his eyes, By Chanan had never been the ugly duckling, nor was she an object that others could insult at will. By Chanan looked down at the wrist that Su Liang was holding. I feel inexplicably warm in my heart. Leng Lianshuang felt empty inside. He actually spoke to her like this. A feeling of anger and a hint of grievance surged up. You, Su Liang sneered, find out your position in the future. Although you are beautiful now, and everyone thinks you are the most beautiful girl on campus, not everyone has to revolve around you. It was the first time that Leng Lianshuang was so angry at a boy like this that her chest heaved up and down. Her fair skin began to turn red, indicating that she was angry. Su Liang. Su Liang looked at her. Anything else? You will definitely regret this. Ha ha ha. Su Liang laughed. He really won't regret it. He already has an Empress, so why does he need a school beauty? Su Liang smiled and said, Leng Lianshuang, let me ask you a question. Leng Lianshuang was stunned for a moment. If you awaken the level 1 God Seal, and I only awaken level 2 or level 3, will you still let me get close to you? Certainly. Leng Lianshuang was about to say something subconsciously, but she was suddenly blocked. She wanted to say of course, but she hesitated. Her family taught her that talent determines many things. The future achievements of a level 1 God's Chosen and a level 2 God's Chosen are completely different things, not to mention the level 3 God's Chosen. Even if one tries his best, he may only reach the level of a 3-seal divine master. However, at level 1, one can reach the level of a 4-seal divine warrior. If one works harder and has better luck, at level 2, one can at least become a 5-seal divine general. There is a world of difference. Therefore, don't get too close to some boys before you awaken. After you awaken, everything will be clear, and you will know what kind of people you should contact. There is no need to pay too much attention to those who are less talented than her, as they are completely different people. Of course, all this is based on the premise that she has awakened a high-level divine seal. If the level of her awakened divine seal was low, or in other words, it was not awakened at all, that would be a different story. She would make many friends, then be admitted to university, and research more high-tech source crystal weapons for China. But she still can't be too close to everyone now. She can't ignore the possibility of her awakening a high-level divine seal. Su Liang smiled. Look, you hesitated, which proves that you think the same way in your heart. Leng Lianshuang still wanted to explain. Su Liang smiled and said, no need to explain, I understand. This is the proud you, so I don't want to lick you anymore. We are not suitable. But Qianqian won't do that. Regardless of whether she will have an awakened divine seal in the future, she will not ignore others just because their divine seal is of a lower level. Really? Qianqian. By Chanan and Su Liang looked at each other, their eyes curved into crescent shapes. Smile and nod. Come on, let's go home. This was indeed what Su Liang really thought, because he knew that Leng Lianshuang, who had awakened to the divine seal, looked down on everyone and didn't recognize them as his classmates. So what was the point of sticking to her? Waiting for her to be sent into the mouth of a strange beast in the future? Leng Lianshuang froze in place, watching their backs as they left. Leng Lianshuang didn't react for a long time. She just felt frustrated. Did she lose to the ugly duckling? Why? Besides, why would Su Liang ask such a question? This is very confusing. And how did Su Liang know the little thoughts in her heart? She maintains her aloof persona, just waiting for divine awareness. After a long time, she snorted coldly. Su Liang, I don't think I'm wrong. As long as I awaken a high-level divine seal, the low-level classmates will be a burden to me. Since you are so sure, let's see who has awakened a higher level of divine seal. If you are taller, I, Leng Lianshuang, can also lick you. The strong prey on the weak, that's the law of nature. Walk to the school gate. Along the way, By Chanan was very happy. This is what it feels like to be respected by others. She hadn't felt this way for a long time, but today, Su Liang gave her too many surprises. The two were about to part at the school gate and took the Yuanjingning school bus heading in different directions. Go back and have a good rest. See you tomorrow. Su Liang waved at her. By Chanan showed a sweet smile. The same to you. The school bus that By Chanan was riding on disappeared in an instant. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly. Hee, the relationship with the Empress has become closer. The future is promising. Su Liang did not get on the school bus immediately. He thought about getting some beast crystals back to test the beast's ability to transform. Where can I get beast crystals? Resource trading point? But who would buy beast crystals? Basically, people use beast crystals to exchange for divine crystals or source crystals. I can only try it. The price of a 1-star beast crystal is not low, and I don't seem to have enough money. But always ask the price first. Su Liangkai took a few steps. Gong Li, who had been squatting at the school gate and smoking a pack of cigarettes, finally waited for him. Soon followed. Su Liang immediately noticed that someone was following him. He frowned. Could it be that Zhang Tianhao or Liao Yuqian came to seek revenge? Su Liang dodged and rushed into an alley. The figure suddenly accelerated. Gong Li followed into the alley and looked at Su Liang running wildly. The cigarette fell out of his mouth. Good boy. He actually noticed that I was following him. Gong Li suddenly exerted force on his feet. Boy, don't run. Su Liang frowned. Damn it, it's so blatant. Su Liang quickened his pace, but how could he match Gong Li's speed? Boy, don't run. Su Liang didn't dare to stay at all. But before long, Su Liang ran into a dead end. Damn, bad luck. Su Liang cursed and picked up a brick on the ground that could be used as a weapon. Gong Li felt helpless. Why are you running? I'm not going to eat you. Why are you following me secretly? I'm telling you, I'm not gay. Don't try to hit on me. Gong Li wanted to curse. Are you crazy? Who's gay? I'm a decent man. Why would I be gay? Then what do you want to do? Su Liang was still alert. Gong Li's forehead was black. Why are you so vigilant? I'm the one who saved you last night. I want to talk to you about something. Su Liang opened his mouth wide. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you made me run for so long? Gong Li was even more anxious. Damn you. You're the one running around for no reason and making me chase you for so long. Chapter 17. I'm not gay. The two people came to a dead end. Gong Li looked at Su Liang speechlessly. This boy is so cunning. However, it can be seen from the side that he is very vigilant, and his character has been tested. With this kind of mentality, it is perfect to become a member of the God Hunting team. Many members of the God Hunting team are not so vigilant yet. My name is Gong Li. You can call me Lao Gong. Fuck. You let a boy like me call you hubby, and you still say you're not gay. Fuck you. Gong Li was so angry. Su Liangkai ignored him. Boss, 2 energy drinks please. The owner of the shop responded. Okay, please wait a moment, bosses. Gong Li looked at him and said, Oh, I didn't expect you to be so generous. Are you rich? Su Liang glanced at him and said, No way, no way. You're not going to let a high school student like me treat you? You're a member of the God Hunter team after all. How could you be short of this little money? Gong Li stared in surprise. You are a thief, aren't you? How do you know I'm from the God Hunting team? Su Liang glanced at him and said, You are such a scoundrel. You are not from the God Hunting team. Is there anyone like you in the military? It's really choking. Gong Li is really going to be angry to death. A finger pointed at him. You. All right. You're awesome. I noticed that you're even more rogue than me. I even suspect that you've worked in the God Hunter team. Su Liang curled his lips. Who said it wasn't? I have been doing this for decades. Although his strength is not very strong, he is still well known. After all, relying on the realm of the 3 Seals Divine Master, he has fought with strange beasts for so many years and has never died. Energy drinks are good. Gong Li paid the money while cursing. Su Liang sat down and crossed his legs. Old Gong Li, tell me, what do you want from me? Gong Li was so angry that his eyes went dark. He really wanted to slap this little bastard to death. You can call me Lao Gong or Lao Li, but don't call me Lao Gong Li. Okay, old Gong Li. Gong Li. The main point is to listen to advice. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. If nothing else, I'll go home. Gong Li was a little depressed. How come he couldn't do anything about this kid? It is said to be a test, but in fact it has already been tested to the fullest. If this guy becomes their team member, there should be no problem with his character. We watched the surveillance video of you fighting with the bloodthirsty rat last night. Well, then what? Handsome? Yeah, handsome. Gong Li glared at him and said, I'm so handsome. Boy, can we have a good chat? Do you believe I can beat you up? Su Liang smiled and said, Hey, don't get excited. Gong Li was furious. After all, he was a 3-Seal Divine Master and was treated respectfully wherever he went. But this kid was just a complete scoundrel. You talk, I listen. When the words came to his lips, Gong Li really didn't know what to say. He found that this kid did not play by the rules at all. I thought it would be better to just bring it out directly. Boy, are you interested in joining our team? Hearing this, Su Liang was stunned for a moment. Me? I'm only 18 years old. You want me to die? Where's your conscience? Gong Li was so angry that he wanted to slam the table and leave. Gave him a fierce look. Su Liang smiled awkwardly. Just kidding, just kidding. Which team are you from, Rongqing? Speaking of this, Gong Li felt a little proud. I am a humble person, but I am from the top-ranked Divine Hunting team in Rong City, the Jinsha Divine Hunting team. Boy, you are lucky. I don't know how many gods and masters have begged to join our team, but the captain refused. What's the ranking of the God Hunter? Gong Li was choked to death by just one sentence. Boy, you feel uncomfortable if you don't annoy others, right? Why? Can't I even ask? Aren't we supposed to know each other well? The veins on Gong Li's scalp were exposed. How many teams are there in the God Hunter rankings? Can anyone just enter? Oh, that's not good enough. Hiss. Gong Li now wanted to strangle the boy in front of him to death. Stay calm. Stay calm. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. If you get sick from anger, no one can replace you. How do I know you know everything? You even know the ranking of the God Hunters? Is your school telling you this now? Su Liang shook his head. I know a little. How could Su Liang not know? The so-called God Hunting team is a group of gods chosen ones independent of the military. The team is composed of various gods chosen ones, and usually has about 10 people. It includes the chief commander, blood drinkers, rear combatants, long-range assassination teams, healers, backstage eyes, and other gods chosen ones. This is a team recognized by the military. It can undertake some tasks issued by the military. They can go outside the city or protect the residents inside the city. The so-called Divine Hunter ranking is a highly valuable ranking list for Divine Hunter teams in China. To be on that list, that person is definitely the best among the thousands of Divine Hunters in China. There is no limit on the number of teams on the list. However, the conditions for being on the list are extremely stringent. The overall level must reach a very high level and pass layers of review before being eligible to be included in the list. In his previous life, although Su Liang was only a 3-seal Divine Master, he relied on his knowledge, experience, and superb fighting skills to become a member of a well-known team. This is unprecedented. Fortunately, I am not a drag. Don't underestimate us, Jinsha. It's not easy to get on the list. We are not weak either. After all, we are number 1 in Rongqing. I am a humble person, serving as the rear guard of the Forbidden God Realm in the Cinder Killing team. Su Liang nodded. Goalkeeper. Hiss. Boy, I really want to chop you up. It's the backcourt, not the goalkeeper. Gong Li covered his heart and was about to explode. Su Liang smiled and said, okay, no more jokes? Why would you want to recruit me? I'm only 18 years old, and I haven't even started to awaken my divine seal yet. What if I don't awaken my divine seal? Gong Li was silent for a moment. To put it simply, our captain has taken a liking to you. The process of you fighting against the bloodthirsty rats has made our captain think that you are a promising talent. As for the divine seal, even if you don't have it, as long as you can use the source crystal technology to become an excellent warrior, you can join the team. Of course, this is a special case. The captain saw that you have an extraordinary fighting talent. Su Liang nodded. Indeed, it was an extreme thing for him to kill a 1-star bloodthirsty rat at the age of 18 when he had no spiritual perception. If any other ordinary person were to take his place, he would probably end up dead. I am just benefiting from my past life. You can think about it carefully. Whether you have awakened the divine seal or not, you still have to live in Rongqing. I'm telling you, don't be ungrateful. We, Jinsha, are very famous in Rongqing. Su Liang was silent for a moment. He is right. After awakening the seal of God, one will first enter the local academy of gods chosen to study and grow. Even if you are not awakened, you will still take the college entrance examination and be admitted to a local university. Only when you perform exceptionally well in a certain aspect and achieve certain results. Only then will they have the possibility of being sent to more advanced cities and receiving more advanced training. Su Liang thought for a moment. What if I awaken the divine seal and I want to go to the God's Chosen Academy and become a member of your team? Can you take me out to carry out missions? Gong Li thought, I haven't really thought about this. At first, I was thinking of waiting for you to graduate from the Chosen Academy and then join our team. If you want to, it depends on whether the captain agrees. He may need to test your combat ability. Su Liang raised his eyebrows slightly. Will the college agree? Don't worry about that. The captain has a way, provided you have enough combat power. Su Liang nodded. Okay, I understand. Let me think about it. Gong Li nodded. Take your time to think about it. You are such a jerk. If I really become your teammate, you will see whether I can punish you or not. Is this an invitation? Are you threatening me before we even get in? Do you believe that I will turn around and join someone else's team? Gong Li cursed. It's up to you to come in or not. Su Liang smiled. This guy is okay. Generally speaking, there are 3 choices after graduating from the Academy of the Chosen. First, if you have average talent, just continue to be an ordinary person. Teach in those divine middle schools, or do something else simple. If you have decent or very good talent, you can choose to join these divine hunting teams. You will be walking on the edge of a knife, but the rewards will be huge. The last one is to join the army. Assessment to enter the military. After entering the military and training for a few years, if one has good talent and strong strength, one will have the opportunity to become a member of the 3 great divine armies. At worst, you can become a city defense army, or a member of the official Chinese departments such as the Supervisory Department, the Heavenly Punishment Department, the Heavenly Monitoring Department, etc., which is also very good. But Su Liang was clear about his talents. Forget about going to the military headquarters. According to his current talent, the most he could do is continue to choose to join a divine hunting team. Then he secretly received the care of the Empress By Chanan, and gradually rose to prominence and survived in the world. Look at Su Liang in a daze. Here's my contact information. You can contact me when you figure it out. Of course, it's best for you to wait until you have a divine awakening. Now let's go. Wait. Old Gong Li. Gong Li was speechless. If you have something to say it now. If you have to fart now. Su Liang stretched out his hand. Do you have any beast crystals? Give me a few. What do you want the beast crystal for? To exchange it for money? Am I that shameless? I think you are. Su Liang. I have some use for it. I need to do some research. Do you have any? Stop talking nonsense and give me a few. 1-star ones will do. Gong Li almost choked to death. Is this always the attitude of this kid when he asks for help? Oh shit. Gong Li cursed as he took out a few animal crystals from his space converter and placed them on the table, then left without looking back. I always feel like it's bad luck to meet this guy. But after walking a little further away, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly again. Su Liang looked at the beast crystal on the table. Perfect. This saves him a lot of trouble. Go home and experiment at night. Chapter 18 Urgent Need for Beast Crystals. After having dinner with my grandfather in the evening, I chatted for a while, washed up, and then ran to my room and hid. He took off his shirt. He looked at the beast-shaped mark of the red-eyed Tianlin on his chest. What on earth is this? It can't be a divine seal, right? You've never seen anyone with a beast-shaped divine seal, right? Su Liang muttered something, not knowing whether it was good or bad. He placed the beast crystal in front of himself. There are 5 in total. All are 1-star beast crystals, exuding a faint bloody glow. How do I induce it? He doesn't even know how to activate the beast energy transformation now. He held a beast crystal in his palm. Suddenly, he felt as if his consciousness was being pulled into that space. He suddenly opened his eyes. I saw those golden eyes again, the eyes of Qitong Tianlin. And it was at this moment that the beast crystal he was holding outside began to stimulate energy. The bloody power began to dissipate and was absorbed into Su Liang's body. In that illusory space, the golden pupils emitted golden light again and fell on Su Liang. That burning pain came over me. He cursed. At the same time, that familiar cold voice came to my ears. Beast energy transformation in progress. In this state, Su Liang was enduring the pain brought to him by the golden eyes every moment. This pain drove him crazy, even wanted to commit suicide. I don't know how much time has passed. The golden light gradually faded and the pain began to subside. He was thinking. A virtual panel popped up before his eyes. Beast Energy Transformation. Transformation Progress 6. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Unawakened. Spirit 11. Strength 11. Agility 11. Speed 11. Su Liang was suddenly shocked. What's going on? Why did you only add strength this time? The normal attributes only increase strength, and the Eye of Insight did not increase. But why did they all increase the first time? Su Liang was puzzled. Is it the first time? Just activation? Each attribute gives a little. If you want to improve in the future, each attribute improvement requires corresponding beast crystals. After a while, Su Liang accepted this result. It was not bad. After all, wanting 5 beast crystals to improve all the attributes was a bit abnormal. In other words, the power of the beast crystal should have been transformed into the functional values of my body by the beast energy transformation ability. This Eye of Insight may be the innate ability of Qitong Tianlin. It requires more beast crystals to increase its value. Su Liang pondered. When I get more beast crystals, how should I distribute them? I can't just keep adding them to the strength attribute, right? Also, what is this conversion progress? What will happen after reaching a conversion value of 1 million? Su Liang didn't know, and would only know when that day came. Soon, the panel disappeared and Su Liang was pulled out of that state again. He looked at the beast crystal in his hand that had turned into powder. He smiled bitterly. It seems that it doesn't matter. 5 1-star beast crystals can increase my physical strength attribute by 5 points, which is already very good. By this calculation, I need 1 million 1-star beast crystals to fill the progress bar. It seems that the beast crystal has become my key. I'm afraid it's this god hunting team. I have to go there if I don't want to. The Eye of Insight has not been upgraded yet, and the divine seal has not yet awakened. We need to wait and see, and we will know when the time comes. He clenched his fists and could clearly feel that his strength had clearly increased. Just adding 5 points is like increasing the original strength by nearly 0 times. The punch was thrown out, and it seemed to create a sonic boom. Glanced at the time. Oh my god, it's already 12 o'clock in the morning. In such a short period of time, nearly 4 hours had passed. If I'm going to transform into animal energy in the future, I need to find a safe place, right? Su Liang raised his lips. From the current point of view, his future situation might change. But currently he needs a large amount of beast crystals to drive the conversion of beast energy. This is a problem. Without divine awareness, it is impossible to leave the city alone. Moreover, even if one becomes God's chosen one, One must at least reach the realm of a second seal divine envoy before being able to leave the city. Su Liang covered his face. This was a big difficulty. He thought about it and felt that for the time being there seemed to be no way to obtain a large amount of beast crystals. Go by? He doesn't have the money. To kill? I don't have this ability. Even if he tried to fleece Gong Li, it would be useless because he would not be willing to do so later, and he could not have too much. That's 1,000,000 one-star beast crystals. Suddenly, Su Liang had an idea. After entering the Chosen Academy, there is a special hunting ground. Su Liang's mouth curled up. The first step is here. He finally fell asleep peacefully. In the early morning, the breeze is refreshing. Grandpa hunched over and prepared breakfast. It turned out to be the rare millet porridge. Grandpa, why is there millet porridge? Where did you get it? Grandpa smiled and said, just eat. Why are you asking so many questions? Su Liang grinned and took a bite. This was not a common food. While eating, Su Liang muttered, Grandpa, I always feel like you have a secret. You always get good food, and you're old, and I've never seen you lack my money. Grandpa, how on earth did you do that? Su Luochen glanced at him and knocked him on the head with a chopstick. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Su Liang held his head. He looked at his grandfather with a wronged look on his face. In his previous life, his grandfather passed away when he was in his 40s. He was still on a mission outside at that time and had no time to see his grandfather for the last time. So when his grandfather passed away, he knew nothing. Anyway, the government had already taken care of everything and left him only with a key. It's the one on Grandpa's chest. He just thought it was his grandfather's relic. Grandpa, what is the key to your chest for? Is there some secret safe? The old man picked up the chopsticks and tapped them again. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Su Liang was really convinced. I sighed, but I really couldn't get any clues. I went to school. The old man didn't even look at him. Only after watching Su Liang disappear from his sight did he put his hand on the key on his chest. His old eyes were cloudy, but they sparkled with a strange brilliance. I hope you never have to use this key. You little brat, I'm old enough to help you raise your son. A glimmer of reminiscence flashed in the old man's eyes. Come to school and walk into the classroom. Noticing some hostile looks, Su Liang simply ignored them. Zhang Tianhao looked at Su Liang with a hint of gloomy cruelty in his eyes. When Su Liang passed by Leng Lianshuang, he noticed that her eyes were also on him. Their eyes met for a moment. Leng Lianshuang quickly looked away with a nonchalant expression. The two people seemed to have become strangers. Su Liang actually quite likes this state, staying away from her and not disturbing each other. After Su Liang walked to the back, Leng Lianshuang's deskmate and best friend gently bumped her elbow. Lianshuang? What happened yesterday? Leng Lianshuang said calmly, Nothing, don't think too much. He doesn't like me anymore, that's it. The girl's eyes widened. It's fake. It must be fake. Only you will believe it. I don't believe it anyway. Hearing this, Leng Lianshuang was stunned for a moment. Yeah, could this be true? He has liked her for so long and has been very attentive to her. It is impossible for him to let her go just like that. Su Liang walked skillfully to By Chanan and sat down. With a grin, he said, Chanan, you're here quite early. By Chanan hummed shyly. Su Liang didn't keep pestering By Chanan. After chatting with her for a while, he just lay there bored. I was still thinking about where to get the beast crystals. Now the beast crystal is the key, which can directly improve his physical fitness. I don't know if there is an upper limit to his physical function values. If there is no upper limit, wouldn't I be extremely awesome? Therefore, he is in great need of beast crystals now. Su Liang had nothing to do all morning and just listened occasionally. By Chanan was listening attentively the whole time. Su Liang naturally wouldn't disturb them. It was noon. Su Liang looked at By Chanan, who was still reluctant to stand up. He put his face directly in front of her lowered head. Ah! By Chanan was frightened. She didn't expect Su Liang to come over suddenly. We almost kissed. Her face flushed instantly. Su Liang, what are you doing? Su Liang touched his chin and said, Why? Do you want me to ask you to get up? Ah! By Chanan said innocently. What? It's time for dinner. I'll eat this. Su Liang frowned. It seems you didn't listen to what I said yesterday. By Chanan was a little flustered. I would feel bad if I didn't let you treat me all the time. Su Liang chuckled and said, I'm sorry. Please protect me more in the future. But By Chanan still lowered her head. By Chanan felt that she was not destined to have the awakening level divine seal. I was afraid that in the future, apart from losing my own life, I would have nothing left to repay Su Liang. Don't say but. I'll take care of your lunch during this period. Let's go. If you don't get up, I'll carry you to the cafeteria. By Chanan was terrified. If someone saw her being hugged, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. He stood up instantly. Su Liang said with a smile, "That's good, let's go." By Chanan could only follow Su Liang obediently because she was really afraid that Su Liang would hug her. But I seem to be looking forward to this matter. So embarrassing. When they arrived at the cafeteria, By Chanan still wanted to show off and treat Su Liang once. After being threatened by him again, he finally sat down obediently and waited. The two of them ate slowly afterwards. By Chanan hesitated for a moment. Well, Su Liang looked at her shy appearance and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Just say it if you have something to say." By Chanan was a little embarrassed to say, "My mother wants to invite you to my house for a meal. After all, you have helped us so much." But this seems to be the only thing By Chanan and her mother can do now. By Chanan was afraid that Su Liang would refuse, but also afraid that Su Liang would go. If she refuses, she will feel a little disappointed. But if I go there, it seems there is nothing good to eat. Su Liang grinned and said, "Okay, since it's Annie's invitation, I have to go anyway." By Chanan looked at Su Liang's bright and sincere smile, and soon lowered her head shyly. Chapter 19: Amazing Combat Power. Watching Su Liang and By Chanan leave the cafeteria together. In a certain corner, a pair of cold eyes were staring at their backs. "I want to see how long you can jump." "Squad leader, have you really arranged someone?" Zhang Tianhao glanced at the people around him. "What are you talking about? Just tell me whether you will follow me after school or not. Don't you want to vent your anger?" "Okay, you do it, squad leader. What should I be afraid of? Go get him." Zhang Tianhao snorted coldly. "He humiliated me in front of so many people. I will pay him back 10-fold or 100-fold. In the afternoon, the fighting class started soon. Su Liang guides By Chanan as usual. I have to say that she is the future Empress. Her comprehension ability is amazing. He felt that after a few days of guidance, By Chanan's fighting level would definitely be able to be raised to level 1. What she lacks are only external conditions. Once your nutrition is adequate and your physical strength gradually improves, everything will be fine. Moreover, as long as she waits until she awakens the divine seal and enters the Academy of the Chosen, the treatment she will receive will be the best. The afternoon went on as usual, and it was soon time to go home from school. The two left school together. Although By Chanan lowered her head, she was still happy in her heart. He has already thought it through and is willing to go, which is a good thing. As for whether there is anything delicious or not, that doesn't matter. This is what they want. And just when I was leaving the school, Su Liang keenly noticed that there seemed to be someone following them stealthily. The improvement of his mental strength made him more and more sensitive to changes in the external world. Through the eye of insight, he looked back as if nothing had happened. I saw several figures in the crowd. A sneer appeared on Su Liang's lips. "You're here to do something sneaky, right?" Su Liang and By Chanan stood at the school gate. Su Liang smiled and said, "Chanan, wait for me here for a while. Don't go away. I remember I have something to deal with." By Chanan looked at Su Liang. "Do you want me to come with you?" Su Liang smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. Just wait for me for a while. I will be back soon." By Chanan nodded timidly. "Okay, then I'll wait for you." She was standing at the school gate. There were a lot of people there, so nothing would go wrong. Su Liang knew that their target was only him. He deliberately walked towards the side of the school, where there were many alleys around. If we don't teach these two guys a lesson, there will be no end to this. A mechanical ladybug flew out of his body. I found an alley with few people and walked in. Not far behind, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao looked at each other. "Walk." At the same time, Zhang Tianhao turned to a young man who looked to be about 20 years old and said, "Teach him a lesson." The young man smiled and said, "Simple. I'm not a stupid woman like your class teacher." A ferocious look flashed across Zhang Tianhao's face. "You go in first, knock him down first, and then we can come in?" "Okay." The young man nodded and rushed directly into the alley. Su Liang deliberately slowed down his pace. Sure enough, soon, a burst of hurried footsteps were heard behind him. "Boy, stop." Su Liang turned his head and looked at the young men. Sure enough, these two guys were looking for help. But it shouldn't be a big problem. At most he'll be a one-seal chosen one. He pretended to be confused. "Call me?" The young man had dragon and tiger tattoos on his arms, an evil smile on his face, and a dagger in his hand, which he was shaking back and forth. "What do you think?" Su Liang showed a slightly panicked look. "What are you going to do?" The young man sneered. "What? Hand over the valuables on you. The young man slowly approached Su Liang. Su Liang slowly stepped back. Since it's a show, we have to do it in full. I don't have money, Su Liang said. Turn around and run. The young man sneered. Run? A faint white light flashed on the young man's legs, and he suddenly sped up. Very fast. In the blink of an eye, he approached Su Liang, grabbed Su Liang's clothes, pushed him against the wall, and the dagger was against his throat. Take it out, the young man shouted. The young man sneered in his heart. He realized that he was just a fake who only dared to act violently in school. Su Liang knew that it was almost time. There is enough evidence. Seeing that Su Liang didn't say anything, the young man took the opportunity to slap him in the face. The instructions he received from Zhang Tianhao were to beat him up severely, preferably to the point where he had no power to fight back. There was a fierce gleam in his eyes. You won't give it to me, right? The young man used his hands and feet to hit Su Liang hard. And at this moment, Su Liang's eyes suddenly focused. One hand rose to block the slap he was about to slap. The other leg was slightly arched to block the impact of the young man's knee. At this moment, the young man had not yet reacted. You still dare to resist? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Liang rioted. Suddenly, he threw an uppercut, hitting him on the chin. The young man's pupils froze instantly. The pain made him furious. You're looking for death. The power of Su Liang's punch was so terrifying that it caused the young man unbearable pain and his gums were bleeding. He was furious. The light of the divine seal on the feet is flickering. It's just the lowest level of white light, but its power is not something ordinary people can resist. Su Liang subconsciously used his arm to block his whip kick. The other hand reached for the dagger at his waist. But the next moment, his seemingly extremely ferocious whip kick hit Su Liang's arm. But he only pushed Su Liang back a few steps. Su Liang was stunned. Why was his strength so weak? It shouldn't be. This is a kick with the power of the divine seal added to it. Is the power so weak? Su Liang vaguely realized that his strength value of 16 points might be beyond his imagination. He gave up the idea of taking out the dagger. The young man was surprised to see that his kick failed to knock Su Liang away. But he couldn't care less now. He was filled with anger. Now I just want to beat Su Liang to a pulp. The divine seal on the right leg glowed with light at a very fast speed. Instantly close to Su Liang, the dagger in his hand suddenly slashed towards Su Liang. In Su Liang's eyes, all the young man's movements seemed to be in slow motion. It's really too weak. A gleam of light appeared in Su Liang's eyes. He half bent his body to avoid the sharp edge of the dagger. A straight punch was thrown. Used all my strength. All 16 points of strength were released. The punch hit the opponent's chest. Bang! There was a dull sound, and at that moment, the young man's eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out. Snap! He even heard the sound of his sternum cracking. His heart was pounding, and he began to feel fear. The whole person was knocked back by Su Liang's punch and hit the wall. At this time, Su Liang already had a general understanding of his own strength. After increasing his value by 5 points, his current strength is no weaker than that of this low-level 1 seal chosen one. This means that if he were to fight the old maiden today, it would be even easier for him. The young man in front of me is just a gangster at the bottom of society. What was awakened was the lowest level speed-type divine seal, and its combat power was even worse. The young man's face had curled up like a chrysanthemum. The pain in his chest made him unable to react. But Su Liang wouldn't give him a chance to react. He knocked the dagger out of his hand. He lifted it up with one hand. Slammed to the ground suddenly. Bang! There was another muffled sound. The young man screamed in pain. Su Liang has already started punching. Bang! 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 Punch after punch. The young man no longer had the strength to fight back. One face was already bloody. The screams from the back gradually became weaker. Su Liang snorted coldly. Robber me? Why don't you take a piss and look at the mirror, you scumbag? Zhang Tianhao and the other man who were hiding outside and did not come closer were trembling all over as they watched the video images projected from Zhang Tianhao's high-tech watch. Lu Hao stammered, Squad leader. Is this guy so perverted? He almost beat the chosen one to death. Where does he get so much strength? Zhang Tianhao's face also looked a little unhappy. Damn it. Trash. Such a trash. Just as trash as Liao Yuqian. The squad leader is out. Lu Hao exclaimed. The two of them quickly turned into the alley next to them. Su Liang walked out of the alley and cleaned up the blood on his fist. He glanced at the alley where they were hiding, sneered, turned and went into a store. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao rushed into the dark alley. Looking at the dying young man, Zhang Tianhao's face was extremely gloomy. Waste. Sergeant, let's go. Lu Hao was a little scared. But soon, a bold idea came to Zhang Tianhao's mind. What if this guy dies? The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. Chapter 20. The bloodthirsty rat comes again. The two got on the school bus heading back to By Chanchan's home. By Chanchan looked at what Su Liang was holding. Why did you buy so many things? I was treating you to a meal, but By Chanchan didn't expect that Su Liang was going to buy things. Su Liang smiled slightly. Silly boy, can I go to your house for dinner empty-handed? I'm not that shameless, and don't worry, I just bought some random things. They're not worth much. By Chanchan lowered her head somewhat awkwardly. No more words. The school bus was hovering and moving at a very fast speed. It only took about 10 minutes to reach her home. Soon we arrived at her house. The situation at home is still similar, and many places are in tatters. No repairs. In today's world, polarization still exists. There are a lot of rich and powerful people, but there are also ordinary poor people like them. But the government will provide support, so you won't starve to death. But life was naturally more difficult for the mother and daughter because they had to deal with a man who only knew how to drink and gamble and did nothing else. Chengdu has several civilian areas, which form a sharp contrast with the high-rise buildings in the wealthy areas. Mom, we're back? Lu Xian quickly walked out of the kitchen. Auntie. Su Liang also called out. Lu Xian had a smile on her face. Xiaoliang, hey, you just came? Why did you buy something? I just wanted to thank you. Su Liang smiled and said, it's just a small token of my appreciation. You're welcome. Su Liang looked at Lu Xian. She still looked a little haggard, but he no longer had that sad look on his face. Perhaps the man's death would be a relief for her. But after all, I can't let go so quickly. Lu Xian set up a spirit tablet for him and lit 3 incense sticks. Simple. This is the way it is in this era. Everything is kept simple, without so much red tape. Soon, Lu Xian prepared the meal and brought it to the table. It was a very simple meal, and it was obvious that preparing it would take several days' worth of food for the mother and daughter. The mother and daughter lived a very hard life. But this situation will soon change. Xiaoliang, thank you so much for that day. If it weren't for you, Chanchan and I might have really followed him. Su Liang had a faint smile on his face. Auntie, I definitely can't just sit back and watch in that situation. Chanchan is my classmate. We should help each other. Lu Xian nodded, but still looked up to Su Liang. Most people would just run away madly if they encountered that situation. But Su Liang killed the strange beast and protected the mother and daughter. Mom, don't talk about those things anymore. By Chanchan said. Lu Xian smiled and said, yes, let's not talk about that. Xiaoliang, I heard from Chanchan that you took good care of her at school. Thank you. She has always been alone. Mom, By Chanchan curled her lips and lowered her head shyly. Su Liang smiled and said, it should be. Lu Xian looked at By Chanchan and said, what? You can't even tell me this? Xiaoliang helped you and stood up for you. By Chanchan's face was flushed. It's not me. By Chanchan didn't know how to respond and replied shyly. Su Liang just smiled faintly and chatted with Lu Xian for a while. Time passes quickly. The sky gradually darkened. Xiaoliang, I won't keep you here. The situation at home is still like this and it's getting late. I'm afraid it might be dangerous at night. Lu Xian said. Su Liang smiled and said, Auntie, it's okay. I'll go back first. Okay, be careful on the road. Well, you guys go in. Chanchan, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. By Chanchan said in a low voice and began to look forward to meeting tomorrow. She liked him sitting next to her, liked the sound of his breathing, liked the faint scent of soap powder on his body. At this time, night fell. In this civilian area, some figures were running fast and separating in the night. Xiaolan, have they come out of underground? Chi Hongchu's figure was also moving fast, moving rapidly in a certain direction. The clear and lively voice came from the headset. It is estimated that they will come out of the ground in 2 minutes. Captain, be careful. There are more of them this time than the day before yesterday. Gong Li's voice came from the headset. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why is this place again? Xiaolan's voice came. We have found out that there is an ancient drainage pipe deep underground, which just happens to connect from the east wall to the city. These bloodthirsty rats must have discovered the pipe by chance. Gong Li cursed. Damn it, I will definitely blow him up later. Captain Chi Hongchu's voice came from the headset. Don't be long-winded, quickly deploy the Forbidden God Realm, imprison them in a range, and protect the safety of civilians. Yes. Yes. Gong Li's figure was moving quickly in the darkness. Soon we arrived at the familiar place we visited last time. Just about to take out the forbidden God realm stake. Suddenly I found that there was a familiar boy in front of me. Fuck, why are you here? Holy shit, a gay guy? The two spoke almost at the same time. Gong Li's heart was pounding with anger. Fuck you, I don't have time to talk to you. Gong Li took down the forbidden God realm stake from the back of his armor. Throw it on the ground. Drink lightly in your mouth. We have arrived at the designated location. I'm here too. I'm in position too. Chi Hengchu's voice came. Open the forbidden divine realm.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Gong Li didn't hesitate at all. He slapped his palm on the forbidden God realm stake, and purple light surged on his arm. In an instant, the familiar light column of the forbidden God realm flew up into the sky, and then instantly surrounded the other two boundary pillars. Gong Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. The forbidden God realm is complete. Chi Hengchu's voice sounded in the headset. Blood Drinker, prepare to attack. Kill with all your strength.
Yes.
Su Liang looked at the scene in front of him. I suddenly realized that it was so familiar. The overall quality of their cinder-killing team is pretty good. Is this another strange beast appearing? The sudden sound almost made Gong Li drop the cigarette in his hand. Damn, how could I forget about this bastard? Gong Li glared at him and said, Why are you here? Get out of here. It's dangerous. Su Lang asked indifferently, Another bloodthirsty rat? Gong Li nodded solemnly. Yes, the number is more than last time. Su Liang frowned and asked, Why did it appear twice in a row, and in the same place? Gong Li thought about it and told him that it was okay. There is an old drainage pipe underground that comes from outside the city wall, and it was not found last time. Su Liang nodded. So that's how it is. Gong Li said angrily, Get out of here. It's dangerous here. Su Liang smiled and said, Why are you panicking? The forbidden God realm is open. Do you have any more beast crystals? Give me some more. Gong Li glared at him and said, You kid eats beast crystals, right? Tell me, did you take my beast crystals to sell for money? Su Liang rolled his eyes. Do I look like someone who is so short of money? I am really doing research. No. Get out of here. Gong Li blew out a smoke ring. Su Liang muttered, Stingy guy. Gong Li glared at him and said, Don't push your luck, kid. 5 one-star beast crystals can be exchanged for more than 2,000 yuan. Am I stingy? Then come back. Su Liang smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Don't make trouble. I have studied them all. Gong Li said unhappily, I told you to leave quickly. This is not a joke. If you run into danger, do you think you can get away with it like last time? Okay, I'm leaving. But at this moment, Xiaolan's anxious voice came from Gong Li's headset. Old Gong, 8 bloodthirsty rats have escaped from the forbidden God realm from the direction they came from last time. Hurry. Gong Li's expression changed instantly. What? Where is it? The sudden change also made Su Liang stop in his tracks. Xiaolan's voice came, It's the same location as last time. I guess the exit is the same. What? Still the same position as last time? Gong Li blurted out, and Su Liang's expression finally changed. Last location? Could it be that some bloodthirsty rats have escaped from the forbidden God realm? Wasn't the location last time the same as By Chanan's home? Su Liang's face changed drastically. He didn't even wait for Gong Li to react. He ran quickly back towards By Chanan's house. At the same time, Gong Li also set off. Boy, bastard, are you looking for death? Don't go. Gong Li was chasing Su Liang from behind, but Su Liang was also very fast. Gong Li was so angry that he almost died. Xiaolan's voice came from the headset. Old Gong, be careful. There seems to be a bloodthirsty rat king. Gong Li's face turned ugly. The voice of Captain Chi Hengchu came from the headset. Gong Li, we have no way to come to your aid. We can only leave it to you. Please be careful. Gong Li responded, Understood. Xiaolan, send me the thermal imaging image of the blood-sucking rat's movement. Okay, right away. A holographic projection appeared in front of Gong Li. Inside were the hordes of bloodthirsty rats, looking at Su Liang running wildly in front. Boy, do you want to live? Get back here right now. Su Liang ignored him completely. I'm a little worried, but I hope nothing happens. Don't let anything happen. By Chanan. Chapter 21 3-Star Rat King. Su Liang put all his strength into it and increased his speed to the extreme. Gong Li was so anxious later. You don't want to live anymore? Su Liang shouted softly. There are people there that I must protect. Gong Li was almost mad. I can only speed up my pace. It didn't take long. The two arrived near By Chan's home at the same time. I saw the mother and daughter leaning against the wall with panic-stricken faces and pale faces. In front of them, there were two bloodthirsty rats staring at the mother and daughter. One of them was particularly tall. It gave off a disgusting stench of decay, and the hairs on its body stood up like steel needles. Its huge tail swung on the ground, causing the ground to explode. Su Liang and Gong Li's faces turned ugly in an instant. Damn it, this is actually a 3-star bloodthirsty rat. Gong Li's images were transmitted to Xiaolan, the person behind the scenes, in real time. Captain, old Gong has a 3-star bloodthirsty rat over there. When all the members heard this, their faces changed instantly. Shi Hengchu's voice came. Gong Li, be careful. We will get back to help you as soon as possible. Gong Li's face looked extremely ugly. Although he is a 3-seal divine master, his chances of winning against the 3-star bloodthirsty rats are not great. Bai Chanan and Lu Xian looked pale. They saw Su Liang and the others. Tears welled up in his eyes. Su Liang, go away quickly, Bai Chanan said with a sob. At this time, the bloodthirsty rat king turned his head and looked at Su Liang and the other two. The next moment, there was a roar. He pounced directly towards Bai Chanan and the others. Su Liang and Gong Li rioted almost at the same time. This is the proper reaction they should have as a divine hunting team. Purple light surged from Gong Li's body, and 3 divine seals appeared on his body. With extremely fast speed, he had already pulled out a source crystal weapon in his hand. Source crystal cannon. With a blast, the ball of light flashing with dazzling blue and white light instantly hit the bloodthirsty rat king. Boom. The source of energy exploded. The bloodthirsty rat king screamed in pain and was blasted directly into a house nearby, smashing many things. At the same time, Su Liang kicked another 1-star bloodthirsty rat on the head. Gong Li was almost dying of anxiety. This kid is really risking his life. The bloodthirsty rat could easily break his leg with just 1 claw. But the next moment, Gong Li's eyes widened. Su Liang kicked the bloodthirsty rat, which was taller than him, away. Gong Li was dumbfounded. That's a bloodthirsty rat. Just got kicked away like that? The bloodthirsty rat is definitely heavier than Su Liang. But the bloodthirsty rat was kicked away. How did this guy do it? Is he so strong? There was no time to react too much. Gong Li still cursed. Fuck you. Do you want to die? Gong Li rushed to Su Liang and the others. Su Liang ignored him. He came to Bai Chanan and held her face with one hand. Don't be afraid. It's okay. You'll be fine. Tears flowed from the corners of Bai Chan's eyes. Squeak. The bloodthirsty rat king crawled up from the ruins and let out an angry roar towards the sky. There seemed to be some blood in those scarlet eyes. It was already furious at this time. Soon, rustling sounds were heard around the house, on the roads around them, behind them, and on the roofs above their heads. One by one, bloodthirsty rats flashing scarlet light appeared. His eyes were fixed on a few of them. 8 in total. All here. Gong Li looked grim. Damn it. I can't kill you. Kid, protect these 2 and leave the rest to me. Gong Li threw a source crystal pistol to Su Liang. Su Liang didn't say much. He picked up the pistol and protected Bai Chanan and her daughter behind him. Bai Chanan grabbed the corner of Su Liang's clothes tightly with her little hands, wishing she could hug him directly. Gong Li exploded. Purple light surged on his body. A divine seal appeared on the calf and both arms. The divine seal emitted waves. The 3 divine seals look like lightning symbols. Gong Li drives the source crystal cannon in his hand. Damn it, you beasts. Go to hell. Gong Li opened fire, with the main target being the bloodthirsty rat king. Fire one shot after another. It hit the bloodthirsty rat king, and all the hair and steel needles on his body were shattered. The rat king was in great pain. Let out screams. The other 7 bloodthirsty rats also pounced on him. They are all extremely ferocious. Gong Li was not vague at all, and fired one shot after another. He is very sleek and won't let anyone go. I saw the source crystal shining, and a shot was fired, and a bloodthirsty rat screamed. Those 7 bloodthirsty rats were nothing but cannon fodder when facing the source crystal cannon. One shot turned it into blood foam. The rat king was angry. Watching its children die, it screamed to the sky. The only thing that can respond to it is cannon fire. Shot after shot was fired madly. The steel needles and fur on the rat king's body fell to the ground in pieces. However, soon the energy of the source crystal cannon was exhausted, lost its luster. Oh shit! Gong Li shouted loudly, and pulled out his weapon from the space converter. It's a silver spear. The moment the silver spear landed on the ground, the divine seal emitting purple light began to unleash power. A dense layer of electric arcs covered Gong Li's body. His eyes were also filled with lightning. Come on, you beast. Gong Li raised his spear and pointed it at the Rat King. The arc spread to the spear. The Rat King hissed and pounced towards Gong Li. Gong Li stepped forward and rushed out. Exudes a powerful aura. The man and the rat soon started fighting each other. Gong Li's spear created a bunch of gunflowers, and thunder and lightning raged, hitting the Rat King's indestructible fur, creating sparks. The Rat King's claws were extremely sharp, and when they collided with Gong Li's spear, a sound of metal collision was made. Gong Li's attack was very fierce. He focused on attacking with all his strength without any thought of defense. He is protected by armor. He was extremely powerful and swung his gun at the Rat King, sending him flying. The battle was extremely fierce. Su Liang protected By Chanan and her daughter away from the battlefield. The mother and daughter were so frightened that they almost lost their souls. Su Liang felt heavy-hearted. This Rat King is also very terrifying, and it is difficult for Gong Li to defeat him. The skin and flesh defense of the 3-star monster is extremely terrifying. Take this bloodthirsty Rat King for example. Its fur has evolved into the shape of metal needles. Normal attacks can't hurt it at all. The Source Crystal Cannon can only break those steel needles. Su Liang, can he win? By Chanan calmed down a little and hid behind Su Liang. Su Liang looked solemn. It's hard to say. Lu Xian said, Xiao Liang, let's go quickly. Su Liang said, Auntie, I don't know where to go now, and I don't know if there are any blood-sucking rats around. It's best not to run around now. Lu Xian was very scared. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Watching the fierce battle between a man and a rat, Su Liang was not optimistic. Gong Li is a 3-seal Thunder Master who controls the power of thunder and lightning. Judging from his current strength, his level should not exceed level 25. It is difficult to fight against such a 3-star bloodthirsty Rat King with such strength, but I couldn't help him at all. The battle lasted for several minutes. The Rat King was already wounded and bleeding. Gong Li was also breathing heavily. The Rat King hissed and pounced towards him. You beast! Die! Gong Li shouted angrily and thrust his spear out like a dragon. Lightning flashes. The Rat King wailed continuously. But it was just this moment. The Rat King's hardtail suddenly swung towards Gong Li. Be careful! Su Liang exclaimed. But it was too late. The tail swung hard on Gong Li, and his armor was damaged. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards to the feet of Su Liang and the others. What happened? Su Liang asked worriedly. Gong Li's face turned pale as he stood up, leaning on his spear. Why don't you leave? Are you waiting to die? Gong Li said cursingly. I don't dare to leave. How would I know if there are any others around? Gong Li was helpless. No more, only 8. Hurry up and go. Don't hold me back. You should have said so earlier. Gong Li spat out another mouthful of blood. The Rat King is ready to go. He neighed toward the sky again. The sound seemed to be transmitted into the ground. Just at this moment, Xiaolan's voice came from the headset. Captain, another large number of bloodthirsty rats are coming from underground, and there are 2-star bloodthirsty rats. Captain, a 3-star bloodthirsty Rat King has appeared over there. Be careful. It's over. A few more bloodthirsty rats are heading towards Old Gong. News came one after another. A layer of gloom covered the faces of every member of the Jin-killing team. Gong Li's face was more solemn than ever before. That's great. We can't leave now. More bloodthirsty rats are coming. By Chanan and her daughter's faces froze instantly, and they became panicked. Su Liang's face darkened. How much? Chapter 22. Some things must be done. The captain's voice came from the headset. Xiaolan, quickly notify other teams and the military to come and help.
Yes.
Gong Li, hold on. When Gong Li heard the sound, he felt unprecedented difficulty. Facing Su Liang's question, he didn't know how to answer. Boy, the Rat King will definitely lure other bloodthirsty rats here. Then you can seize the opportunity to escape. I don't know if I can handle it. Su Liang felt heavy-hearted. Didn't you notify the other teams and the military? I've notified you, but I can't get here that quickly. You must leave later, otherwise I can't protect you. Su Liang nodded. I understand. The bloodthirsty rat hissed again. Rushed towards Gong Li. Gong Li spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Damn it. Kill. He burst out again, with arcs of electricity surging. Fight bravely and kill the enemy. Su Liang sighed in his heart. This is the god hunting team. This is the chosen one. When facing strange beasts, you have to take the lead and rush to the front. In his previous life, he watched people he knew fall in front of him time and time again. Changed wave after wave. This is the cruelty of this era. Gong Li is the latecomer in the divine hunting team. You can't retreat. The so-called rear battle is a mopping up battle, and it also refers to the people who are left behind. In ordinary small battles, they only need to be careful about missed targets and make finishing blows. But once faced with a very dangerous situation, they will be the ones standing in front of all the teammates. Fight to the death. This is the post-war. Just to protect teammates. He had been a latecomer for a while, and it seemed like he survived time and time again by sheer luck. Over time, the battle between Gong Li and the bloodthirsty Rat King became more and more intense. His injuries were getting more and more serious. He had no help and could only rely on himself. Blood spurted again and again. The armor collapsed, and deep wounds that could be seen to the bone appeared on his body. But his eyes were still bloodshot. He knew that he had to severely injure the bloodthirsty Rat King before other bloodthirsty rats arrived. Otherwise, he would have no chance at all. Then we have to take action. After a collision, he backed out. A flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. The three divine seals began to emit brilliant light. Lightning burst from his body. He shouted angrily, "Thunder Dragon breaks the army." In an instant, the spear in his hand flashed with dazzling lightning, and he stabbed it out suddenly. In an instant, a terrifying flash of lightning shot out from the spear in his hand. It seemed that even the bloodthirsty Rat King sensed the danger. Subconsciously, all the steel needle hairs stood up. It curled up into a hemisphere and used its hair to block Gong Li's attack. Boom! The thunder fiercely slammed into the bloodthirsty Rat King's fur. Exploded with a loud bang. The horrific explosion spread in all directions. Civilians in some of the surrounding houses were trembling with fear and didn't dare to stick their heads out. Su Liang looked at the scene and felt a sense of calm in his heart. Qian, look, that's the power of the divine seal's innate ability, which is what the school has always taught us. After one seal, each divine seal will awaken a kind of innate ability. For offensive divine seals, this innate power is the trump card and a life-saving skill. That is the power of the seal. Every divine seal will give birth to a corresponding seal pattern, and you will have one in the future too. By Chanan was still in shock and only heard a little bit. Is the Rat King dead? Su Liang shook his head. Impossible. This is the power of Gong Li's second seal, which is far from enough to kill the 3-star Rat King. Unless the 3 seals still have a possibility, the power of the 3 seals may be used. He was running out of energy. Thinking of the power of By Chan's 10 seals in her previous life, it was really terrifying, and it was said that the power of this seal could kill all living beings in a first-level city. In the whole of China, only these 4 people have reached the realm of the Divine Emperor. That kind of power is taboo. The lightning dissipated. The Rat King was blasted into the ruins again. Gong Li dropped his spear to the ground, breathing heavily, and the purple light of the divine seal on his body began to dim. He stared at the bloodthirsty Rat King with his eyes fixed. The Rat King roared in anger. Exploded again. You can clearly see the blood flowing. A huge charred wound appeared on its back. There were no more needles or fur there, and the blood kept flowing. This attack really seriously injured the Rat King. But this also completely angered the Rat King. Those scarlet eyes were flashing, and anger was clearly visible in them. It seemed as if it wanted to tear this human into pieces in order to vent its anger. Another neigh. There was a rustling sound. Another bloodthirsty rat appeared. They approached the bloodthirsty Rat King. Su Liang's expression was extremely solemn. Damn it. 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats and 5 1-star bloodthirsty rats. Gong Li is in danger. The only good news now is that the Samsung Rat King has been seriously injured. Boy, go! Gong Li shouted angrily. The lightning on his body erupted again. The bloodthirsty Rat King hissed and gave orders. 8 newly emerged bloodthirsty rats pounced towards Gong Li. Su Liang knew that he had to leave now. He looked at Gong Li with a heavy heart. Gong Li chased after him with a determined smile. Then he plunged into the bloodthirsty rats and fought for his life. That resolute look seemed to bring Su Liang back to his previous life and reminded him of the man who risked his life to fight for him. Su Liang, damn it. In the next life, you have to protect me. Ha 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 ha. Remember to give me some of the wine I buried. Don't drink it all by yourself. See you in the next life. Su Liang's eyes were red, and he took the 2 frightened mother and daughter and left without looking back. Where is he? By Chanan asked. Su Liang did not respond. By Chanan seemed to have anticipated Gong Li's fate and fell silent. Su Liang pulled the two of them and ran quickly. Find a safe place. But I just feel uneasy. In his previous life, he was timid and afraid of death, and so many people protected him. Is he really able to survive only because of his strong strength? No, it was those comrades and fellow countrymen who risked their lives to carve out a bloody path for him. He felt that if he really died like this, his conscience in this life would always be uneasy, just like in his previous life, living in that nightmare of guilt. Finally, Su Liang saw a bright light. It's a civilian safe house. Chanan, take your aunt to hide in the safe house. By Chanan was stunned. What about you? Su Liang looked at her deeply. He smiled bitterly and said, I owe that guy a few beast crystals. I can't just watch him die like this. By Chan's eyes instantly turned red.
But
When the words came to her lips, By Chan didn't know what to say. Tears have wet my eyes. Xiaoliang, don't be impulsive, Lu Xian said excitedly. Su Liang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Some things must be done. You go. Su Liang let go of their hands and turned back instantly. By Chan burst into tears. You must come back alive. Su Liang turned around and grinned. Okay. He disappeared into the darkness. By Chan covered her mouth, feeling very uneasy. This time, he would be in great danger. But she couldn't help him. Am I going to lose him? Her vision gradually blurred, and she was pulled by Lu Xian towards the safe house. Chapter 23 Kill the Rat King. By Chan's home, Gong Li looked at the last 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats and the Rat King. He was holding a spear, blood flowing all over his body. He was breathing heavily. The fuel is running out. 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats were also seriously injured. The 3-star Rat King is watching with eager eyes, and at this time, it will not rush to the front. Instead, it rolled up the bodies of the dead bloodthirsty rats and gnawed them, swallowing their blood to heal its own injuries. Gong Li was holding the spear, and a bloody wound appeared on the right side of his abdomen, which was almost pierced through. Now the bleeding continues. He was breathing heavily. Xiaolan, have the reinforcements arrived? There was silence in the headset. Gong Li smiled and said, It's okay even if there are no reinforcements. Brothers, your old Gong may have to say goodbye to you. I've enjoyed working with you all these years. I'm leaving now. Everyone's anxious voices came from the headset. Old Gong. Old Gong. Gong Li. Retreat. Don't fight to the death. Captain Chi Hengchu's voice rang out. Gong Li smiled and said, Captain, if I quit, more people will die. Their lives are worthless. Everyone, remember to burn me some big-breasted girls, so I won't be so lonely. A sad voice came from the headset. Asshole. You are not allowed to die. Gong Li smiled bitterly, and that face appeared in his mind. Luin, find a good man to marry. Let's not waste any more time, Captain. That kid is pretty good. Remember to recruit him. Let's go. Old Gong. Old Gong. Gong Li no longer cared about the sound in the headset. His eyes were full of determination. Come here, you beasts. Let me chop you off. Gong Li laughed wildly. Lightning flashed in his eyes. Lightning began to surge all over his body. His third divine seal began to tremble. The power of the seal within is surging. The Rat King sensed the danger. Squeak. It neighed. The remaining 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats pounced towards Gong Li like crazy. Gong Li laughed wildly towards the sky. Thousand thunder breaks. The sound of teammates' collapse came through the headset. Old Gong. Gong Li. Under the extreme shining of lightning and purple light, Gong Li used up his last bit of strength. The spear was like a galloping thunder dragon. With one thrust, thunder and fire exploded. 3 bloodthirsty rats were pierced through by his gun and skewered together. Then he suddenly stabbed at the 3-star Rat King. This moment, Su Liang arrived just in time and saw Gong Li's last shining scene. His eyes widened. I watched him stab the 3-star Rat King with a gun. The Rat King felt a great crisis, and at that moment, his pair of sharp claws pressed against the tip of the gun. Ah, die! Gong Li shouted angrily. Thunder and lightning are raging. Snap! The bloodthirsty Rat King's sharp claws exploded. A bullet pierced the bloodthirsty Rat King's chest. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Su Liang felt that his breathing had stagnated. This idiot, doesn't he know how to run? The man and the mouse seemed to be stuck. A ferocious look flashed in the bloodthirsty Rat King's scarlet eyes. Extremely painful. Squeak. It neighed. Blood flowed from Gong Li's mouth. Looking at the struggling, bloodthirsty Rat King. Are you going to die? As expected, there was no way to kill this beast. If there weren't so many bloodthirsty rats, maybe we would have one. His eyes gradually dimmed. The bloodthirsty Rat King is insane. Shaking like crazy, it swung its thick tail, suddenly stabbed at Gong Li. Gong Li no longer had the strength to fight back. He could only let the sharp tail pierce his right chest, then pick it up. The Rat King hissed and threw Gong Li away. It fell into ruins. The Rat King roared angrily and pulled out the spear that was stuck in his body. It wrapped its long tail around it, swung it violently, and stabbed towards Gong Li, who was in the ruins. Su Liang's heart trembled. Gong Li. Su Liang suddenly exerted force on his feet. He kicked the spear, causing it to deviate slightly. The spear almost brushed Gong Li's right ear as it pierced into the ruins. Just a little bit and Gong Li would have lost his head. Su Liang appeared beside Gong Li. Gong Li. Gong Li. The companions in the earphones heard Su Liang's shouts. They were all silent, their hearts filled with sorrow. A huge bloody hole appeared on Gong Li's chest. He coughed up blood and could vaguely see Su Liang. He cursed, "Why did you come back, you idiot? Go fast." Su Liang looked at Gong Li. "You are an idiot. Can't you just run away?" Gong Li had no strength left, and it seemed as if he would die in the next moment. Su Liang looked at him, not knowing what to say. "Yeah, I'm an idiot. Why did I come back?" But his heart told him that he should come back. "Damn it, you better not die. I still have to return the beast crystal to you." Gong Li didn't have the energy to reply. Su Liang grabbed the silver spear with one hand, but his eyes were firmer than ever before. In his previous life, he was afraid of death and hid under the wings of his teammates. The death of his teammates put him under great pressure. Perhaps because he had died once, he was no longer afraid of these things. He didn't want to watch the person who had fought for his life die like this. He had seen too many people like Gong Li in his previous life, and he didn't understand it at that time. But now, he gradually understood. When we live in this world, we always have to stick to something or something. This may be the meaning of our existence. The moment he picked up the spear, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Su Liang's eyes. "Who made me owe you 5 beast crystals? To me, 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. If you die, who will I give myself to?" Su Liang stared at the bloodthirsty Rat King, who was also almost at the end of his life. "Then kill. Get the spear." Perhaps it was because Gong Li still had some thunder power left. It made him feel a little numb. And it was at this time, Su Liang's chest began to feel hot. A piece of sizzling hot. He frowned. The next moment, a faint golden light began to emanate from his chest. The burning sensation made his entire body feel hot and uncomfortable, but at the same time, at that moment, he felt that his entire body was filled with infinite power. What's going on? The power of the red-eyed Skylin beast form? Su Liang didn't understand. He looked at his body in disbelief. At this moment, in the vision of the Eye of Insight, every pore of his body was emitting a faint golden light. Su Liang's heart was shaken. What kind of power is this? Golden light? He couldn't believe it at all. He didn't think he could achieve that level of power. But now is not the time to investigate these matters. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the bloodthirsty Rat King. A faint golden light flashed through his eyes. When the Rat King saw Su Liang's light golden eyes, he smelled the scent of Su Liang. There was a look of fear in those scarlet eyes. The body began to tremble. It was a visceral fear. Su Liang snorted coldly. The spear hit the ground, splashing a circle of waves. Su Liang's heart was filled with excitement. Is this the power of the divine seal? I clearly haven't awakened yet. He shouted coldly, "Kill!" He kicked the butt of the gun and stabbed it out. Su Liang was so determined. The angry dragon breaks the army. The gun shoots out like a dragon. The bloodthirsty Rat King hissed. "Even if you are afraid, you still have to fight back." A shot blast. The Rat King retreated violently. This pressure, which seemed to come from the soul, greatly reduced the Rat King's strength. Su Liang's heart was filled with surging emotions. In my previous life, if I had been more decisive, would the result have been different? Some people can never die, right? Go back in time. He doesn't want to be like that in this life. He wants to change. In the future, when he meets those people, he will be able to change their endings. At this moment, he was also doing it for Gong Li. Brilliant gunshots flew around, leaving bloody wounds on the Rat King's body. The Rat King wailed. Even its own innate abilities were suppressed and unable to move. He became the target of Su Liang's torture and killing. A gleam of light flashed in Su Liang's eyes. A shot was fired. Bang! One of the Rat King's front paws exploded instantly. He fired another shot, and the tip of the gun cut off the Rat King's tail. A series of tragic screams. With repeated attacks, the injuries on the Rat King became more and more serious. His originally indestructible fur became fragile under the blessing of Su Liang's golden power. Killed it to the point of being almost dead. Seize the opportunity. Su Liang is as cold as ice. Die! He thrust out his spear suddenly, and the extremely powerful light golden force attached to the tip of the spear. It instantly pierced through the Rat King's head. Su Liang lifted it high. The gun barrel shook violently, and the Rat King's head exploded instantly. A beast crystal fell wrapped in flesh and blood. The end of everything. Su Liang's eyes were filled with endless indifference, like a god of death. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. It should be gone for the time being. The spear fell to the ground. The golden light began to fade, and the burning sensation in his chest began to disappear. At this moment, Su Liang's legs went weak. He felt so weak that he almost fell to his knees. He was leaning on the spear and breathing heavily. His face was a little pale. Is the side effect that big? Chapter 24 Dead? Su Liang felt like he was about to fall down, mentally depressed. Using this power not only consumed his physical strength, but also his mental strength. He just felt dizzy, about to fall down. Su Liang. A choked voice came towards him. Su Liang looked over. It was By Chanan who ran towards him with tears on her face. Su Liang raised the corner of her mouth slightly. She still cared about him. I wonder how much fear she had to overcome to come here. Fortunately, there is no danger anymore. By Chanan held Su Liang tightly. Su Liang, are you okay? She grabbed Su Liang and checked his body. I couldn't stop the tears in my eyes. Su Liang smiled palely. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. Help me get to that guy. Lu Xian also ran over in panic from behind. Chanan. By Chanan had already helped Su Liang to Gong Li's side. Seeing Gong Li, who was barely breathing, the huge bloody hole in the chest was still oozing blood. Maybe dead, maybe not. The mother and daughter didn't dare to look at it any longer. It was too bloody. Su Liang sat down next to him and took the headset from his ear. Hello, please reply if you get it. Old Gong. The team members were all stunned. I'm not Gong Li. Please send a healer here quickly. I don't know if he can be saved. Hurry. Green. Hurry. Chi Hengchu's voice rang out. In fact, Green has already set off. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief and half lay beside Gong Li. There was a long silence. The God Hunting team needs unconditional trust in teammates. Be able to entrust your life to others. So, generally speaking, the feelings between everyone have gone beyond friendship and become the kind of iron-blooded comradeship. Su Liang actually understood it all along. But in his previous life, he missed too much. He doesn't want to miss this life. He recalled the teammates who had died one by one in front of him in his previous life and smiled bitterly. I will repay you for your life, and I will protect you in return. Soon, a woman in a green tight combat suit ran over in a panic. He knelt directly in front of Gong Li. She has a soft body and a pretty face. She looks about 30 years old. Her face was already covered with tears. By Chanan and Lu Xian both knew her. She was the woman who helped Su Liang with his treatment last time. She was trembling all over. Her voice was choked with sobs and she couldn't stop crying. No, you can't die, asshole. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. The green leaf divine seal on the arms was already emitting green light. And the one between the eyebrows is also blooming with the power of the divine seal. She cried sadly, you can't die. By Chanan and Lu Xian were both silent. Su Liang looked at this scene and sighed in his heart. Those powers flowed into Gong Li's body, but Gong Li did not react at all. No. Wake up. Soon, their other teammates arrived. This was the first time Su Liang met these people. They all appeared beside Gong Li. They were all silent and had sad eyes. Green in green uniform broke down and cried. Wake up, asshole. You haven't married me yet. Wake up. The teammates couldn't bear to watch. Green activates the power of the seal. A green leaf appeared and sank into the place where his wound was. But Gong Li still didn't respond, and he even stopped breathing. It was as if the sky had fallen for Green. She was at a loss. Why don't you leave? Why don't you live? You tell me. Lu Yin's pretty face was covered with tears and blood. She stretched out a trembling hand and stroked the still warm face. She wiped her tears and summoned her strength to revive him. The teammates beside him couldn't bear it. Greengrass, don't do this. No. He won't die. He also promised me a lot of things but didn't finish them. Su Liang stood up with difficulty, his expression solemn. Under the extremely shocked gazes of Qi Hengqiu and others, he saluted Gong Li on the ground with a courtesy that only the divine hunting team understood. That is a divine hunting gift of the highest courtesy. They were extremely surprised that this boy actually understood this etiquette. The team members also saluted, which was the salute of the God Hunter. Old Gong, don't worry, I'll get you some big-breasted girls, a team member said sadly. Lu Yin lay on Gong Li's body and patted him. You come alive. And just at this moment, boom boom. In a trance, Lu Yin seemed to hear the sound of Gong Li's heartbeat. She stood up suddenly as if she had been electrocuted. Gong Li, Gong Li. She grabbed Gong Li's clothes and shook him hard. Wake up. Suddenly, Gong Li closed his eyes. Stop shaking. It's going to kill you. When this voice sounded, everyone instantly looked at Gong Li with a look of surprise. Old Gong. Old Gong. Lu Yin looked at Gong Li and burst into tears. You bastard. Can't you just wake up earlier? You made me cry for so long. Gong Li coughed twice and said, I haven't married you yet. How can I bear to die? Lu Yin burst into laughter and said, You bastard. All teammates breathed a sigh of relief. His expression changed instantly. Everyone laughed. Gong Li smiled and said, Xiao Longzi, burn a few big-breasted girls for me? The young man called Xiao Longzi grinned and said, As long as Sister Luin doesn't mind, I'll burn 100 for you and make you happy every day. Everyone laughed. Green patted him on the body. Ugh, Gong Li groaned in pain. I'll take a nap first. It hurts so much. I'm so tired. He closed his eyes again. No sleeping. Luin scolded. Oh, I won't die. I don't want to die. Green continued to use his strength to heal his injuries. The other team members also helped. Su Liang watched the scene. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Fortunately, it wasn't his trip in vain. I'm glad you're not dead. At this moment, he felt as if a layer of guilt in his heart had disappeared a little. Captain Qi Hengqiu called Su Liang to the front of the bloodthirsty Rat King. I'm the captain of the Cinder Killer Squad. My name is Qi Hengqiu. Hello, Su Liang. Qi Hengqiu nodded. Yes, I know you. Thank you. Su Liang shook his head. He saved us. Without him, we would have died. Qi Hengqiu nodded. Look at the Rat King. You killed him? Su Liang was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head. How could he admit it? Even though Gong Li clarified some things later, he just refused to admit it. He hasn't figured out his own secrets yet, so he doesn't want to cause too much trouble. Gong Li killed him, but when he fainted, I shot him again and smashed his head. Qi Hengqiu glanced at Su Liang. Would he believe it? But he didn't want to expose it, so that was all. Qi Hengqiu said, After you achieve divine awakening, if you succeed, I would like to invite you to join us, Jinsha. Su Liang smiled and said, Then wait for my divine sense. It's hard to say what will happen next. Qi Hengqiu nodded. Su Liang said, The underground pipeline should be blocked. Otherwise it will come every now and then and no one can stand it. Qi Hengqiu nodded. The military has been notified, and they have sent people to destroy the pipeline. After a while, Gong Li's injuries were healed. Captain, you can go back now? A team member called out. Qi Hengqiu nodded. Goodbye. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Goodbye. Gong Li was pulled onto a stretcher. He is awake now. Etc. Everyone was stunned. Gong Li looked at Su Liang. Little bastard. Go on. I saw 3 2-star beast crystals and 1 3-star beast crystal thrown over by him. Su Liang grabbed it and frowned. What's the meaning? Gong Li cursed and said, Aren't you short of beast crystals? Here you go. Su Liang shook his head. Nonsense. This is a 3-star beast crystal. Do you think it's a cabbage? Gong Li said, I'll give it to you. Why are you being so fussy? Su Liang still shook his head and threw it back to him. He paid such a huge price to finally get these gains. The value of a 3-star beast crystal is very considerable. He really needed beast crystals, but he couldn't do this. After all, Gong Li saved him and By Chanan and her daughter. Hey, you little bastard, you're still being pretentious. Su Liang was speechless. Get lost. You are still being pretentious. A group of team members looked at them curiously. Are these two guys so familiar with each other? Perhaps only Su Liang knew that as a member of the Divine Hunter, Gong Li's personality was the easiest to get along with, and he was very similar to him in his previous life, so the two of them got along easily. Gong Li snorted lightly, but still took out the 3 2-star beast crystals and threw them away. It's up to you whether you want it or not. I don't care about you. Brothers, let's go. Go home. Everyone laughed and carried him away. Su Liang looked at the 3 two-star beast crystals on the ground and smiled knowingly. Pick it up. Then he looked at the mess on the ground. Qianqian auntie, the house is completely destroyed. You can stay at my house. I have some vacant rooms. Hee, I can finally bring the Empress home today, right? Chapter 25. Obvious improvement. The three of them staggered back home. Grandpa was already waiting at the door. At first, By Chanan felt embarrassed, and Lu Xian didn't want to disturb her. But seeing my home in ruins, there is really nothing I can do. There's really no place to live. Thinking of repairing it later. So, I followed Su Liang to his house. Su Liang laughed inwardly. He finally brought the Empress home. By Chanan lowered her head, feeling a little shy. Grandpa, this is my classmate By Chanan, and this is her mother, Aunt Lu Xian. The old man was acting out of character. Haha, come on, come in quickly. The old man enthusiastically helped Lu Xian and the others carry their things. These are just a few things that were dug out from the ruins. Lu Xian will have to go back tomorrow to continue searching. Hello, Grandpa. By Chanan called out weakly. She looked at the hunchbacked old man with a somewhat nervous look. Su Luochen laughed. Hello, don't be nervous, come in. Lu Xian also said somewhat embarrassedly, Grandpa, I'm sorry to bother you. Don't disturb me, don't disturb me. It will be more lively with more people. Su Liang looked at his grandfather's enthusiastic appearance and raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this still the same old-fashioned old man? Grandpa was walking in front. We have 2 empty rooms, so you and your daughter can each have one. Lu Xian waved her hands repeatedly. No need, the 2 of us can just stay in one room. The old man laughed and said, It's all right. It's empty anyway. I'll go with you to pick up some of your things tomorrow, and then you can decorate it yourself. Everybody put your things down. Grandpa smiled and asked, Have you all had dinner? Grandpa, we have eaten. Su Liang continued. Okay, then go and help clean up and go to bed early today. We can leave other matters for tomorrow. Okay, I'll go right away. Su Liang put down the things in his hands and ran to the west room next door to pack up. His house is similar to a courtyard house, not big, but still cozy, better than By Chan's house. I'll help you. By Chan hurried over. She was still a little shy. Looking around, Su Liang smiled. The 2 ran into the house to clean up. During this period of time, you just live here peacefully and don't worry too much. By Chan responded softly. Good. Her cheeks blushed slightly. This feeling was so wonderful. From now on, they would live under the same roof. Su Liang. By Chan called out to him. What's wrong? By Chan looked at him with sincere eyes. Thank you, you saved us again. Su Liang smiled and said, You're welcome. Have you forgotten? I did this for a purpose. From now on, you will be the one to protect me. By Chan's ears turned red. But can I really protect you? I feel like there's nothing I can do to repay you. Su Liang jokingly said, You're not going to pledge yourself to me, are you? By Chan suddenly looked up at Su Liang. Then she lowered her head shyly. Me too. She was really embarrassed to speak, but it was not impossible for her to speak. But I just couldn't open my mouth. Just at this moment, Lu Xian walked in with a basin of water. It's quite clean. There's nothing to clean up. By Chan immediately lowered her head in panic. Su Liang smiled secretly. Auntie, you guys should wash up early. I won't disturb you. If you need anything, just call me. You're welcome. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you, Xiaoliang. Su Liang walked out. Then Lu Xian noticed her daughter's red cheeks. Chan, what's wrong with you? I'm fine without Mom. Lu Xian looked at her panicked appearance and seemed to be thinking about something. She smiled and said, Actually, Xiaoliang is a pretty good boy. Mom supports you. By Chan's cheeks turned red instantly. Mom, what are you talking about? That's not happening. Lu Xian smiled slightly. Don't I know my daughter yet? By Chan felt like she was too embarrassed to face anyone. Outside the house, Su Liang, who had sharp mental power, raised the corners of his mouth slightly when he heard those words. Oh, how wonderful. But he still didn't dare to think about seducing the Empress. Maybe after she awakens, she will meet a better genius in the future. Su Liang quickly washed up. In fact, he was very tired and felt extremely weak. He lay down on the bed. He took out the 3 two-star beast crystals, his eyes gradually becoming hot. In their human society, the value of a 2-star beast crystal is roughly equivalent to 10 1-star beast crystals. One is worth 10. Su Liang couldn't imagine that it was equivalent to having 30 1-star beast crystals in his hand. So how many value points can be converted tonight? What about the Eye of Insight? He rubbed his palms together, already feeling impatient. He placed the 3 two-star beast crystals in front of himself and fell into a doze. A thought came to my mind. My consciousness was pulled into that strange space. The pair of animal eyes flashing with golden light were staring at him. He thought about it and activated his numerical panel. Beast Energy Transformation. Transformation Progress 6. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Unawakened. Spirit 11. Strength 16. Agility 11. Speed 11. It's still a familiar panel, but soon, Su Liang discovered something was wrong. Added a percentage to the physical attribute value. What does this mean? Only 100? Su Liang was confused. But for now it seems that we can only take one step at a time. There will always be a day when it is full. But he soon thought about it again. How much power will the 3 two-star beast crystals have by then? How to distribute it? How should he distribute it? He also doesn't know how to control and add it to those values. Su Liang is really convinced. At least give me a hint. Forget it. Don't think about it for now. Just transform first. A thought occurred to him. Soon, the cold mechanical voice sounded again. Beast Energy Transformation in progress. The pair of golden beast eyes emitted golden light that shone on Su Liang's body. The pain came back again. At this moment, in his room, the power of the 3 two-star beast crystals was slowly turning into smoke and flowing into Su Liang's body. During this process, Su Liang endured the pain that felt like his body was burning. Bite the bullet. I can only endure the pain. This is a process that must be gone through. But he didn't know how to distribute it, so he could only think in his mind that it should be distributed equally. This time the transformation process will obviously take longer. The pain was very palpable. If it weren't for the character accumulated from the previous life, I would have probably collapsed. Fortunately, I held on. Finally, the golden light slowly disappeared and the feeling of pain also subsided. He breathed a sigh of relief. The virtual panel was called up again. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 36. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Unawakened. Spirit 11. Strength 16. Agility 11. Speed 11. Su Liang looked at the panel in surprise. Damn, it's actually true. I just have to rely on my own thinking. Su Liang smiled bitterly. It turned out to be so simple. He just had to start thinking about how to distribute it. What he had in mind was to distribute it equally and add the extra to the strength. I didn't expect it to be true. The corners of his mouth curled up. Now he understood a little bit. Moreover, 1 two-star beast crystal can only be regarded as 10 one-star beast crystals. It's okay. Don't be greedy. But there is still no change in the Eye of Insight column. It seems that upgrading the Eye of Insight will be more difficult. However, Su Liang was temporarily satisfied. The current ability of the Eye of Insight was already very powerful. Soon, he left this state again. Opened his eyes. It was already early morning. He took a deep breath, feeling refreshed and fine. He swung his fist casually. Bang! A sonic boom sounded. Su Liang was a little shocked. This power. It's so horrible. Su Liang really couldn't imagine how strong he had become. My mental strength also feels much fuller, and I can feel some changes in my speed and agility, which is simply abnormal. He was extremely happy. This was all good news. It seems that in this life, my destiny will really change because of this beast energy transformation. Soon, a sound was heard outside the house. Xiaoliang, come out and have breakfast. You have to go to school. It was Lu Xian's voice. Su Liang smiled and said, Okay, Auntie, here I come. I had my first breakfast with the future Empress together. Hee hee. Chapter 26, Su Liang Murderer. 4 people sat around the dining table and had breakfast. Lu Xian smiled and said, Xiaoliang, try it and see if it suits your taste. Su Liang took a bite and looked surprised. Wow, Auntie, you are such a good cook. It's so delicious. Lu Xian smiled and said, Don't flatter me. Su Liang smiled and said, Auntie, really not. I really think it tastes good. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. Then you should eat more. By Chanan kept her head down shyly and didn't dare to look up. Last night, because of what her mother said, she tossed and turned all night. Su Liang is very good and his mother supports him. Her cheeks heated up at the thought of those words. Grandpa Su Liang, I'm sorry to bother you during this period of time. Su Luochen also had a smile on his face. It's okay. My house hasn't been this lively for a while. You can just stay here and don't think about repairing the place. It's still very dangerous. Lu Xian was still a little embarrassed. It is he who eats you and lives in you, indeed. The old man quickly said, I told you not to say that. You don't have to worry about eating. Look at Qianqian. She's so skinny. I'll give her some supplements to get her body in good shape. Don't worry about the rest, mother and daughter. I still have some strength. I'll go with you later and pack some things up at your place. You can stay here peacefully. That's it. Lu Xian's eyes were red. She didn't expect that she would meet such an old man. Lu Xian nodded. By Chanan also said softly, Grandpa, thank you. The old man smiled warmly, You're welcome. We'll be a family from now on. You little brat, you must protect Qianqian well at school. Su Liang grinned, Grandpa, I know. By Qianqian glanced at Su Liang stealthily and found that Su Liang was also looking at her. He quickly lowered his head. When the meal is almost finished, the two of them went to school together. By Qianqian followed behind Su Liang timidly. Su Liang, your grandfather is so nice. Su Liang smiled and said, I told you, my grandfather is very easy to get along with. He wasn't as enthusiastic towards me as he was towards you guys. He usually has a cold exterior but a warm heart. You will know in the future. By Qianqian followed behind Su Liang, looking at his back, and felt an unprecedented sense of security. Along the way, By Qianqian didn't say anything else. Just follow Su Liang. On the school bus, Su Liang would protect her so that she wouldn't have to endure the crowds. It feels so good. However, By Qianqian was also thinking in her heart, how can I repay Su Liang in the future? I really don't have anything valuable. She is the only one left. Otherwise, I'll stay by his side for the rest of my life. By Qianqian felt embarrassed by her own thought. By Qianqian, you are so shameless. She hasn't even said she wants you. If it is true as Su Liang said, that she will awaken the divine seal, then when I become strong in the future, let her protect Su Liang. Come to school. Just walked into the classroom. Su Liang noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. All the students saw Su Liang appear. There was a hint of abnormality on everyone's face. Su Liang's mental perception is very sharp. This is very obvious. When he saw Zhang Tianhao's sinister smile, he understood instantly. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up in a strange arc. Want to trick me? Zhang Tianhao has stood up. Su Liang, you're a murderer. Lu Hao also cursed, how dare you come to school, you murderer. A smug smile appeared on Zhang Tianhao's face. Hurry up and report to the teacher. Have them bring the police officer over. Take this murderer away. As soon as Zhang Tianhao finished speaking, some classmates ran out to inform the teacher. Zhang Tianhao sneered, you are really capable. You dare to kill someone in public. The classmates looked at Su Liang and now avoided him like a tiger or a wolf. By Qianqian was also confused by these sudden words. Murderer? When did Su Liang kill someone? He was with her the whole time yesterday, so how could there be murder? Su Liang looked at his smug look and wanted to see if he could still laugh later. At this time, Leng Lianshuang also stood up and looked at Su Liang. Why do you want to kill someone? Do you know that this will ruin your life? I'm about to reach divine consciousness. Why are you so impulsive? Leng Lianshuang's eyes were filled with a look of disappointment. Su Liang sneered, and now he was concerned about him. By Qianqian grabbed the corner of Su Liang's clothes, feeling anxious and uneasy. Murder was an extremely serious and bad crime, and the offender would be sentenced to death. Su Liang just held her hand gently. This scene fell into Leng Lianshuang's eyes, like a steel needle piercing her heart. Why couldn't she stand this scene? Su Liang is not hers. Su Liang sneered and said, Who said I killed someone? When did I kill someone? You are slandering me. Leng Lianshuang heard Su Liang's sophistry, sighed, and sat directly in her seat. Why bother? Su Liang scoffed at this. Zhang Tianhao sneered, Still pretending. Keep pretending. I have seen the whole process of your killing. Su Liang was stunned for a moment. Where did you see it? Zhang Tianhao sneered, Are you scared now? Come, kneel down and kowtow to me and beg me, then I will consider saving you. Zhang Tianhao's smug face looked so proud that his nostrils were almost up to the sky. I didn't kill anyone. Su Liang said coldly. You're still trying to quibble. I don't think you'll give up until you reach the Yellow River. Zhang Tianhao grinned. Today, you will be taken to the police station. Just wait for death. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tianhao laughed arrogantly. Those who had been specifically scolded by Su Liang now had sarcastic smiles on their faces. It was as if he was just thinking about seeing Su Liang being taken to the police station and then shot. This is what happens when you offend them. You, Su Liang Qian, should never, ever let them get hold of the evidence. Yang Biao came over quickly. Brother Liang, what's wrong with you? Zhang Tianhao and the others have a video recording of you beating someone to death. Zhang Tianhao shouted angrily, Yang Biao, what are you going to do? Are you planning to teach him to collude with others? Be careful that you are implicated. If you are caught, you will forget about your divine awakening. Yang Biao's face looked ugly. Even though he wanted to help Su Liang, he didn't know how to help. Su Liang smiled faintly. Biaozi, go back to your seat and don't worry. Yang Biao was almost dying of anxiety. Well, he sighed deeply. Su Liang looked at Zhang Tianhao. He said, you have a video of me killing someone? Show it to me. You didn't make it up to frame me, did you? Zhang Tianhao sneered sarcastically. Su Liang, death is imminent. Why are you still pretending? What did you do in the alley on the left side of the school after school yesterday? Have you forgotten? Hear this. Su Liang's eyes hardened slightly, as if revealing a hint of panic. Zhang Tianhao, Lu Hao and the others were all sneering. He looked like he was waiting for Su Liang to get into trouble. Are you scared now? What did you do yesterday? When you attacked, you only thought about killing people. You are a complete murderer. You hit the teacher and beat up your classmates. I think you are a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wait for death. Su Liang couldn't help sneering in his heart when he heard these words. Let's see who will die then. At this time, By Chanan finally understood what was going on. After school yesterday, Su Liang left her for a while. At that time, did Su Liang go to kill someone? By Chanan grabbed the corner of Su Liang's clothes. Su Liang. Su Liang turned to look at her and gave her a reassuring look. Zhang Tianhao shouted angrily, By Chanan, as the squad leader, I want to kindly remind you not to get along with this murderer, or you'll be implicated. By Chan's eyes were red. Su Liang definitely can't be a murderer. You must be mistaken. Zhang Tianhao sneered. You're wrong? There are witnesses and evidence. Are you still trying to argue? Leng Lianshuang glanced at Su Liang with a complicated look. Forget it. Just pretend that this classmate doesn't exist. I'm thinking of changing my mind about him. He didn't. By Chanan was about to cry. Su Liang looked at her and said, Don't cry. It's okay. I didn't kill anyone. Don't worry about them. Zhang Tianhao snorted coldly. Why are you pretending? And that was when it happened. A group of people were walking hurriedly in the classroom corridor. The new acting head teacher, Hu Anshan, and several police officers have appeared at the classroom door. It seemed that Liao Yuqian was vaguely watching the show from behind, with a sneer on her face. The three police officers came over quickly. Su Liang, you are suspected of murdering someone. Please come with us. Chapter 27 The Truth is Revealed. One of the police officers directly showed his police ID. The other two were about to handcuff Su Liang. Hu Anshan sighed. How could such a thing happen? At this time, Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian revealed ferocious and complacent smiles. It's time to die too. By Chanan finally couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Don't want. She also tried to stop the police. Hu Anshan quickly said, Student Bai, stop messing around. Obstructing law enforcement is a crime. Tears couldn't stop flowing from By Chan's eyes, and she shook her head desperately. Officer, Su Liang definitely didn't kill anyone. You must have made a mistake. The police officer said coldly, Get out of the way. This is law enforcement. It seemed that the pair of handcuffs were about to be put on Su Liang's hands. Wait. Su Liang suddenly spoke. The police officer looked at Su Liang and said, Whatever you want to say, go back to the police station and tell them. Su Liang had a calm smile on his face. Officer, you can arrest me, but I also want to know why you arrested me. You said I killed someone, but I really didn't kill anyone. My classmates said you have a video of me killing someone. You have to show it to me, right? Even if you want me to die, I want to die clearly, right? You took me away without saying anything. If something went wrong along the way, who would I turn to? Wouldn't I die unjustly? Hearing this, the police officer's face darkened. What? Are we going to mess around again? Su Liang smiled and shook his head. No, I just want to watch the video. Su Liang knew that these police officers must have been hired by Zhang Tianhao, and he might have arranged everything for them. If we want to make things bigger, we have to do it here. The police officer snorted, Okay, I'll show you. The police officer quickly turned the smartwatch on his wrist. A picture was projected in front of Su Liang's eyes. In the video, not a single frame was missing, from the young man robbing Su Liang, to the two men arguing, and finally to Su Liang beating the man until he was covered in blood. What else do you have to say? The police officer said coldly. Zhang Tianhao shouted, Officer, take this murderer away immediately. This is simply a disgrace to our Shinjue No. 2 middle school. Some classmates also joined in the fun. Yang Biao was almost dying of anxiety. By Chanan just felt like her heart was collapsing. Did Su Liang really kill someone? Su Liang said in surprise, "Officer, is that man dead?" The police officer snorted coldly. "If you have anything to say, let's talk about it in the police station." Su Liang happily received a pair of silver bracelets. It seemed that Su Liang was about to be taken away. Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian were ecstatic. "Wait, officer, that man is dead. You can't just take me away, right?" The whole audience was stunned. The police officer frowned. "What do you mean? Do you have an accomplice?" At this moment, Su Liang revealed an evil smile. "Not really an accomplice. I have a video here. Once everyone has watched it, officer, you will know who to take away." Su Liang's eyes were fixed on Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao. At this moment, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao's hearts skipped a beat. What's going on? Why do they feel cold all over? Without waiting for the police officer to speak, Su Liang had already activated his Starlink. A picture popped up. The moment the first picture appeared, the ghosts of Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao appeared. Finished. It turned out that he had been waiting for them here for a long time. Damn it. This bastard actually kept this trick up his sleeve. In the picture, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao are walking together with the young man. Zhang Tianhao, teach him a lesson. Young man, simple. I'm not a stupid woman like your class teacher. Zhang Tianhao, you go in first and knock him down first, then we'll come in. Watching these conversations, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao's faces turned pale. The classmates around were extremely shocked. Zhang Tianhao and that guy were in cahoots. Liao Yuqian looked unhappy. Is she a stupid woman? Leng Lianshuang was a little surprised. It turned out that Su Liang had taken precautions. Su Liang's meticulous thoughts made Leng Lianshuang look at him with respect. But he still killed someone, right? What does this mean? Yang Biao and By Chanan were a little surprised. Could there be a turn for the better? The hearts of several police officers sank, and they looked at Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao's face turned pale at this time. This guy has been taking pictures from behind? Shouldn't there be? Didn't he leave later? Zhang Tianhao still wanted to struggle. What does this mean? Yes, I was the one who found this man to teach you a lesson, but you still killed someone. You still want to quibble about this? Officer, take him away. He is simply confusing the public. My grudge is at most between classmates, but he killed someone. Zhang Tianhao became anxious. Now I wish the police would take him away right away and find an opportunity to destroy the so-called video. Zhang Tianhao had a very bad feeling in his heart. He felt that he might be in trouble. He was terrified to the extreme. Su Liang smiled faintly. Hey, squad leader, why are you in such a hurry? The video hasn't been finished yet. The best part is yet to come. Don't be impatient. If I kill someone, I'll take the punishment. Zhang Tianhao was frightened to the extreme. Lu Hao was also trembling with fear at this time. It's over. If that scene really happened, his life would be ruined. At this time, the students also had a bad feeling in their hearts. It feels like this situation is about to be reversed. In the picture, Zhang Tianhao and the others are staring at the video footage of the fight between Su Liang and the young man. Su Liang came out from behind. Look, what can you prove? Didn't you beat someone to death? Quick, officer, take him away. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Tianhao. His anxious look now actually proved that Zhang Tianhao was hiding something. Su Liang had a wicked smile on his face. Don't worry, the key moment is coming. The scene continued. After Su Liang turned and entered the store, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao came out of the alley. He ran to the alley where the young man was. Two people stopped beside him and chatted for a while. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao were devastated. At this moment, Zhang Tianhao could no longer wait, and he rushed towards Su Liang like crazy. He wants to destroy the video. Zhang Tianhao suddenly punched Su Liang's wrist. At this moment, the students exclaimed. But Su Liang had expected this. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although he was restrained by the silver bracelet, Su Liang's current strength was beyond the ability of a weakling like him to resist. If I wasn't afraid of beating him to death, Su Liang just punched him directly. Su Liang's hands trembled. A terrifying force emerged instantly. He shouted, "Get out!" Zhang Tianhao's fist touched Su Liang's hands. Snap! A scream was heard. Ah! Zhang Tianhao was directly shocked and retreated. His face was grim and desperate. Su Liang sneered. Want to destroy the evidence? Why are you panicking? I uploaded it a long time ago. Zhang Tianhao grabbed his other hand. His bones were shattered. This scene shocked everyone present. Zhang Tianhao looked at Su Liang with resentment. and despair was gradually filling his heart. Finished. It's really over. Lu Hao is in the same situation. At this point, I was at a loss. Su Liang looked at the policeman. Officer, this is self-defense. The police officer was at a loss for words at this point. The screen continues. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao worked together, punching and kicking the young man fiercely, killing him on the spot. Everyone clearly saw that the young man was still alive when Zhang Tianhao and his friends arrived. But Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao planned to beat the man to death and then frame Su Liang. The matter has been made clear, and the truth has been revealed. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao collapsed to the ground instantly. Finished. The students suddenly understood. Everyone looked at Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao in shock. It is really hard to imagine that this incident was actually a frame-up carefully planned by Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao. By Chanchan's tears finally stopped, Su Liang was fine. He didn't kill anyone. My best friend Yang Biao also breathed a sigh of relief. It was really scary. Leng Lianshuang was sitting in her seat. At this moment, her eyes flickered, and the way she looked at Su Liang had completely changed. This Su Liang is not simple. It was a dead end. But it turned out that he had been prepared for it. This was basically a counterattack plan that Su Liang was waiting for to kill Zhang Tianhao. The students' eyes towards Su Liang changed, filled with awe. Su Liang smiled and looked at the three policemen. Comrade police officers, look, the truth is out. I was just acting in self-defense at best. I was just fighting back and I beat him so hard that he couldn't fight back. And the ones with sinister intentions are these two guys. In order to frame me, they actually killed people. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Comrade police officer, you must deal with him severely. You must deal with him severely. The three police officers watched Su Liang acting here. I looked at him deeply. This guy is so scheming. Comrade officer, can you help me untie them? If you need to torture them both. Yes. Officer, torture those two guys. Yang Biao followed suit. The situation reversed, offense and defense changed. There was no choice but for the police officer to untie it. Look at Su Liang. You knew they killed someone yesterday. Why didn't you report it? Oh, officer, I didn't even know he was dead. I thought they were just venting their anger. And I was attacked by a monster last night. I really don't have time. Hearing this, the whole audience was shocked. Monster attack? The officer looked skeptical. Su Liang explained, this is absolutely true. It was our Rongqing Jinsha squad that saved me. You can check this. The Jin killing team? The whole audience was shocked again. They couldn't dare to fake such a thing. Officer, can we arrest them now? Su Liang asked with a smile. The police officer could only arrest Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao. Zhang Tianhao was already in despair at this time. Looking at Su Liang's face, he roared with hatred, Su Liang, I won't let you go. My family will definitely kill you. Just wait. You bastard. You tricked me. Su Liang looked innocent. Officer, look, he threatened me. I'm going to sue him. I'm going to sue him all the way to the temple. Ah. Su Liang, I'm going to kill you. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Chapter 28 I will protect you from now on. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao were taken away. Those students in the classroom who were on good terms with Zhang Tianhao were all silent. Yang Biao walked up to Su Liang and slapped him on the shoulder. Brother Liang, you are so awesome. Ha ha ha. They are both finished. Yang Biao's laughter fell into the ears of every student, making people feel complicated. Zhang Tianhao deserves what he gets. By Chanchan burst into laughter, very happy. As long as everything was fine, it was fine. Acting class teacher Hu Anshan said, okay, go back to your seats. Class is about to start. He looked at Su Liang deeply, said nothing, and turned away. Su Liang caught a glimpse of Liao Yuqian at the door and sneered in his heart. Want to see his misfortune? Su Liang pulled By Chanchan back to their seats. With a winner's smile, By Chanchan's cheeks flushed. Suddenly there was a burst of booing in the classroom. Oh my! By Chanchan lowered her head, ran to her seat, and quickly lowered her head. Leng Lianshuang in the front row felt her heart twitch. Do I care about Su Liang so much? His suitor was snatched away by a clown duck. Classes will start soon. By Chanchan lowered her head and asked in a low voice. You knew all this a long time ago. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you make me so worried? Su Liang said softly, it's just Zhang Tianhao. He can be killed easily. Don't worry. It would be shameful if I was tricked by him. By the way, you are so worried about me. Can it be? Before he could finish his sentence, By Chanchan grabbed Su Liang's waist. Her face was already red. You? You are not allowed to talk nonsense. Su Liang chuckled. Okay, okay. I won't say anything, just listen to the class. By Chanan lowered her head. Really, you made me so worried. In fact, the students cannot calm down for a long time now. Su Liang's move could be said to be a death trap for Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao is doomed now. He's been murdered. Moreover, he was about to attain divine enlightenment, and his life was probably ruined. However, some people speculated that Zhang Tianhao's family is powerful and might find a way to save him. After this incident, those students who began to have a problem with Su Liang all knew clearly that this person should not be provoked. No compensation for killing someone. You're about to become dire, so you'd better be honest. But they also thought that since Zhang Tianhao was tricked by Su Liang like this, his family would not let it go, right? There is also a cousin of Zhang Tianhao in their Shenjua No. 2 middle school. That's the top student in the school. The fighting level has reached the hidden level. I'm afraid it won't end well. But now, Su Liang doesn't care about these things at all. If they want to die, he doesn't mind giving them a ride. Now he is only thinking about how to get the beast crystal. This feeling of increased strength gave him a great sense of security. But things like beast crystals are too difficult to obtain in the city. Unless you have money. He has no money. A first-level beast crystal, when converted into the RMB used by civilians, is worth several hundred yuan. And these several $100s are enough to cover the expenses of an average family for 10 days or half a month. He can't afford such expenses and he is not a wealthy man. So, we still need to get beast crystals now. I really can only wait until I enter the Chosen One school, and then go to the hunting grounds to kill them. After entering the Academy of Gods Chosen, divine crystals will be distributed every month for evolution. There are still 3 days of divine awareness. The girl next to me is finally going to undergo a transformation. Noon. It was rare for Yang Biao to sit down and have dinner with the two of them. Brother Liang, how did you arrange this divine move? Could it be that you can predict the future? Su Liang smiled and said, Want to learn? I'll teach you. Just call me Dad first. Yang Biao glared at him and said, Forget it. Su Liang smiled and said, Biaozi, I can actually predict the future. Yang Biao sneered, Just brag. Why am I bragging? I'm telling you, you can awaken the divine seal. Yang Biao rolled his eyes. Talent level, are you cursing me? Su Liang smiled. There was nothing he could do about it. It was just a level. It is much better than the vast majority of people who cannot awaken. By Chanan glanced at Su Liang. Why was he so sure? Could it be true? Can she really awaken the divine seal? Su Liang raised his eyebrows and said, I'm not teasing you anymore. Actually, when I was leaving school yesterday, I noticed those two guys were following me stealthily. I knew they were not holding back, so I thought of keeping some tricks. I released my ladybug, but I didn't expect to get such a big surprise. Yang Biao gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome. I really envy you. Your grandfather can give you such a good thing. Look at me, I still have an old-fashioned cell phone. Su Liang glanced at the star chain on his wrist, and the little ladybug was lying there. In today's era, basically all electronic devices can communicate. The Starlink on Su Liang's wrist can not only be used for communication, but also has functions such as reconnaissance and holographic projection. It's not amazing, but it's similar to what many of my classmates who live in working-class areas have. It is still quite expensive. This is also the reason why Su Liang has always suspected that his grandfather has another identity. Although his family lived in a civilian area, his life was never difficult. When By Chanan heard this, she glanced at the old-fashioned watch on her wrist without leaving a trace. Can also make phone calls, but it is limited to phone calls. Su Liang smiled and said, What's there to envy? When you become the Chosen One, you can earn God crystals or beast crystals and use them to buy better equipment. Yang Biao rolled his eyes. How can it be that simple? Su Liang just smiled. But it's a good thing that you didn't cause such a thing when you were not in the state of divine consciousness. Otherwise, the supervisory department and the heavenly punishment department would come together to arrest you, and you wouldn't even have a chance to explain. Yang Biao said. Su Liang nodded. I know my limits. If I were the Chosen One, I would have filed a record of this matter long ago and would not have given him such an opportunity. Yang Biao nodded. After having dinner together, Yang Biao separated from them as he didn't want to be a third wheel. Now even a fool can see that there is something special between them. I guess they are really together. On the way back to the classroom, By Chanan stood under the shade of a tree and suddenly stopped. Su Liang, she called out. Su Liang looked back at her. By Chanan, who was under the shade of the tree, was still skinny, but she had an inexplicable beauty, soft and weak. She put her hands behind her back and the breeze blew up her skirt like a beautiful painting. The girl is like a painting. Su Liang knew that she would soon transform and shine in the world. What's wrong? By Chanan asked, will I really be able to awaken the divine seal? Su Liang nodded, yes, I will. By Chan's eyebrows were curved, as if she was smiling. Then I will protect you from now on. Su Liang smiled knowingly and nodded heavily. Okay, you must keep your word. The girl smiled softly, as if she had made some kind of decision. Chapter 29 Divine Perception. Start. Time always slips away inadvertently. 3 days is a very short time. During these 3 days, Su Liang and By Chanan were together every day, and their relationship was obviously warming up. If she didn't live in the same room with her mother, Su Liang would have gone to her in the middle of the night to talk about her ideals in life. During these 3 days, Su Liang also received news about Zhang Tianhao. He also cooperated with the police in some investigations. I originally wanted to say that he was also responsible. After all, he hit someone. But Su Liang is not a fool. In the video footage, he clearly saw that the guy had a knife at his neck. This has already posed a danger to his life. Is it wrong for him to fight back? He beat him to the point where he couldn't pose any danger to him. So how could that be considered excessive self-defense? Did he kill anyone? No. So, the police were helpless at the time. He just said that if there were any follow-up issues, he would need his cooperation. And Zhang Tianhao has been imprisoned, and even his spiritual perception has become a problem, so he might miss it. That Lu Hao is an unlucky guy. When Zhang Tianhao was about to take action, in order to prevent him from getting out and to stand on the same front with him, he was forced to take action and became a complete victim. Both are now in custody. It's quite satisfying. And today is a turning point in the fate of all the senior high school students in Shinjue Middle School in the city. God's Day. This Divine Awareness Day is unified and is on one day. The so-called divine perception is to awaken the divine seal in the body. It is also called awakening. Divine perception requires the use of a special device, and this device was developed by the temple. It contains contemporary technology, combines the power of divine crystal and source crystal, and can actively awaken the divine seal in the body of the chosen one. Of course, is it okay to not have divine awareness and wait for the divine seal in your body to slowly awaken? Of course you can. But that process will be very slow and may take until your 20s or even 30s. This way you miss the best age for growth. In today's era, there is simply no time to wait. The entire China needs a steady supply of blood from God's chosen ones to be injected into the temple. But one thing is that I have never seen anyone under the age of 18 awaken the divine seal. Therefore, all the senior high school students in Shinjue Middle School are now over 18 years old, just waiting for this day. Today is a turning point in the fate of these high school students. Those who awaken the divine seal will directly enter the Academy of God's Chosen. Those who have not awakened can take the college entrance examination normally, be admitted to an ordinary university, and become an ordinary person. Or they can study academics and become Chinese scientific and technological talents. Today will be a moment to witness history. There are more than 6,000 students in the entire senior year. Came to the Shinjue playground. Everyone lined up in order. Each class forms a square. There was excitement on everyone's face. Finally waited for this day. They are all looking forward to awakening a high-level divine seal. But according to the normal proportion, among these more than 6,000 people, there may be only about 2,000 people who can awaken the divine seal. Among these 2,000 people, there are about 16 to 17 those whose divine seal levels are at level and level. There are only about 300 people who can truly awaken to the divine seal or above. The probability is very low. Not to mention those who can get promoted, they will be the chosen ones in the future. But this does not mean that the first level divine seal is useless. It is much stronger than ordinary people. Those at level 1 have a chance to become a 2-seal divine envoy. Those at level 2 have a chance to become a 3-seal divine master. And those who are even better have a chance to become a 4-seal divine warrior. Not too weak either. By Chanan was standing next to Su Liang. I was very nervous. She glanced at Su Liang. Level? Su Liang talked to her a lot in the past 2 days. When she attains divine enlightenment, she will become the center of attention. By then, everyone will extend an olive branch to her. Everyone will approach her passionately, but she doesn't like it. She would rather be alone with Su Liang. It seemed that he noticed By Chanan's nervousness. Su Liang hooked her wrist. He smiled at her and said, "Don't be nervous, just let nature take its course." Seeing Su Liang smile, her heart quickly calmed down, as long as he was by her side, she was not afraid of anything. Yang Biao was also next to the two of them and could already smell the sour smell of love. Facing the rising sun, Principal Liu Kaiyuan appeared. Standing on the high podium, he started speaking through the microphone. Dear students, today is the most important day in your life. I wish you all the best from the bottom of my heart. A long speech. But I have to say that Principal Liu does have a talent for public speaking. It aroused the enthusiasm of many students. In the future, you will join China. Whether you are awakened or not, you are all part of China. Those who have successfully awakened should guard against arrogance and impatience, study hard in the God's chosen academy, train hard, and improve their levels, so that they can contribute their own strength to resist the alien beasts for China in the future. For those who fail to awaken, don't be discouraged. Study hard, get into university, and devote yourself to scientific research. You can also win glory for China. Each of you is China's most precious treasure. Born for China. Supreme glory. All the students seemed to be ignited and excited. Liu Kaiyuan smiled and said, "Okay, I won't say any more unnecessary words. Divine perception. Activate." The principal's loud voice resounded throughout the playground, and the atmosphere reached its peak. The next moment, in the center of the playground, 10 black metal columns, 30 meters high and 1 meter thick in radius, rose from the ground, separated in 10 locations. This is the Divine Guidance Pillar. It contains the most advanced energy technology in the world. All the students looked at the 10 Divine Guidance Pillars excitedly. It's finally time to begin. Even though Su Liang had lived a new life, his heart was still stirred at this time. Will he still be level this time? What about the red-eyed celestial unicorn beast seal on the chest? Su Liang didn't know, so he could only take it one step at a time. As long as he reaches the next level, he will not be discouraged. If he can go higher, he will naturally be happy. Soon, several teachers appeared around the 10 Divine Guidance Pillars. Among them were teachers from our school, teachers from the Academy of the Chosen Ones, and a military member with a serious face. This is a big matter and must be taken seriously. At this time, there were also big figures from various parties on the rostrum. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the divine awakening begins. There are 10 positions, and the students line up in an orderly manner. A group of 10 people came to the Divine Guidance Pillar. Under the guidance of the teacher, I placed my hand on the depression in the palm of the hand on the Divine Guidance Pillar. Soon, the 10 Divine Guidance Pillars flashed a faint light almost at the same time. The 10 students felt as if they were electrocuted at that moment. It's fleeting. Everyone waited quietly for the result. About 30 seconds passed. 3 of the Divine Guidance Pillars shine with light of different colors. A white light, a green light, and a purple light. One level, one level, one level. The whole audience was boiling. Among the first 10 people, there was a level 1. The students under the 3 Divine Guidance Pillars showed joy on their faces. Somewhere on their bodies, the light of the Divine Seal was flickering. The students in that grade were even more ecstatic. From then on, destiny changed. Only the 7 people showed no change, and their hearts were somewhat gloomy. They are not awakened. The teacher shouted loudly, "God's chosen ones, go register. Next group." A smile appeared on Principal Liu's face on the podium. 3 people in the first group have successfully awakened. This is a good sign. Everyone around nodded in agreement. But Liu Kaiyuan subconsciously looked in Su Liang's direction. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Will this little guy awaken the Divine Seal? Once successful, he will basically be a member of the Jin killing team. I hope he has good luck. Su Liang was still looking, as if he felt someone was looking at him. Looking over, it turned out to be the rostrum. The principal is looking at him? Su Liang thought it might be an illusion. And then, groups of people continued. This process is long and painful. Those who have not gone up are looking forward to going up, but are afraid that they will not wake up. A mixture of emotions. Some of those who fail cannot bear it and often break down and cry. Among them, there are some people at the fighting level. I work extremely hard during normal training, but in the end, I can only be an ordinary person. In groups of 10, sometimes, no one in a group succeeds. This situation is still very common. And as of now, the highest level of Divine Seal awakened is level. The quantity is very small. There are only a few like that out of 100 people. Generally speaking, some are happy and some are sad. It all depends on fate. Su Liang, can you tell what attributes or types of Divine Seals those people have awakened? By Chanchan's soft voice sounded in Su Liang's ears. It's hard to tell. Without understanding, the types and attributes of these people's Divine Seals are all secrets. No one wants to expose it easily. By Chanchan nodded. What about me then? Su Liang smiled and said, You can't hide it. When she was in a state of spiritual awareness, she shocked everyone. The fiery aura that naturally suppressed everything would expose her attributes. Su Liang was silent for a moment. In the future, when she is surrounded by geniuses, will she really still care about him? Chapter 30 School Beauty S-Level. The divine perception continues. The 10 divine guidance pillars emitted light of various colors from time to time. There are 6 levels of divine seals. They are, in levels respectively. The colors corresponding to the levels of the divine seals are white, blue, purple, black, red, and gold. This light will manifest when the divine seal is activated. But at the same time, be careful. The attribute power of each type of divine seal will manifest different power colors. Similar to Gong Li, the level of his divine seal is purple, which is level. But his attribute power is thunder and lightning. So when he is fighting, the light on his body is a mixture of purple and the blue-green color of thunder and lightning. As for green, it is also a level 1 divine seal, but its strength attribute is mainly for treatment. So when the power of the divine seal is used, a green light appears. Generally speaking, there are only 6 colors of divine seal levels, which are fixed. The color of the strength attribute is not very important. Then let's talk about the attributes of the divine seal. The properties of the divine seal are extremely complex. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder and lightning are strength type, speed type, defense type, healing type, and weapon type. Too many. But the only thing is, there is no exotic beast type. This is also the reason why Su Liang has been puzzled. I can't figure it out for now. This is his secret and cannot be made public. The attributes of various divine seals will correspond to different functions in the future, or the division of labor within the military and the divine hunting team will be different. Of course, a divine seal does not have just one attribute. It may also have 2, 3, or even more. But this is not a good thing. Too many attributes mean that the power is complex, unable to be specialized, and not pure enough. It's like a 500 milliliters bottle with a single attribute, which can hold 500 milliliters of water. If it has a stacking attribute, which is water and oil, then the total amount it can hold is 500 milliliters. The amount of water becomes less, and the amount of oil also becomes less. That's the reason. The more attributes you have, the more useless and uncomfortable you will feel. The attributes of Su Liang's divine seal in his previous life were wind and fire, which was considered passable. The wind gave him speed, allowing him to escape and survive time and time again, and the fire gave him fighting power, which was pretty good. And By Chanan, the future Empress Suzaku. The level flaming divine seal has a single attribute. Extremely powerful. The combat effectiveness is off the charts. Yang Biao, a divine seal of super strength, mainly uses great strength. In the previous life, Su Liang called him a macho man. In this life, he is still a macho man. Over time, I realized that 2 hours had passed. Su Liang raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at the time. It seems to be this time. Sure enough, the next moment, an extremely terrifying black light emanated from a divine guidance pillar. Class. The whole audience was boiling. The principal on the rostrum and the important figures of the Chosen One Academy all stood up. A level has appeared. Principal Lu was very excited. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on that student. The student himself was at a loss at this moment. He looked at the black light emanating from his divine seal with some disbelief. He was stunned for a moment, and then tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Class. It's level. From now on, I will change my destiny. The ecstasy on his face could no longer be hidden. As long as he advances steadily and cautiously, he will surely become a 5-seal general in the future. It is even possible to become the 6-seal divine king. In the future, he will become a lieutenant general in the military, or even a 1-star general. The future is promising. The joy was hard to suppress. It feels like I have finally made it through. I see my bright future. Who is that? Which class? Everyone was envious. That's level. It's Wang Yin from class 28. He lives in a civilian area. He's my brother. Someone couldn't wait to tell everyone. Hearing that it is a civilian area makes people even more envious. Now a big shot is going to emerge from the civilian area again. They all knew that the appearance of such a level would surely attract everyone's pursuit and flattery. You must build good relationships. Change your destiny from now on. Su Liang looked at the scene with a relatively calm expression. Yang Biao next to him was almost dying of excitement. Brother Liang, a level. Oh my god. If I could awaken a level, I would be so excited that I wouldn't be able to sleep for a month. Yang Biao pulled Su Liang's clothes and shook him back and forth. Su Liang pulled it away angrily. How can there be so many levels? Just take a look. Su Liang remembered that there seemed to be no more than 10 people who could reach the awakening level or above. Was it 7 or 8? This is already very extreme. One of them is By Chanan from grade 12, and the other is a boy from grade 12, who seemed to be a young man from a big family in Chengdu. The rest are just levels. But the fact that their class included Leng Lianshuang's grade had shocked too many people. In a class, there is not only one grade, but there is actually another grade. After a commotion, the divine perception continued. But many people still find it difficult to recover from that level. I dream of reaching the awakening level. Wang Yin was so excited that his whole body was shaking, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Time goes on. Su Liang and his class 7 are expected to finish their work in the afternoon. But no one complained of being tired. Everyone was extremely excited. Another hour passed. The black light appeared again, setting off the whole place. Another level. Many teachers were laughing so hard that they could hardly stop. Especially the teachers at the Academy of the Chosen Ones. No matter what level you are, you must become their students. This is a good thing. Who doesn't like people with good talents in the future? Su Liang remained relatively calm from beginning to end. It doesn't mean that after awakening, you will definitely become a god general or god king in the future. It is also possible that it will die halfway, which is perfectly normal. The future is uncertain. The higher the level, the greater the danger you will encounter in the future. And this evolutionary process is also very difficult. That would require an unknown amount of divine crystals to fill it. Of course, it is possible to follow the steps, improve slowly, and increase your survival rate. The higher the level of evolution, the correspondingly longer lifespan will be, the higher the status will be, and the greater the wealth and power will be. Who doesn't want to be awakened? But how can you get this just because you want it? Later, the more she watched, the calmer By Chanan became. Su Liang, what should I do if everyone surrounds me at that time? By Chanan asked in a low voice. She now subconsciously believes that she will reach the awakening level, and Su Liang's words cannot be wrong. Su Liang curled his lips and said, "Don't be afraid. The teachers at the God's Chosen Academy will protect you when the time comes. You can also choose not to speak." Level, that's awesome. By Chanan nodded timidly, and then just listened to Su Liang and kept silent. Leng Lianshuang, who was at the front of the team, was as cold and pure as a snow lotus from the Tianshan Mountains. She looked at the scenes before her heart still calm. Level 1 and above are hard to come by. She recalled Su Liang's words that day. If you awaken the level 1 God Seal, and I only awaken level 2 or level 3, will you still let me get close to you? Leng Lianshuang still firmly believed that if she was taller, then she and Su Liang would be destined to be from 2 different worlds. If you are tall, I can lick you. If you give up me for By Chanan, it's your loss. I will prove to you, Su Liang, that you are wrong. Can By Chanan reach the awakening level? She turned to look at the 2 people who were huddled together and talking in a low voice. The look is complicated. They are obviously so incompatible. By Chanan is now skinny and looks like an ugly duckling. Su Liang is also a handsome boy. Why did he choose her? Snort. As time goes on, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As of now, a total of 5 levels have appeared. I don't know how many people envy me. Of course, even now, there are countless people who have ended up in tragedy. Among them are many students who once reached the fighting level, but they have not even awakened the divine seal, and that level has become a blank check. It doesn't work. Soon, it was finally their turn as class 7. The first student has already started. Fail. The second one. Fail. The third one. Fail. This hit the morale of some students in class 7. Finally, it's the fourth one. Class. Finally, some good news. Yang Biao's whole body was shaking. Brother Liang, it's about to begin. It's about to begin. Su Liang smiled helplessly and said, "Don't be so excited. Take it easy. What if he hasn't awakened yet?" Bah, get out of here. I will definitely wake up. Su Liang smiled. Soon, it was Leng Lianshuang's turn in their class. The school beauty is about to awaken. What level of divine seal will she awaken? Why do school beauties have to be matched with other girls? You think you are a Chinese cabbage? Who knows? Maybe there isn't any level, or maybe it's any level. Leng Lianshuang is the white moonlight in the hearts of many students. She is really beautiful, with a pair of long, slender, and round legs, and her skin is so white without any flaws. That delicate face is so beautiful that I don't know how many boys' hearts she has captured. Worshipped as a goddess, her divine sense is bound to attract many people's attention. Just before she took a step forward with her long legs, she suddenly turned around and looked at Su Liang behind her. It attracted everyone's attention. What does this mean? The moment their eyes met, it seemed as if they were conveying some message to Su Liang. Su Liang, however, had a look of indifference on his face. They were destined not to be the same kind of people. As if she had seen Su Liang's answer, Leng Lianshuang walked unwaveringly under the divine guidance pillar. The slender jade hand pressed on the groove. A surge of electricity ran through my body. Wait quietly. In about 30 seconds, the black light flashed.
Class.
The school beauty is super. Haha, she's really top-notch. She's worthy of being the school belle. Fortunately, the school beauty didn't die. I'm so happy. School beauty Leng Lianshuang will still soar to the sky. Ha ha ha. Some boys were excited about this. How could such a beautiful girl not awaken successfully? Leng Lianshuang looked at the black light of her divine seal and felt relieved. I was extremely happy. I didn't expect that I would awaken to a higher level. This was an unexpected surprise. She couldn't hide the smile on her face. A slight smile is enough to captivate a whole country. The school beauty smiled. So beautiful. Ah, let me kiss the campus beauty. I'd be willing to die. Chapter 31. Su Liang, whom you look down upon, I will cherish with my life. Leng Lianshuang couldn't hide her happiness. Anyone who has awakened will be so happy. This represents a road to success in the future. She will become a future prodigy in Chinese history. At this moment, Leng Lianshuang only felt that her mentality had changed. She looked towards Su Liang's position. I don't know if it's because Su Liang's words came true. Leng Lianshuang just wanted to show it to Su Liang. At this moment, their eyes met. Leng Lianshuang's mentality has changed. The teacher guided Leng Lianshuang to register. Teacher, wait. I have something to say to my classmate. I'll come over to register after I'm done. The teacher smiled and nodded. Okay, go quickly and come back soon. They were extremely tolerant towards the chosen ones of the highest level. School beauty Leng Lianshuang walked towards class 7 with her slender legs. She is so proud. At this moment, the school beauty is so extraordinary, like the most beautiful Tianshan snow lotus in the whole audience. She walked lightly and was extremely beautiful. But there is also a kind of temperament that keeps strangers away. At this moment, Leng Lianshuang, the campus beauty from number 2 middle school, is completely different. Her future will be bright. She walked towards the students in class 7. Those students were all excited. The school beauty is coming. Who is the school beauty looking for? Leng Lianshuang walked in front of Su Liang and By Chanan. By Chanan was a little nervous. What did she want to do? Su Liang had a cold expression on his face. Leng Lianshuang smiled, which made some male students unable to stand steadily. The fragrance on her body is like the most deadly drug, which consumes people's hearts. She smiled faintly. Su Liang, thank you for your assumption. Su Liang curled his lips. No need to thank me. It's yours, and it's yours after all. Leng Lianshuang is not so cold anymore, and her personality can be changed. She said with a gentle smile on her face, but you are right. I really can't do what you said. My mentality has changed. Su Liang said calmly, I understand. Just keep sticking to your original intention. We are destined not to be on the same path together. Leng Lianshuang smiled and said, don't be discouraged. What if you awaken to a higher level? Su Liang was still indifferent. If you are here to say these words, then you can leave. Leng Lianshuang was not annoyed and continued, I just think there are some things that need to be made clear. I still think that I did nothing wrong in holding on. You asked her to deliberately provoke me. I admit that you succeeded. I feel a little uncomfortable, but not anymore. Next, I'll wait for your results. Su Liang glanced at Leng Lianshuang's lively eyes, and his heart was as calm as water. Her meaning was clear. If Su Liang awakens a divine seal below level 1, then there will be no other possibilities between them. From then on, they became strangers and a huge gap between them existed. She said these words only because Su Liang had really irritated her these days. Now that she has awakened, she has the confidence to say these words. Su Liang said calmly, okay, just wait. I'm probably just a level 1. Don't think too much about it. Leng Lianshuang didn't say anything else, but just looked at Su Liang deeply, then turned and left. It seemed as if there was no connection between them anymore. The students standing by were confused. Is this their farewell? Only By Chanan clenched her fists. His eyes gradually became firm. Leng Lianshuang, I will cherish Su Liang, whom you look down upon, with my life. Level, isn't it amazing? Watching the school beauty Leng Lianshuang leave proudly. Su Liang looked at her back coldly. This scene was not much different from his previous life. After she awakened, she seemed like a different person, and every movement she made revealed pride and honor. Look how proud she is. Su Liang felt nothing. But the next moment, a soft jade hand grabbed his hand. Su Liang turned and looked at By Chanan. By Chanan showed a gentle and firm smile. Su Liang, I will always stand by your side. Su Liang's eyes were a little dazed. Perhaps the biggest gain after my rebirth is the girl in front of me. I hope she can be firm. I will also work hard to become stronger. The divine perception continued. One after another, students came on stage. But this also means that more and more students are sad. Finally, it's Su Liang and his friend's turn. Should I go first? By Chanan asked. Su Liang smiled and said, I'll go first. The most dazzling ones will be left for later. I'll wait for you at the registration desk. By Chanan nodded. Yang Biao was still a little excited, and he chose to follow Su Liang. Brother Liang, come on. The bicycle turns into a motorcycle. It all depends on this one move. Su Liang took firm steps and walked towards the divine guidance pillar step by step. I have experienced this scene in my previous life. There shouldn't be any surprises, right? Su Liang came to the guiding pillar. Slowly placed his palm on the location of the palm print. He took a deep breath. Come on. At the same time, Leng Lianshuang's eyes were also fixed on Su Liang. What kind of divine seal will he awaken? Is it really level? From the divine sense guiding column, it was as if an electric current instantly penetrated into Su Liang's body. He closed his eyes. Feel the electricity flowing through your body. Then they converged at his arms. Su Liang knew that, not surprisingly, it was a divine seal with dual attributes of wind and fire. Just when Su Liang was about to give up, the current started moving again. It actually gathered towards Su Liang's chest. Su Liang was stunned. Could it be that this beast seal is really a divine seal? The electric current seemed to have encountered such a situation for the first time. After staying at his beast mark for a short while, it separated some of its power and returned to the position of his arm. And it was this moment. The divine guidance pillar in front of Su Liang began to vibrate slightly. A burst of green light shot out. Class. The teacher who was guarding nearby was not too surprised. But they still found something wrong. Because in that level of green light, they vaguely saw a hint of golden light. In fact, many people have noticed this subtle change. What's going on? Why is his level color wrong? Soon, the light disappeared. Su Liang looked at the green light flashing on his arm. It is indeed level. But what about the golden light in my chest that only I can feel? Su Liang was shocked. Could it be that he really became the unprecedented chosen one with the double god seals? And this beast mark is of such a terrifying level? Su Liang didn't dare to be sure in his heart. This was simply unheard of. It's like a fairy tale. But he can indeed use the power of the mark of the beast. What is going on? Thousands of doubts arose in his mind. Go down, master. The teacher's voice rang out. Su Liangkai came back to his senses. Obviously, the wrong color just now did not cause much waves. It might just be an accident. After all, everyone knows that there are only a few colors of divine seal level. It couldn't be anything else. Yang Biao said excitedly, Brother Liang, the level is already pretty good. I hope I can succeed too. Su Liang smiled and said, You will succeed. Su Liang glanced at By Chanan's position and gave her a look, then walked towards the registration desk. It was natural for him to meet Leng Lianshuang's gaze. Leng Lianshuang's eyes gradually became colder. Su Liang knew very well that at this moment, in her heart, she had completely drawn a line between herself and him. This is also what Leng Lianshuang thought. Su Liang, maybe you look okay, and your performance in recent days has been pretty good too. But that's the way it is. You are just a level, but I, Leng Lianshuang, am a level. I am destined to shine brightly, but you, Su Liang, are extremely ordinary. I still firmly believe that my choice was right. We are destined to be people from two different worlds. I am Leng Lianshuang, and I really don't need your approach and licking anymore. Thank you for your love. There is no need for anything to happen between us from now on. You continue to lick your By Chanan. I'm Leng Lianshuang. No need for that. Chapter 32. S-Level. Is that amazing? Su Liang really didn't feel much about Leng Lianshuang's gradually cold gaze. He hadn't just met Leng Lianshuang. He knew very well that this woman was like this. It's just like some rich people who look down on the poor from the bottom of their hearts. But in Su Liang's opinion, you, Leng Lianshuang, have an awakening divine seal. I am not worthy of you, but you don't have to act like this, right? That's not how you live. People say that things change over time, and we never know what will happen in the future. Just a passerby. I don't need a joke like you. I have an Empress now. Su Liang withdrew his gaze and prepared to register. And it was at this moment, in this round of Yang Biao and others, an extremely terrifying red light burst out from a divine guidance pillar in the distance. The whole place was silent for a moment. Then it was like an explosion. The teachers and leaders on the rostrum stood up excitedly one by one. Those students wanted to dig out their eyeballs and throw them towards the red light. Red, bright, bright. Level. It's level. That blood-red color struck the eyes of every student present. Many people were shaking all over. Unexpectedly, there was a level 1 in their class. Oh my God. It's level. It's really level. The future 7-seal Divine Lord and 8-seal Divine Lord. Who is it? A sure-shot general. Principal Liu and others on the rostrum were also extremely shocked. Just as one level is released, another one comes out right away. It was a big surprise indeed. Principal Liu couldn't stop smiling. Old Huang, this time seedlings are pretty good, right? The leader of the Chosen One Academy next to Principal Liu was also smiling happily. Surprise, surprise. It's very difficult for a level to appear in the whole city of Rome, but I didn't expect it to happen. Haha, there is hope for the rise of Rongqing in the future. You must train it well. The appearance of a level 1 was enough to shock the entire city of Chengdu. This is very rare. Even in previous years, it was common for students to not advance to a higher level for 2 or 3 years in a row. But this time it appeared, and it was a big surprise. Of course, I hope that I can get surprises in other Shenjue middle schools this time. It would be even better if there were a few more levels. The students were scratching their heads with envy. Why can't it be them? He is Yi Qinghan. What? Yi Qinghan from the Yi family? Who else could it be if not him? Oh my God. Who are you trying to envy? Not only is your family so rich and powerful, but they even have a superstar. This is going to be a heavenly achievement. I don't know how many classmates showed jealous expressions. It feels so unfair. Su Liang's eyes flickered. Yi Qinghan, descendants of the first family in Chengdu. Someone in their family holds a high position in the military and their family is extremely wealthy. They are truly rich people. I remember that in my previous life, after Yi Qinghan reached the awakening level, he also looked for Qianqian. He is very handsome and wants to hook up with By Chanan. In his opinion, only someone of his level is worthy of By Chanan. In this class, if By Chanan was not there, his divine seal level would already be the highest. At this time in her previous life, By Chanan must have been the most heartbroken and would have ignored him at all. She only wanted to improve her level, kill all the monsters, and avenge her mother. This life is different. Will she still care about Yi Qinghan? And Leng Lianshuang seemed to want to lick him from behind, but was rejected by him. It's really interesting. The disturbance caused by Yi Qinghan made everyone present unable to calm down for a long time. So the divine sense paused for a moment. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was enjoying everyone's attention. This feeling of being the center of attention made him very happy. And he himself is also very handsome. For a time, countless girls were completely addicted to it. Su Liang noticed that the arrogant Leng Lianshuang couldn't take her eyes off him at this time. Maybe at this time she felt that only a boy like this was worthy of her. Su Liang chuckled and said, "You like me, but I don't like you. You're just shocked. Next, it's time to dazzle your eyes." At this time, Yang Biao had already run to Su Liang's side. With a smile on face, "Brother Liang, I am also a level 1. Su Liang smiled and nodded. "I told you that you are a top, but you still don't believe it." Yang Biao was stunned. "Don't say it. You really got it right. Can you really predict the future?" Su Liang smiled but said nothing. Yang Biao did not insist. "You are 1, I am 1. Together we are 2. Su Liang covered his mouth with his hand. "If you can't speak, don't speak." Yang Biao took his hand away. "Is it that serious? It's just a thing, isn't it?" Su Liang rolled his eyes. "Shut up and watch the show." "What's the show?" Su Liang gestured for him to look at By Chanan, who was already preparing for divine perception. "You'll know when you see it. The real shocker is about to happen." Yang Biao looked confused. By Chanan started. The soft little hand pressed on the guide column. By Chan's face was determined. "I believe Su Liang. What he said must be true. Leng Lianshuang, I will show you that level is nothing great." A surge of electric power surged into her body. At this moment, the potential deep within By Chan's body seemed to be stimulated. The blood begins to boil. After the electric current entered her body, it began to converge towards her brow. There, an extremely terrifying pressure began to gather. It was at this moment that some of the powerful people with high levels of divine seals or who already possessed several seals appeared. Everyone felt a special fluctuation. That wave of fluctuations actually suppressed their breathing. It was as if their divine seal had met their king. That was an absolute pressure. The expressions of the teachers, powerful men, and people from the military suddenly froze, glancing at the 10 divine sense guiding pillars. Who is it? They gradually became excited. Are they about to witness a miracle? An indescribable emotion burst out from the bottom of their hearts. In fact, they couldn't believe this feeling. It's about that long. Suddenly, the spiritual guidance pillar where By Chanan was. He began to tremble on his own initiative. Then, the entire black guide column, all the patterns on it seemed to be on fire. A powerful force began to burst out from the lines on the guide pillars. The light began to shine. At this moment, the entire Shenzhou playground seemed to have lost all the sunlight. A brilliant golden light burst out from the guide pillar in front of By Chanan. At the same time, a brilliant golden light emanated from between By Chanan's eyebrows, making her look like a fairy in heaven. The divine light is brilliant. At this moment, those people who were originally still immersed in the shock of Yi Qinghan's red-level divine seal. He turned his neck with difficulty and looked in the direction of By Chanan. All eyes were filled with golden light. The space was dead silent. Those eyes seemed to be about to pop out. Su Liang finally curled the corners of his mouth. After a close call, the Empress returned. Yang Biao, who was beside him, was dumbfounded. He wasn't sure if what he saw was golden light. This was the thought of everyone present. Is that golden light? Level of golden light? In their Rongqing, it seems that such a golden light has never appeared before. A future divine emperor will appear in their Rongqing? At this moment, there was another person whose mind was about to collapse. Why? Why is she the top? She is not even level 1 or level 2, but she is the top level 1. At this moment, Leng Lianshuang felt a strong sense of jealousy. Could it be that, after Su Liang was rejected by her, he suddenly approached By Chanan not because he wanted to discuss her? Is it because he already knew that By Chanan's awakened divine seal would be higher than hers? How is this possible? Does this mean that Su Liang has hit the jackpot? Leng Lianshuang could not accept this result at all. She would rather Su Liang found By Chanan just to disgust her. At this time, some students in Class 7 also had similar feelings. Remember that sentence? By Chanan, I've got you covered. Damn it, you beast. Can these words make By Chanan protect him for the rest of his life? By Chanan slowly opened her eyes. Feeling your own golden light. Her heart calmed down. Su Liang did not lie to her. She is really top-notch. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. From now on, I will protect you. Chapter 33 The Biggest Winner. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone couldn't believe what they saw. A level has finally appeared in Chengdu, and it is destined to go down in history. By Chanan slowly turned around and looked in the direction of Su Liang and Leng Lianshuang. It seemed like he was looking at Su Liang, and also seemed to be looking at Leng Lianshuang, bringing a warning. At this moment, the flaming divine seal between her brows exploded. A hot breath swept across the place. Everyone felt this fiery breath that carried supreme majesty. Yes, you're right. It's level, no mistake. It's level. Ah, the future god sect. Even the god emperor. Our Rongqing is going to rise. Everyone was breathing rapidly. The entire playground was in a frenzy. At this time, the school leaders, the Chosen One Academy, and the military personnel who had reacted could no longer sit still. He ran towards By Chanan madly. Witness this miracle up close. Those leaders and strong men surrounded By Chanan. A relieved smile also appeared on Su Liang's face. Leng Lianshuang glanced at Su Liang. Isn't he surprised at all? Did he know this would be the outcome? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this time, the students in Class 7 also found it difficult to understand how the ugly duckling who was silent in the class could get admitted. Those classmates who had bullied By Chanan in the past even began to feel uneasy. Would she take revenge on them later? Those leaders and military personnel surrounded By Chanan. Student By, please become a student of our Chosen One Academy. We will devote all our resources to train you. You are the future of our Rongqing. Please don't leave Rongqing. Student By, on behalf of the military, we sincerely invite you to join the military. As long as you join, you can be directly appointed as a lieutenant general. You will receive the highest level of training in the military. Director Huang of the Chosen One Academy could no longer sit still. Can you military department not be so brazen? She is the future hope of Rongqing, and she must stay in Rongqing now. The military is the best place for her to train. She can directly choose to become a member of the 3 major god legions. Isn't that possible? Director Huang hurriedly said, Student Bai, as long as you come to our college, we will not give you a military rank, but we will not give you anything less as long as it is given by the military. We will give you enough resources. Oh, can you compare with the military? Hey, can you represent the military? At this time, they started to fight for it without any confrontation. By Chanan looked at the scene in front of her calmly. If Su Liang was right, then she just had to keep quiet. At this time, some former classmates also started talking. Chanan, when you become powerful, don't forget us classmates. My name is... Chanan, my name is... Those who once looked down on By Chanan have now come to lick her boots. But By Chanan ignored any of them. At this time, Yi Qinghan from that level also came over. He stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. Hello, classmate By Chanan. My name is Yi Qinghan. Can I ask for your guidance in the future? This scene made the girls grit their teeth. Damn it, By Chanan is not pretty at all, okay? She is so skinny. He actually gained Yi Qinghan's favor. From now on, it seems that they have the best chance of getting together. Yi Qinghan also had a confident smile on his face. He believed in his charm and that this seemingly ordinary girl would definitely accept him. Only a girl like this will be worthy of him in the future. Although she is not good-looking now, she still has a good foundation. She will become good-looking after some nurturing. But By Chanan didn't even look at him. Just leave the crowd and walk in one direction. Yi Qinghan was left there. Yi Qinghan remained petrified with his hand outstretched. Am I rejected? Yi Qinghan was confused. This skinny-looking By Chanan doesn't like him? It's impossible? Who else here can compare with him? Yi Qinghan pulled his hand back awkwardly and turned to look over. By Chanan was seen moving lightly with lotus steps, slowly approaching a person. The 2 big shots from the military and the Chosen One Academy are still chattering. But he followed By Chanan's footsteps from beginning to end. Student Bai, please carefully consider the Chosen One Academy. You are from Rongqing, so you must consider your hometown more. Student Bai, don't listen to him. Go directly to the military department. You will definitely be able to rise to the top. The people who teach you are at least 8 Seal Divine Lords. There will also be endless resources available. But from beginning to end, By Chanan didn't say a word, but just walked towards Su Liang with firm steps. Classmate, please say something. Don't be nervous. Classmate, no one can force you. You make your own choice. The God Army is your best choice. By Chanan still didn't say anything. At this moment, everyone forgot about their spiritual awareness and fixed their eyes on By Chanan. At this moment, Leng Lianshuang felt a very bad feeling in her heart. That shouldn't be the case, right? Doesn't she have any ambition at all? Now that she is already a level 1, why should she still care about Su Liang, who is only a level 1? No way. Absolutely not. She should be the same, coming here to draw a line between herself and Su Liang. Leng Lianshuang was hoping that things would develop in this way. Otherwise, she would feel like someone abandoned by Su Liang. Why? At this time, Su Liang was also feeling anxious. The awakening level will definitely affect a person's mentality. Will Chanan change? Su Liang felt a little anxious. This is the key to your future. Of course, if Chanan wants to distance herself from him, that's okay, because she will become the Suzaku Empress in the future. Su Liang only hoped that she would not be like Leng Lianshuang. At least acknowledge him as a friend. Every step By Chanan took seemed to be stepping on the hearts of Su Liang and Leng Lianshuang. She finally came. Look at Su Liang. Both of them looked into each other's eyes. Soon, By Chanan's eyes curved into crescent shapes, expressing her joy at the moment. Su Liang, I have really awakened. By Chanan just wanted to share this joy with Su Liang. Hearing this, Su Liang felt relieved. He also showed a hint of smile. Well, I'm happy for you. By Chanan also smiled and nodded. Yeah. Leng Lianshuang just felt like she was about to vomit blood. Why? At this moment, she seemed like a loser, and Su Liang was the biggest winner. Student Bai, please come to our college. Student Bai, come to the military headquarters. At this time, By Chanan looked at the 2 important figures. It seems like it is telling everyone. Wherever Su Liang goes, I go. At this moment, everyone in Class 7 felt jealous. What a beast. What a bastard. He really won By Chanan's heart. Why don't they have that vision? Su Liang became the biggest winner. Asshole, because of the care I showed him during these last few days, I gained a top-level God Chosen, the future God Sect Master. Damn it, this is my fate. The students in Class 7 were complaining bitterly and were almost dying of jealousy. And those students who don't know the situation have a question mark in their hearts. Why? He seems to be just a guy. How can he be favored by a super genius? What else is he besides it? Do you want to make others envy to death? Director Huang asked curiously. Who is Su Liang? What level? It's him. He is Su Liang. He is A. Yang Biao excitedly helped to introduce. Director Huang and the big shot in the military looked at Su Liang in surprise. One. Good boy. Has this won the girl's heart? Student Su. Please persuade Student Bai to go to the God's Chosen Academy and benefit Rongqing. Don't listen to him. Go to the military. The military has better conditions. In the face of the downpour in their mouths, Su Liang wiped his face embarrassedly. Don't worry, I'll talk to her. Su Liang looked at By Chanan with a smile on his face. Chanan, where do you want to go? You can actually make your own decision. By Chanan shook her head. I'll go wherever you go. I promised you. Su Liang felt warm in her heart when she heard this. She had not forgotten. Su Liang gave a gentle smile. Okay, let's go to the Chosen One Academy. It seems like the final word. By Chanan also smiled gently. Okay, let's go to the Chosen One Academy. Director Huang was so happy that he almost jumped up. This scene made all the students explode. Damn it. We are at the same level, and we have to listen to the people at the same level? What is this? Damn. Is this how a girlfriend is developed? How come they don't have girlfriends like this? Yi Qinghan was also dumbfounded. Lost to one? Leng Lianshuang felt empty inside, which was why Su Liang didn't lick her. That's ridiculous. She seems like a loser. The big shot in the military suddenly became anxious. Student Su, don't worry. I know your rank is not high, but if it's for Student Bai, I can make an exception and recruit you into the military. You can enjoy the same treatment together. Whether it's resources or weapons, you can choose whatever you want. Even advanced weapons are no problem. This big shot in the military didn't want to miss out on such a top-notch genius. Perhaps in the future, By Chanan will also join the military. But if he were to be sent to the military now, he would still gain unimaginable benefits. Director Huang quickly said, Old Tang, don't mess around. They have already agreed to go to the college. Student Su, don't listen to him. Come to the academy and I will give you the same treatment as Student Bai. You will be treated just as well as I did. You can choose any weapon or resource you want. Old Tang sneered, do you have any advanced weapons? Director Huang glared and said, too many. Hearing this, the students who were also chosen by God felt jealous. What the hell is this fate? He enjoys the same treatment as his peers. This is too much. But in fact, how could such savvy people like Director Huang not know? How many resources can be used at one level? Those are all small things. The main thing is to keep this level. Su Liang smiled and said, no need to persuade everyone. Just go to the God's Chosen Academy. Thank you for the kindness of the military. Chan's mother is also in Rongqing. In the short term, she will grow up in Rongqing. Thank you everyone. Old Tang from the military department side missed out on the genius. Still, he said, don't rush to make a decision. I will report to the military department and then someone else will come to talk to you. I hope you can make a decision then. Su Liang nodded politely. He knew that more people would come, and the matter finally calmed down gradually. After all, the divine consciousness had to continue. Su Liang and By Chanan smiled at each other. This is the best outcome. Su Liang knew clearly that Chanan had to stay here. In her previous life, she had gone all the way from the Academy of the Chosen Ones, and then slowly fought her way to the throne of Suzaku. Of course, I have to be here in this life. Fortunately, Chanan did not ignore him because of this. Everything is the best arrangement. Chapter 34 I want to live with Su Liang. The divine perception continues. But it didn't stir up any waves in people's hearts. Perhaps it was because By Chanan's level raised everyone's threshold. No matter what happens later, it seems less exciting. And there was no other level after that. The highest is just level 1. All those above level 8 appeared. Old Tang from the military department had already left in a hurry. He would go and report the news in person. A level that is worth him running for himself. Director Huang from the Chosen One Academy has been staying by Chanan's side, fearing that she might be abducted. But she just stayed by Su Liang's side from beginning to end. Her feelings for Su Liang will not change because of the level of her divine seal. Because it was Su Liang who helped her when she was most helpless and weakest. Protect her. Care for her. She had already made up her mind to protect him with her life. She glanced at Su Liang stealthily. From now on, let me protect you. This scene made all the boys and girls present extremely envious. Wow, By Chanan's awakening divine seal is nothing special. Su Liang is the biggest winner. At this time, in a corner of the playground, Chi Hongchu from the Cinder Killing team stood with a graceful woman. Captain, it looks like there's a surprise. If we can get this kid into our team, then getting By Chanan of this level will be a piece of cake. Xiaolan said in surprise. Chi Hongchu said calmly, if By Chanan comes, let her be the captain and I will step down. Xiaolan said with a smile, I think we are really blessed. Chi Hongchu shook his head. It's difficult. A person like her will definitely be the focus of the military. Several major divine armies will come to recruit her. It will be difficult for her to join the divine hunting team. Xiaolan didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, Captain, I can tell from the fact that you've never been in love before. You don't understand? Chi Hongchu glanced at her and asked, it seems like you've been in love before? Xiaolan shook her head. I haven't been in a relationship before, but I understand girls. A slight smile appeared on Chi Hongchu's face. Let's go and contact them again in 2 days. The divine perception ends. They all went their separate ways. Those who have achieved success in their spiritual awakening go home and bring back the good news. Then, they don't have to come to school anymore. After resting for a few days, you can go directly to the Academy of the Chosen to report. Regardless of level, those who did not succeed should take 2 days off, calm down, continue going to school, and prepare for the college entrance examination. Soon, the news that a top-level God-chosen one had emerged from Shinjue Middle School would reach everyone's ears. At the same time, the awakening situation of each Shinjue Middle School also came out. There are also 2 divine awakening middle schools, which have also awakened 2 levels of God's chosen ones. Level, but there is no more, only this one in Shinjue number 2. As for other levels, the situation in all middle schools is basically similar. Anyway, generally speaking, the number of gods chosen above level is less than 10. Only number 8 middle school has exactly 10, but all 10 are of grade 1. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Liang and By Chanan left together. There was envy in everyone's eyes. And just when Su Liang was about to leave the playground, Su Liang keenly felt that someone was staring at him, just in front of them and to the right. At that moment, their eyes met. Su Liang saw the boy with the cold eyes. The other party just looked at him coldly without saying anything. But the coldness in his eyes was very obvious. He was an enemy, not a friend. Su Liang also recognized the other person. Zhang Tianzi, Zhang Tianhao's cousin. One of the levels in Shinjue 2. It seems that they have set their sights on him. By Chanan asked, what's wrong? She also followed his gaze. Su Liang smiled and said, it's okay, just a small fish. Let's go home. By Chan's eyebrows curved into a small crescent, and she nodded, yeah. Watching Su Liang and the others leave. Brother Tianzi, is this guy the one who harmed Brother Tianhao? A boy next to Zhang Tianzi asked with a gloomy face. Zhang Tianzi nodded indifferently. The boy snorted coldly, pondered for a moment and said, that might be a bit troublesome. By Chanan seems to like him very much. Zhang Tianzi sneered, they are just trash of the same level. After a long time, By Chanan will naturally understand the gap between them. By Chanan can't protect him forever. We have plenty of time to kill him. The other boy nodded, yes. If he dares to go against my Zhang family, he will be courting death. Zhang Tianzi asked, what level has Tianhao awakened to? The boy replied, he is at the same level as me, but he still needs to be taken back and locked up first. He is still using connections. Zhang Tianzi nodded, this account must be settled. When they arrived at the school gate, Director Huang of the Chosen One Academy had already parked his special car at the gate. He was extremely enthusiastic and wanted to see them off. Su Liang knew what he was thinking, and since he couldn't avoid it, there was no need to refuse. When I go to the Chosen One's Academy in the future, it will be very convenient to get things done with this relationship. The 2 of them got into Director Huang's special car amid the envious gazes of everyone. He didn't drive fast along the way. Director Huang smiled continuously. Student Bai, your awakening divine seal is the first time in Rongqing in 300 years. It is bound to cause a sensation. I still hope you can think more about your hometown. Rongqing really needs people like you. By Chanan seemed a little shy and looked at Su Liang. Su Liang smiled and said, Director Huang, Chanan is still a little shy now. I know your thoughts and expectations. I can tell you one thing. We will definitely give priority to Rongqing God-chosen Academy. Just like you said, this is our hometown. Director Huang felt a little relieved, but he couldn't relax yet. Okay, thank you. It's the best that you think this way. Although our Rongqing is not of high level, our God-chosen Academy will definitely do its best to allocate resources to Student Bai. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Director Huang continued, next, You will have a few days rest. I will come to pick you up personally to go to the God's Chosen Academy. If you have any requests or needs during these few days, you can write them down. Our academy will definitely meet them. Thank you, Director Huang. No, 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 this is as it should be. By Chanan didn't dare to speak much along the way. In her opinion, just listen to Su Liang and everything. It didn't take long before they arrived at Su Liang's home in the civilian area. Director Huang also got off the car. Student Bai, are you living here? Director Huang was a little surprised. By Chanan nodded timidly. Su Liang explained, Chanchan's house was destroyed a few days ago due to the invasion of bloodthirsty rats, so they are currently living in my house. Director Huang nodded and said, how about this? Our college will give you a villa in the city center. You can move directly to the city center. This way it will be closer to the college. By Chanan shook her head repeatedly. No, it's good to live here. She didn't want to move out. She just wanted to live with Su Liang. Su Liang smiled bitterly in his heart. This is the value brought by the level. As long as you want, people can give you anything. A villa in the city center. That's worth an astronomical amount. Things that ordinary civilians dare not even think about. But here in Chanchan, it can be easily obtained. Director Huang smiled and said, Student Bai, don't rush to refuse. When you go to the academy will assign you a house. If you don't want to live in the academy, you can live in a villa. It will be good for your privacy and evolution. You can still live here when you go home. It doesn't matter. This matter is settled. I will go back and take care of it now, and I will send you the key tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Liang was speechless. His enthusiasm was really at its limit. I won't give you a chance to refuse. By Chanan looked at Su Liang. Su Liang smiled and said, you can accept it. It is also a token of the college's kindness. The value you will bring to the college in the future is worth such a villa. Director Huang immediately smiled and said, yes, yes, Su is right. Don't feel any psychological burden. You deserve this. Well, I won't bother you for now. I'll go back and prepare everything else for you. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, it's not hard. Director Huang left happily. By Chanan looked at Su Liang in confusion. I've already agreed to go to the Chosen Academy. Why are they still so enthusiastic? Su Liang laughed. This is just the beginning. In the next few days, the door of our house will be broken down by others. Not only the military, but also the 3 great divine armies, the academies of the chosen ones in those high-level cities, and some of China's top families will come to recruit you. I don't want it. I don't like it. It's okay. I'll block it for you. By Chanan smiled sweetly. Okay. Chapter 35. There is no meaning without you. Inside the courtyard, Lu Xian was completely confused. Chanan Xiaoliang, are you two kidding me? Lu Xian felt like she was going crazy. Class? What concept? She had also been to school and participated in divine awareness, which was the highest level of divine seal talent. As long as he grows up steadily, he will become a top figure in China. Su Liang smiled and said, Auntie, we are not kidding you. You will know tomorrow that our door will be trampled down. By Chanan also smiled and said, Mom, it's really high-level look. By Chanan felt a little unfamiliar when she sensed the flaming divine seal between her eyebrows. Soon, a golden light flashed. Lu Xian's eyes turned red and soon her tears burst out. She covered her mouth and looked at the divine seal between By Chan's eyebrows. Finally made it. Su Luochen, who was standing by, couldn't help but be shocked when he looked at the golden divine seal. I never thought that this brat like me could actually bring back a level 1. By Chanan hugged Lu Xian's arm. Mom, you won't have to suffer anymore. I will work hard to evolve and lead you to a good life. Lu Xian really didn't know what to say. She couldn't react in time, and if she didn't suppress it, she really felt like she would pass out in one breath. Su Luochen smiled and said, let's not talk about anything else for now. We must celebrate for the girl today. Come on, let me cook. Su Liang and By Chanan smiled. By Chanan helped Lu Xian into the house and sat down, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Su Liang ran to the kitchen to help his grandfather. Su Liang hummed a tune. The old man was concentrating on cooking. He took out some of his own assets. There were meat and vegetables everywhere, and Su Liang wondered where his grandfather got them from. In this age of material scarcity, he always manages to come up with so many good things. Ham, beef, pork, and half a chicken. But I don't want to ask now. Watching Su Liang enjoying it. The old man was silent for a moment and then asked, aren't you afraid that girl will become distant from you in the future? The sudden words made Su Liang stunned for a moment. The movements of his hands froze. Hasn't he thought about it? The things Qianqian experiences and the people she meets in the future will put distance between her and him. Everything she touches is the best in the world. But is this something to be afraid of? Su Liang smiled calmly. Grandpa, there is nothing to be afraid of. If Qianqian really distances herself from me, I don't care. This is her normal path. She is destined to evolve along the way. It is inevitable. If I get scared because of this and try every possible way to keep her by my side, that would be the saddest part of me. She wants to leave, and I can't keep her. I won't feel lost, but I believe she won't distance herself from me. Su Luochen looked at his grandson, nodded. It's good that you think so. I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it in the future. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. There is nothing I can't accept? Su Luochen nodded. Well, I'm glad you understand. Su Liang was silent for a moment. Maybe he should not stay? Maybe he would reach the peak like By Chanan? After all, he had a golden beast seal. On the other side, inside the house, it took Lu Xian a long time to come back to her senses. By Chanan excitedly said to Lu Xian, Mom, the college has agreed to give me a villa in the city center. Then you can live with us. You don't have to suffer here anymore, and it's safer over there. Hearing this, Lu Xian was silent for a moment. Qianqian, what level is Xiaoyang? By Qianqian nodded naturally, yeah. Lu Xian looked at her innocent-looking daughter and said with a complicated expression, the future. By Qianqian seemed to understand what her mother wanted to say. Mom, no matter how high I reach in the future, I will never leave Su Liang. I don't care what anyone says. Without him, you and I would have died in the mouths of bloodthirsty rats long ago. Hearing this, Lu Xian felt somewhat relieved. But her heart is complicated. This is the innocent state of her daughter now. When she grows up and reaches a higher level of evolution in the future, will she still think like this? There are too many things in reality that will cause collisions between them in the future. This is like a mismatch. But let's talk about this later. Mom, when the time comes, you can move in with us downtown and bring Grandpa Su with you. Lu Xian smiled and shook her head. No, it's fine for us to live here. That place is for you to live in. I won't be able to adapt to the situation there, and Su Bo probably won't want to go either. Let's not think about those things for now. By Qianqian nodded. Okay. Before long, a table full of sumptuous food was ready. For people sat together. By Qianqian looked surprised. Wow, I've never seen such a sumptuous meal. Su Luochen smiled and said, Girl, you have awakened today. I, your grandpa, must celebrate for you no matter what. Eat more today. Make yourself plump and white as soon as possible. By Qianqian felt a little embarrassed. Thank you, Grandpa Su. Su Luochen smiled kindly. You're welcome, come on. We're happy today, you're all adults now. Let's all have a drink. Su Liang quickly poured it for everyone. Everyone raised their glasses and took small sips. They are like a family, full of joy. After Su Luochen took 2 sips of wine. Girl, now that you have awakened, have you considered going directly to the military? Hearing this, By Qianqian and Su Liang were both stunned. By Qianqian seemed to have drunk a little bit of alcohol. The little face is red and a little dizzy. Said, Grandpa Su, I'm not going to the military. Su Liang is going to the academy, and I want to be with him. After these words were spoken, Su Luochen, Lu Xian, and Su Liang all looked at By Qianqian. The colors in everyone's eyes are different. By Qianqian seemed to suddenly wake up a little and felt a little embarrassed. His face turned even redder, and he lowered his head. I don't dare to go to the military alone. I'd better follow Su Liang. Su Luochen smiled kindly. Okay, it's up to you. With your level, it will be the same wherever you go. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He felt like he had become a stumbling block for By Qianqian. In fact, it is indeed the best choice for By Qianqian to go directly to the military. You can skip too many processes in between and directly become a member of the Heavenly God Army. You can get better experience in the Heavenly God Army. Maybe I should have a good talk with her about this matter. The meal was almost finished and Qianqian was slightly tipsy. Su Luochen smiled and said, In the next few days, the power of your divine seal will gradually fill your body. You should feel it well. By Qianqian and Su Liang both nodded. They all know this. After the divine perception, the power of the divine seal will flow out from the divine seal little by little and enter every corner of their bodies. Their strength, mental perception, etc. will become stronger. The level of power awakened will be different depending on the level of the divine seal. Su Liang called Qianqian to the yard, and the two of them sat under the night sky. Lu Xian and Grandpa are cleaning up. Qianqian. Actually, what Grandpa said is right. Joining the military is your best choice. There, you will grow the fastest and best. By Chanchan's face flushed, and she asked with a drunken and silly smile, "Then are you going?" "I won't go. Using your name to enter the military, I am only at the bottom, so it doesn't make much sense." By Chanchan smiled and said, "Then I won't go." "Where are you?" "That's where I am." Su Liang looked at her and smiled bitterly. "I always feel like I am delaying you this way." By Chanchan shook her head. "Without you, I would not be alive today, and I promised you that I will protect you in the future. Isn't it?" Su Liang looked at By Chanchan's sincere expression, and his heart warmed slightly. Could it be that she really had that kind of feelings for him? By Chanchan looked up at the starry sky and said softly, "A place without you means nothing to me. I made up my mind the day you stood up for me." At this moment, Su Liang didn't care about anything else. He hugged By Chanchan in his arms and held her tightly. By Chanchan was confused. The redness on her cheeks, which had just faded a little, suddenly turned red again. Su Liang hugged me. By Chanchan's whole body was so stiff that she couldn't move. "I feel like I have no strength left in my body." Su. Su Liang's gentle voice rang in By Chanchan's ears. "Chanchan, thank you." Chapter 36. Kidnapping the Empress to be your wife. At night, By Chanchan lay in bed, unable to calm down for a long time, and even didn't sleep much the whole night. She was immersed in the excitement of being hugged by Su Liang. Spring is coming. On the other side, Su Liang sat on his bed, took off his shirt. Looking at the divine seal on his arm that represented the dual attributes of wind and fire, he smiled bitterly. "It's exactly the same. This divine seal resembles a cloud pattern, as if it were being burned and rolled by fire. The power of the divine seal is slowly awakening. Now, he is already considered a first-level chosen one of God. From now on, you only need to use the divine seal to slowly absorb the energy of the divine crystal, and then slowly evolve." Then he looked at the beast mark of Qitong Tianlin on his chest. A little golden light can be seen faintly. Is this a divine seal? He could also vaguely feel that the power within the beast seal was awakening. Integrate into his body. It's really strange. He was totally confused and had no idea what was going on. Never mind for now. The divine perception was successful, and he wanted to see if there were any changes on his attribute panel. As I fell into a doze, a thought occurred to me. I was soon pulled into that mysterious space. I saw those beast eyes again. No care for now. The control panel pops up. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 36. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal 1 Level. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 1. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Heavenly Scale Seal. 1 Seal 1 Level. Beast Seal Evolution Progress. 1. Spirit 18. Strength 25. Agility 18. Speed 18. Su Liang seemed to have seen it wrong. He rubbed his eyes hard. Beast God Seal. Su Liang was completely dumbfounded and remained in a daze for a long time. Level Beast God Seal. It's really Qitong Tianlin. He froze, and it took him a long time to react. A feeling of ecstasy filled his body, and he was shaking all over. He screamed in surprise. Su Liang's eyes were filled with ecstasy, and the corners of his mouth were even harder to suppress. "Ha ha ha, I, Su Liang, am also a level 1. Su Liang felt like tears welling up in his eyes. He knew that his destiny was different in this life. He also has the opportunity to become the 9 Seals Divine Sect, or even the 10 Seals Divine Emperor. Although he didn't know why it was the Beast God Seal, he thought it should be the same, right? However, the existence of the Beast God Seal is extremely rare in the world, and it should be the only one in the entire world. This secret must be kept hidden. You must never let anyone know." After a long time, Su Liang suppressed his excitement a little, took a long, deep breath, but with a smile still on his face, he continued to look over. Add 1 point to each of the 4 attributes. But the conversion progress has not changed and is still 36 points. This means that the 1 point added to all 4 attributes should be the change brought about by his divine perception. Su Liang thought about it secretly. When his strength was 11 points, he was able to defeat Liao Yuqian, the level 10 1 Seal Chosen One. When the strength reached 16 points, he was able to completely defeat the young man Zhang Tianhao brought. That young man should also be a level 10 Chosen One with only 1 Divine Seal. With a strength of 16 points, there was absolutely no way to defend himself. That is to say, even if the Chosen Ones of the level 10 Divine Seal are at level 10, their strength value cannot reach 16 points. It may even be lower than 10 points. Now that his divine perception was successful, each of the 4 attributes increased by 1 point, which might just correspond to the power of his level 1 divine seal. In other words, when the God's chosen reaches level 10, his strength will not be very strong, maybe only around a dozen points, or at most around 20 points. Then the 10 points of his initial 4 attributes are most likely the initial power brought to him by the level 1 beast God seal. Well, this should be the truth. Su Liang thought secretly. In other words, in the future, if he wants to improve his attribute values, there are 2 ways. The first one is to obtain beast crystals and improve through the conversion of beast energy. The second method is to evolve the divine seal itself and absorb the power of divine crystals to improve it. Thinking of this, Su Liang was frightened. How terrifying will my strength become in the future? It is possible that he is still a second seal divine envoy, but his own strength may far surpass that of the divine envoys. Possess the ability to challenge higher-level opponents. After all, his power now exceeds that of ordinary chosen ones. It is estimated that even the second-level divine envoy of that level of divine seal is no match for him now. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly. This is a good thing. In this way, you will only become stronger and stronger. He truly has the right to speak in this world. He exited this space. I couldn't calm down for a long time. I lay in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Does this mean that I am qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qianqian? Su Liang showed a wicked smile. Then can I kidnap the future Empress and make her my wife? Hey. That night, both of them had trouble falling asleep. Until the next morning, both of them had dark circles under their eyes. The 2 of them went out at almost the same time, both wearing pajamas. When they saw each other, they couldn't help but blush. Su Liang, good morning. Qianqian, good morning. Su Liang grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I realized I was still in my pajamas. By Qianqian ran back to her room shyly. Just as he passed the threshold, that seemingly light kick directly crushed the threshold into pieces. Exploded instantly. Su Liang's face twitched. He was indeed a top-level player. Fortunately, he had been able to control it a long time ago. This is a sign that the power awakens cannot be perfectly controlled. Looking at the threshold that was broken by a foot, By Chanan was a little panicked. Have I gotten into trouble? Su Liang smiled and said, It's okay, it's normal, go change your clothes. By Chan's face was flushed. Oh, okay. Grandpa also stuck his head out. Well, this is a normal reaction for a level 10 God's chosen. I guess no one below level 10 can surpass her in strength. Su Liang glanced at his grandfather. Raise your eyebrows slightly. In other words, the higher the level of the divine seal, the higher the initial physical attribute value upon awakening. Of course, correspondingly, upgrading and evolving also requires more time and resources. Overall, it was pretty good, although I didn't sleep that night. But Su Liang still felt full of energy. While I was still brushing my teeth, there was a knock on the gate of the yard. Boom, boom, boom. With a little perception, I could already feel that several people appeared outside the door. Su Liang raised his eyebrows slightly. Coming. Su Liang responded. Open the door. 3 men in suits were standing at the door, and a luxury car was parked outside the courtyard. The 2 on the sides looked a little younger, around 30 years old, and the one in the middle was older, probably in his 50s or 60s. Su Liang felt a faint sense of pressure from them, especially the one in the middle. Su Liang asked politely, Who are you? The middle-aged man in the middle smiled and said, You are Su Liang, right? Su Liang nodded, Yes, I am. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Hello, Su Liang. I am Zhao Kongshua, the commander-in-chief of the Rongqing military. Zhao Kongshua stretched out his hand. Su Liang's pupils trembled. Lord City Lord? Zhao Kongshua smiled and nodded. As for the title of Lord City Lord, I still prefer others to call me the commander-in-chief or commander. Su Liang was shocked. Can you believe that the city lord blocked the door early in the morning? Zhao Kongshua, Lord of Rongqing, commander-in-chief of the Rongqing military. A 6-seal god king of more than 50 levels. This is almost the strongest person in their Rongqing. Su Liang quickly stretched out his hand to shake hands with him. Such people should be respected. He must have military merits, otherwise he would not be able to become the Lord of Rongqing. The faint aura of pressure emanating from Zhao Kongshua made him unconsciously become serious. Of course, he had dealt with the God King in his previous life. But I have never encountered a situation where someone comes to my door in person. Zhao Kongshua asked with a smile, Su Liang, By Chanan is living in your house now, right? Su Liang nodded, Yes, Commander, come in and talk. Su Liang made a gesture of invitation. Zhao Kongshua smiled and nodded. but he was the only one who came in. The other two people stood directly at the door and acted as door gods for his house. Them? Zhao Kongshua smiled and said, "Don't worry about them. I want to meet this leader from Rongqing." Su Liang did not insist. Just as I was closing the door, I glanced at both sides of the block. Oh my god, there are still people. These people will probably not show up until the city lord leaves. Zhao Kongshua walked into the courtyard and looked around. There were melon fields, plum trees, and a clear fish pond. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This old senior seems quite comfortable. Su Liang shouted, "Grandpa, Qianqian auntie, the city lord is here." At the greeting, Lu Xian and Qian Qian both leaned out. City lord? Lu Xian was shocked that the city lord had arrived in person. She quickly wiped the water stains off her hands. Zhao Kongshua smiled and looked at the timid By Chanan. By Chanan, hello, I'm Zhao Kongshua. By Chanan was a little at a loss. Hello. Zhao Kongshua smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I just came to see you and have a brief chat with you." By Chanan seemed a little flustered. "I'm not going to the military. I want to be with Su Liang." Zhao Kongshua was stunned and burst out laughing. Sure enough, if you want By Chanan to go to the military, you have to start with Su Liang. What a lucky boy. He has won the heart of a girl at such a young age. Do we have to use force? Chapter 37 is coming one after another. The city lord Zhao Kongshua, Su Liang, and Qianqian's mother and daughter sat together. Zhao Kongshua is using his eloquent tongue to persuade. There was always a faint smile on Su Liang's lips. What Qianqian said just now was so funny. Just think about it. The aloof, cold, and beautiful Empress Suzaku in the previous life is so cute now. Well, the goal is set, to make the Empress my wife. Zhao Kongshua said a lot. For your growth and evolution, the military is definitely your best choice. Whether it's in terms of resources or teachers, the military can provide you with the best conditions. After all, the military is the real leader of China. By Qianqian remained unmoved. He lowered his head and said, "Wherever Su Liang is, I am there." Zhao Kongshua. Good guy. He just won't listen to anything. Zhao Kongshua smiled bitterly in his heart. This little girl was now completely dominated by Su Liang. Zhao Kongshua could only change his target. Su Liang, for the sake of classmate Bai's future, you should persuade her that joining the military is her best choice. You must consider the overall situation. You can also go to the military together. There is no problem with that. Everyone looked at Su Liang. Su Liang smiled and said, "Commander, I actually understand what you said. I also yearn for the military, and even more so for the 3 great celestial god legions. But my ceiling is here, and my achievements are destined to be limited." He couldn't tell anyone about the beast god seal, so he could only think of himself as a loser. "Even if you promise me now, Commander, that you will give me a very high salary, I will believe it, but what about the long term? I am a junior officer in the military with such good resources. How many people will look down upon me? How many people will look down on me? The pressure I will have to endure is unimaginable. In the future, I may just disappear into a corner somewhere. This is not the life I want." The military emphasizes strength above all else, so the result, I guessed, is bound to happen. In fact, Su Liang had another reason why he didn't want to go to the military. He went to the military, and perhaps the secret of his beast god seal would be known to many people. Hearing these words, even Zhao Kongshua was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Su Liang, an 18-year-old young man, could see so far. Zhao Kongshua smiled bitterly. "What you said does make some sense. But what about By Chanan? You should also consider her, right? Aren't you willing to sacrifice a little for her?" Su Liang grinned and spread his hands. "Commander, I actually never stopped Qianqian from going to the military headquarters. I even persuaded her to go to the military headquarters last night. But she won't go." Zhao Kongshua, are you playing rogue? Oh, why don't you understand? Zhao Kongshua said helplessly. Just then, old man Su Luochen came out with a few cups of tea. Zhao Kongshua stood up immediately. Just when I was about to salute him, the old man stopped me with a look. Su Liang was a little suspicious, and Zhao Kongshua seemed a little excited. Zhao Kongshua looked a little embarrassed. "Old man?" Su Luochen said with a smile on his face. "Commander, the military is a good place, but we, as elders, also have to respect the ideas of young people, right?" Zhao Kongshua smiled and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. It is definitely based on their subjective will. No one can force them." Zhao Kongshua's posture is very much like that of a young man. Su Liang was puzzled. "Why are you, a 6 seal god king, so respectful to this old man of mine? Is this how you respect the old and love the young? Just now, there was a hint of reprimand in his words to them. Su Luochen smiled slightly. A girl-level divine seal. In fact, no matter where you are, it is a training, and there is a high probability that you will become a member of the military in the future, so there is no need to rush. When you join the military in the future, you can talk more about your hometown and the Rongqing military. I believe the commander will take good care of you. By Chanan was a little confused, but still nodded. Grandpa Su, I remember it. A slight smile appeared on Zhao Kongshua's face. You're welcome, old man. If that's the case, it looks like my mission today has failed, and I should go back and report. Su Luochen smiled and said, What's the hurry? Let's have breakfast together. Zhao Kongshua waved his hands repeatedly. Old man, you are too polite. I won't bother you anymore. Su Luochen smiled and nodded. I won't be polite with you. Zhao Kongshua smiled and nodded. You are too polite, old man. Zhao Kongshua stood up and everyone saw him off. When you reached the door, Zhao Kongshua said, Everyone, I only represent the broad military. According to the news I received, the 3 major heavenly armies will also come to recruit. Su Liang's heart moved slightly. Wow, the 3 divine armies are actually sending people over. The old man smiled and said, It's all the same. If the girl doesn't want to go, no one can force her, right? Zhao Kongshua smiled awkwardly and nodded. Indeed. Please stay, old man. I will take my leave now. Su Luochen smiled and nodded. As everyone watched, Zhao Kongshua got into the car and left quickly. In the car, Zhao Kongshua was sweating profusely. Damn, he couldn't hold it back for a moment and almost. Su Liang glanced at his grandfather suspiciously. Grandpa just looked at him, as if he understood what he was thinking, but he wouldn't say anything about it. Instead, he said, The fact that you understand that joining the military department is not a good thing proves that you still have some brains. Su Liang, Grandpa, do I usually look stupid? Su Luochen glanced at him and said calmly, It's just us. There will be many more people coming to give gifts. You can decide for yourselves. I won't show up one by one. Su Liang and By Chanan nodded. Grandpa, if someone comes to give you a gift, will Chanan accept it or not? The old man's hunched body slowly turned around. As long as they don't have a grudge against you, it's fine to accept it. You won't lose face. You are still relatively weak. Anyway, it's just a gift to make yourself familiar with them. It's harmless. Su Liang nodded. I understand. Grandpa came into the house. Lu Xian pulled her daughter aside and asked, Chanan, have you really thought it through? By Chanan nodded firmly. Mom, I've made up my mind. I won't go to the military. I want to be with. Speaking of which, By Chanan was too embarrassed to say it out loud. But those who understand will understand. Lu Xian nodded. Since you have made up your mind, then Mom won't say much. You two can handle it yourselves. Su Bo is right. As for you young people, it's up to you to decide on your own terms. By Chanan hummed and nodded heavily. He glanced at Su Liang secretly, then lowered his head and raised the corners of his mouth. Su Liang looked at the sky and the earth, and everything was self-evident. Not long after, there was a knock on their door again. The neighborhood where their house was located was becoming increasingly lively. Many people were very surprised. Why are so many people running to Grandpa Su's house? Is this developed? Many people don't know the truth. Although many people know that a superstar has appeared in Rongqing, but she is a girl. Grandpa Su only has one grandson, right? Su Liang and his friends continued to receive those people. Representatives from the Chosen One Academy of several other major cities came at the same time. Among them are representatives from colleges in some third-tier and second-tier cities. They all came with extremely generous conditions to recruit By Chanan to enroll in their college. The value represented by a level is immeasurable. There is no need to even think about his status as the future Emperor Shenzong. Everyone put in their best efforts. What conditions are you willing to offer? For example, all the college's material resources, equipment resources, and some special training venues can be used unconditionally. Then there are the levels that each college recruits, and there are also levels. Only by going to them can we grow better. Su Liang and By Chanan listened to them politely, but eventually rejected them one by one. Or just tell them to go back and wait for a reply. Anyway, we sent away wave after wave. There were 20 or 30 schools of God's chosen academies from the third and second tier cities alone. The threshold is really about to be broken. It was Chanchan's first time to witness such a scene, and she was too scared to speak most of the time. Now she is hiding under Su Liang's wings, but she is still very timid. After sending these people away, some big families in Rongqing and some special forces of God's chosen came to make themselves known and give gifts. Based on what Grandpa said, Su Liang and Qin Qian accepted some daily necessities. Some people directly give away divine crystals, equipment, armor, etc. However, Su Liang and his friends refused because they didn't want to take too much from others. They will have these things in the future. A man who takes favors from others is not grateful for what he has received. It didn't embarrass anyone, nor did it put too much burden on Qian. The old man in the house knew clearly everything Su Liang did. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, showing satisfaction. We were busy until the afternoon, and the number of talented people gradually decreased. Both of them felt exhausted. Su Liang. It turns out that the awakening level is so tiring. They all seem happier than me, Qian said with a pout. Su Liang smiled and said, "It's okay. It will only take a day or two." However, By Chanan felt very happy when she saw the daily necessities that had almost piled up into a mountain in the house. "I feel like it can last for a year or two, and it seems pretty good." Su Liang smiled and said, "If we exchange the things we rejected for daily necessities, it would probably be enough to last us a lifetime." Ah! By Chanan felt a sense of regret. "Stop it. If you take those things, you will be annoyed in the future." Not long after, someone else is coming. When they appeared at the door, Su Liang and By Chanan were both stunned. A little surprised. Only two people came in. A middle-aged man, someone of their age, and someone they knew. Yi Qinghan, the second-level Divine Consciousness Middle School, the one chosen by the Divine Seal. The #1 family in Chengdu. The Yi family. Chapter 38, Domineering Protection of Husband. Su Liang was a little surprised at Yi Qinghan's appearance. He is a popular person now, but I didn't expect him to come here. Yi Qinghan's eyes instantly locked onto By Chanan. He showed his signature male god smile. "Hello, classmate Bai. We met yesterday. I am Yi Qinghan." Yi Qinghan extended his hand again, wanting to shake hands politely. But By Chanan didn't buy it at all. Moved a little closer to Su Liang. Su Liang grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand. Hello. I know you. You are the only top student in Shenzhou's second middle school. Nice to meet you. I am a little shy. Excuse me. Please come and sit down." Being held hand by Su Liang, a superior. A chill flashed through Yi Qinghan's heart. How could any piece of trash shake hands with him? If it weren't for By Chanan, he wouldn't be worthy of appearing in front of him. Yi Qinghan's face froze for a moment, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Seems a bit disgusted. Su Liangkai was too lazy to pay attention to him. "Want to touch my future wife's hand? You're dreaming." "Haha, you are Su Liang, right?" The middle-aged man next to Yi Qinghan spoke. Su Liang looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. "Well, I am, uncle, and you are?" Yi Jianqi smiled and said, "I am Qinghan's father, Yi Jianqi. I came to visit you today. It's just a small gift. It's not a big deal." As he spoke, Yi Jianqi took out some things directly from his space converter and placed them neatly on the ground. Wow, there are piles of divine crystals, level weapons, source crystal weapons, close-fitting armor. They were all good stuff, but obviously, the weapons and armor were prepared for Qian, not for him. "Oh, uncle, you are too polite. I won't accept the reward without merit. I won't accept the reward without merit." Yi Jianqi smiled and shook his head. "As the only one in Rongqing who awakened at the same level as my son, he deserves it. Just don't refuse. I also brought my son here to get to know Mr. Bai and make friends with him. After all, you two are the hope of Rongqing in the future, so we should get along well." Yi Jianqi was very direct, and his words revealed his desire for Yi Qinghan and By Chanan to be together. As for Su Liang, he is at most a jack used to repair cars. Su Liang sneered in his heart. "Want to steal my wife? Is Yi Qinghan worthy?" But he still said calmly, "Patriarch Yi, it's really not necessary. If Qian wants these things, the military and the Chosen One Academy can always bring a few trucks. Besides, Qian doesn't like these things, and they are not suitable for her. There is no point in keeping them. You two should take them back." Su Liang sneered. "Why are you pretending?" Yi Jianqi looked at Su Liang with some surprise. "Is there a bit of tension here? Young man, you really have no sense at all. If By Chanan wasn't here, would he be worthy of talking to him here?" Yi Jianqi chuckled. "Well, I know that classmate Bai wants these things, so naturally someone rushed to deliver them. I have no other intentions. I just want Qinghan and classmate Bai to get to know each other. In the future, they will have a great chance to grow together. When they become god generals and god kings, they will inevitably have to fight together. Yi Jianqi is naturally an old fox. He is a divine general and a divine king, and you are one level higher than him. You will never be able to touch him in your lifetime. It's just a small gift, Bai. You should accept it." Yi Qinghan took a quick look at the surrounding situation. There was a hint of disdain and disgust. What kind of slum is this? By Chanan, you are now a top-level god's chosen prodigy. There is no need to live in a place like this. I will ask my dad to arrange a villa for you in the city center. It will be convenient for you to go to the academy when the time comes. Yi Jianqi also smiled and said, It's simple. I'll have someone arrange it right away. Bai Chanan seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. I always feel that Yi Qinghan and his father are a bit annoying. Bai Chanan shook her head. Uncle Yi, you can take the things. We haven't accepted these things from others all day. The academy has already promised me. If I want them, I just need to go and get them. Hearing this, Yi Jianqi's heart trembled slightly. Did Director Huang agree to this? You're not going to the military or other colleges? Su Liang was about to stop him. Bai Chanan has already shaken her head. I'm at Rongqing God's chosen academy. Su Liang sighed inwardly, thinking that he was still not very worldly wise. The other party obviously came to inquire about her choice. Yi Jianqi smiled and said, Okay, if that's the case, then I won't force it. But you and Qinghan can still communicate more. You will inevitably have to cooperate with each other in the future. In our Rongqing Chosen Academy, you two have the highest level of divine seals. Bai Chanan was too timid to respond. She just followed Su Liang anyway. Haha, Qinghan, you can exchange contact information with classmate Bai so that you can keep in touch. Yi Qinghan walked up with a proud look on his face. Bai Chanan, what's your star message? Let me pass it on to you. Bai Chanan shook her head. I don't have it, and it's not necessary. When others contact me, they contact Su Liang. You can talk to him. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly. That's pretty smart at this time. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched. That's fine. He didn't want to have anything to do with that first-rate trash. He did not hide his contempt for Su Liang at all. Su Liang just smiled and pretended not to see it. Yi Jianqi smiled and said, Okay, don't worry, there will be time in the future. I hope you can communicate more in the academy. Then we won't bother you anymore. Su Liang said calmly, Go slowly, I won't see you off. Yi Jianqi had a calm smile on his face, not at all angry at Su Liang's behavior or words. But just when they were about to leave, there was a commotion outside the courtyard. Before they leave, 3 men in different military uniforms walked in. The moment everyone saw the 3 of them, their expressions changed instantly. Blue dragon pattern, white tiger pattern, black tortoise pattern. The 3 great armies of gods. Their people actually came together. Wow, all 3 of them have a unique silver star on their shoulders. 3 lieutenant generals. In other words, these 3 people are all 6 seal divine kings above level 51. At least he is on the same level as the city lord Zhao Kongshua. But these 3 people are from the 3 major divine armies, and their status is even more respected. Even Yi Jianqi stopped. He saluted respectfully. Meet the 3 generals. The lieutenant general of the Qinglong army looked at him in confusion. Who are you? Yi Jianqi smiled and said, My name is Yi Jianqi. I am the current patriarch of the Yi family in Rongqing. I have served in the military for 10 years. All 3 of them nodded slightly. The lieutenant general of the Qinglong army said, It has nothing to do with you. We are here to look for Bai Chanan. There was indifference in the voice, without giving any face at all. He is just the patriarch of an ordinary family in a small city. Yi Jianqi smiled awkwardly, pointed and said, This is classmate Bai Chanan. The lieutenant general of the Qinglong army nodded. He locked his eyes on Bai Chanan. I saw Bai Chanan hiding behind the boy. Sure enough, if I want to make this girl change her mind, I have to start with this boy. Hello, Bai Chanan, I am Zhang Muyang, Lieutenant General of the 34th Army of the Azure Dragon God Army. I am Yuan Feihua, Lieutenant General of the 56th Army of the White Tiger God Army. I am Zhu Wuzhao, Lieutenant General of the 42nd Army of the Xuanwu Heavenly God Army. The 3 of them saluted her, very straight and serious. This situation made Bai Chanan even more nervous. Hello. Su Liang frowned slightly when he heard Zhang Muyang of the Qinglong Heavenly God Army speak. It seems that the Marshal Shenzong who attacked Chanan in the previous life was the commander of the 34th Army? Zhang Muyang said solemnly, Student Bai Chanan, we are here on behalf of the 3 major armies of the gods to invite you to join the army of the gods. You can choose any legion. Bai Chanan shook her head. I'm not going. Zhang Muyang frowned. Why not go? The Heavenly God Army is the core strength of our China. Becoming a member of the Heavenly God Army is something everyone aspires to do. Now, as long as you join the Heavenly God Army, you can directly obtain the rank of Lieutenant General, and you can also receive the teachings of the Divine Sect. You will definitely soar to the sky in the future. Bai Chanan still shook her head. I won't go. Wherever Su Liang is, I'll be there. Don't try to persuade me. Hearing this, the three of them frowned. Yi Jinshi and his son were watching this scene curiously, and at the same time they were making plans in their minds, determined not to agree to it. Only in the Academy of God's Chosen Ones does Yi Qinghan have a chance. If he goes to the Heavenly God's Army, he will really have no chance at all. Yi Qinghan can also join the Heavenly God Army now, but the two of them are destined to be at two different levels, making it difficult for them to meet, so the chances are much smaller. Moreover, there are too many perverts in the Heavenly God Army, and the chances are even slimmer. They may not necessarily look down on him, Yi Qinghan. Su Liang smiled and said, 3 generals. Qianqian has made up her mind and plans to go. Shut up. Did I ask you to speak? Before Su Liang could finish his sentence, he was scolded by Jiang Muyang. Su Liang's face froze. Damn, he is really rude. What's wrong with me saying something? If she is willing to go with you without me giving in, I will take your surname. Yi Qinghan, who was standing at the door, sneered coldly. What a piece of trash. Do you really think you are a dish? Without Bai Chanan, who are you? You are a... Hearing Jiang Muyang scolding Su Liang, Bai Chanan suddenly seemed like a different person. Her eyes instantly became cold and firm. You just shut up. Bai Chanan protects her husband domineeringly. The whole audience fell silent for a moment. Chapter 39 God's Forbidden Area. Even Su Liang looked at Qianqian in disbelief. Wife, what are you doing? He is the Lieutenant General of the God Army. It's not something that can be scolded casually. If you anger them, they will have no problem kidnapping you. The 3 lieutenant generals were also stunned. He looked at Bai Chanan in confusion. No one had ever dared to talk to them like this. This little girl seemed so timid at first. How come she suddenly became so hot? Does she really not know what the Heavenly God Army represents? Yi Qinghan and his son were also confused. Are they crazy? How dare you talk to the Lieutenant General of the God Army like this? Tell him to shut up? My great-grandmother is absolutely crazy. Lu Xian, who had originally not intended to show up in the room, was also frightened. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew what the Heavenly Army represented. Lu Xian rushed to Bai Chanan, grabbed her, and bowed repeatedly to the 3 lieutenant generals to apologize. 3 generals, my daughter is ignorant. Please forgive me. But Bai Chanan was extremely determined. Mom, please go in. I am not ignorant. No one can bully Su Liang. What's wrong with him saying something? Bai Chanan looked at the 3 generals with a determined gaze, as if she would not give in. This is her Bai Chanan's attitude. No one can bully Su Liang. This is what she promised him. She will protect Su Liang all her life. Seeing Qianqian's attitude, Su Liang felt like his heart was about to melt. She is really a very good girl. I must treat her well all my life. Lu Xian was frightened. Qianqian, don't talk nonsense. Lu Xian seemed to see the angry eyes of the 3 generals. I want to apologize again. But the next moment, the 3 lieutenant generals laughed at the same time. Everyone was surprised. Yi Qinghan didn't understand. Aren't you angry about this? Why not try it yourself? Jiang Muyang said with a smile. Good. You have personality. I like it. We in the Tianqian army like young people like you. Bai Chanchan's eyes were still cold and stern. Jiang Muyang smiled and said, I'll apologize to him. Su Liang, I apologize to you. I spoke out of turn. He bowed solemnly to Su Liang. Su Liang originally wanted to be polite, but then he thought that he was also a level. Why should he be so humble? Well, okay. I forgive you. Be more careful next time. The 3 lieutenant generals, and Yi Qinghan and his son almost stumbled and fell. Good guy. I'll give you some face. Are you gasping for breath? Jiang Muyang felt a little annoyed, but forget it. He would not bother with an ant. He looked at Bai Chanan and said, Your concern is him. We can promise to recruit him into the Heavenly God Army as well. You don't have to worry at all. Qianqian still shook her head. I'm not going. Bai Chanan clearly remembered what Su Liang said, that it was impossible for him to go to the military, as he would only suffer immensely if he went. So, she won't go either. Jiang Muyang wanted to say something else. Bai Chanan said firmly, Don't try to persuade me anymore. I won't go. I want to go to the God's Chosen Academy. If I want to become a member of the God's Army, I will consider it later. Jiang Muyang frowned slightly and fixed his eyes on Su Liang. It seems that the key point still lies with this kid. Jiang Muyang nodded. Okay, since you are so determined, we won't force it. But our Heavenly God Army needs to register you. You should be able to cooperate with this, right? Bai Chanan looked towards Su Liang. Su Liang's heart tightened slightly. Register? Is this true? But now it seems that we can't completely refuse to cooperate. Su Liang nodded slightly. Zhang Muyang smiled and nodded. You too, please take her to register. Yuan Feihua and Zhu Wuzhao understood what he meant. This was something they had already discussed on the way here. This is the plan. They already knew that By Chanan would listen to Su Liang in everything. As long as Su Liang is dealt with, By Chanan will be dealt with as well. Yuan Feihua and Zhu Wuzhao said with a smile. Student By Chanan and Ms. Lu Xin, let's go to the house to register. These things are a bit secretive. Su Liang understood instantly. This is to talk to him alone. Su Liang nodded. By Chanan then followed him in. Zhang Muyang turned around and glanced at Yi Qinghan and his son with cold eyes. Yi Jianqi understood instantly. Retreat quickly. Su Liang and Zhang Muyang were the only ones left in the yard. Zhang Muyang turned and looked at him. Slightly narrow your eyes. You are a level above me, and you are quite courageous. Just take care of her for a few days and make her completely devoted to you. Su Liang was unusually calm and was not frightened by his pressure. It's just as... Zhang Muyang snorted coldly. I don't want to waste time talking to you. I just want to tell you that it's a waste of time for you to take her to the Chosen One Academy. If you really want to do this for her own good, you should take her to the Heavenly Army. This will be good for both you and her. Su Liang's eyes were surprisingly calm, and the vicissitudes revealed in his eyes were even greater than those of Zhang Muyang. No. You. Zhang Muyang glared. This kid was actually unresponsive and not afraid of him at all. I'm telling you, I'm not negotiating this with you. You have no choice. Su Liang gave him a cold look. I'm also telling you, this is our choice. No one can force us. The two men stared at each other. Su Liang was not afraid at all because the other party was a lieutenant general. He didn't join the Heavenly God Army because, firstly, he was afraid that his secret would be discovered, and secondly, he wanted to retrace his past life steps to make up for the brothers who died for him. The old man in the house was quietly sensing everything in the yard, his eyes unusually calm. Zhang Muyang got a little angry. A powerful pressure instantly pressed down on Su Liang. I told you, I'm not negotiating this with you. Taking her to the Celestial Army is your only option. If you don't go, you'd better consider the consequences. Can you afford it? That aura of power pressed on Su Liang's shoulders like a mountain. He could hardly stand. The knees are bent. Su Liang's eyes were red. Is this bullying the weak? He stared at Zhang Muyang intently. I said, I'm not going. Zhang Muyang snorted coldly. You are destroying her. In an instant, power erupted again. Su Liang couldn't hold on any longer and half knelt on the ground. A look of madness flashed in Su Liang's eyes. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, you're dreaming. There was a hint of hostility on Zhang Muyang's face. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Even if I kill you, no one will bother me for your death. Su Liang roared, come on, do it. If you don't kill me today, I will definitely settle the score with you tomorrow. Zhang Muyang sneered. You are one level higher than me, and you want to settle accounts with me? Su Liang's eyes showed a crazy look. You can wait. Zhang Muyang snorted coldly. Okay, I'll wait for you. In 3 days, we will send someone to take you directly to the military headquarters. You have no choice. We're not going. Zhang Muyang sneered and withdrew his strength. It won't be up to you when the time comes. After the power was removed, Su Liang broke out in sweat and gasped violently. Zhang Muyang said coldly, do you really think you are qualified to change all this? You have no choice. Even if I kidnap you, what can you do to me? Su Liang's face was gloomy and uncertain. Bastard, what on earth is going on? In her previous life, Qian was only in the academy for the chosen. That was when it happened. The registration inside is also completed. Zhang Muyang smiled and said, okay, it's settled. Someone will come to pick you up in 3 days. By Qian was startled. Su Liang, are you going to the military? Su Liang didn't say anything, but just stared at him with cold eyes. Zhang Muyang doesn't care. Student Bai, we'll leave first then. The 3 lieutenant generals swaggered out the door. Yuan Feihua, lieutenant general of the White Tiger Army, asked, did he agree? Zhang Muyang shook his head. No, but it doesn't matter anymore. 3 days later, send someone to take him away directly. That kid knows he can't stop him. Zhu Wuzhao hesitated for a moment. Is it too radical? Zhang Muyang shook his head. It's harmless. When they arrive at the Heavenly God Army, they will slowly adapt and will only thank us in the future. Zhang Muyang didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. But just when the 3 of them walked a few steps out of the yard, The three people's expressions suddenly changed. What's going on? They couldn't even feel any sound from the outside world. But an alley is still an alley. Zhang Muyang's expression changed instantly. It's the forbidden area of God. The three men looked pale, which meant that someone had attacked them, and the other party is at least a seven-seal divine lord. Excuse me, which senior are you? Zhang Muyang asked nervously. And just at this moment, a hunchbacked old man walked out from across the alley. Those eyes, as cold as the abyss, were fixed on Zhang Muyang. Zhang Muyang, it's over. Chapter 40. Going to be kept? Yi Jianqi and Yi Qinghan are on their way back. Dad, do you think they will agree to the heavenly army? Yi Jianqi hesitated for a moment and said, it's hard to say. Anyway, if they go to the chosen academy, you must seize the opportunity to get this girl. We must do it as soon as possible. Only when we succeed while she is weak can we gain stability. Yi Qinghan nodded. I know. But that Su Liang is a little troublesome. He really thinks he is a dish. Yi Jianqi sneered. It's just an ant. Don't worry about it. No matter how much he jumps, he is just an ant. By Chanan values him very much now, but over time, he is destined to be abandoned. So, as long as you go to the chosen academy, your chance will be the greatest. You must seize the opportunity. You must get it. In the future, you will be the ancestor of our Yi family's revival. Your future is limitless. Yi Qinghan's gaze gradually became focused. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Dad, don't worry. I will definitely succeed. Yi Jianqi nodded. If you need any help, just tell your family and we will fully support you. Yi Qinghan nodded. Okay. His eyes were deep and he showed a wicked smile. By Chanan, you are mine. In the alley, the three majestic lieutenant generals of the heavenly god army were lying on the ground with bruised faces and blood at the corners of their mouths. There was a deep look of fear in his eyes. Who would have thought that the old man who had been in the house and had not come out just now would be such a terrifying existence? The three of them almost lost their lives. Su Luochen was hunched over, but he was inexplicably intimidating. The voice was calm and indifferent. Do you have any objection to me beating you? The three of them kept shaking their heads obediently. No, no. If I kill you, do you think anyone will cause trouble for me? Su Luochen returned this sentence to Zhang Muyang. Zhang Muyang didn't dare to say a word. Senior, I was wrong. I was arrogant. Please forgive me. Humph. Su Luochen snorted coldly. Do you know how to report back when you go back? Zhang Muyang nodded repeatedly like an obedient dog. Where was the majestic spirit he had just now? I know. Just say By Chanan doesn't want to come. There's nothing we can do. We won't talk about senior's matter anymore. Su Luochen snorted coldly. Go away. The three of them got up from the ground and fled like crazy. If the situation really got out of hand, they wouldn't be able to say anything even if they were killed. Su Luochen watched them leave in a panic with an indifferent expression. Then he dodged and returned to the house silently. Inside the yard, it took Su Liang a while to recover. Su Liang, what's wrong with you? Su Liang shook his head. It's okay. Maybe I'm a little tired. Don't let Xiang Qianqian worry. The lieutenant general just now said that he would come to pick us up in 3 days. Su Liang didn't know how to answer. The old man walked out of the house. Don't think too much. Just go to the academy safely. They can't kidnap you. Once you go to the academy will protect you. Hearing this, Su Liang's mind brightened. Yes, go directly to the college. The college can protect them. Su Luochen still looked like a kind and amiable old man, of course, only to By Chanan. It's time to make dinner. There are a lot of delicious food today. You are in for a treat. Su Luochen took some ingredients and prepared to cook. Lu Xian also offered to help. It's almost time for dinner. There was a knock on the gate again. The person who came was Director Huang from the Chosen One Academy. Student Su, you didn't agree to go somewhere else, did you? Director Huang asked with some trepidation in his heart. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. Director Huang, no, we will still go to the college. Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief. I know the city lord and the god army must be here, but they didn't come to stop us. This depends on your own choice. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Thank you for your understanding. Director Huang shook his head. I should thank you. Thank you for choosing our college. By the way, all my applications to the college have been approved. As long as you and classmate By come to our academy, there will be no limit to the resources. All weapons and equipment are at your disposal. All training grounds are at your disposal at any time without any conditions. The villa is also available. Here are the keys. You can report to the academy anytime. Director Huang took out a card key. Su Liang and By Chanan were both a little surprised that the speed was quite fast. Su Liang smiled and said, Director Huang, we won't be polite to you then. It should be. It should be. Su Liang took the card key. Director Huang said mysteriously, this villa is still very secretive. If you don't want to face those people, you can move there directly. Director Huang said this because he was afraid that someone later would appear and influence their choice. Su Liang smiled and nodded. We are also planning to move there, maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and will report to the college as soon as possible. Director Huang couldn't hide his joy. Good. Then I won't bother you. If you have any problem, just contact me and I'll be there whenever you call. Su Liang smiled bitterly. This treatment was really high. Director Huang stood up and was about to leave. Director Huang, let's have dinner together. No, I won't bother you anymore. Hey, why are you being so polite? It's time for dinner. Su Liang grabbed him. Su Luochen also came to the courtyard carrying the dishes. The old man smiled and said, let's eat together. It's just a matter of having an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks. Director Huang couldn't contain his enthusiasm, so we had a meal together, which helped to bring them closer. Late at night, Su Liang checked his attribute panel again. The 4 basic attributes actually increased a little bit, and there are new changes. Beast Energy Transformation, Conversion Progress 36, Beast Energy Talent, Eye of Insight 1, Divine Seal, Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal, 1 Seal 1 Level, Divine Seal Evolution Progress, 1, Beast God Seal, Level 1 Red-Eyed Heavenly Scale Seal, 1 Seal, Level 2, Beast Seal Evolution Progress, 2, Spirit 19, Strength 26, Agility 19, Speed 19. The Beast God Seal has reached Level 2. Su Liang looked at the scene in shock. He finally understood. These strength attribute values simply correspond to the level of the Beast God Seal. As long as the energy in the Beast Crystal is transformed through Beast Energy Conversion, it can be turned into one's own attribute value, thereby improving the evolution progress of one's Beast God Seal. At the same time, the attribute value obtained from one's own Wind and Fire Divine Seal will also be directly added to this. The point added today must be the basic value brought by the awakening of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal. The evolution level of one's own Wind and Fire Divine Seal has a limit. Perhaps at best one can only reach the level of a 3-Seal Divine Master, and there is only so much that can be added. If I want to improve my strength, as long as I have enough Beast Crystals in the future, I can keep improving. Su Liang was overjoyed, as he finally understood some of the situation. Su Liang thought secretly, you just need Divine Crystals and Beast Crystals. According to my current strength, even though I don't have the power of the seal, I still have no problem killing some low-level 1-star beasts. Then find Director Huang and ask for a privilege to go to the hunting ground and try it out. Thinking of this, Su Liang slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Su Liang took Chanan out. When they arrived at the city center, they found that the central urban area was completely different from the outer civilian areas. There are many tall buildings here, all of which are towering into the sky, with neon lights flashing, giving you a feeling of being in the future. This was By Chanan's first time here, and her beautiful eyes never ceased to show surprise. Look at this villa hidden in a busy area of the city. Su Liang smiled and said, the college is really willing to spend money. If this villa is converted into RMB, it is estimated that it will cost at least 100 million yuan. By Chanan was shocked. So many? Of course, every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and this can't be bought with RMB. It's all exchanged for divine crystals or source crystals. By Chanan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Su Liang smiled and said, Chanan, you are a wealthy woman now. I will rely on you for support from now on. By Chanan blushed, okay, I'll support you. Su Liang only felt that he was hit by a critical hit, and it was himself who bumped into it, and his health bar was almost emptied. Is the future Empress so good at flirting? Su Liang stared blankly at By Chanan's blushing cheeks, and the more he looked, the more moved he became. It's over. I'm going to be kept. But why am I inexplicably excited? Chapter 41. How about I do it? 2 people entered the villa. I was really shocked by the luxury inside the villa. All the decorations are basically top-notch luxury, full of the smell of money. Welcome home, master. A soft female voice sounded in both of their ears. By Chanan was frightened. Su Liang smiled and said, don't be afraid. It's the villa's smart butler. Yes, master. I am your personal butler. You can call me Xiao Bai. The voice was very gentle. By Chanan finally felt relieved and was amazed at everything. As they walked in, Xiao Bai had already turned on the lights for them. Xiao Bai's voice continued to ring out, "Master, this villa is equipped with the latest generation of attack and defense systems, which can resist the attack of 5-star monsters. It is also equipped with a state-of-the-art intelligent medical system and a dedicated treatment room. The villa is equipped with 2 first-class battle vehicles for your convenience. You can connect with me in real time to facilitate your travel and combat. I will help you with all your daily affairs. Just call me and I will be there at all times." By Chanan was a little uncomfortable, as all the changes were too big. Su Liang smiled and said, "Living in this house, Xiao Bai will help you with all the trivial matters, including washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, etc. Anything else you can think of will be done for you. All you have to do is speak. It will even clean you up when you go to the toilet." By Chan's cheeks turned red instantly, and she gently punched Su Liang's chest. "If you live here, won't you become a useless person?" Su Liang smiled and said, "Chan, you are a level 1. From now on you just need to concentrate on evolving and don't have to worry about these things." By Chan nodded in confusion. "Then let's go home today and tell Grandpa Su and Mom and move in?" Su Liang touched his chin and his old face turned slightly red. "Are we going to start living together?" By Chan glanced at him in embarrassment and said, "Don't let me have such wild thoughts. It's living together, not sharing a bed. I'm not ready yet." Puff. Su Liang clearly felt that he had been hit hard again. "Great. It turns out Chan is so receptive? Ahem. Okay, we'll go home and talk to Grandpa and Annie later. Just take some clothes. As for the rest, we have everything here." By Chan lowered her head shyly and hummed softly. Su Liang was a little excited. "I'm going to start living together with the Empress, hee. The two continued to look at the room for a while, then prepared to leave. Went to the garage and took a look at the tank. Su Liang's eyes lit up. Wow, a 4-person armored vehicle with super energy and low-altitude flight, perfect for team travel and combat. A super energy single-person armored combat motorcycle. It can be transformed into a full body armor. Su Liang felt a surge of heat in his heart. Even in his previous life, he had never obtained such equipment. And in this life, to be shameless, I got it easily by hugging the thigh of my wife, the Empress. Isn't what belongs to your future wife your own? Su Liang chuckled foolishly. By Chan asked, "Should we drive back?" Su Liang smiled bitterly. "No source crystals. These 2 chariots consume a lot of source crystals. I guess you have to wait until you enter school, and the school provides you with source crystals before you can use them." By Chan nodded. "Then let's go back the same way." Su Liang smiled and nodded. Although he was also very excited, there was no need to rush. The 2 left the villa, which would become their home in a while. By Chan is slightly behind Su Liang. She feels that everything she has now is because of Su Liang. Her eyes curved into a smile, and this place would become a cozy little home for the 2 of them in the future. What if he behaves like a hooligan? Do you want to let him play? Idiot, you don't even know how to hold hands. There are many villas in this area. There were many people walking. Just at this moment, a surprised sound was heard. "Hey, Su Liang?" By Chan. Su Liang and By Chan were both stunned. They turned around and saw a graceful figure in a green dress walking towards them from the path next to them. Su Liang was a little surprised. "You are the sister who cried for Gong Li. Greenery. Are you polite?" Lu Yin rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. "Why are you crying?" "My name is Lu Yin. Call me Sister Lu Yin." Su Liang smiled awkwardly. "Sister Lu Yin." By Chan also called out, "Sister Lu Yin." Lu Yin had a beaming smile on her face. She had already heard from the captain that Su Liang had awakened the level 1 divine seal. It was a bit far-fetched for him to become their teammate. But the key point is that By Chan, who is at the same level as him, is now following Su Liang wholeheartedly. Then it would be more than enough for Su Liang to become their teammate. Lu Yin smiled and said, "Why are you 2 here? Are you going to report to the academy?" By Chan is not very good at talking. Su Liang smiled and said, "No, the college gave Chan a house, and we came to take a look. We were just about to go back and plan to discuss moving in with our family." Lu Yin was a little surprised. "The college gave you a villa?" Su Liang did not hide it and nodded. "Tisk, TSK, this is the level. I can't even imagine such treatment." Su Liang smiled politely. "By the way, how is old Gong Li? Is he feeling better?" Lu Yin rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Do you want to go and have a look? He lives in that house." Su Liang looked over and saw a high-rise building. Although it was not a villa, it should be worth a lot of money. Su Liang and By Chan looked at each other and asked, "Is it convenient?" After all, Gong Li is Chan savior, so you can still go and see him. Green is very welcoming. What's so inconvenient about this? Let's go. Qianqian didn't refuse. He just said, but we are empty-handed. Liang smiled and said, oh, it's okay. We don't care about this. Su Liang smiled bitterly, nodded, and followed him. Then we arrived at a building with more than 30 floors. When I walked in, I had to say it was quite nice and luxurious. There was also a smart butler, but it seemed that its level was not as high as Xiao Bai's. Gong Li was lying on a recliner in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. There's still a bandage on his chest, so I guess it won't heal quickly. Su Liang is also very outgoing. Hey, old Gong Li, are you looking at the scenery? Gong Li turned around suddenly and saw Su Liang and By Chanan. His eyes widened like bells. Little bastard? Who are you calling a bastard? Gong Li was extremely shocked and stood up. By Chanan greeted him politely. Hello, Brother Gong. Gong Li smiled awkwardly. Hello. Why are you here? Who told you I live here? Su Liang smiled and said, why? You feel ashamed to face others and won't let me see you? Gong Li rolled his eyes. Will you die if I don't hate you? Liang was extremely surprised at the relationship between them. Are they so familiar with each other? Liang still explained, the college gave them a villa, and they came to take a look today, and I just happened to run into them. Gong Li widened his eyes. Su Liang said with a wicked smile, are you envious, old Gong Li? Gong Li sneered, it's not for you. It's for By Chanan. Hey, you don't have to complain about sour grapes. Isn't it obvious between me and Chanan? By Chanan lowered her head shyly. Don't be so proud. Sit down. Su Liang smiled and pulled Chanan to sit next to him. Put away the joking thoughts. Better? Gong Li nodded. It's better now. Once the wound is fully healed, there will be no problem. Su Liang nodded. Liang brought them tea. By Chanan looked around the house, comparing it with their villa in her mind. Gong Li asked, how did you kill the Rat King last time? I always felt like I saw a ghost. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. You used the power of the 3 seals at that time, and it was already at the end of its strength. I just poked you with your gun, and it killed him. Do you really think I have the power to kill the Rat King? Gong Li looked at him suspiciously, always feeling that it was not that simple. At that time, he didn't think that the Rat King was at the end of his rope. Apparently this kid has his own secrets. Now that your divine seal has awakened, what do you think? Do you want to join us, Jinsha? Hearing this, Su Liang was silent for a moment. Of course I can, but I'm afraid Qianqian will have to move to a more upscale city in the future. Gong Li smiled and said, don't worry about that. If that day really comes, you can leave and we won't stop you. Su Liang asked suspiciously, can you make the decision? Gong Li laughed and scolded, this is what the captain told me. Su Liang nodded, then there is no problem. Okay, I'll notify the captain right away and tell everyone the good news. Su Liang smiled bitterly, I am 1 level higher. How can that be considered good news? The one you are interested in is Qianqian, right? By Qianqian was stunned. Gong Li chuckled. I know you're not telling the truth, but I still value you. After all, I told you at the beginning, didn't I? Su Liang nodded. Just when Gong Li picked up his star news to send a message to everyone. Suddenly, both his and Green's star messages began to flash red. Liang looked at him. The screen pops up. It's Xiaolan with the sky eye. Gong Li, Liang. We have received a notification from the military that a herd of beasts has broken into the city from underground in the north of the city. Gather immediately. Gong Li and Lu Yin's expressions instantly became serious. Su Liang was also slightly shocked. A group of beasts appeared again. What happened recently? Liang hurriedly said, Xiaolan, Gong Li can't play now. His injury has not healed yet. Gong Li said seriously, it's okay. I can go. No. Otherwise your injury will relapse, and you will be killed if you encounter a random 2-star monster. Liang refused sternly. Xiaolan was also silent for a moment. Soon, the captain's picture came in. Gong Li will not be on this mission this time. Liang will set off now with the Forbidden God Realm stake? Yes. Captain. Green responded immediately. Gong Li became anxious. Captain, I can do it. How can they do it without me? She's a healer. She can't be the rear guard. I'm really fine now. The wound has healed. Liang glared at him. Don't talk nonsense, I know best. Gong Li insisted, Levian, I can do it, but you can't be the backup. I said no and it means no. Do you want me to cry for you again? Gong Li. Just then, Su Liang's voice rang out. How about letting me take over as the rear guard? Chapter 42 The fighting spirit is boiling. The people present and the two people on the screen all looked at Su Liang in shock. You? Xiaolan was a little surprised. Su Liang nodded. Yes, I can use the Forbidden God Realm stake, and I also have the fighting power of a god's envoy. Several people looked at him in shock. You have the fighting power of a god's messenger? Lu Yin was shocked. Su Liang nodded. Gong Li should know, right? Gong Li was silent for a moment. You do, but this is a mission. It's life-threatening. Are you kidding me? You can't go. Lu Yin also nodded. No, you are still a student. Stay here. Xiaolin also said, yes, there is no such thing. Su Liang wanted to go. He wanted beast crystals and to participate in the mission. Even if it was a post-battle, he would be able to get some mission rewards later. Gong Li said, Captain, let me go. I'm fine. Lu Yin is a healer. If I stay in the back battle, the treatment of my teammates will not be guaranteed. If the blood drinker is separated, the team's combat effectiveness will be damaged. Let me go. Lu Yin still retorted, no, don't show off. Qi Hengqiu, however, fixed his eyes on Su Liang. Su Liang said, Captain, I have agreed to join the team. It is reasonable to take me with you on this mission, right? And I am not as fragile as you think. Qi Hengqiu looked at Su Liang seriously. Do you know the danger here? Su Liang nodded solemnly. I know it very well, but I believe I can do it. Qi Hengqiu was silent for a moment. Gong Li, give him a set of your battle armor, as well as weapons, and equip him with a star communication headset. Xiaolan will join the team. Gong Li, you and him will guard the Forbidden God Realm stake together. Now, set off immediately. Gong Li, Lu Yin, and Xiaolan were all shocked and their eyes widened. Team leader. Qi Hengqiu said calmly, let's go. Then he disconnected. Gong Li and Lu Yin were going crazy. This time, they are actually going to go on a mission with a high school student who has just attained divine enlightenment. It's unprecedented. By Chanan also became worried. Su Liang, it will be dangerous. I will go with you. Su Liang shook his head. It's okay. I have experience in this kind of thing. You wait here until we return from the mission, and then I will take you home. The determination in Su Liang's eyes made By Chanan not know how to persuade him. Gong Li cursed, you are just fooling around? Su Liang grinned. Why? Don't you consider me as a teammate? Gong Li cursed, but he remained calm. He took out his own armor from the space converter and threw a set of armor to him. Looking at the familiar armor, Su Liang was unambiguous. Under the surprised gazes of Gong Li and Lu Yin, she put it on smoothly. It seemed as if this set of armor was his own. How come you are so skilled? Has he really used it before? Seeing this, they did not insist any longer. Gong Li also put on his armor and pulled out a black spear from the space converter and threw it to him. Follow my instructions all the way. Su Liang nodded. I checked the combat system of the warframe and found no problem. Soon, they were all ready. Get in the car directly. By Chanan watched Su Liang about to leave. I was extremely worried. Su Liang, you must be careful. Su Liang nodded. Don't worry, we will be back soon. By Chan's eyes flickered, but there was nothing she could do. All they could do was watch them get into the chariots and soar into the sky. The house has been remodeled to allow for direct exit from the upper floors. In the car, Gong Li cursed, you are making trouble, and the captain is also making trouble. Stop talking, I still have to protect you later. Su Liang said, come on, just be quiet. Okay, stop making noise. Xiaolan's voice rang in everyone's ears. Xiaolan said, hurry up and check the information. The situation of the herd and the location of the boundary stakes have been calculated. Su Liang's mind moved, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Xiaolan also began to explain. The strange beast that appeared this time was similar to the one in the east of the city last time. It also came out from those ancient drainage pipes underground. Based on the detection perception provided by the military, the number this time is unusually large, and several teams have already set out. The location we are responsible for is the third area of the civilian area in the northwest. According to current speculation, there is a high probability that a large number of 2-star monsters will appear this time, and there will also be 3-star monsters. This is very dangerous. Everyone pay attention. Every member of the Cinder Killer team responded. Clear. Qi Hengqiu's voice rang out. I have some news for you all. New member Su Liang is participating in a mission for the first time. He will temporarily guard the Forbidden God Realm stake with Gong Li. You all need to cooperate with each other. There was a commotion in the headset. Wow, Su Liang, you're so awesome. You dare to follow us on a mission just because you've only just realized your true self? Awesome. Su Liang smiled and said, "Please bear with me. This courage is incredible and unheard of." Gong Li cursed, "Courage is bullshit. Chun Chun just has a hole in his brain." "Hey, old Gong, that's too much. No one even said you have a hole in your chest." "Haha, Lao Gong, you are protected by Su Liang today. I can laugh at you for the rest of my life." Old Gong is anxious. "Okay, everyone be quiet and finish this quickly," came the captain's voice. Gong Li cursed. Su Liang smiled. The chariot flies very fast. Soon they left the central city and arrived at the outer civilian area. After arriving at the location, Green left the two behind. Lu Ying glanced at Gong Li. Her eyes were gentle. "Be careful." Gong Li nodded. "Got it, take your place." Lu Ying drove away in the chariot. She was a mobile personnel. Once a teammate was injured, she had to rush there as soon as possible to provide treatment. Come to the designated location. Su Liang and Gong Li spoke almost at the same time. "Captain, we have arrived at the designated location." The voices of two other people came from the headset. "I've been waiting for you." Chi Hengchu's voice came. "Open the Forbidden God realm."
Yes. 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 Yes.
Without waiting for Gong Li to take the boundary stake off his body, Su Liang has already taken action. "Hey, you kid." Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Su Liang had already skillfully thrown the Forbidden God realm stake to the ground. According to the methods remembered from the previous life, drive the power of your own wind and fire divine seal. He shouted softly, "Open." In an instant, a beam of light shot up into the sky from the Forbidden God realm. Gong Li was stunned. "When have you ever operated the Forbidden God realm stake?" Su Liang looked at the Forbidden God realm's intercourse, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "For the first time in my life." Gong Li was confused. How could this boy look so familiar? Su Liang was wearing armor and holding a spear. His aura changed completely, as if he was a veteran soldier who had been on the battlefield for a long time. This made Gong Li look sideways. "Blood drinker, take action. Strangle those beasts before they come out of the ground." Chi Hengchu's voice came from the headset.
Yes. Yes.
There was nothing for Su Liang and the other two to do for the time being. As long as we guard the Forbidden God boundary stakes well, once any strange beasts escape from behind, they will most likely come along the Forbidden God boundary wall and destroy the boundary stakes. This is the main responsibility of the ladder fighters. The sound of slaughter came from the headset. There is also Xiaolan's real-time information broadcast. Gong Li took out a cigarette, lit it, and blew out a smoke ring. "By the way, what's wrong with you? How come you know everything?" Su Liang said indifferently, "You will know it naturally after seeing it many times." Gong Li didn't believe it. "Do you really have the fighting power of a divine messenger?" Su Liang thought for a moment and said, "Although I don't have the power of the god's invoice seal, I should still have some ordinary combat power. Didn't you see it last time? Now with this armor and the spear, I think it should be no problem to kill a one-star alien beast." Gong Li thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Last time, this kid, unarmed, kicked the one-star bloodthirsty rat away with one kick. This power is simply unimaginable. "I really don't know where you get such brute strength," Gong Li muttered. Just then, Xiaolin's voice came from the headset. "Everyone be careful. Not only are there ghost-faced spiders, but a group of bloodthirsty rats are coming too." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This mission was much more difficult than they had imagined. Su Liang's heart trembled slightly. Ghost-faced spiders and bloodthirsty rats are the most common alien beasts. Most of them are 1-star, and a few can evolve to 2-star and 3-star. "Captain, a 3-star bloodthirsty rat king and a 3-star ghost-faced spider king are heading in your direction. Be careful." "Understood." Chi Hengchu's calm voice came. Su Liang knew that Chi Hengchu should be a 4-seal divine warrior, and his level should be quite high, probably approaching the level of a divine general. There is no problem dealing with the 3-star monster. It won't take long. "Old Gong, Su Liang, there are 4 1-star bloodthirsty rats and 4 1-star ghost-faced spiders coming towards your boundary stakes from both sides of the boundary wall. Be careful." Su Liang and Gong Li were shocked. Learn. Learn." At this moment, Su Liang felt as if the blood in his body was beginning to boil. That's the fighting spirit surging and the blood boiling. He is now extremely eager to fight. Gong Li also wanted to tell Su Liang to stay outside. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, Su Liang directly broke into the boundary wall. Throw out a sentence at the same time. "Leave the left to you, and the right to me." Gong Li was so angry that he almost died. Is this kid really not afraid at all? Chapter 43. Gong Li comes and goes freely. The Forbidden Realm is only for strange beasts, and they can easily pass through it wearing armor. Even some ordinary people can cross it. Coincidentally, the two boundary walls correspond to two streets. Gong Li ran to another street cursing. Be careful, there is an energy pistol on the armor. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly. No need. He's already itching to do it. Not long after, four bloodthirsty rats appeared in front of him and rushed towards him quickly along the boundary wall. Su Liang laughed and said, "Well done." He twisted the spear in his hand suddenly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He stepped down suddenly. With the support of the armor, his speed skyrocketed. Take the initiative to attack. This set of armor is just a level 1 armor that can increase his own strength by 40. The level armor is even weaker. Su Liang's strength is now 27 points, and the other 3 attributes are 20 points each. The armor can only improve his strength, but not other attributes. In other words, the armor can increase his strength by nearly 11 points. Already very strong. Nearly 38 points of strength. That is very terrifying. Su Liang quickly approached the 4 ferocious bloodthirsty rats. Under the gaze of the Eye of Insight, the movements of the 4 bloodthirsty rats seemed to be slowed down. They bit Su Liang madly. The spear was brought out, and it shot out like a dragon. A fierce light flashed in Su Liang's eyes. The shot pierced through the head of a bloodthirsty rat with its violent force. With a painful scream, the bloodthirsty rat died instantly. He didn't hesitate at all. Swing the gun suddenly. A shot sent one bloodthirsty rat, as tall as an adult, crashing into the other one. The other bloodthirsty rat was blown away instantly. At the same time, the other 2 bloodthirsty rats also pounced towards Su Liang. Su Liang subconsciously slid and bent down to avoid being attacked by 2 bloodthirsty rats. One shot shattered the dead bloodthirsty rat's head. Turn over and stand. A gorgeous gunflower was thrown out by Su Liang. The 2 bloodthirsty rats were left with bloody wounds. Squeak! The 2 bloodthirsty rats screamed in pain. The other bloodthirsty rat that was knocked away joined the battle again. They all rushed towards Su Liang. Those sharp claws seemed to be able to easily tear open Su Liang's armor. Su Liang's eyes suddenly focused, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, his current strength is already enough to completely defeat this 1-star monster. He didn't hold back. He suddenly swept the spear in his hand, directly slapped the 3 bloodthirsty rats away. Let out a soft cry. The angry dragon breaks the army. A gun shot out suddenly, and in an instant, the 3 bloodthirsty rats were strung up like a string of candied haws. He suddenly picked up the spear and smashed it hard on the ground. The ground is cracked. The 3 bloodthirsty rats screamed and howled. Su Liang fired a shot without any hesitation. The tip of the gun scratched the necks of the 3 bloodthirsty rats. He cut off the heads of 3 bloodthirsty rats. Clean and neat, the job is done. This feeling of increased strength is really great. The corners of Su Liang's mouth curved slightly. Quickly smash the heads of the 4 bloodthirsty rats and take away the beast crystals. Then he turned around and rushed towards Gong Li. At that moment, he watched Gong Li smash the last ghost-faced spider to pieces. Gong Li turned around and glanced at Su Liang. Su Liang smiled. Not bad. Gong Li rolled his eyes. Are you still judging me? As Gong Li took out the beast crystal from the ghost-faced spider's body, he asked, have you solved it? Su Liang raised the beast crystal in his hand. Solved it. Very easy. Gong Li really didn't want to talk anymore. Who the hell is this kid? Just with the divine perception, he was able to kill so many 1-star monsters. Xiaolan, the 8 1-star monsters have been dealt with. Gong Li reported. The teammates in the headsets seemed to be relieved. The corners of Gong Li's mouth twitched, as if he was in pain. Su Liang frowned. What's wrong? Gong Li immediately put a finger to his mouth. Sure. He winked at Su Liang and temporarily blocked the microphone. Su Liang looked at Gong Li's chest. Bleeding. Do you want to live? Su Liang scolded. Gong Li's face turned pale. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. Su Liang said seriously. Don't joke. It will leave hidden dangers. Gong Li smiled bitterly. It's okay. I just need to take a rest. I am the last one to fight, and I have to take my own responsibilities. Su Liang frowned. A latecomer can't disregard his own life like this, right? Gong Li shook his head. You don't understand. The ladder fighters are not the ones who hide in the back and live outside the Forbidden God Realm. This is because our teammates trust us. We must defend the Forbidden God Realm so that our teammates' efforts will not go to waste. Once the Forbidden God Realm is lost, our teammates will have to pay a greater price to hunt and fight. which will consume their physical and mental strength and put them in a more dangerous situation. At the same time, it will be more dangerous for residents. Don't worry, it's just a small herd of one-star beasts. I can come and go freely. Su Liang listened to these words and fell silent. In his previous life, when he was still in his 30s, the man in his 50s said the same thing to him. During a mission to encircle and suppress alien beasts, in order to defend the forbidden god boundary stake, he stood in front of the boundary stake and held off the attacks of 10 3-star alien beasts as well as other 1- and 2-star alien beasts of all sizes. In the end, he almost bled dry and managed to defend the boundary stake, but his body also fell in front of the boundary stake. Even before he died, he used all his strength to throw Su Liang away, just to save him. He still remembered the man's name, Zhou Ziru. Zhou Ziru, who is known for coming and going freely among the army of thousands of strange beasts. Farts come and go as they please, a fool. At this time, Gong Li's figure gradually overlapped with that guy. Su Liang's heart was filled with ripples, and he cursed, "Idiot." The so-called latecomers are actually some injured or elderly people in the team who were sent to guard the boundary stakes voluntarily or by the team leader. Normally, it wouldn't be too dangerous to stay behind at the boundary stakes, so this is considered a bit biased. But under this bias, the latecomers will also face a huge risk. That is when teammates encounter danger that they cannot resist. The latter fighters need to step forward and use their own lives to fight for the chance for their teammates to survive. So, generally speaking, those who fight later are usually older people or those with hidden injuries. Those who fight later have already regarded their own lives as the last line of defense for their teammates. When a player dies, a new player will take his place. You're the idiot. Why did you run out after I just woke up? I'm not dead yet. Do I need you to take my place? Gong Li cursed. Su Liang glanced at him and said, "You talk too much nonsense. Have a good rest." Su Liang didn't want to persuade them anymore. They were post-war fighters who had already put their lives at risk and all had their own beliefs that they adhered to. That's teammates. Gong Li glanced at Su Liang and suddenly said with emotion, "You give me the feeling that you are the guy who has been fighting for decades." Su Liang curled his lips. "What if it's true?" Gong Li snorted. "Why are you pretending to be sophisticated in front of me, you little brat who hasn't even grown all your hair yet?" At this moment, Xiaolin's voice came from the headset again. "Old Gong, Su Liang, a group of strange beasts are heading your way. There are bloodthirsty rats and ghost-faced spiders. Be careful." The two of them stared at each other and turned on the microphone. Clear. Clear. One middle-aged and one young, both with unusually determined eyes. The two men stood in front of the boundary stake, with spears pointed to the sky and murderous intent surging. The voices of other teammates came from the headset. "Sister Xiaolin, why can't we kill all these strange beasts? What's going on?" This time, more than any other time, the other teammates had already noticed this situation. Xiaolin's voice came. "Everyone, hold on a little longer. We have received news from the military that they have sent a general to the outside of the city to destroy the entrance. There will be no follow-up soon. Report the injuries. Qi Hengqiu, I'm fine. Han Xiaolong, I'm fine. Zhao Jian, you're fine." The teammates were fighting hard. Not only in their area, but also in other areas, there are divine hunting teams and military personnel who are killing strange beasts. This time, the attack of the strange beasts is beyond imagination. And this time, it was daytime. In front of the two of them, a group of strange beasts were running towards them rapidly along the boundary wall. Those pairs of eyes were bloodshot and violent. Su Liang and Gong Li looked at each other. The two men drew their guns and rushed out almost at the same time. Kill. Kill. Chapter 44. Please believe me, I can hold on. Perhaps it was because Gong Li and Su Liang both used guns. Or perhaps it was because their personalities were similar. That's why Su Liang is so familiar with Gong Li. The two men charged into the herd of beasts, showing unexpected tacit understanding. 2 spears, 2 figures, quite a tacit understanding. Draw your guns together and leave your backs to the opponent. This is the unconditional trust that the God Hunting team has in their teammates. Only in this way can they let go and kill. Boy, not bad. I didn't expect you to be such a good marksman. Gong Li took the time to say this. Better than you. Su Liang responded. Yo, BB? Just BB. The two men attacked together, and both used their unique marksmanship and fighting skills. Both of them take the tough approach. With a spear in hand, you can defeat the enemies like a tide. Lightning flashed on Gong Li's body, and 3 divine seals were flashing with lightning. The wind and fire seal on Su Liang's arm was also surging with power. But his current level is too low, and the divine seal can give him too little power. The fire was obviously much weaker. He fought entirely relying on the advantage of the Eye of Insight and the high values of his body's various functional attributes. Occasionally, he would take out the energy pistol from his waist and shoot someone in the head. However, the energy of the energy pistol is limited after all and cannot be used all the time. The ghost spider's 8 legs stabbed at them, and its lower abdomen spit out poisonous spider silk, making it impossible to defend against. The bloodthirsty rats are more agile. Fortunately, the two of them cooperated well and, back to back, they managed to hold on. The strange beasts fell one after another, and their bodies were covered with the smell of blood. Gong Li killed more people. After all, he was a 3-seal divine master. But a lot of his own blood also flowed out of his chest and came out from his armor. His face also turned a little paler. He panted and smiled and said, "Stinky boy, I am impressed by you. Everyone listen carefully. I recognize this boy Su Liang." The two fought off a wave of attacks from strange beasts. Su Liang was holding his spear, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. "Stop. Be careful. There are still strange beasts coming." The physical consumption of this kind of battle is very obvious. "Here, eat it." Gong Li took out a small liquid pill the size of a marble wrapped in plastic film from the space converter. Su Liang took it and swallowed it directly. This is a physical energy bead, which contains many kinds of energy elements and can replenish their physical strength in a short period of time. Su Liang glanced at his chest. "Can you still hold on?" Gong Li laughed and said, "You can handle it. Why can't I?" The strange beasts came again, more than a dozen of them. Without saying anything, the two men attacked the bloodthirsty rats and ghost-faced spiders again. Gong Li's injuries became more and more serious. Blood was flowing out from the last wound, and his face became paler and paler. Su Liang could only fight hard. That's what these people have been doing. Blood stained their armor red and sparks flew from their spears, just when they thought they were about to kill all the strange beasts. Not far ahead, a group of strange beasts appeared again. Xiaolan's anxious voice came from the headset. "Old Gong. Su Liang, be careful. It's a 2-star ghost-faced spider. Can anyone spare some time to help them?" The teammates couldn't even speak because they encountered more strange beasts. Gong Li and Su Liang spoke at the same time. "No, we can handle it." Xiaolan had no choice but to say, "Be careful." At the same time, Lu Yin's voice came, "Neither of you are allowed to die." Su Liang smiled and said, "Old Gong Li, don't let Sister Lu Yin down." Gong Li laughed and scolded, "Of course not. Kill these beasts." The two looked at each other and smiled. Rushed out again. 2 spears cut through the sky, with lightning flashing on the side. Fire was surging on one side. "Kill. Leave this beast to me. You kill those." "Good." Su Liang did not hesitate. It was still difficult for him to confront the 2-star beast head-on, unless he used the power of the beast god seal. Gong Li took the lead, and in the blink of an eye he was fighting with the ghost-faced spider that looked bigger than a car. Su Liang also rushed into the group of 1-star monsters. With the bonus of the armor, he mobilized nearly 38 points of strength. His shooting skills became more and more powerful. One shot can blow the head off a 1-star ghost-faced spider. With the Eye of Insight, Su Liang could easily avoid the attacks of the ghost-faced spiders. He killed a ghost-faced spider with 1 shot, and his methods were extremely cruel and tricky. This was also something that surprised Gong Li. He felt that Su Liang seemed to be very clear about the weaknesses of these strange beasts. The fighting was very refreshing, without any drag. Su Liang was so engrossed in killing that he forgot himself. 1 head. Both ends. 3 heads. After a while, Su Liang cleared out the 1-star ghost-faced spider. Look back. That is this moment. Gong Li was kicked away by the ghost-faced spider and fell on the boundary stake. Phew. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Gong Li. Su Liang's expression changed instantly. He ran towards Gong Li quickly. At the same time, he took out the energy pistol and shot at the 2-star ghost-faced spider. Stop it from killing Gong Li. Su Liang came to Gong Li. Look anxious. How's it going? Gong Li spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood continued to flow from his chest, and his face turned extremely pale. He looked unhappy. Go. I can't hold on any longer. I'll do it. Gong Li glared at him. Why are you here? Get out. Su Liang said, I said I will come. I'm the last fighter. Get out of here. Are those who fight later going to seek death? I don't want to talk to you. Hurry up and go. Gong Li struggled to get up and took out the source crystal cannon. Fire directly. Looking at the ghost-faced spider whose 3 legs had been chopped off by Gong Li, Su Liang's face did not look good. The source crystal cannon was fired, but the ghost-faced spider dodged it by jumping high. Judging from its size, this ghost-faced spider is about to evolve into a 3-star ghost-faced spider. Therefore, it was difficult to kill Gong Li, a 3-seal divine master who was in his 20s and was injured. Go. What are you doing? Gong Li grabbed Su Liang's arm and swung him backwards, sending him flying out of the forbidden god realm. He laughed wildly. Come on, you beast. If I say we can handle it, then we can handle it. Gong Li fired frantically, but the ghost-faced spider was too agile. Speed and agility are 2 different things. It easily dodged most of Gong Li's attacks. The next moment, he arrived in front of Gong Li. Gong Li raised his gun and shouted angrily, using the power of the seal, and the divine seal flashed. Thunder Dragon breaks the army. The light of thunder shone on the body of his gun. Su Liang stopped and looked at the scene. There is an indescribable complexity in my heart. It was the same again. In his previous life, Zhou Ziru had thrown him out of the forbidden god realm in the same way. At this moment, Gong Li's figure and Zhou Ziru's figure have completely overlapped. Why? Why is everyone so protective of him? Why are these people willing to sacrifice their lives for their teammates like this? But in my previous life, I was a coward. He naturally believed that the latter should give everything for the retreat of his teammates, even his life. But every time afterwards, he would feel full of guilt. In this life, he doesn't want to be such a coward anymore. No one should die for someone. He didn't want to go on like this. He could also fight for his teammates, to protect them. In the blink of an eye, Gong Li cut off the ghost spider's 2 legs with 1 shot. But his thigh was also pierced directly by a sharp bead. Ah! Gong Li's eyes turned bloodshot, and he screamed in pain. Su Liang was extremely anxious. His eyes were red. Gong Li. When the teammates heard Su Liang's anxious shout, they all became anxious. Old Gong, get out of here. Retreat quickly. The teammates were all shouting, but there was really no way to get away. Gong Li endured the pain and shouted angrily, Beast, die. He swung his spear wildly, trying to pierce the ghost-faced spider's head. But the ghost-faced spider spit out a ball of spider silk, disrupting the movement of his spear and only scratching one of its eyes on the face. The ghost-faced spider hissed. He angrily threw Gong Li away. Blood splattered and Gong Li was thrown out of the forbidden god realm. Blood was flowing everywhere. It just fell into Su Liang's arms. Gong Li. Su Liang shouted with red eyes. Gong Li's breath was weak and his lips were a little purple. He gave a bitter smile and said, I can't hold it anymore. Let's go. I can't hold it anymore. He looked at the ghost-faced spider that was about to destroy the boundary stake inside. Captain Xiaolan, everyone, I'm sorry. We can't hold on any longer. The boundary stakes are going to be destroyed. After saying this, Gong Li was completely exhausted. My consciousness gradually became blurred. Stay outside, little one. The captain's voice came from the headset. Be prepared. The forbidden god realm is about to be destroyed. The strange beasts are fleeing. Prepare to hunt them down. Wait, I can hold on. Sister Luine, Gong Li has been poisoned and injured and needs treatment. Su Liang's voice came from the headset. All the team members were shocked. Su Liang, don't be impulsive. Su Liang, step back. But Su Liang no longer cared. Put Gong Li down and pick up his silver spear. Please believe me, I can hold on. After saying this, Su Liang took a step forward and resolutely attacked the 2-star ghost-faced spider that was destroying the boundary stakes. Su Liang. Gong Li screamed in a daze. All the team members were shocked and went crazy. They were going to die. Chapter 45 Su Liang. Level 1 Seal Chosen 1. Perhaps it was because Su Liang wanted to erase the guilt in his heart. Or maybe it was because Su Liang already regarded Gong Li and the others as his teammates. He didn't want to be that kind of person anymore. He can also fight for his teammates. The forbidden divine realm cannot be destroyed. He shouted angrily. A golden light surged in his chest, and at that moment, Su Liang's eyes were filled with gold. He felt that in an instant, his strength returned to its peak state. The spear in his hand is extremely powerful. Go to hell. The angry dragon breaks the army. At the moment when the aura of the beast god seal surged, the ghost-faced spider, which had only 3 legs left, actually began to feel fear. The aura from Su Liang made its soul tremble. The power of the beast god seal has a natural suppressive effect on strange beasts. A bullet pierced the ghost-faced spider's lower abdomen, and the ghost-faced spider was thrown away. Su Liang continued to riot. It's like a flash of golden light. The spear was covered with golden power and became extremely sharp. A shot passed by, and one of the ghost-faced spider's legs was cut off again. Facing the spider silk that was spurting out, Su Liang stuck his gun on the ground, and his body was catapulted into the sky like a sharp arrow. Arrived above the ghost-faced spider's head. Su Liang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Go to hell. The geese are falling. The golden light shines. Su Liang fell from the sky. The tip of the gun was pointing directly at the ghost-faced spider's head. The ghost-faced spider, with only 2 legs left, could barely support its body. It was shaky and had lost its agility. Under Su Liang's terrifying suppression force, a bullet went straight through its head, directly into the ground. Green brain matter spurted out. The ghost-faced spider trembled wildly, threw Su Liang away, and rushed wildly on the ground with the silver spear still stuck on it. This ghost-faced spider crashed into some buildings and eventually fell into the ruins, eventually dying. Gong Li saw the scene in a daze, seemed to be relieved, and finally fainted. Su Liang walked to the side of the ghost-faced spider, pulled out his silver spear, and looked cold and stern. He said calmly, "The 2-star ghost-faced spider has been killed, and the boundary stakes are safe. Everyone can rest assured." Every teammate on the other end of the headset. Everyone was shocked. "It's unimaginable." Chi Hengchu said, "Hold on. It's almost there." Su Liang said calmly, "Don't worry. I'm here, and the boundary stake is here." All the teammates found it hard to imagine that such a sentence would come from the mouth of a high school student who had just attained spiritual enlightenment. Su Liang continued to guard the place with only one gun. His eyes were determined. As long as he is still here today, he will not allow any alien beast below 3 stars to destroy the boundary stakes. Not long after, the strange beast came again. He picked up Gong Li's source crystal cannon and fired angrily. Su Liang's eyes flashed with ferocity. "Come on. One shot can kill several 1-star bloodthirsty rats." But not long after, the source crystal cannon became disabled. He went out to fight in anger. There was a mad fight in the block, with gunshots fired and blood and flesh flying everywhere. Even if blood flows, we must kill. He seemed to have forgotten everything, and today's fight was only to erase the guilt in his heart from his previous life. The corpses gradually piled up into a small hill. He had many wounds on his body and his armor was badly damaged. He forgot about time and only remembered fighting. He instinctively raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it out again and again, wanting to kill all the strange beasts he saw. He had to guard the boundary stakes and the results of everyone's battle, and not let everyone fall into that kind of troublesome situation. On a rooftop not far behind him, Su Luochen watched Su Liang fight quietly. The eyes are deep and complex. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Liang only felt that his eyes were blurred by the blood and the juice of the ghost-faced spider. "Come on." Su Liang roared. Su Liang was lucky, no 2-star monster appeared. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to hold on. Until Green arrived anxiously. She looked in great shock at Su Liang, who was standing on the hill of corpses in front of the boundary stake, holding a gun. He seemed to have walked out of a sea of blood. Never retreat. Kill blood all the way, and don't let any strange beast get close to the boundary post. But in the end, the rebellion of the strange beasts was quelled. An extreme feeling of weakness came over him, and he gradually could not stand anymore. His body drooped, and he was about to fall down. A graceful figure appeared beside Su Liang. He picked him up, pulled him out of the forbidden god realm, and placed him next to Gong Li, who was receiving treatment. Even in this state, Su Liang did not let go of the silver spear. Xiaolin was more shocked than anyone else, because she saw the whole process of Su Liang's battle. She simply couldn't understand why an 18-year-old high school student would have such a stubborn will to fight. Even though he was fainting, he did not let go of the gun. In her opinion, it would be impossible for someone who has not experienced many battles to have such obsession. Lu Yin stretched out his hands and treated Gong Li and Su Liang at the same time. Later, other teammates came. They all looked at the corpses in shock. Of course, these are not many compared to those they killed. But he is just a high school student who has just gained divine enlightenment. They looked at Su Liang, who was unwilling to let go of the spear, and all fell silent. Chi Hengchu was covered in blood and asked calmly, "Did he kill all those people?" Xiaolin nodded. Since the 2-star ghost-faced spider was killed, a total of 48 1-star beasts have appeared, and none of them approached the boundary stake. The teammates were all shocked. Chi Hengchu was silent for a while. "He is really qualified to be our teammate." Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with respect. Clean up the battlefield and clear out the beast crystals that he killed separately. The teammates started to get busy. The captain and a few other people were left guarding Su Liang and the other two. About an hour later, Su Liang woke up weakly. Looking at the people around me, I felt relieved. Captain, did I hold on? Chi Hengchu nodded. We held on, it was successfully completed. You two were seriously injured, but everyone else is fine. Su Liang smiled, a foolish smile. He held on. It turns out he can really hold on. Su Liang struggled to get up and Luin helped him up. Su Liang looked at Gong Li who was still unconscious. Sister Luin, is he okay? Luin nodded. Don't worry, you won't die, but you will have to rest longer this time. Your thigh is injured, and the wound from last time has also burst. Su Liang nodded. It's good that you're not dead. Su Liang was very glad that he held on. Otherwise, if the boundary stakes were destroyed, who knows how many innocent people would have died. However, the cost of using the Beast God Seal is a bit high. Even though he has awakened the Beast God Seal, it still makes him exhausted. Maybe the body's functions have not caught up yet. Su Liang sent Qian a message, telling her not to worry, it was done. Luin said, I will take you and Lao Gong back later, and then I will take you home. Su Liang nodded. Not long after, the other team members came back and the battlefield was cleared. 12 people in total. Chi Hengchu brought everyone to Su Liang. Su Liang, from now on, you are an official member of our Cinder Slayer team. I am the Captain Chi Hengchu, a level 44 Seal Divine Warrior. The team members behind me introduced themselves one by one. The sturdy young man who said he wanted to burn a big-breasted girl for Gong Li said with a smile, I am the blood drinker Han Xiaolong, a level 24 3 Seal Master. Then there was a man wearing armor and carrying a sword who looked a bit taciturn. I am Zhao Jian, the blood drinker, a level 32 4 Seal Divine Warrior. I am the blood drinker Lu Wuhuan, a level 26 3 Seal Divine Master. I am Gu Tianqing, the blood drinker, a level 28 3 Seal Divine Master. The four blood drinkers have their own characteristics. Lu Wuhuan has short hair, while Gu Tianqing is thin and his weapons are a pair of iron fists. A beautiful woman in leather clothes said coldly, Yi Qingqing from the long-range assassination team, a level 25 3 Seal Master. Then a man carrying a source energy sniper rifle said with a grin, Fu Yuan from the long-range assassination team, a level 28 3 Seal Master. Then there were two older men. He smiled and said to Su Liang, the latter fighter, Yunmu, a level 29 3 Seal Divine Master. The latter fighter is Chen Wuhua, a level 33 Seal Divine Master. Healer Lu Yin, level 27 3 Seal Master. Backstage Sky Eye Long Lan, a level 33 Seal Divine Master. Su Liang looked at everyone solemnly. He also stood up and looked at everyone. Su Liang, level 1 Seal Chosen 1. Naturally, he could not report the level of his own Beast God Seal. Everyone smiled at each other. There was a rare smile on Chi Hengchu's face. We are teammates from now on. Normally, we should hold a welcome ceremony for you. But today's situation is special. We will hold it after you have some time and Gong Li is better. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Then the captain brought a pile of beast crystals. This is your share of the monster hunting mission. You will also get a share when you go to collect the military's reward later. Su Liang nodded, looked at the pile of animal crystals, and scratched his head. I don't know how to take it away. Long Lan took out a small space converter. Here's one for you. It's something I've used before. Su Liang quickly refused. Sister Xiaolan, this is very expensive. Long Lan shook her head. It's okay. We are teammates. Use it. If you really feel bad, you can return it to me when you have a new one in the future. Su Liang then took it with a smile. Thank you, Sister Xiaolan. Collect the small pile of animal crystals on the ground. Chi Hengchu also nodded. You can use the armor and spear on you first, and then go buy suitable armor and equipment later. Su Liang did not refuse. Well, let's go back and rest. Luin took Su Liang and Gong Li home, and everyone said goodbye. On the way back, Luin sighed, you are a level 1 chosen one, and you have become a member of our Cinder Slayer team. I feel like it's a dream. Su Liang smiled and said, thank you for your appreciation. Luin shook her head. Your strength has been recognized by everyone. Su Liang looked out the window. This familiar feeling was really good. Just got home. By Chanan saw Su Liang covered in scars. My eyes suddenly became red. How did you get hurt so badly? She hugged Su Liang tightly, not caring that Su Liang was dirty, and buried her head in his chest. Su Liang froze. It seemed that she was really worried. Patted her back gently. Don't cry. I'm alive and well. Gong Li is the one who is seriously injured. By Chanan sobbed, I promise to protect you. Su Liang smiled warmly, don't worry, I'll wait for you. When you become strong, you can protect me. Lu Yin looked at this scene and couldn't help but reveal envy in her eyes. It was great to be young. The dead guy in front of her just didn't want to face their relationship frankly. Chapter 46. You can't reject Su Liang for the rest of your life, right? In fact, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Knowing that By Chanan had not eaten anything, Lu Yin arranged for the two of them to eat something and then sent them home. Lu Yin turned around and went back to take care of Gong Li. Back home, By Chanan still hadn't recovered from Su Liang's injuries. You must be more careful next time. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Yes, of course, don't tell Grandpa and your mother later, so as not to worry them. Su Liang changed his clothes to hide his injuries. He only had some minor skin injuries, and with Lu Yin's treatment, the wounds had scabbed and healed. Okay. By Chanan responded softly. Lu Xian saw the two of them coming back, with a smile on his face. Chanan, Xiaoliang, how is the house? By Chanan cheered herself up. Mom, the house is nice and has many rooms. I want you to live with me. Lu Xian smiled and said, I won't go. Your college also has dormitories. You won't spend much time there. Besides, I'm not used to living there. I don't know anyone there. It's better for me to live here. By Chanan nodded, okay, I will come back to see you often. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. Some people came today to give gifts, but Mom helped you reject them all. Okay, I have to refuse. It's embarrassing to take too much. Lu Xian nodded. At this time, Grandpa also came out. Su Luochen looked at Su Liang and By Chanan. When are you planning to move there? Su Liang said, tomorrow. Go to the academy to register directly tomorrow. Su Luochen nodded. Okay, let's make something delicious today. Su Luochen still looked like a little old man. Lu Xian smiled and said, Uncle Su, I'll help you. Su Luochen shook his head. No, you can have a good chat with the girl. They will go to the academy tomorrow. Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, okay, thank you for your hard work. Su Luochen smiled and shook his head. It's okay, go ahead. Su Luochen turned into the kitchen and started to get busy. Su Liang followed his grandfather into the kitchen. The old man said lightly, when you get there, don't do anything to bully Chanan just because you are a single man and a single woman living together. Su Liang's old face turned red. Grandpa, how could that be? I still live in the academy most of the time. The old man seemed to see through all of Su Liang's thoughts. I don't know what kind of virtue you are. Su Liang smiled awkwardly. No, don't worry. The old man said calmly, go and have a rest. We don't need you to get in the way here. Su Liang scratched his head. He came here to help, so how did he become a hindrance? But he returned to his room. To be honest, he was very tired and had been holding on. I fell on the bed, feeling exhausted. Using the power of the beast god seal almost drained his mental and physical strength. But it is not easy to convert animal energy now. I fell asleep without realizing it. I wasn't woken up until dinner time. The four of them had dinner together and drank a little wine as a farewell to them. After all, after going to college, I won't come back every day. In the evening, everyone washed up and returned to their rooms. By Chanan and Lu Xian slept in the same bed. Girl. Lu Xian called softly. What's wrong, Mom? Lu Xian looked at the dark ceiling, and the darkness concealed the complex look in her eyes. Girl, you chose Xiaoliang, and Mom supports you, but you two are living in the same house, and there are some things you have to be aware of. You are still young. When By Chanan heard this, her cheeks instantly became hot in the dark. Mom, what are you talking about? No. Okay, Mom believes you. Mom is just reminding you that although you are young, you are an adult. There are some things you need to think about yourself. The voice is as shallow as a mosquito or fly. Mom, I understand. By Chanan buried her face in the pillow. She actually thought about this. But that was Su Liang. She liked him. In the future, things like that will always come naturally, right? You can't reject Su Liang all your life, right? She just felt like she was about to die of embarrassment. Su Liang shouldn't be too anxious, right? I am still so skinny. Su Liang sat cross-legged on his bed, looking at the pile of animal crystals taken out from the space converter in front of him. His eyes were a little fiery. 126. There is also a 2-star one. That's equivalent to 136. After all, I still have to complete the mission. Tisk, TSK, how much are you going to improve tonight? He rubbed his palms, becoming a little impatient. But converting 136 at a time might take a long time, right? It would be bad if we are interrupted in the morning. Why don't you prepare 51st? Su Liang nodded and said, okay, don't be anxious. Then he took back all the other beast crystals. With a thought, his mind was instantly brought into that virtual space. It was still the eyes of Qitong Tianlin. The panel appears. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 36. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal 1 Level. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 1. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Heavenly Scale Seal. 1 Seal. Level 2. Beast Seal Evolution Progress. 2. Spirit 20. Strength 27. Agility 20. Speed 20. Su Liang looked at the panel, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Judging from the current situation, the evolution progress and level should be based on the lowest value of the 4 parameters. If one of his 4 values is 19 points now, then his evolution progress should be 1 and level 1. At the same time, it can be seen now. The basic value of awakening the level 1 Divine Seal is 10 points, and the level 2 is 2 points. The first level Divine Seal should be 1 point. Level, that is between 2 and 10 o'clock. From the current point of view, all 4 values have reached 100 points, which means he is at the 10th level of Beast God Seal. Then comes the evolution of the second Seal God Envoy. The numerical basis should change. As for how to improve the Eye of Insight, he has no idea now. We can only take one step at a time and see what happens. Then prepare to upgrade. A thought came to my mind. That cold voice sounded. Beast Energy Transformation in Progress. A dazzling golden light burst out from the eyes of Qitong Tianlin and shot onto Su Liang. The pain came back again. But now, he is in pain and happy. I've never been so happy. Isn't it just a little pain? As long as I don't die, I can handle it. In this painful torment, I feel both pain and happiness. Time seems to slip by. When the pain gradually disappeared, it meant that the 50 beast crystals had been used up. He called up the properties panel again. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 86. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal 1 Level. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 1. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Sky Scale Seal. 1 Seal. Level 3. Beast God Seal Evolution Progress. 3. Spirit 20. Strength 27. Agility 20. Speed 20. Su Liang's mouth curled up, upgraded. He still has 76 1-star beast crystals and 1 2-star beast crystal, and can upgrade at least 2 levels. It's just a matter of time. Now it has reached level 3. The lowest value is 32 points. According to Su Liang's estimation, the basic value of the level 1 Divine Seal is 2 points, so the level 10 God's Chosen One has a value of 20 points. Now I can completely defeat the level 10 God's Chosen One. He can almost compete with a level 11 2-Seal God Envoy. Therefore, it is not difficult to see from here how big the difference in power brought by the level of Divine Seal is. Level has already won at the starting line. Su Liang was extremely happy. As long as he was given time and beast crystals, he would continue to become stronger. His fate was really completely changed. After calming down a little, he came out of this state. Open your eyes. It was already early morning, but I am already very satisfied. I have advanced to a higher level in one night. With the beast crystal, wouldn't it only take a few days for me to become a second Seal Divine Envoy? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I'll stay here for today and report to the college. Chapter 47 Get Out of Here. Su Liang is my boyfriend. By Chanan said goodbye to Lu Xian reluctantly. Mom, please take care of yourself. Lu Xian's eyes were slightly red. Go ahead. Mom will take good care of herself. If you want to eat the food Mom cooks, come back. For Lu Xian, her daughter's separation from her was a turning point in her life. From then on, she would embark on the path of being God's chosen one. I am destined to never be able to stay by her side every day like before. It's still a bit sad after all. Su Luochen said, Stinky boy, take good care of the girl and don't let her get wronged. Su Liang nodded, Grandpa, Auntie, don't worry, I will take good care of Qian. The two nodded. Let's go. Su Liang and By Chanan left. It can be considered as officially leaving home. After all, Chengdu is a city that accommodates more than 1 million people, so it is actually very large. It takes 1 or 2 hours to travel from the east end of the city to the west end by ordinary vehicle. The way most people travel is still ordinary energy-efficient cars. The two people did not bother Director Huang of the college. I went to the villa first and left some of my clothes there. Looking at the room where two people live next to each other, By Chanan was a little shy. Su Liang, please give me more guidance in the future. Su Liang's old face turned red. Does this count as me eating your bread? By Chanan rolled her eyes at him in embarrassment. Su Liang laughed. Let's go and report to the academy. Su Liang now doesn't care whether the heavenly god army will come or not. When he goes to the academy will naturally come forward to deal with it. They can't possibly rob him, right? The Academy of the Chosen Ones, the only one in Chengdu. It is located in the north of the central urban area, very close to the house assigned to Qianqian, and can be reached in about 10 minutes on foot. Looking at the magnificent and solemn gate makes people yearn for it, and many student chosen ones come and go. The first thing you see when you walk into the gate is 3 huge human statues. By Qianqian looked at the 3 statues in fascination. Su Liang also looked over. The 3 great god emperors. Azure Dragon God Emperor, White Tiger God Emperor, Black Tortoise God Emperor. The cornerstone of China. In every academy, there are statues of the 3 great god emperors. The 3 god emperors guarded China and led hundreds of millions of Chinese people to rise from the ruins. They killed strange beasts, built cities, and continued the incense of China's heritage with unparalleled achievements. Admired by all people. Su Liang glanced at the fascinated Qianqian. Who could have imagined that in the future, your statue would also be standing here? Su Liang curled the corner of his mouth. The plan to train the Empress has started. Su Liang. They all say that only those who reach level 1 have the possibility of becoming the God Emperor, but so many people at level 1 still haven't become the God Emperor. I shouldn't be able to become the God Emperor either, right? Qianqian's voice was soft. Su Liang smiled and said, what if it works? By Qianqian glanced at Su Liang and smiled sweetly. I don't want that, I just want to protect you. Puff. Su Liang just felt that he was suddenly aroused by this girl again, and it was a critical hit. The health bar was almost emptied again. Qianqian, if you keep teasing me like this, I will cling to your thighs tightly and never let go for the rest of my life. A layer of red blush appeared on by Qianqian's ears. She said softly, then you better hold on tight. Su Liang sighed inwardly, damn, I've been teased again. They smiled at each other, their cheeks slightly red. There were many gods chosen students coming in and out, and many of them came to register like them. Just then, a cry of surprise was heard. By Qianqian. Su Liang and By Chanan were slightly startled and turned to look. It's a strange girl. See By Chanan's true face. The girl was very excited. It's really By Chanan. Ah, you didn't go to the military. This is incredible. Our academy is really high level. The girl's voice was very loud. It quickly attracted a lot of attention. When I first heard the name By Chanan, I felt it was familiar. When they heard the word level, everyone around them reacted. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They gathered here madly. Is this the level? Oh my god. I never thought she would actually come to our college. It's the top By Chanan. The classmates around were all crazy. I don't know how many people gathered here. Qianqian had never seen such a scene before and had already hidden behind Su Liang, pinching the corner of Su Liang's clothes. Su Liang also frowned slightly. There was nothing he could do. This seemed to be something he would inevitably experience. After a long time, he would not be so surprised anymore. Su Liang quickly pulled Qianqian away. But those students would not let go and followed all the way. By Qianqian, can you sign an autograph for me? Future God Sect. Boss, please sign your name. Who is the person holding By Chanan? What level is he? He seems to be at that level. By Chanan listens to him. Ah, level? Why? Is he worthy? Su Liang and By Chanan ignored all this. Su Liang quickly pulled her away. More and more people can be attracted. There are not only new students coming to register, but also many old students. The news of By Chanan's appearance in the academy spread like wildfire, causing a sensation in the school and Rongqing forums. This is big news. More and more people came. The entire academy was already surrounded by people around Su Liang and his group. It was so packed that it was hard to leave. By Chanan was completely frightened by such a scene. Su Liang also frowned. This was indeed a bit annoying. Can everyone please make way? We still have to report. Su Liang tried his best to make his voice sound calmer. But these people are like crazy. Don't worry. Let By Chanan sign for us. By Chanan, you need to eat more. You are very thin. By Chanan, from now on you will be the representative of our school. My name is... By Chanan, I like you. I'm from class 10, grade 2 inch. Su Liang and his friends were both annoyed by the noisy noises around them. This is the trouble. No matter where you go, It's always like this. It's like being treated like a monkey. At this time, Su Liang had noticed that Qianqian's face looked a little ugly. Su Liang's heart gradually grew colder. He grabbed Qianqian's hand and stopped suddenly. By Qianqian noticed the change in Su Liang's expression. I pulled him and signaled him not to be impulsive. But Su Liang no longer wanted to care. Shouted loudly, "Get out of here!" Su Liang's voice shook all around. Used the power of the divine seal. In an instant, the surroundings fell dead silent. Bai Qianqian was shocked, but she felt an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. The faces of those around, whether they were freshmen or seniors who had just registered, froze for a moment. They all looked at Su Liang. Su Liang said with cold eyes, "What do they all look like?" "Everyone, get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Many people didn't react for a while, but someone said disdainfully, "Who are you? What's your business?" The noise around was indeed a little quieter. However, many students showed disdain, especially those senior students at the second and third seal levels. Their faces turned cold. "A freshman, why should I be rude to you?" Someone said, "He is a level 1 chosen one in Shenjue Secondary School. He just happened to take care of Bai Qianqian for a few days before Shenjue. Does he really think he is a dish?" Hearing this, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian instantly fixed their eyes in a certain direction. He was a new student who came to register and was also a student of Shenjue No. 2 Middle School. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian's eyes were filled with coldness, which instantly frightened him. But those old students at the second and third seal levels, a look of contempt suddenly appeared on his face. "So you're a rubbish freshman? Why are you pretending to be so awesome? Get out of my way." "Yes, get out of the way. We are looking for Bai Qianqian. Who do you think you are?" "Bai Qianqian, he is just a nobody, not worthy of you." "That's right. Bai Qianqian, you are a top player, and he is trash. He can't possibly be worthy of you. Look at us. Bai Qianqian, you are destined to soar to the sky, so don't let this kind of rubbish hold you back. There are many geniuses of level 1 and 2 in our academy." Su Liang felt a chill in his heart when he heard these words. He really wanted to give each of them a slap in the face for being so noisy. Bai Qianqian's expression also turned ugly at this time. You can say she is okay, but you can't say Su Liang. Just when both of them were about to explode, a cold young man's voice sounded. "What does it look like to surround the freshmen one by one? Do they look like seniors? Get out of here." The words "get out" at the end have a feeling of a lion's roar. A strong wind blew up, and the long hair of some female students was blown up. Everyone looked painful, and even a little horrified. Everyone suddenly looked forward. There appeared a dazzling figure with its back to the sun. His robe fluttered, his posture was upright, his face was handsome, and his skin was very fair. He is totally a handsome guy. See someone coming. Some old students' faces changed. It's Luo Ziwen. Why did he come out? Is he in the academy? Didn't he go to the military for training? Some freshmen are still confused. Bai Qianqian was a little confused. Was he here to help them out? But Su Liang's heart trembled slightly. It was him. Luo family of Chengdu. It's a big family that's only one level lower than the Yi family, and this guy has a super divine seal. He possesses a very high status and strength in this God-chosen academy. According to the memories of his previous life, Luo Ziwen should have been a 3-seal divine master by now, but he only entered the academy the year before last. Such an achievement is already extraordinary in the academy, and he is a genius that the academy focuses on cultivating. Su Liang sneered in his heart. He was a playboy and had wanted to pursue Qianqian in his previous life, but without exception, he was rejected. It seemed like he wanted to force his way in, but was beaten up by Qianqian, and things got a bit out of hand. Luo Ziwen was seen slowly walking towards Su Liang and the others. With a stern look on his face, he glanced at some of the older students. Immediately, the old students retreated. It was as if Luo Ziwen had an extremely strong aura that made people dare not approach him. Every one of them scared the new students. They are the future hope of our Rongqing. How can they behave so badly? Everyone, go away. Otherwise, I will be rude. Luo Ziwen was already a naked threat. Some of the older students were still a little afraid of this guy and began to back away. Luo Ziwen turned his head, and his expression changed instantly. He looked at Bai Qianqian with a gentle smile and stretched out his white palm. "Hello, classmate Bai. My name is Luo Ziwen, and I have awakened a level 5 divine seal. Nice to meet you. Some of the senior students around you are cursing secretly. Why are you pretending?" Bai Qianqian glanced at Luo Ziwen. He nodded timidly. "Hello, senior. Thank you for helping us out." By Chanan did not shake hands. Can I shake hands? Luo Ziwen asked politely. Let's shake hands and we'll be friends. If you have any problems in the future, you can always come to me. By Chanan held Su Liang's hand and had no such idea at all. Su Liang said calmly, no need to shake hands, just pass. Naturally, Su Liang would not give this guy a good face. There was no need to do so. He was just a guy who was sowing seeds everywhere. I was talking to classmate By Chanan. I didn't ask you to speak. You're in the same grade as Bai. Do you really think you can go on with him? Get out of here. Luo Ziwen smiled and said, Student Bai, maybe you have a good relationship with him now, but I still want to remind you that he is one level higher than you and is not worthy of you. Luo Ziwen thought he had restrained himself well enough and didn't call him trash. It was good enough that he talked to him when they were on the same level. But these words, when they fell into By Chanan's ears, made her so angry. She is very angry. I thought he was a reasonable senior, but I didn't expect him to be such a guy. Luo Ziwen was about to speak. By Chanan's angry and cold voice sounded. Get out of here. Su Liang is my boyfriend. No one has the right to make up stories. Chapter 48. It doesn't count now, but it will count later. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Everyone looked at the thin girl who had just acted so timidly. But now he is so domineering. Regardless of whether she is protecting her boyfriend or not. Love it. This is the domineering attitude that a top-level God's chosen one should have. Some students seem to be able to imagine the scene in the future whereby Chanan becomes the queen. Many male classmates showed admiring looks at her. Su Liang was also stunned. I just feel warm inside. Thank you for your love, my wife. By Chanan stared coldly at Luo Ziwen's fixed gaze. I have no interest in any of you. Please don't bother me. By Chanan pulled Su Liang away. No one cared. And Luo Ziwen's face gradually became gloomy. A level? Snatched away the level? Are you kidding? He actually lost to a level? He originally trained in the military in order to enter the military in the future and become a member of the Heavenly God Army. But his family suddenly called him back, saying that a super-level God's chosen one appeared in Rongqing and he must be captured at all costs. Let him become a member of their Luo family. He naturally knew the importance of the matter and rushed back without stopping. I think I am confident about my handsome face. But I didn't expect that I would be defeated by a piece of trash. This is simply unbearable. Luo Ziwen turned around and looked at the departing backs of By Chanan and Su Liang. With a sneer, boyfriend? Is it useful? It is impossible for one level to continue to move forward with the next level. It is absolutely impossible. He, Luo Ziwen, would not give up just like that. Girls of this level must be one. Just one level, it can be easily made to disappear. Su Liang and By Chanan moved away from the crowd a little. Although there were still a few people following them, they didn't come closer. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly, and he felt warm in his heart as he watched Chanan holding his hand unwaveringly. Su Liang leaned over to Chan's ear and whispered, Chanan, you were so cool just now. She felt the breeze from Su Liang's mouth brushing across her earlobe. She blushed instantly. Stop talking. I was just going to say, that's really cool. Also, Chanan, do you still count what you said just now that I'm your boyfriend? In an instant, her shallow face was instantly covered with blush. He just acted like an ostrich, lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it at all. You and me. I don't say that about you. By Chanan didn't finish her words, but she was thinking in her heart. I don't think I am worthy of you. You are a member of the God hunting team, and you are so strong. And I'm still so thin. You have to wait until I gain a little weight, look better, and become stronger than you and able to protect you. Besides, you haven't confessed your feelings. Does a girl really need to speak up for herself about such things? Fool. If Su Liang knew what Chanan was thinking, he would probably be so moved that he would cry. Does it count? Su Liang said softly. By Chanan was extremely shy. Stupid, it doesn't count now, so don't ask. By Chanan thought, if I answer like this, he should understand, right? It just doesn't count now, but it will count in the future. Su Liang was stunned for a moment. It doesn't count now? So when does it count? When he wanted to say something. In front of them, a figure was running hurriedly. Director Huang came running over in a hurry. Oh, classmate Bai, classmate Su. I'm sorry, I should have come to pick you up. Did those seniors give you a hard time just now? Director Huang had a hint of apology on his face. Chanan is still immersed in shyness and dares not speak. So she lets Su Liang do everything. Su Liang shook his head. It's no big deal. I can predict that. The classmates are too enthusiastic. Maybe it will be better in the future. Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief. fearing that the old students would affect their mood for enrollment. That's good. There's really nothing we can do about it. After all, Mr. Bai is the top student in Rongqing. Su Liang nodded. We understand. The two of them exchanged a few polite words, and the matter was covered up. Su Liang asked, Director Huang, do we still need to register? Director Huang shook his head repeatedly. Don't worry about these. I will take care of everything. I will take you to visit the college. Su Liang smiled and said, Then I'll have to trouble Director Huang. Director Huang smiled and nodded. You're welcome. Please follow me. Seeing Director Huang treat the two young men so politely, some of the students who followed him were a little surprised. But this also further proved the importance of a top-level god chosen to the academy. Director Huang personally accompanied us along the way. Over there is our academy's combat training ground, special training room, armory, resource department, teaching building, and student dormitory. You have the privilege to use all training rooms, special venues, and resources at your will. And if you have any questions, you can come to me directly and I will find a way to solve them for you. Su Liang thanked him. Su Liang thought for a moment and said, Director Huang, I do have something I would like to ask you for help with. Director Huang smiled and nodded. Well, go ahead. It's our academy's hunting ground. Can I go in now? Hearing this, Director Huang was stunned for a moment. It seems like I heard it wrong. You mean the hunting ground? Su Liang nodded. Yes. Director Huang was a little surprised. Why are you going to the hunting ground now? The academy prohibits students from entering the hunting ground before becoming a second seal divine envoy. Any one-star alien beast in there can easily take your life. Su Liang smiled bitterly. Director Huang, I don't know how to explain this to you, but I still want you to help me apply and see if I can get the privilege of entering the hunting ground. Director Huang was a little confused. What are you doing in the hunting grounds? It must be hunting. Director Huang was silent for a moment and then spoke. Su Liang, I'm not looking down on you. Even By Chanan can't enter the hunting grounds now. She doesn't have the strength to hunt exotic beasts. Su Liang smiled bitterly. By Chanan replied at the right time. Director Huang, Brother Su Liang can now hunt exotic beasts, and he is now a formal member of the Cinder Killer God hunting team. He also went on a mission with them yesterday and hunted many exotic beasts. What? Director Huang was shocked and stunned. Chapter 49 Brother Su Liang. Wait for me. When Su Liang heard the words Brother Su Liang, he felt his heart melt. Director Huang is a middle-aged man who is a little plump. He does not have the fatness of middle-aged people. Instead, he gives people a kind and amiable feeling. The shocked look at this time also seemed somewhat interesting. Director Huang said excitedly, Is it the Jinsha, the #1 hunting team in Rongqing? Su Liang touched his head and smiled. Yes, that's it. The captain is Qi Hengqiu. Director Huang was stunned. It turned out to be this. He was a little bit unbelievable. Why would Qi Hengqiu recruit Su Liang into the team at this time? It shouldn't be. Qi Hengqiu is a very principled person. He is very clear. Could it be that the Su Liang in front of him was also an unpolished jade? But he is just a grade. The reason why I am so polite to him now is largely because of By Chanan. Qi Hengqiu also has his eyes on By Chanan. It seems that this is the only reason that makes sense. But this is also a bit wrong. Qi Hengqiu would not do such a thing. Su Liang said calmly, Director Huang, please keep this matter confidential for me. I don't want anyone else to know about it for the time being. Director Huang nodded and looked at Su Liang with a complicated look. Okay, I understand. Although I was puzzled, it was not the right time to explore it. I would just ask Qi Hengqiu when the time came. Su Liang continued, So, Director Huang, I went to the hunting ground to improve my combat skills, so I asked for your help. Director Huang pondered for a while. His expression was somewhat serious. Su Liang, are you sure you'll be okay? Su Liang nodded. It's okay. I'm responsible for my own safety, and I'll take responsibility if there's any problem. Director Huang sighed and said, Okay, I will help you apply for the qualification to enter the primary hunting ground. Whether you can come down is another matter. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Thank you, Director Huang. Director Huang waved his hand. We soon reached the door of the dormitory building. Su Liang, By Chanan, there is one more thing I need to discuss with you, so I can make arrangements. They both looked at him. Director Huang, please go ahead. Director Huang also seemed a little embarrassed. That is, do you two want to live in the same dormitory? In an instant, By Chanan and Su Liang's faces turned red. Boy, is that so blatant? By Chanan lowered her head, too embarrassed to speak. Su Liang also touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Director Huang, you are so nice. You have considered everything so carefully for me. In our academy, All students above grade 1 share double dormitories. With By Chanchan's qualifications, she can occupy a dormitory all to herself. Director Huang coughed twice and said, "So I want to ask for your opinion. If you are willing, I will arrange it this way." Both of them were silent. Director Huang said something. By Chanchan's face was so red with shame that it seemed like water would drip out. They lived together outside and inside. Su Liang coughed twice. "Director Huang, let's arrange it normally. I'm a level 1 student, so I'll be divided according to my level. Chanchan is a level 2 student, so she'll be divided according to her level." By Chanchan looked up at Su Liang, pouting. "Doesn't Su Liang want to live with her?" I felt a little lost. Su Liang continued, "The two of us can't be lone wolves when we come to the academy. I can't be the only one in Chanchan's life, right? She wants to make new friends, and so do I. We are all in the same college, and there are villas outside, so we should divide the dormitories normally, so that my classmates won't accuse me of abusing my privileges. Otherwise, I will really become a gigolo in the eyes of all students. There are some things that I still have to face by myself." After hearing this, By Chanchan's sense of loss gradually subsided. So this is what he thought. I thought he didn't want to live with her. Humph, I forgive him. Director Huang also smiled and said, "It's good that you can think this way, it's insightful, but there will be many difficulties. After all, by then, there will be many people who will come to see you because of By Chanchan." Su Liang smiled and said, "This is my business. I am not a vegetarian either." Director Huang smiled and said, "Well, that's what I thought at first. By Chanchan also wants to meet new classmates, which will be good for her as well. I already have a suitable candidate in mind." Su Liang looked at him with a hint of wisdom and scrutiny. Director Huang waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't worry, this isn't someone who asked me to use my connections to arrange this. She is a girl who has awakened. She is from Shanjue No. 6 Middle School. Her family is very ordinary, and she comes from a civilian area. Her personality is somewhat similar to By Chanchan. I think she might be a good match." Director Huang discovered that Su Liang seemed to be unusually perceptive and felt that everything he could think of had been anticipated in advance. Moreover, Director Huang himself does not have any evil intentions. By Chanchan is a precious treasure to their academy now, and no one should try to cause trouble to her. Su Liang nodded. "Okay, that's good." Su Liang thought about it, and it seemed that Chanchan's roommate in the previous life also became a big shot in the military, with the rank of general. He wondered if this was the roommate he was about to meet. Under the leadership of Director Huang, they soon arrived at the door of By Chanchan's dormitory. The dormitories here are somewhat luxurious and are completely high-rise suites. It should be a 2-room apartment. Director Huang opened the door and said, "That girl hasn't registered yet. She will probably be here today. By tomorrow, most of the students will be here. Formal classes will begin the day after tomorrow." They both nodded and followed Director Huang into the house. Sure enough, there are 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. It is fully equipped with home appliances and has all the necessary supplies. What a luxurious little apartment. "Student By Chanchan, you can choose a room. Maybe your roommate will come today." By Chanchan nodded and took a quick look. It was not bad. It would actually be nice to be able to live with Su Liang, but this idiot doesn't want to. Director Huang then took out a ring space converter and a star message bracelet. "Student By Chanchan, this is the space converter and star message bracelet assigned to you by the academy. There are 10,000 low-level divine crystals and 10,000 low-level source crystals in the space converter. The divine crystals are for you to evolve, and the source crystals are for you to drive some equipment in the villa. If it's not enough, you can just go to the resources department to get it. There is no upper limit. Student Su Liang, it's the same for you. You can go and get it directly. There is just one thing. I hope you can use your resources on yourself as much as possible. After all, this is the privilege given to you by the academy." Su Liang smiled bitterly and nodded. "I understand, Director Huang. Don't worry, we are well aware of this." He was really generous, giving away 10,000 low-level divine crystals. This is first-class treatment. Su Liang remembered that when they went to class, the first time resources were distributed, it seemed that students with a level 1 divine seal could only receive 2. "Then I'll take you to the dormitory next?" Su Liang shook his head. "Director Huang, I won't bother you anymore. I have already received enough preferential treatment. I can find it myself. I will accompany Chanchan to familiarize herself with the dormitory." Director Huang smiled and nodded. "Okay, then I won't be polite with you. If you have any questions, just come to me." Su Liang and By Chanchan thanked Director Huang, then left. Director Huang also felt at peace. This level is considered stable. He doesn't care whether a man and a woman are in the same room or not. I just want to issue a notice to prohibit anyone from surrounding By Chanan. He and Chanan were the only ones left in the room. The atmosphere seemed to become ambiguous all of a sudden. Chanan walked to the sofa and sat down, a little restrained. By Chan's ears turned red. This kind of dormitory has 2 rooms. Actually, you can live here. By Chan's face turned red instantly. What on earth are you talking about? Su Liang chuckled and touched his nose. Great, little girl. So you want to live with him? Su Liang coughed lightly. We can go out and live in a villa. By Chanan rolled her eyes at him in embarrassment and said, That's not what I meant. What do you mean? Su Liang said with a wicked smile. By Chanan turned her head away, not daring to show Su Liang her blushing face. Su Liang smiled and said, Okay, it's not that I don't want to live with you. I definitely want to live with you very much. But you also need to have a new life and other friends. Try it first. If you really can't get used to your new roommate, then you can just move to the villa area later. It won't affect anything. As for me, you don't want others to see me and say that I'm a shameless man who only knows how to eat your food, right? You always have to think about the future. By Chan's shyness subsided a little, nodded obediently. In fact, Su Liang wanted to meet his roommates from his previous life. Some of what you owe them must be repaid in this lifetime. By the way, Chan, when you told Director Huang just now that I was a member of the Jinsha squad, what did you call me? By Chan was stunned for a moment, as if she had thought of something. Her pretty face flushed. Brother Su Liang. Su Liang was overjoyed. Okay, I'll call you that from now on. By Chan's pretty face blushed. Come, I will teach you how to use the space converter and the divine seal to absorb the divine crystal to evolve. By Chan was extremely shy, nodding gently, okay. By Chan, like a little girl who knew nothing, handed the space converter to Su Liang. This space converter is a ring that contains the power of divine seals and source energy technology. Possesses a small black hole space. Can store things. Look, as long as you activate the power of the divine seal, the space converter will automatically open, and then you can just reach in and take it. It's very safe. Su Liang took out a handful of divine crystals. Divine crystal, similar to crystal, about the size of an egg. The more transparent and pure it is, the higher the grade. This kind of low-level divine crystal looks like it has some turbid impurities in it, but it also contains a lot of energy. The divine seal needs to evolve. It's actually very simple. As long as you activate your divine seal to awaken it and guide the power of your divine seal to wrap it, you will be able to feel the power in the divine crystal being slowly absorbed into your body. These powers will strengthen every cell and every inch of your flesh and blood. At the same time, the divine seal also needs to be supplemented by the power of the divine crystal. This process is called evolution. Su Liang gave careful guidance. By Chan learns very quickly. Moreover, when Su Liang was urging the wind and fire divine seal to evolve and absorb the power of the divine crystal, he was like heaven and earth compared to Qian. There is a huge difference. Later, Su Liang understood how big the difference was between a super divine seal and an ordinary divine seal. They were together until noon. Su Liang cooked a meal for her. By Chan kept smiling sweetly while eating. In the afternoon, Su Liang will show up at his dormitory. Okay, you just get familiar with the dormitory slowly. I'll go to my own dormitory to report. If you have any questions, just contact me directly. By Chan nodded. Recently, she has been almost inseparable from Su Liang, and she is a little uncomfortable with the sudden separation. However, looking at Su Liang's back, her eyes gradually became firm. He promised to protect brother Su Liang, but he still has to go on missions occasionally. And make that thing count. I have to become stronger quickly too. Now that we have the resources, let's seize the time. Brother Su Liang, wait for me. I will definitely become very strong and protect you all my life. Chapter 50. See you again, old friend. Su Liang took the elevator downstairs. When we reached the first floor, the elevator door opened. There stood a graceful figure at the door, as beautiful as a blooming white lotus, with long legs and towering breasts. The delicate face and white swan neck show her pride. Leng Lianshuang was also stunned when she saw Su Liang. I don't know if it's instinct or something else. She spoke subconsciously, Su, but Su Liang acted as if he didn't see her. He just walked out of the elevator sideways and ignored her thoughts. Leng Lianshuang froze where she was. My mind went blank, with only one thought in mind. Why did Su Liang ignore her? Leng Lianshuang felt a complex emotion in her heart, but it soon calmed down. She is not the one who should regret. She is a level. He is just a level. They are destined to be very different. So what if he hooks up with By Chanan? In the future, as By Chanan gradually rises to a higher position, Su Liang is destined to be abandoned. Su Liang, you will regret it. I can ignore you, but you can't help licking me. Su Liang left the dormitory. He was not too surprised to see Leng Lianshuang. I don't have the energy to care about it. We are not the same kind of people. She continued with her pride. He walked his own way. In this life, he, Su Liang, would not be like a humble dog like in his previous life. There are still many things to do in this life. He found his dormitory with ease. He had stayed here for several years in his previous life. Register with the dormitory manager, get the key card, and go straight to the third floor. The moment he stood at the door of room 309, he did not open the door immediately. My hand froze for a moment. My heart was filled with ripples. In my previous life, those three guys. A memory flashed through my mind. Liangzi, that girl is pretty good, with big breasts and a round butt. She can give birth to a son and won't let the child starve. Go. Flush your ass, fatty. Where do you want to flush? Haha, Ryoko. Where do you want to flush it? Hey, beautiful lady. My buddy said you were very pretty. Can you give him a baby? You rascal. You're looking for death. Liangzi, the wind is blowing. Liangzi, in the next life, I will be your father. Don't forget to toast me 2 glasses of wine during the festival. Liangzi, please take good care of my bitch. You can't ride on your friend's wife, or I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Haha, the 4 of us are really unlucky today. Ryoko, let's go. Let's go together. I'm the boss. Listen to me. Go. Take the things back. Tell her to find a good man and marry her. Ryoko, let's go. Su Liang watched helplessly as the 3 injured bastards fell in a pool of blood one by one. His heart was filled with pain. With the hopes of the 3 men, he fought bloody battles, broke through the siege, and survived. The past life's events replayed in my mind like a slideshow. My eyes were slightly moist. Classmate, do you live in room 309 as well? A familiar voice in memory pulled Su Liang back from his recollections. Su Liang turned his head. It's Gong Li. It still looks the same as in my memory. He is tall and thin, with a pretty face and a hint of immaturity. The refreshing crew cut gives off a cool vibe. Su Liang smiled and said, Hello, Wang In, classmate. I was assigned to this dormitory. Gong Li was stunned for a moment. He just called him classmate Wang? Without thinking too much, Gong Li said with a smile, Let's go. You are the only one missing. Gong Li opened the door and took Su Liang in. Brothers, our last roommate is here. Su Liang followed him into the dormitory, and it was still the same as before. Hear Gong Li speak. The 2 roommates who were sitting beside his bed stood up immediately. The fat man Kong Chun, who looked a little wretched, immediately said with a smile, Hello. Now we are all here. Hello, classmate. My name is Kong Chun. I'm at the 10th level of Divine Perception and have a level 1 Divine Seal. We'll be roommates from now on. Fatty Kong Chun always has a nasty smile on his face, which always gives people a somewhat vulgar feeling. But it was this fat guy who never hesitated when helping his brothers block the knives. Su Liang smiled and said, Hello. My name is Gong Li. I live in this bed. I'm a level 4 Divine Awareness Master, and I have a level 1 Divine Seal. Then there is the last roommate, who is also their boss, Yang Feihua. He has a silly smile on his face and is quite strong. When fighting with his brothers, he is always the one who rushes to the front. Hello. My name is Yang Feihua, from Shenjue 7th Middle School, level 1 Divine Seal. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Hello. My name is Su Liang. I'm from Shenjue Secondary School. I'm a level 1 Divine Seal. Please take care of me in the future. Su Liang had a feeling of returning to his previous life, and for a moment he realized that he didn't know if it was a dream. Su Liang wanted to cherish the reunion in this life. Everyone smiled at each other. Su Liang, you live in this bed. Gong Li said, pointing at the bed. Su Liang smiled and nodded. You can call me Liangzi. Fatty Kong Chin smiled and said, That's great. You just revealed your nickname right away. It's so refreshing. From now on, everyone can just call me Fatty. I don't mind. It's a bit closer this way. Gong Li smiled and said, You can't call me Skinny, right? The fat man thought for a moment and asked, When is your birthday? Gong Li responded, March. The fat man looked at Su Liang and Yang Feihua again. Brother Hua Liangzi, what about you? Su Liang smiled faintly and decided to separate the big and small ones. I'm June. Yang Feihua said, 1 month. Fatty Kong Chun clapped his hands and said, That's it. I'll be in April. Brother Hua is the boss. Let's just call him Brother Hua or the boss. Gong Li, you are the 3rd child, so we can call you the 2nd child or Brother Li. I am the 3rd child, so you can just call me Fatty. Liangzi is the fourth child. Perfect. Everyone smiled and nodded, indicating yes. The fat man suddenly said, "Oh, right. Liangzi, you said you were from Shenzhou number 2 middle school?" The fat man said excitedly, "I just saw the news that By Chanan, who is at the intermediate level of your divine perception level 2, has reported for duty." Su Liang smiled and nodded. "Well, come and report. She will be a member of our college from now on." The fat man gasped. Hiss. TSK. 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 I never thought she would actually come to the academy. I'm afraid the 3 great armies of the gods have invited her. I really don't know what she is thinking. Su Liang smiled and said, "Isn't this a good thing for our college? Our academy has cultivated a future divine sect leader. This will be beneficial to both the academy and Rongqing." Wang Lai and Yang Feihua both nodded. The fat man said, "I know it's a good thing, but I just can't understand it. It would be nice if I could get to know someone like this. I don't ask her to like me, but how great would it be if she introduced me to a top-notch wife in the future?" Wang Lai laughed and scolded. "What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? He is a senior official, and we are not the same kind of people." The fat man placed his hopes on Su Liang. "Liangzi, you are also from Shenzhou Second Middle School. Is there a chance we can meet?" Su Liang smiled. This guy's mind is full of women. "Well, I think so." The fat man waved his hand and said, "You don't look like it. Forget it. I'll just look for it among the poor among us." Su Liang laughed in silence. He really hoped that when he saw Qian, he would not be an idiot. This life is destined to be completely different. "Hey, I heard that the reason why By Chanan from that grade came to our college seemed to be because of a boy. Liangzi, is that true?" The fat man asked curiously. Su Liang thought for a moment and said, "It's somewhat related, but I think that even if that boy wasn't there, she would probably choose the college." The fat man said with great sorrow, "I heard that boy is also a bastard. How can he be so lucky? Why can't I be favored by such a big boss?" Su Liang and the others all laughed. Yang Feihua said, "Don't think about those nonsense. This is someone else's life, not yours. You'd better just fight honestly." The fat man smiled and said, "I'm just fantasizing." Wang Lai said, "But I personally think that's not necessarily a good thing. Maybe a lot of people will cause trouble for that boy in the future. And can he and Bai Chanan really stay together forever? For those of us who are of this level of divine seal, most people will stop at the level of a 3-seal divine master. Even if there are some extraordinary people, they can only reach the level of a 4-seal divine warrior against the will of heaven. As for Bai Chanan, unless there are any accidents, she is destined to reach the level of a 9-seal divine sect." Hearing this, Su Liang just smiled. As expected, most people still don't think highly of him in Qian. But how do they know that he, Su Liang, has more than just a level god seal? The fat man said, "This is their business. No matter whether they can continue to be together in the end, at least they have accumulated feelings for each other. When Bai Chanan becomes stronger in the future, she can help him and she will be able to reach the top in one step." Wang Lai said, "Why bother?" After this topic was over, the fat guy started to discuss the beauties and school bells in the college in a mean way. Su Liang was thinking, if he lived here, would his animal transformation be seen? How about staying in the villa tonight, and then monitoring myself to see what it looks like when the beast energy is transformed? By the way, go and visit Gong Li. After chatting with everyone for a while, I quietly sent a message to Qian, asking her to go out and stay overnight with me. After getting Qian's consent, Su Liang smiled and said, "Brothers, I won't stay here tonight. I didn't bring any change of clothes." The fat man asked, "Are you going home?" "No, my girlfriend has a house outside. I left my clothes there when I came. I happened to have something else to do, so I'm staying outside today." Hearing this, everyone stared, a little shocked. The fat man said excitedly, "Liangzi, your girlfriend is 60 years old?" Su Liang's face twitched. "What are you thinking about? Then how come your girlfriend has a house outside? Do you know how much a house here is worth? Or is your girlfriend a top-notch second-generation rich person?" Su Liang said unhappily, "No, I am just an ordinary person. I won't tell you anymore. I will be back tomorrow evening. Let's go." Watching Su Liang leave, a wave of envy aroused. Su Liang still thought about not telling them about Qian for the time being, lest they think he was showing off. Just wait for them to discover it themselves. When I met Qian, her face turned red with embarrassment. "Are we going to live together tonight? He won't do anything to me." Su Liangkai had no idea what was going on in her mind. "Let's go visit Gong Li first and have a meal." "Oh, okay." Bai Qian's mind was dizzy now. After all, It was their first time living together. Chapter 51. Soft rice is so delicious. Gong Li was lying by the floor-to-ceiling window, drinking tea leisurely. Hey, old Gong Li, are you awake? Su Liang walked in and greeted everyone. Gong Li turned to look at him, knowing that he had arrived. Stinky boy, call me Lao Gong. I won't scream. I'm afraid Qianqian will misunderstand. Lu Yin and Qianqian had a faint smile on their lips. Gong Li looked at Qianqian. By Qianqian, do you mind if I beat him up? By Qianqian shook her head timidly. I don't mind. Gong Li chuckled and rubbed his fists. Look, come here. Lie down and get beaten. Qianqian quickly said, don't hit too hard. Su Liang gave a wicked smile. Look, I still can't bear to part with it. Gong Li smiled bitterly. Who are you two trying to envy? Are you so sweet now? By Qianqian lowered her head shyly. Su Liang proudly pulled Qianqian to sit down. Better? Gong Li nodded. It's okay, just rest for 10 days or so, and your chest will heal faster. The main thing is your leg. Su Liang nodded. I told you not to show off, but you didn't believe me. Gong Li rolled his eyes and said, wow, if I didn't show off, could you have killed that 2-star ghost-faced spider? Okay, you're awesome. Green came out smiling. Su Liang, this is the mission reward the captain asked me to give you, 1,000 low-level divine crystals. Lu Yin took out a pile of divine crystals from the space converter. That's quite a reward. Lu Yin shook her head. Not much. If we were to carry out such a mission in a third-tier city, each person would probably get 5,000. Su Liang nodded. That was true. The city was of low level and occupied fewer resources. However, these 1,000 divine crystals, converted into the RMB used by ordinary people, are equivalent to 40,000 to 50,000. It's already a considerable income. This is the difference between God's chosen ones and ordinary people. 40 to 50,000 is enough to support an ordinary family for a year. That's why so many people want to become members of the God hunting team or join the military. The vast majority of resources are always controlled by the upper class. This is an eternal truth. Of course, having said that, this is also because the level of the Jinsha team is high, the restricted mission area is wide, and many monsters are killed, so they can get this mission reward. The number of other teams is estimated to be smaller. Sister Luin, can you help me change it into beast crystals? Or if you have beast crystals on you now, you can just exchange them directly. Lu Yin was stunned. Gong Li frowned. Why do you need so many beast crystals? I said we're doing research. This is a secret. Su Liang said in a joking tone. As for divine crystals, I don't lack them at all at the academy. With the help of Qianqian, I can just go and get what I need for evolution. Lu Yin said, but you can also accumulate these divine crystals and use them to exchange for equipment or something. Su Liang shook his head. Let's not consider those for now. Lu Yin couldn't insist, so she nodded and said, okay, I still have some beast crystals on me. I'll give it to you directly. Can I exchange it for a 2-star or a 1-star one? 1 star is fine. Lu Yin nodded. That means exchanging it for 100 1-star beast crystals. Su Liang smiled and nodded. The exchange ratio between low-level divine crystals and 1-star beast crystals is 10 to 1, and 2-star beast crystals is 100 to 1. After putting 100 1-star beast crystals into his pocket, Su Liang's mouth curled up. 100 more was equivalent to an increase of more than 2 levels. Okay, you guys chat first. I'll go prepare dinner. Sister Luin, let me help you. Qianqian also stood up. Gong Li glanced at By Chanan, then locked his eyes on Su Liang. Boy, there are some things I don't know if I should say. Su Liang said calmly, I know what you're going to say. Everyone will understand what happened between Qianqian and me in the future. Gong Li nodded and said, it's good that you understand. It's not that I don't think it's a good idea, but you will encounter a lot of trouble in the future. I know when trouble comes, I'll smash it. Gong Li no longer dwells on this matter. Chatted for a while. By the way, old Gong Li, why do I feel like the number of alien beast invasions has become more frequent recently? Gong Li nodded, not frequently, but every day. Su Liang's pupil shrank slightly. There are alien beasts invading every day? Gong Li nodded, well, it's just the size. We usually don't take action on such a small scale, and I also need to recover from my injuries. Su Liang asked, isn't this very abnormal? Gong Li nodded, it is indeed abnormal. The military has sent people to investigate. We can only stay in the city. According to some people's speculation, it may be related to By Chanan awakening level. Hearing this, Su Liang's pupils trembled slightly. Isn't this possible? Gong Li's face was a little solemn. Nothing is impossible. You know, There are so many kinds of exotic beasts, and some of them have special powers. The military suspects that it might be because of By Chanan's awakening level that some high-star alien beasts have some kind of induction and fear, which is why they drive those alien beasts to harass us again and again. But the military will take corresponding precautions. Boy, get ready. There may be endless tasks coming up. Su Liang nodded silently. Is there such a thing? I rarely heard such statements in my previous life. Moreover, when he and By Chanan were both in the academy, they had never heard of such rumors. Speaking of which, kid, where do you get such high combat power? Aren't you a level 5? What's wrong with level? Can't I be a little bit more perverted? Gong Li seemed a little serious. Be careful when you go on missions next time, and don't die. Su Liang no longer had the mood to joke. I know. Take care of yourself and don't die. It was soon dinner time. The four of us were together, chatting about some light things. Had a little drink. It was not until night fell that Su Liang and Chanan returned to the villa together. Chanan supported Su Liang. Are you okay? It's okay, don't worry. The two people sat on the sofa, seemingly in silence, and the atmosphere was a little subtle. Tonight, a single man and a single woman. Shallow. I'm going to take a shower. By Chanan sat up directly. Su Liang froze in place, looking confused. Why are you so excited? Don't worry, it's still early. Su Liang grabbed Chan's hand and pulled her to sit down. Chan's whole body was stiff, her pretty face flushed, and her mind went blank. What will he say? Is he going to kiss me? Or do you want a hug? By Chan felt that she could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Chan, do you think I'm a gigolo? Su Liang's sudden strange words stunned By Chan. By Chan looked over and felt a little relieved, but also seemed a little disappointed. Can't he do something? No, I don't care about whether I'm a gigolo or not. You protected me before, and now it's my turn to protect you. I promised you that you can do whatever you want. Everything I have belongs to you. By Chan pinched her fingers shyly. Su Liang suddenly felt like he was stabbed. Damn it, he was teased. Su Liang smiled and said, okay, I get it, but when you said I was your boyfriend today, you were really cool. By Chan covered her face shyly. Stop talking. Su Liang chuckled. I'm going to say it. I'm going to ignore you. I'm going to take a shower. I have to hurry up and evolve. By Chan stood up and was about to leave. Su Liang seemed to be drunk. Don't be impatient. Su Liang was very strong and grabbed Chan's wrist. Chan lost her balance and stumbled, falling down. Then Chan leaned on the sofa, with Su Liang under her. Their lips were only 2 centimeters apart. They can feel each other's breath. Su Liang could clearly see Chan's face turning red at a very fast speed. She froze, not knowing what to say. There was a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Chan, do you want to? By Chan blushed. You'd better not do that since we are still young. Later, she simply stopped talking. The more she talked, the more confused she became. She just closed her eyes and let Su Liang do whatever she wanted. Su Liang looked at her cute appearance, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Su Liang smiled and said, It's great to have you. As if it was a primitive impulse, Su Liang pecked lightly on Chan's forehead. Finished. By Chan felt like her brain was about to burn out. Su Liang kissed her. Really kissed her. What to do next? By Chan felt like she was trembling. Su Liang smiled wickedly. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, go take a shower. By Chan was helped up. She was stunned. Is that it? No more? Su Liang chuckled. By Chan gave him a resentful look. Humph. Idiot. By Chan turned around and left, but was still excited, her heart pounding. Su Liang kissed me today. Watching Chan go to her room. Su Liang then came to his senses and decided to abduct the Empress to be his wife. He said he would take it step by step, and there was no rush. Next, he also needs to prepare his affairs. I came to my room and looked at this luxurious and high-tech room. I couldn't help but sigh. Soft rice is delicious. After washing up, he said something to Chan and prepared to start the animal energy transformation. I can upgrade again tonight. Looking at his own beast crystal. Beast energy transformation. Start. Chapter 52. First time fighting alone. The next day, Liang had just prepared breakfast for Gong Li. The two of them suddenly received Long Lian's mission signal. Green. Strange beasts are invading from the west of the city. Get in position immediately. Liang and Gong Li's expressions changed instantly. Clear. Gong Li, you won't be fighting this time. Take good care of your injuries and leave it to us. Gong Li was anxious. Xiao Lan, if I don't go, Who will go? I have already informed Su Liang. He is near your house now. Luin, go and take him away. Understood. Luin nodded seriously. Gong Li became anxious. If I don't go, how can he do it alone? Luin said, just stay here, and we will take care of Su Liang. Xiaolan nodded. It's arranged like this. This is the captain's order. Gong Li was extremely anxious. But it seemed like there was really no way out. He couldn't even stand for a long time now. Looking at the green grass, I am about to leave. Levian, wait a minute. This is for Su Liang. Gong Li swung the silver spear. Tell that kid to be careful. Luin nodded. Okay, got it. After a night of torture, Su Liang felt both pain and happiness. Another one-star beast crystal was transformed. He looked at his panel with a slight smile on his face. Cool. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 149. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal 1 level. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 1. Beast God Seal. Level 5 Red-Eyed Heavenly Scale Seal. 1 Seal. Level 5. Beast Seal Evolution Progress. 5. Spirit 34. Strength 37. Agility 32. Speed 34. In order to make it a round number, he converted 63 one-star beast crystals this time. The effect is very obvious. Directly upgraded the Beast God Seal to level 5. I feel a surge of strength throughout my body. According to his current estimation, his strength definitely exceeds that of a level 10 Divine Seal Chosen One. The power of the Chosen One of level 1 is 20 points, which is completely excessive. In other words, he is now almost equal to a level 2 Seal Divine Envoy. Strength is guaranteed. He opened his eyes and glanced at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There was still one day left in the day, and he should be able to advance one more level. It took nearly 12 hours to obtain a beast crystal, but it's already very scary. If converted into divine crystals, that would be 630 low-level divine crystals. Even if it was a level 1 existence, when he was still God's chosen one, who dared to say that he could absorb 630 crystals in one night? It's impossible. The peak number might be only dozens to 100, right? Just ask Qianqian later, and you'll know. Su Liang was very happy as he felt himself growing stronger rapidly. Continue during the day. There was a faint sound coming from outside. Brother Su Liang, are you up? It's time for breakfast. Okay, here I come. And at this moment, a red mission signal appeared on Starlink. Su Liang's face changed. A virtual screen pops up. Su Liang, strange beasts are invading the west of the city. Set off immediately. I've asked Luin to pick you up. Clear. Su Liang's demeanor changed suddenly. Rush out of the room quickly. Qianqian has already prepared breakfast. Seeing Su Liang's anxious look. What's wrong? Qianqian, I have a mission. I have to go out now. By Qianqian was startled and suddenly felt a little worried. Don't you want to eat something? It's too late. Sister Luin is already here. By Qianqian was extremely worried. I can't help you yet. I promised to protect you. Her face was full of guilt. Su Liang glanced at her. He put his arm around her waist and kissed her on the forehead. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Then Su Liang took some food from the table and took a bite. Be good and wait for me to come back. If it's late, you can go to the academy first. Bai Qianqian was stunned for a long time. I will wait for you to come back no matter how late it is. Su Liang has already gone out. Bai Qianqian just felt her heart blossoming. Shyly pinching my little hands. This feeling is really wonderful. They are like a young married couple. But soon, Bai Qianqian's eyes became determined. We must hurry up and become stronger. There is still one day left today. I'm already level 2, and I haven't told you yet. Wait for me, I will become stronger soon. Bai Qianqian murmured to herself. After she had breakfast, she went to absorb the divine crystals to evolve. Lu Yin and Su Liang galloped all the way towards the west of the city. I didn't expect that the college actually gave that villa to Qianqian. Lu Yin was a little surprised. Su Liang smiled and said, I will enjoy the happiness along with you. Green smiled bitterly. Hurry up and check the mission information. This time, the boundary stakes are depending on you. Su Liang's expression turned serious. Understood. Leave it to me. The man is here. Gong Li has handed the gun to you. This is a first-class long spear, better than yours. Okay, he wants to feel involved, right? Gong Li's voice came from the headset. You idiot, are you? Be careful and don't die out there. Su Liang smiled and said, Don't worry, just watch me show you how to do it. I'm not kidding. Just look at the mission information yourself, Gong Li said solemnly. While Su Liang was looking at the mission information, he heard the voices of other teammates through the headset. Xiaoliangzi, call me if you are in danger. I will take care of you. It was Han Xiaolong's voice. Su Liang smiled and said, okay, I will definitely not be polite then. The voice of Captain Qi Hengchu sounded. Qingqing, get closer to Su Liang and provide more support to him. Got it. Yi Qingqing from the long-range assassination team still had a rather cold voice, like an icy beauty. Su Liang took a look at the task information. His expression was slightly shocked. An armor-piercing beast actually appeared this time. Lui nodded, her expression somewhat solemn. Xiaolan's voice came from the headset. This time, the alien beasts invaded with the help of the armor-piercing beasts, so whether it is the bloodthirsty rats, ghost-faced spiders, or other low-level alien beasts, many will appear. The number this time will be far greater than last time. But don't worry, the military has already sent many people, and many other divine hunting teams have also set out. We just need to take care of our area. This could be a tough battle. A voice of I understand came from the headset. Su Liang also responded. Look at the description of the task. Bloodthirsty rats, ghost-faced spiders, armor-piercing beasts, gold-eating ants. This is really a tough battle. Just as we arrived at the designated area in the west of the city, Su Liang has already seen that the Forbidden God Realm has been activated. Su Liang landed. We have arrived at the designated location. We have arrived. We have arrived. Qi Hengchu's voice came. Activate the Forbidden God Realm.
Yes.
Su Liang activated the boundary stake, and a pillar of light rose up into the sky. Then they intersected with each other. Su Liang was wearing armor, holding a silver spear, and was in charge of one side. Qi Hengchu's voice came from the headset. Su Liang, be careful. Understood, Captain. Su Liang's eyes were extremely serious. With sword drawn and horse mounted, all who come will be killed. Blood drinker, prepare to attack.
Yes. Yes.
Su Liang listened to everyone's voices in the headset, and his heart was excited. It feels like going back to a previous life. This time, he will guard a boundary stake alone. Even if he wanted to be a blood drinker now, Qi Hengchu probably wouldn't agree. He would have to wait until he showed strong enough strength. Then let's guard this place first. The sound of killing was heard and the battle began. When the military detects this kind of large-scale invasion of alien beasts, it will immediately notify ordinary residents in the corresponding area and evacuate as soon as possible. This is the only way to minimize casualties. As time went by, the sounds of killing in the headset were blocked out a little. But Su Liang couldn't calm down. Could it be that the invasion of strange beasts was really due to Qian's awakening level? His rebirth has changed the course of some history. Will other things change as a result? Su Liang couldn't figure it out. Just at this moment, later fighters, a large number of one-star alien beasts are rushing towards the boundary stakes, ready to fight. Receive. Qingqing, pay attention to supporting Su Liang. Understood. It's getting closer. Su Liang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Be prepared. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, several one-star monsters appeared in front of him. It's the armor-piercing beast and the gold-eating ant. A cold light flashed in Su Liang's eyes. Invoke the power of the wind and fire divine seal. Kill. He took the initiative to meet the enemy. He wielded his spear and charged into the herd of beasts. Now his strength has skyrocketed. There is also a 40-point increase in the armor, which means he now has 70 points of strength. It is completely capable of killing these one-star monsters. A shot was fired, and in an instant, the head of a gold-eating ant exploded into pieces. He put away his gun and thrust forward suddenly, chopping off another head. No pressure at all. This is the substantial change that power brings. Su Liang was surprised. It felt so good. These one-star beasts have strengths and weaknesses, but most of them are probably only about 30 to 40 points in strength. His intelligence is not very high, and his combat power is not that strong. Su Liang was immersed in it and enjoyed the killing. Soon they killed all the strange beasts and waited for the next wave to arrive. At this time, Yi Qingqing, who was flying in the air with the help of the armor, was stunned. Is that it? Are you sure this guy is a high school student who has just attained divine enlightenment? Are you kidding? She was a relatively calm girl, but when she saw Su Liang fighting with her own eyes, she couldn't help but be shocked. Such combat power doesn't seem like that of a high school student who has just attained spiritual enlightenment. Instead, he looks like an old soldier who has been through many battles. But this also made her feel a little relieved. At least now she didn't have to worry so much about him. Soon, Su Liang encountered the second wave of strange beasts, still killing crazily. His spear was stained with blood as he fought among the beasts. This also shocked Long Lan in the backstage, who seemed to be even more courageous than last time. What a pervert. Everyone was in a tough fight. It seemed like a full hour or two had passed, and everyone had lost track of time. But Su Liang only knew that the area near his boundary stake was filled with corpses. But I still have to kill. Just after Su Liang killed another group of strange beasts, Long Lan's voice came from the headset. Captain, the Blood Wolf squad next door is asking for help. 3 one-star alien beasts have escaped from their forbidden god realm and are approaching us. They have detected that some residents have not evacuated, so they can't get away. Everyone's face darkened. Chi Hengchu asked, in which direction? It's 1,500 meters east of Suliang. Without waiting for Chi Hengchu to speak, Captain, leave it to me. Okay, stay safe. Rescue the residents and return to the team quickly. Qingqing, help him guard for a while. Yi Qingqing, received. Su Liang ran towards the target quickly. Sister Xiaolan, give me a seat. Chapter 53. Show off? It was broad daylight, but some streets seemed a little dark. At this time, in a street, a weak girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old was fleeing in panic. In the distance behind her, 3 strange beasts were chasing her madly. They were 3 bloodthirsty rats. She looked horrified. No, she couldn't die here. She had just awakened her divine seal. How could she die here? It was also because He Yao slept too deeply, and because she lived alone, no one cared about her. At the time of the evacuation, she had no idea. By the time they reacted, they had run into the 3 bloodthirsty rats, and it was too late to go back and hide. Fortunately, the awakening of the divine seal has changed her physical fitness, so she doesn't appear to be too panicked when escaping. He Yao could only run away with all her might. But there was no way she could outrun the 3 bloodthirsty rats. After running for a few blocks, 3 one-star bloodthirsty rats were approaching. He Yao was desperate. She shouldn't have died here. She was supposed to become a divine general in the future. How could I die at the hands of such a 1-star monster? But it was all her fantasy. A bloodthirsty rat suddenly exerted its strength and leaped more than 10 meters. Appeared behind He Yao in an instant. The huge tail lashed her body. He Yao let out a scream and was thrown onto a pile of garbage, coughing up blood from the corner of his mouth. Hopeless. 3 bloodthirsty rats rushed towards her madly, wanting to eat her. He Yao's pupils were filled with despair. Close your eyes and prepare to die. But the next moment, a dull sound, mixed with the shrill screams of bloodthirsty rats, stunned He Yao. The bloodthirsty rat didn't come? She opened her eyes. Then I saw a figure in armor shooting a bloodthirsty rat to death. Then he fought with 2 other bloodthirsty rats. The shooting was sharp and graceful, without any drag. The 2 ferocious 1-star bloodthirsty rats were all killed on the spot within just a few tens of seconds. He Yao's pupils froze for a long time. When Su Liang dug out the beast crystal and walked towards her, He Yao finally reacted. Tears couldn't stop flowing and I cried loudly. I almost died. Su Liang didn't care about her. This was a normal reaction. Let's go. I'll take you to a safe place. Leave now. Su Liang put his arm around her waist and ran away quickly. He Yao looked at this equally young face and was a little surprised. So young. Thank you. Well, you're welcome. Just go to a safe place. Su Liang responded calmly. At the same time, replied to the captain. Captain, Sister Xiaolan, the 3 bloodthirsty rats have been killed and the residents have been rescued. I have sent her to a safe area and will return to the team immediately. Good. He Yao couldn't believe it. Are you a member of the god hunting team? Which god hunting team? Jinsha. He Yao didn't know Jinsha's ranking yet, so she just nodded. Okay, I'll remember that. I will also work hard to become a member of the god hunter team in the future. Thank you. Su Liang smiled and said, okay, let's work hard. He Yao looked at Su Liang deeply for several times, wanting to engrave his face into her mind. This was a life-saving grace, and she felt like her heart was beating like a deer. Su Liang didn't say much, and now all his attention was on the exotic beast. I originally thought that I could easily rescue this girl and then return to the team. Suddenly, Long Lan's voice came again. Su Liang, there are several armor-piercing beasts and gold-eating ants in the underground of our forbidden god realm that have passed through the dark wall underground and are heading in your direction. Hearing this, Su Liang's face changed slightly. Not a big problem. How many? Long Lan was silent for a moment. A total of 8, one of which is a 2-star gold-eating ant. Su Liang's face twitched. What a ball. The other teammates' faces also changed in shock. Su Liang, retreat, came the captain's voice. I'll go help him. Yi Qingqing's voice rang out. Su Liang was about to refuse. But at this moment, Xiaolan's voice sounded again. Captain, be careful. A 4-star ghost-faced spider is about to appear. Long Lan's voice rang in everyone's earphones. Everyone was shocked instantly. Shi Hengchu said calmly, don't panic. Take care of yourself. I can handle it. Su Liang was shocked. A 4-star exotic beast. How could a 4-star monster appear? And it's a low-level monster like the ghost-faced spider. Normally, it does correspond to the 4-seal divine warrior, but the 4-star monster is still stronger than the 4-seal divine warrior. Fortunately, the captain is a level 40 divine warrior, which is already at the pinnacle of divine warriors, so he should still be able to fight. I'm here to help the captain. The voice of Zhao Jian, level 32, came. He is also a 4-seal divine warrior. Lao Gu, Xiaolong, hold this side. Receive. Receive. Yi Qingqing said, I'll help you, Su Liang. Su Liang said, no need. We need to guard the boundary stakes. I can handle this myself. The situation became more and more dangerous. Su Liang knew very well that no one could easily come to help him now. Yi Qingqing needed to guard the boundary stake. Otherwise, the situation would become worse in an instant. The teammates looked a little unhappy. Su Liang, don't try to show off. Just retreat. Long Lan said. Gong Li's voice also came. Su Liang, stop messing around. Just retreat. Su Liang said with a firm look in his eyes, Sister Qingqing, you guard the boundary stakes, and I will take care of these strange beasts. Sister Xiaolan, the specific value of the gold-eating ants. Everyone was silent, as if there was really no way out now. Long Lan was silent for a moment. It's a gold-eating ant that has just evolved to the 2nd star, but it's not something you can deal with. It's okay. Trust me. Su Liang was extremely calm. As long as it's not the kind of thing that's about to transform into 3 stars, Su Liang isn't too afraid. I don't know why, but at this moment, all the teammates seemed not to stop it. They seemed to be expecting that perhaps Su Liang would give them a surprise. But at the same time, I feel that this matter is somewhat ridiculous. He is just a high school student who has just gained divine enlightenment. How is it possible to deal with a 2-star monster in its prime? All we can do now is wait for the results. Shi Hengchu's voice came. If you can't win, just run away. It's not shameful. Clear. Su Liang was already in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, a 2-star gold-eating ant, with a group of 7 1-star gold-eating ants behind it, approached him madly. Yao's face turned pale with fright. There was a raging cold light in Su Liang's eyes. Go find a safe place to hide until I'm done killing people. Yao didn't dare to think about anything else. She could only follow Su Liang's arrangements and quickly found a secluded place to hide so that she could just see Su Liang. The next moment, a faint golden light flashed in Su Liang's eyes, and the golden light on his chest also disappeared. Because it was daytime, it wasn't very conspicuous. That is the moment when this fluctuation appears. The 2-star gold-eating ant seemed to sense great danger. I was actually a little afraid to go forward. Su Liang didn't care. With a light shout, he took the initiative to move forward. The spear was brought out. Speed is increased to the extreme. A powerful force burst out from the spear. A bullet exploded and pierced the hard shell of the gold-eating ant. Bang! A muffled sound. The gold-eating ants were actually blasted back by Su Liang. Long Lan was shocked when she saw this scene. How come his power is so great? Su Liang didn't even have time to catch his breath. After repelling the 2-star gold-eating ant, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. The spear swept across, smashed the head of a 1-star gold-eating ant. He stepped hard on the ground and narrowly avoided the sharp claws of the 2-star gold-eating ant. He shot and killed another 1-star gold-eating ant with one shot. The whole process went smoothly. In the field of vision of the Eye of Insight, Su Liang seemed to be able to clearly see the movements of each gold-eating ant. No in advance. Then with 50 points of agility and speed, he easily dodged it. He exploded among the ants. One shot must kill a gold-eating ant. These gold-eating ants are huge in size, equivalent to the size of an adult. Ant colonies are known for the strength of their limbs. The gold-eating ants are a kind of strange beast that feeds on metal materials. This is one of the reasons why these beasts can cooperate with the armor-piercing beasts to invade the city. Su Liang avoided collision with their power. Strive to improve your speed and agility. One shot kills gold-eating ants. The 2-star gold-eating ant was furious, but there was nothing he could do against Su Liang. He could only watch helplessly as Su Liang cleaned up the one-star gold-eating ants around him. Seeing this scene, He Yao's beautiful eyes flashed, and she felt that Su Hao was handsome at this moment. So fierce. But there was one thing she was very puzzled about. Why could she only see the light of a divine seal from Su Liang's body? It seems to be a super green light, and the divine seal is on the arm, only one? So strange. Then, Su Liang took a deep breath and then fixed his eyes on the two-star gold-eating ant. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he rushed forward again. The golden aura emanating from his body caused the gold-eating ants to panic. This is an instinctive fear. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, Su Liang defeated the gold-eating ants one after another. The entire body of this gold-eating ant, except for its head, is as hard as gold and iron. Sparks fly. After realizing that Su Liang seemed unable to hurt its roots, the gold-eating ant seemed to become bolder. Take the initiative to start the attack. Sparks flew against Su Liang's silver spear. Instead of colliding with each other, two pairs of powerful forearms collided with the silver spear. Boom. Su Liang was forced back instantly. The gold-eating ants also went crazy. They attacked Su Liang frantically, forcing Su Liang to retreat step by step. Bang. Boom. Clang. Sparks flew. Long Lan's heart was in her throat when she saw this scene through the heavenly eye. As if they had figured out Su Liang's true strength, the gold-eating ants became more and more crazy. The two pairs of sharp forearms, combined with the pincer-like jaws that could chew iron like mud, pounced towards Su Liang madly. The silver spear in his hand was broken. Moreover, the terrifying force caused Su Liang's palm to hurt, backing away again and again. With a sudden collision, Su Liang was knocked back and rolled several times on the ground. The gold-eating ants took this opportunity to pounce towards Su Liang frantically. Su Liang! Long Lan exclaimed. The other teammates were shocked. He Yao also screamed, "Be careful." Chapter 54. Hard and bloody battle. Huge rewards. Seeing the gold-eating ants rushing over. In a flash, Su Liang suddenly pressed the silver spear against the wall, bending the spear into a bow shape. With the help of this powerful thrust, Su Liang narrowly avoided the attack. After rolling several times in a row, he quickly distanced himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were solemn. The strength value of this gold-eating ant is at least 100. If it weren't for his rich combat experience in his previous life, the 70 points of strength gained from the amplification now, and the suppressive power of the Beast God Seal on alien beasts, he would have been defeated long ago. The Beast God Seal has a very strong suppressing power on strange beasts, at least suppressing nearly half of their strength. Su Liang is very clear about this. We must find a way to take it down quickly. The longer it takes, the more dangerous he will be. The gold-eating ants pounced on him again. Creatures like ants can possess strength many times greater than their own weight. This is due to its peculiar body structure. A sharp light flashed in Su Liang's eyes, and he cut off these forearms. Su Liang snorted coldly, and all the power of the level 5 Beast God Seal was unleashed. Take a deep breath and suddenly rush forward. With one stab of the spear, the angry dragon breaks the army. Extremely strong. The gold-eating ant took the initiative to defend itself, putting its four forearms together to try to block Su Liang's attack. But the next moment, Su Liang suddenly stepped on the ground. His body flew into the air and turned half a circle. A shot passed by, aiming directly at the joint of the gold-eating ant's forearm. This is the gold-eating ant's second weakness. Clang. A crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. The sharp tip of the gun pierced the joint of the gold-eating ant's arm, and one of its forearms broke instantly. The gold-eating ant screamed in pain. Su Liang had already turned over and was at the back. He Yao screamed when she saw it. The gold-eating ants changed direction. He pounced on Su Liang again. Su Liang waved his spear and spear flowers appeared. No matter how the gold-eating ants wanted to attack, it was of no avail. While dodging the attacks of the gold-eating ants, he left wounds on their bodies, looking for opportunities to cut off their arms. Seeing no progress, a ball of black saliva secreted from the gold-eating ant's mouth. Suddenly it sprayed towards Su Liang. Su Liang's face stiffened slightly. He had already expected this. He suddenly moved away, almost sliding past the ball of black saliva. The saliva fell on the distant wall, corroding a large hole in the wall. The saliva of gold-eating ants can even corrode metal. Su Liang snorted coldly and attacked again. He was considering He Yao, who was standing next to him. Otherwise, he would have directly applied the golden power of the Beast God Seal to the spear. And there is also the Sky Eye Dragon Orchid behind it, so it is better to use it less. After a series of attacks, Su Liang was also injured. The gold-eating ants cut a long wound on the armor on his chest, which was bleeding profusely and almost cut him open. But finally Su Liang found another opportunity and shot off one of his forearms. The gold-eating ants screamed in pain. I even had the idea of retreating and began to slowly move back. There was a cold light in Su Liang's eyes. There was no way I could let you run away. The gold-eating ant lost its 2 forearms, and its strength was greatly reduced. Su Liang stepped forward suddenly. The whole person jumped high. Right now, like the moon in the sky, a gun suddenly swooped down to kill. The golden power stained the spear, making it extremely sharp. The gold-eating ant instinctively raised its arms to block, but was instantly crushed by Su Liang. A bullet hit the gold-eating ant hard on the head. Bang! The gold-eating ant fell to the ground and let out a scream. The ground was cracked. There was also an obvious dent on the gold-eating ant's head, and it almost exploded. Su Liang shouted angrily, "Go to hell." Sword into the air again. The geese are falling. A shot was fired, aiming directly at the head. Puff. The spear penetrated instantly, and the gold-eating ant trembled wildly, but soon became stiff and unable to move. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief, delivering information while breathing heavily. The 2-star gold-eating ant has been killed, don't worry. Hearing this voice, the teammates were shocked for a moment. He was actually killed by him? Is he really just a god? Gong Li's surprised voice came, "You are awesome, kid." All the team members breathed a sigh of relief and fought with confidence. Luin, Su Liang is injured. Provide support as soon as possible. Su Liang, there is a gap where those strange beasts dug through the dark wall just now. I need you to guard it temporarily, okay? While Su Liang was digging for the beast crystal, he said, "No problem. Give me the location. I'll send this girl away first. I'll send it to you right away." Su Liang didn't have time to wait and found Yao.
Walk.
He hugged him, not caring about the injury on his chest. Although his face was a little pale, he still rode away at full speed. Yao looked at Su Liang's face and was slow to come back to her senses. Yao didn't react until she was sent to a safe place and forgot to say thank you. But my mind is full of yearning for the people in their divine hunting team. If it weren't for him, I would have died in the mouth of a strange beast at my level today. Later, Yao came to the safe zone. After asking, the Jin killing squad. I was extremely shocked. This was the #1 hunting team in Chengdu. But something was wrong. As a member of the Cinder Killer team, he seemed a little weak. Su Liang arrived at the designated location and sure enough, there appeared a hole nearly 3 meters wide on the ground. Lu Yin also came, and the divine seal flashed green light, helping him heal the wound on his chest. Lu Yin's eyes were complicated. She really couldn't imagine that Su Liang actually killed a 2-star monster by himself. This is simply a fantasy. Can you hold on after taking the energy beads? Lu Yin asked worriedly. Su Liang grinned. It's not a big problem, don't worry. Long Lan's voice rang out. It's coming. Lu Yin retreat. Su Liang's eyes were cold, and he twisted his spear. Kill. Long Lan, who was behind the scenes, watched Su Liang fighting for a long time in silence. This really doesn't look like a high school student who has just had a spiritual awakening. The reaction of the girl who was rescued just now was what high school students should have. Su Liang is too extraordinary? Long Lan couldn't figure it out. In the picture, Su Liang's fighting skills and understanding of exotic beasts do not seem to be something that someone of his age can master. It can even be said that young people like Han Xiaolong and Yi Qingqing don't seem to have the same character as him. Su Liang just stood guard at the entrance of the cave and kept killing. Any strange beast that showed up would be pierced through with one shot. He didn't know how long he had been killing. They started at around 9 in the morning and didn't stop until 2 in the afternoon. This battle was beyond their imagination. Everyone is exhausted. Su Liang lay beside the cave entrance, and he really didn't want to move any joint in his body. My hands are shaking. Long Lan's voice came. Everyone has worked hard. News has come from the military that the alien beast invasion has been temporarily repelled outside the wall. We can now clean up the battlefield. Everyone took a short break. Chi Hengchu's voice came. Clean up the battlefield and obtain the beast crystal. Everyone then hurriedly began to clean up. Su Liang also climbed up with difficulty. Dig out the animal crystals from the bodies of the strange beasts. This busy work took more than an hour, leaving corpses all over the ground. The military will have logistics personnel to clean up these quickly. Su Liang returned to the boundary stake. Teammates came one by one. Everyone was injured to varying degrees. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Everyone turned their eyes to Su Liang, who was exhausted. His eyes were extremely complicated. He actually survived such a high-intensity battle. It's really hard to imagine. Han Xiaolong walked up to Su Liang and slapped him. That's awesome, bro. Su Liang smiled bitterly. It's also a fight for life. All the teammates were full of respect for Su Liang, and everyone recognized him deeply. Only teammates like this are worthy of trusting our lives to. Shi Hongchu also nodded. Xiaolan, count the beast crystals and distribute them. Then everyone can go back and rest. This invasion of alien beasts is far beyond our imagination. We don't know when they will return next time. We must quickly adjust our status.
Yes.
Everyone's voice was in unison. Shi Hongchu looked at Su Liang. In fact, I think that you are totally redundant in the Chosen One Academy. Su Liang smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, Qianqian is still in the academy, and I have to accompany her to grow up. Shi Hongchu nodded. Give the armor to Xiaolan. She will help you find someone to repair it. By then, you should also change into a better set of armor. Su Liang smiled and said, Don't worry, this set can still be used. Save it. Everyone smiled. Long Lan quickly finished counting the beast crystals. A total of 1,636 monsters were killed this time. 15 1-star beasts, 115 2-star beasts, 3-star beasts, and 1 4-star beast. According to our distribution principle, the 4-star beast crystals will be shared by the captain and Zhao Jian, and the rest will be shared among everyone. Everyone nodded without any objection. They were well aware of the value of a 4-star beast crystal, which far exceeded their combined value, but they also knew the danger involved. Only the captain can take it down. The stronger the captain, the better it is for them. So no one will have any objection on this matter. Su Liang couldn't help but nod secretly. It was still reasonable. Those who are capable should work harder, but they should also get more. 1 4-star beast crystal is equivalent to 10,000 1-star beast crystals. That is 100,000 low-level divine crystals. 1 3-star beast crystal can be exchanged for 1,000 1-star beast crystals, and 2-star beast crystals can be exchanged for 10 1-star beast crystals. So, by this calculation, we can get rid of the 4-star beast crystal. If all of them were converted into 1-star beast crystals, they would have a total of 7,665. Xiaolan said, Gong Li didn't participate in the battle here, so he doesn't count. His voice came from the headset. It's definitely not mine. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed to hold it. Everyone smiled. Xiaolan said, That's easy. It means everyone gets 766 pills. Each person sets aside 66 pills as the team's common fund. Is that okay with everyone? Su Liang was slightly surprised. It was an even split. Rare. Everyone had no objections and was quite satisfied. In fact, everyone benefited from the captain's help. After all, the captain and Zhao Jian killed more high-star monsters. Soon, Long Lan distributed the beast crystals. Okay, everyone go back, rest, heal your wounds, and prepare for the next battle. Clear. Everyone left happily. Su Liang was also slightly excited. 700. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. The Beast God Seal can be upgraded to the second seal. Chapter 55. Enjoying the feeding from the Empress wife. Shi Hongchu and Long Lan watched Su Liang and Lu Yin leave. Long Lan said, He really doesn't look like a high school student who has just awakened to the divine. I see in him a more resolute killing heart than Xiaolong and the others. Shi Hongchu nodded. Isn't this a good thing? Long Lan's eyes were complicated. Maybe he has a secret. Shi Hongchu said indifferently, Who doesn't have secrets? Remember, destroy all his battle footage and don't let anyone else see it. Okay, I understand. Shi Hongchu said, Perhaps we will get an unexpected surprise. He may lead us to the God Hunter rankings. Long Lan's eyes were shocked, somewhat unable to believe it. But he is only 1 level. Shi Hongchu rarely smiled. Let's wait and see. Return to the villa. By Chanan noticed it immediately. Rushed out of his room. Seeing Su Liang covered in blood, his eyes suddenly turned red. He hugged Su Liang. Why is the injury so serious? Su Liang felt the girl's soft embrace and felt that everything was worth it. Hold her face gently. Don't worry, I told you, it'll be fine. I promised you that I'll come back safely. By Chan's eyes were red. If I work harder and become stronger quickly, I can help you. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, take your time. You will become stronger soon. I will wait for you. By Chan nodded. The mood calmed down a little. Then I realized that the two were hugging each other. Her face turned red again in an instant. She let go of Su Liang shyly. Su Liang said mischievously, It's okay. Hold me for a while longer. It's quite comfortable. By Chanan was almost embarrassed to death. Rogue. Su Liang smiled and said, I don't know who is being a hooligan. Is it Chanan? By Chanan dug her toes into the ground. She really wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. How come it can't be hidden? There is no way. As long as she sees Su Liang injured, she will be sad. You still said that I would ignore you. Su Liang laughed. Go to the sofa and lie down. I'm really tired. It's almost 4 o'clock. Chanan, I'm hungry. I haven't had lunch yet. By Chanan reacted immediately. Wait, I'll get it for you right away. Let Xiaobai do it. You don't have to bother with it. No, I want to do it. Chanan said stubbornly. What she did was what she meant. Su Liang nodded. Okay. Chanan quickly got busy. Su Liang took this opportunity to take a shower. Even though he was too tired to talk, he still had to clean himself up because he was stinking. After washing, Chanan was also done. Su Liang felt that he couldn't even lift his hands. There was still a stinging pain in my chest. After all, it was such a big wound that I didn't dare show it to Chanan. Let me feed you. Su Liang's eyebrows suddenly danced with joy. Okay. Su Liang opened his mouth and waited for food. By Chanan was a little shy, but she really enjoyed this state in her heart. This sweet scene made By Chanan want to freeze it. How nice it would be if it stayed like this forever. After eating, Su Liangkai lay down and really wanted to have a good rest. You're so tired. Why don't you stay here tonight? Su Liang shook his head. Let's go back to the academy. There must be some arrangements. Classes will start tomorrow. By the way, did you see your roommate yesterday? Yes, she is a girl who is about the same age as me and is easy to get along with. Su Liang pursed his lips and said, then go back. You still have classes tomorrow? By Chanan felt sorry for him. Are you really okay? Su Liang smiled and shook his head. It's okay, don't worry, I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. You should eat something quickly, it will be dinner. I will rest for a while, and then we will go back to the academy. Okay. Chanan nodded obediently. Su Liang lay on the sofa to rest. But I was extremely excited inside. Including the newly acquired 700 one-star beast crystals, he now has 823 beast crystals, and can surely evolve the beast god seal to the second seal. The strength skyrocketed. Sure enough, joining the god hunting team and going on missions is the fastest way to advancement. Now you can go to the hunting ground or not for the time being. He checked the video of his beast energy evolution last night. There is a little bit of light, which doesn't seem to be a big problem. As long as you hide the beast crystal under the quilt or draw a curtain on the bed, the problem can basically be solved. Then you can evolve just by lying down and sleeping. Wonderful. Next, you will need 200 one-star beast crystals to upgrade to level 10 of the beast god seal. It's just a matter of a few nights. Before I knew it, I was so tired that I fell asleep. By Chanan looked at Su Liang sleeping on the sofa, a sweet smile on her face. I really want to kiss him. He probably doesn't know that now, right? Sleeping like a lazy pig. By Chanan lifted her long hair and leaned in front of Su Liang, kissed her secretly. I will definitely seize the time to become stronger. Brother Su Liang, wait for me. By Chanan couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. It was not until after 7 o'clock that Su Liang woke up slowly. It's only 7 o'clock. Chanan was absorbing the divine crystal right next to him. Chanan asked softly, do you want to sleep a little longer? Su Liang shook his head. Let's go to the academy. Okay, let's go. The two of them went out together. On the way, Brother Su Liang, do you know what level I am now? Chan's bright big eyes curved into little crescents, as if asking for credit. Su Liang was very cooperative. What level? Level 4. I'm awesome. Su Liang's eyes widened instantly. What? Level 4? By Chan liked his surprised look and nodded with a smile. Yes, it's level 4. You upgraded it when you fell asleep just now. Su Liang was truly shocked. Chan, how many divine crystals have you absorbed? More than 300. Su Liang was stunned. You absorbed more than 300 in one day and one night? Yes, a lot. By Chan was a little confused. It's not just a lot, it's simply outrageous. Su Liang couldn't believe it. He hunted very hard and converted so many beast crystals before he was able to reach level 5. It only took her one day and one night to reach level 4. Is this the horror of the highest level? But after thinking about it, Su Liang was stunned for a moment. More than 300 low-level divine crystals are equivalent to more than 31-star beast crystals. If we convert it to him, on average, there is no way to improve by even one level. In other words, it is equivalent to more than 30 beast crystals, and the evolution progress is more than 3%. By this calculation, she only needs a quarter of his energy to upgrade. You can also think of it this way. Inside Qianqian's body, you only need to increase one value to level up. Su Liang suddenly felt a sense of unfairness. Why? They are all level 1, but I have to spend 3 times more than others to upgrade. By Qianqian was a little confused. Is it really that fast? Su Liang smiled bitterly. It's really fast. Take me, a god's chosen one with a god seal, for example. It may take us a whole day to absorb a god crystal. How fast do you think it will be? By Qianqian covered her mouth in surprise. Is it so different? Su Liang nodded. I just realized there is such a big difference. No wonder Director Huang said that you only need to go and get your resources. These 10,000 divine crystals won't allow you to evolve for long. A smile appeared on By Qianqian's face. Then this way, I will catch up with you soon. I can protect you. Su Liang felt a little warm in his heart. It turned out that this girl was trying so hard to absorb and evolve just for him. Su Liang touched her head lovingly. Fool, you should also combine work and rest. Don't exhaust yourself. By Qianqian smiled sweetly. No. I have to catch up with you as soon as possible. I won't feel at ease until I can protect you. This is what I promised you. Su Liang was really touched. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? But it seems that the progress of seducing the Empress to become his wife is very fast. Hey, that's better. Chapter 56. Waiting for Qianqian to surprise everyone. After returning to the dormitory, Su Liang fell headfirst onto the bed. The 3 of them were stunned. Damn, Liangzi, you've been fighting for a whole day and night? You need to be restrained. You are still young. You can't be drained like this. Fatty Kong Xian said with envy and regret. Wang Li and Yang Feihua couldn't help laughing. Su Liang rolled his eyes in annoyance. I am young. I am strong and resolute. What am I afraid of? Kong Xian's eyes widened. You really fought for a whole day and night? Are you crazy? Your kidneys will be damaged. Although he said that, he couldn't hide the envious look on his face. Su Liang smiled bitterly and said, Fatty, why are all these things in your mind? The fat man said viciously, Don't be so ungrateful after getting such an advantage. You are so happy. Why don't you let me say a few words? Wang Li laughed and said, It seems that we should find Fatty a girlfriend as soon as possible, otherwise he will dig out all my privacy. Su Liang smiled and nodded. I'll find him a big fat girl when the time comes. No, I want big breasts, a slim waist, and long legs, the fat man said hurriedly. You're just dreaming, unless you lose weight. Wang Li laughed. The fat man didn't care about such words. How can it be that easy to lose weight? I just have a big frame. What a pity that I have such a handsome face. Why don't I have a girlfriend? Liangzi, tell me quickly how many times in total? Where were they? Su Liang rolled his eyes in annoyance. Go ask Wang Li. He and his girlfriend are the ones who do this. The fat man was stunned. His pupils froze, and he asked in disbelief. Wang Li, you have a girlfriend? Wang Li was also stunned at this time. Liangzi, how do you know I have a girlfriend? Su Liang's heart skipped a beat. Damn, the secret is about to be exposed. Su Liang looked at Wang Li. Wang Li's extremely puzzled look at this time even made him suspect that Su Liang had investigated him. Su Liang quickly calmed himself down. You look so cool and handsome. How could you not have a girlfriend? Who are you kidding? Hearing this, Wang Li burst into laughter. Liangzi, you have good taste. I'm optimistic about you. It's no wonder I have a handsome face. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he managed to keep it a secret. The fat man quit. Second brother, you actually have a girlfriend? Why don't you tell me? So, you sneaked out this afternoon to go on a date? The fat man looked like he couldn't accept it. Wang Li chuckled. We didn't do anything, just kissed. The fat man's eyes were red with anger. I want one too. Roll. Okay. Everyone laughed, and the boss Yang Feihua shook his head helplessly. What a funny guy. Second brother, how long have you been dating? Let me be envious. Is my sister-in-law pretty? Wang Li rolled his eyes. It must be beautiful. We were together in high school, but we knew each other in elementary school, so we can be considered childhood sweethearts. The fat man grabbed his hair tightly. His eyes widened. Do you think I'd be envious? Impossible. Everyone was amused by him and couldn't stop laughing. The fat man suddenly looked at Yang Feihua. Boss, don't tell me you have a girlfriend too. Otherwise, I really won't live anymore. Yang Feihua shook his head. Don't worry, no. I will be a single dog with you. The fat man breathed a sigh of relief, hugged the boss, and and said whimperingly, "Boss, we are a pair of brothers in distress. Let's not play with them anymore. Let's go pick up girls." "Go away. Your snot is running all over me." Yang Feihua pushed him away. But Su Liang looked at Yang Feihua. "No?" "Yes, the boss has always been missing her. They obviously love each other so much, but the boss never dares to take a step forward. The boss was afraid of dragging her down. She was a leader, and the boss was just a leader. In this life, we must help him." It got quiet for a while. Su Liang asked, "By the way, what are your classes and arrangements for tomorrow?" Wang Li said, "At 8 o'clock in the morning, we will gather in the classroom. First, we will get to know each other, then we will have a virtual battle to assess our strength, and then we will have the Divine Seal Theory and the general class of the Exotic Beast class. It will be basically the same." Su Liang nodded, as if that was probably the case. "By the way, do you know who is the school beauty of the academy?" The fat man can't rest for a moment. His eyes were lecherous. Everyone looked at him. "I have some private photos of the school beauty here. Do you want to see them?" The fat guy's two little eyebrows were jumping up and down, looking very mean. Wang Li and Yang Feihua moved immediately. Su Liang almost laughed out loud. All those private photos were composited by this guy. "Quick, let me see it," Wang Li said excitedly. The fat man chuckled and said, "Second brother, you are not honest. I will tell my sister-in-law later." Wang Li glared at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense." The fat man deliberately kept the secret and said, "Speaking of the campus beauty of our college, it must be senior sister Fong Bey who is at the 3rd seal level. A top-level ice divine seal, a true iceberg beauty, the most dazzling beauty genius in Rongqing right now. Those long legs, that slender waist, those high peaks. If I could have a taste of them, I would die willingly." Everyone was amazed at the fat man's obscene and intoxicated look. Hearing this, Su Liang seemed to be lost in memories. Fong Bey, she is really a dazzling girl. If Qianqian didn't appear, she would definitely be the most shining girl in Chengdu. Unfortunately, Qianqian appeared. Wang Li also said excitedly, "I've heard that Fong Bey is definitely the school beauty. Show me now." The fat man simply slid the watch on his arm a few times. A virtual screen popped up, revealing a charming woman in scantily clad clothes. That posture is simply enough to make one's fire boil. Wang Li and Yang Feihua looked at them infatuatedly. Wang Li swallowed and asked, "Is this really a private photo of senior sister Fong Bey? How could it be false? Don't you see this face? This is the sign." In the picture, Fong Bey is really beautiful to the extreme. Her eyes are vivid and seem to be full of charm, as if to seduce everyone. Su Liang secretly recorded this scene. "Fatty, if Fong Bey knew you had synthesized this kind of photo of her, would she beat you to death?" Hearing this, the fat man's face twitched. "Liangzi, this is not a joke. It could kill people. Then delete it immediately. If anyone finds out, you'll be dead. I'll freeze you, and no one will be able to save you." Wang Li and Yang Feihua were stunned. "You synthesized it?" The fat man smiled awkwardly. Su Liang smiled and said, "Do you think an icy beauty like Fong Bey would take this kind of photo? Is it possible?" Wang Li and Yang Feihua were immediately disappointed. "Fatty, you really know how to play. Delete it quickly." The fat man looked innocent. "Liangzi, did you take intelligence pills in your eyes?" Su Liang said unhappily, "You can figure it out with your butt." The fat guy had no choice but to delete it. He just did it for fun and didn't dare to keep it. If it was leaked someday, he wouldn't know how he would die. The fat man sighed, "But Fong Bey is really beautiful, and her divine mark is at a high level. Maybe there were girls who could have matched her beauty before, but those girls didn't awaken their divine marks, so they were lost in the crowd." Everyone nodded. Wang Li said, "I don't know if there is anyone in our class who can go against the tide, compete with Fong Bey in beauty, and replace her title of school beauty." Yang Feihua asked, "Is By Chanan not okay?" Wang Li shook his head. "I heard that By Chanan is not very pretty and a bit skinny. I don't think it will happen." Su Liang just smiled and said, "Don't worry, you will see how my Qianqian will amaze everyone in the future." The fat man quickly said, "I know, there is one." Wang Li and Yang Feihua both looked at him. "Who?" The fat man said, "It seems to be from Liangzi's No. 2 middle school. Her name is Leng Lianshuang. Someone secretly took a photo of her today. I'll look for it." The fat man quickly took out a photo and showed it to them. Su Liang, however, looked calm. Wang Li and Yang Feihua couldn't help but nod when they looked at Leng Lianshuang's figure and appearance. She is as beautiful as a demon, with a face as red as cinnabar, eyebrows like a crescent moon, white teeth and red lips, ice-like skin and bones, a waist as slender as a willow, and an appearance that is as charming as an orchid in a valley. She is so beautiful, Wang Li exclaimed. Su Liangdu was speechless for a while. The fat man waved his hand and said, I don't understand. I don't understand. Look, big breasts, a small waist, a perky butt, and long white legs. You can definitely give birth to a son, and the child won't starve. Su Liang laughed. This is a fat man. Wang Li said unhappily, uneducated. That's what I mean. Yang Feihua also said, it is really possible to compete with Fong Bey. The fat man nodded excitedly. Yes, she is a top-level divine seal, and her future achievements will not be low. Liangzi, this is from your school, right? Su Liang nodded. Yes, she was the school beauty in high school. Any chance of introducing each other? No chance, we're not familiar with each other. Su Liang shook his head directly. He didn't want to have anything to do with Leng Lianshuang now. The fat man sighed. It seems that I, Kong Chun, can only take action. I will definitely take him down. Can you take back your moral integrity? Take it back. Go to bed early. I'm tired. Su Liang was lying on the bed, and it seemed that the beast energy transformation was not working now. These guys won't sleep yet. He simply took out a divine crystal given by Chanan and absorbed it to evolve for a while. Activate the divine seal and start absorbing. Suddenly, Su Liang was stunned. Feeling the power of the divine crystal madly pouring into his divine seal, he was a little confused. How come the divine crystal is absorbed so quickly? Chapter 57 is coming for him. Su Liang looked at the speed at which his divine seal absorbed the divine crystal in some disbelief. This is very wrong. Su Liang felt that his current absorption speed was at least 10 times faster than when he first attained divine enlightenment in his previous life. In other words, it used to take him a day to absorb one divine crystal, but now, he can absorb at least a dozen a day. What is going on? Could it be that the beast god seal changed some characteristics of his body? He had some unexpected surprises. In this way, the evolution speed of the wind and fire divine seal will also undergo a qualitative change. Although he had the beast god seal, he could not give up the wind and fire god seals. He knew that the wind and fire seal had its limits, but it still had to evolve. This is his trick. Try it first. In the future, he could arrange it like this. During the day when he had classes, he would absorb the divine crystals to evolve the wind and fire divine seal, and at night he would transform the beast energy to evolve the beast divine seal. He calmed down and began to absorb. The blue light of the divine seal flickered. Sure enough, the absorption speed is very obvious. Damn, Liangzi, are you evolving? Where did you get the divine crystal? The fat man suddenly shouted. The three of them looked over with envious expressions. Su Liang paused for a moment and looked at them. My girlfriend gave it to me. The fat man was anxious. You said your girlfriend is not 60 years old. Su Liang was confused. He took out 3 divine crystals from the space converter and threw them to them. The 3 of them took the divine crystal and were stunned. Wang Li said, Liangzi, what do you mean? If you want to evolve, you guys can evolve on your own. I'm going to evolve while I sleep, so you guys can have fun on your own. Boss, you must thank my sister-in-law for me. Thank you for the magic crystals she gave me, the fat man said excitedly. Wang Li and Yang Feihua were both speechless. Boss, does your girlfriend have any sisters who are about to die? Introduce them to me, and I can marry them into your family. Get lost. My girlfriend is only 18. Okay, say hello to my brother and sister-in-law for me. The fat man knew when to stop and held the divine crystal happily. Wang Li said, our monthly quota of divine crystals seems to be 10. How rich is Liangzi's girlfriend? The fat man said with a smile. Who cares? From now on, Liangzi is my real father. As long as you let me evolve, everything else will be easy. Su Liang curled the corners of his mouth. Call me daddy and I'll give you another one tomorrow. Dad. The fat man was decisive. Su Liang smiled helplessly. This guy. Dad, don't forget it tomorrow. Su Liang closed his eyes and carefully felt the power of the divine crystal flowing into his body. Su Liang would naturally abide by the promise made to Director Huang not to give these divine crystals to others. Anyway, he had no plans to go to the college to collect any supplies later. His current savings are more than enough to support these 3 guys. Watching Su Liang absorb the divine crystal and evolve, Yang Feihua also started. Then the other 2 guys started together. This kind of opportunity is rare. If you evolve earlier, you will win at the starting line. Su Liang clearly discovered that the speed had indeed increased. In about an hour, a divine crystal was gone. I was really shocked. It must be the transformation of beast energy that caused some changes in my body. Perhaps it's because my functional values are very high now, and I've long been equivalent to a second seal divine envoy, so the speed of evolution has accelerated. It seems that this is the only explanation. It's past 9 o'clock now, so I might as well continue evolving. Continue to take out divine crystals and absorb them. By 12 o'clock in the evening, he had absorbed 3 more pills. Only then did he stop and prepare for the transformation of beast energy. He lay on the bed and took out 40 beast crystals. By around 7 in the morning, the conversion should be almost complete. Then he fell into a doze. With a thought, he came to that space again. Those golden animal eyes were full of majesty. Check the panel. Beast energy transformation. Conversion progress 149. Beast energy talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal 1 level. Divine Seal evolution progress. 1. Beast God Seal. Level 5 Red-Eyed Heavenly Scale Seal. 1 Seal. Level 5. Beast Seal evolution progress. 5. Spirit 50. Strength 50. Agility 50. Speed 50. Sure enough, the evolution progress of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal has changed. 4 low-level divine crystals evolved to 0, which means that he needs 20 low-level divine crystals to upgrade to the next level. It just corresponds to 2 beast crystals, which also corresponds to the basic value of 2 points of the next level divine seal. Every time you increase the value by 2 points, you can advance to the next level. The dot is level 10. From here we can see the gap between the level God Seal and the level Beast God Seal. There is a world of difference. The reason why the values have not changed now is probably because the evolution progress is too slow. I am afraid that only when I upgrade, those 2 values can be added to my skill values. For him who has the ability to transform beast energy, this number is no longer a big deal and is not necessary at all. But we still have to evolve, so let's stay in the daytime. Don't worry about it from now on. Beast energy transformation. Beast energy transformation in progress. A cold mechanical voice sounded. The golden light reflected by the golden pupils fell on Su Liang's body, and the process of physical pain and spiritual joy began again. No words were spoken that night. When Su Liang opened his eyes, look at the panel again. Beast energy transformation. Conversion progress 189. Beast energy talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal 1 level. Divine Seal evolution progress. 1. Beast God Seal. Level 6 Red-Eyed Heavenly Scale Seal. 1 Seal. Level 6. Beast Seal evolution progress. 6. Spirit 50. Strength 50. Agility 50. Speed 50. Su Liang's mouth curled up, feeling great. Level up in one night. Is there anything more exciting than this? He opened his eyes and it was already daybreak. These guys actually fell asleep directly. It seemed like it didn't evolve for long last night. Su Liang smiled bitterly. He got out of bed and cleaned up the remaining animal crystals. Get up, get up. Su Liang shouted. Everyone woke up quietly. Damn it. My divine crystal is still half its size and I haven't absorbed it all. Me too. Me too. The 3 of them laughed bitterly. They all looked at Su Liang. I've absorbed it all. Don't you need to sleep? Gong Li asked. Su Liang shook his head. Your willpower is not strong enough to maintain the divine seal and absorb the divine crystal while sleeping. Just practice for a while longer. The fat man said, I really envy those guys who have girlfriends. They adapt to it so early. You deserve to die. As soon as the words fell, a piece of divine crystal was thrown to the fat man. Dad, it's me who deserves to die. I greet you. Good boy. Now you are obedient. Gong Li and Yang Feihua both burst out laughing. Then Su Liang also threw 2 to them. Yang Feihua shook his head and said, Liangzi, we can't take yours. 1 piece is enough. Gong Li also nodded, feeling a little guilty. Why are you talking so much? I have plenty. Take it. If you don't have any, just tell me. It's just a few low-level divine crystals. How much can you use? Su Liang went to wash up on his own, having promised to treat them well. Although it happened in the previous life, for Su Liang, it was real. Gong Li and Yang Feihua looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They really had hooked up with a big boss. A few people cleaned up and had breakfast. Go straight to the classroom. But it's on the way. There were also a few boys walking together. He actually bumped into Gong Li hard. Damn it, don't you look at the road when you walk? Gong Li cursed. Suddenly, the 4 boys turned around, looking at Gong Li coldly. What the hell did you say? Say it again? The boy opposite looked fierce. Fuck it. What's wrong with me saying it again? Are your eyes on your butt? Wang Li also has a bad temper. Yang Feihua and the fat man both looked grim. It was obvious that these guys bumped into Wang Li on purpose. Su Liang frowned. The boy opposite was also angry. Damn it. You are looking for death. In an instant, the opponent's divine seal began to emit purple light. Class. He grabbed Wang Li by the collar, and Wang Li resisted. The boy sneered, You piece of trash. You bumped into me. I'm lucky I didn't cause you any trouble. How dare you touch me? Brothers, show these bastards a lesson. The other three boys suddenly sneered abnormally. Yang Feihua and Fatty were on full alert. I felt a little uneasy. These guys were at the highest level, and their awakened power must be stronger than theirs. But Su Liang's heart sank slightly. According to his perception, he clearly found that the eyes of these guys were vaguely scanning his body, coming for him. Could it be that they were sent by someone of high Indian rank? Could it be Luo Ziwen? Su Liang also didn't remember such a conflict happening in his previous life. In an instant, the boy threw Wang Li away. Brothers, kill them. The four boys swarmed towards Su Liang and the others. A sharp light flashed in Su Liang's eyes. It's like provoking Tai Sui. Su Liang dodged and pounced directly at the four of them. With a big hug, all four of them were knocked down in an instant. The four of them were stunned. What was going on? At that moment, they felt as if they were hit by a large steel plate. Their chests were in so much pain. Su Liang shouted, Brothers, let's do it. Wang Li, Yang Feihua, and the fat man suddenly reacted. He pounced over in an instant. Get started. Fists were thrown down one after another. Is it great? Oh shit. Bang, bang, bang. The four people on the ground were stunned. They wanted to resist, but they couldn't. It feels like being pressed down by a mountain. Several people were about to cry, until several people had bruised faces and noses. Su Liang hurriedly said, Let's go. Let's go. Then the four of them ran away madly. The students around were stunned. 4 levels. Beating up 4 levels? Ah, bastard. After the young man stood up, he wanted to die. Just wait for me. Another young man said, It's over. It's screwed. Brother Zhang, you won't be able to explain to your cousin. Don't be afraid. I'll go to the virtual battlefield to find them. I must kill that bastard. Zhang Bin was furious. Chapter 58. The Domineering Flower Han Rushuang. The four of them ran all the way to the classroom, laughing. Let those 4 big fools be arrogant. The fat man laughed. Yang Feihua asked worriedly, They won't come looking for us, will they? Wang Li said, What are you afraid of? These idiots bumped into me first. Su Liang said, Don't worry. I'll beat him up again when I get here. Everyone laughed. Yang Feihua asked suspiciously, Why were those 4 players so useless just now? They looked like they couldn't get up at all. Wang Li and the fat man both nodded. Su Liang said, It must be my collision that prevented them from reacting. Don't worry about it. Several people nodded. Su Liang smiled. He had such great power. How could they remember him? Are you kidding? The classroom is already full of students. They are class 17 of the first Indian level, with 300 students in one class. The number of people who awakened in the 10 Shinjua middle schools is around 20,000. The 10,000 and 17,000 people at the first and second levels. The number of people above level 1 did not exceed 100. There are about 3,000 students in the class, divided into 10 classes. The chosen ones above level 1 are divided into a class, called a class. There are 10 classes of gods chosen at the level, and the serial number is class 1. After that, it will be these levels and levels. Therefore, from the class number, we can clearly distinguish everyone's divine seal level. The school has clear regulations. If you fail to evolve the second seal within 1 year, you will be expelled. There is no other way around this. Otherwise, the number of people in the academy will become terrifying. Despite this, the chosen ones of level 1 and level 2 have to come, because it is normal to be able to obtain the resources of the academy here. Of course, there are also people with good family conditions. If they awaken to level 5 or 6, they don't have to come here. But how many conditions are good? The classes are large, and there is no free time to get to know other people. There was a lot of noise, and not many people paid attention when Su Liang and the others came in. Find a corner and sit down. The other 3 secretly looked at the other situations. The fat man only has eyes for beauties. Wherever he sees a beauty, he finds a pair of long legs, and wherever he sees a pair of big beasts. I never get tired of it. At this moment, Su Liang was thinking in his heart, who could it be? Such childish means are coming. But I didn't think much about it. No matter who he was, among the freshmen, no one could be his opponent. 8 o'clock arrived quickly. The huge, tiered classroom gradually became quiet. Su Liang glanced around and found that there was not much difference from his previous life. Su Liang suddenly had a bit of evil taste. Fatty, a beautiful girl will appear soon. If you chase her, you may have a chance. She will suit your taste very well, with big breasts, a perky butt, and long legs. Hearing this, the fat man was immediately delighted. Where? Do you dare to chase? Why shouldn't I be afraid? You don't know how powerful my tongue is. Even a coin stuck to the wall won't come down. Both Wang Li and Yang Feihua were amused by him. But he may be older than you. Su Liang said. It doesn't matter if she's a little older. I can accept that she's 3 years older than me and holds a lot of gold bricks. The fat man said happily. Oh, that's not right. Aren't we all the impulsive age of 18? Su Liang's mouth curled up. Look, here it comes. I saw 10 teachers coming one after another from the podium door. And the one at the front. It fits perfectly with what Su Liang said. Big breasts, big butt, and long legs. The beige pencil skirt outlines her figure seductively, especially the embellishment of the golden rimless glasses, which makes the temperament of this sexy beauty reach its peak. For a moment, the boys in the classroom became restless, feeling that certain impulses could no longer be suppressed. Everyone was almost drooling. The fat man's eyes widened. There was a green light in his eyes. Su Liang smiled slightly. How is it? Are you satisfied?
Satisfy.
After saying that, he felt something was wrong. I'm not satisfied at all. She's our teacher. Am I crazy to chase her? Wang Li and Yang Feihua both burst out laughing. Su Liang said, It's not impossible for a teacher. If you have a heart-wrenching teacher-student romance, you will become famous. The fat man shuddered. Forget it. This teacher is really beautiful. I can't handle it. Haven't you heard that 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger? Can you sit on the ground and suck dirt at 50? This teacher looks almost 30 years old. I'm afraid I'll be drained. Su Liang laughed and scolded. You are still afraid sometimes. At this time, I don't know how many students were agitated. This teacher is so beautiful, a sexy beauty. Quiet, a cold voice sounded. It was the cold voice of the sexy beauty. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly. Even though she's dressed so sexy, she's not just a pretty face. She is the head teacher of their class 20. The classroom became quiet. Hello, students. I am your homeroom teacher. My name is Han Rushuang. Hearing this name, some students were shocked. Han Rushuang, the Frost Queen of the Chosen Academy. Hiss. There were bursts of gasps. A smile appeared on Han Rushuang's face. I believe some of you have heard of my name, so you have to be obedient, or you will be in trouble with my Overlord Spear. Some of the male students shuddered. Is this Overlord Spear authentic? The corners of Su Liang's mouth also curled up slightly. If you are fooled by the appearance of this woman in front of you, you are wrong. She did it on purpose, waiting for those blind guys to harass her, and then she would shoot you until you vomit blood. I hate that kind of wretched man the most. Her shooting skills are extremely sharp. He is a level 1 divinely chosen one. The attribute is the weapon attribute, gun. Very rare. Moreover, she has a domineering aura and has earned the title of Queen of Flowers. Su Liang's marksmanship was greatly influenced by her. This woman is now a level 38 4-seal divine warrior. The fat man grabbed Su Liang's arm. You are such a jerk. You are cheating me. This is a Queen of Flowers. Wang Li and Yang Feihua both tried to hold back their laughter. Su Liang smiled evilly and said, It's your cup of tea, am I right? The fat man rolled his eyes and said, Unless I want to die. Han Rushuang continued to speak. For the next year, our 10 teachers will jointly manage Class 20. At the end of the year, students who have not evolved to the second seal will have to say goodbye. So, I hope you can work hard and evolve diligently while not falling behind in improving your combat power. Each teacher is assigned 30 students to teach separately. Of course, sometimes other teachers are needed to give guidance, and the teachers will not refuse. This is the Class Star message group. Everyone come in. There is a corresponding distribution plan. The students all started to operate. I saw the list quickly. Many students were anxious. Some boys envy the figure of the female beauty, but are afraid of her fierce personality. It's better not to be assigned to her group. Fatty, Wang Li and the others were all watching. Don't give it to her. Don't. The fat man kept muttering. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly. You can't escape. The next moment, the fat man had no desire to live. It's over. I followed the Overlord. Wang Li and the others also saw it. Their dormitory was full of Amazon Prime. Wang Li patted his head. What are you afraid of? From now on, you can admire the graceful figure of your homeroom teacher every day. You get to see the moon first if you are close to the water. Do you understand? The fat man sighed. I really don't know how much more toilet paper I'll use tonight. Go away, idiot. Brute. Bitch. All three of them cursed. The fat man chuckled. It can be seen that deep down in his heart, he still wants to be in Han Rushuang's group. The fantasy alone can satisfy him. Han Rushuang's voice rang out. Everyone finds their corresponding teacher, and we provide guidance for the virtual combat classes and the actual combat classes. Then I'll paint some cakes for you next. Everyone was amused by Han Rushuang's words. The divine seal awakens. Once awakened, it is destined to be at that level. There is no way to change it. Everyone sees this as a second life. The students all listened carefully. In everyone's understanding, the highest level should be the three seals divine master. But I'm telling you, you're wrong. Everyone listened attentively. Was that wrong? Su Liang smiled. This pie in the sky was quite realistic, but how many people could do it? Han Rushuang was seen looking at a teacher. The teacher stepped forward. The light of the divine seal level surges on his body. Green light surges. Then, one divine seal after another emerged. There were actually divine seals on the limbs of this male teacher. 4. Level 4 seal divine priest. The whole place was shocked. This is beyond everyone's knowledge. How can a super divine seal evolve into a 4 seal divine warrior? Chapter 59. The Empress wife wants to stand up for me. All the students looked at the teacher in shock. The green light of the divine seal on his body is undoubtedly the highest. But he is a 4 seal priest. Shocked many people. Su Liang was relatively calm and had already seen it once in his previous life. There are indeed people who can do this, but too little, and it must have a single attribute to do it. Han Rushuang really just wants to impress everyone. The effect is also significant. It aroused the desire for evolution in many students. Han Rushuang continued, it would be better for me to let everyone see it once than to tell you 100 sentences. This is living proof. Teacher Magang is a level 1 divine seal, but at this age he has already reached the level of a 4 seal divine warrior. Do you think you can't do it? Some students were very excited. Yes, can't they? Han Rushuang just smiled faintly and that was about it. So, work hard and don't be the one who gets expelled from school a year later. Next, Han Rushuang talked about some rules and various arrangements. Su Liang had no interest in listening further. He had already taken out the divine crystal and secretly absorbed it to evolve. Cherish your time. By the time Han Rushuang finished speaking, the other 9 teachers had also introduced themselves, and almost exactly an hour had passed. Han Rushuang gave orders, and everyone went to the virtual combat training room to test their strength. Everyone left one after another. Wang Li looked at Su Liang and asked, Liangzi, you want to evolve in your first class. How much do you want to become stronger? Yang Feihua and the fat man both looked at him. Su Liang smiled and said, what's so good about that? Isn't it enough for you to just listen to it? I just want to become stronger. Yang Feihua said, who doesn't want to become stronger, but people like us really have limits. Even if it's like what Amazon said, we might have the possibility of evolving to the 4th seal, but the 4th seal is definitely the limit. Su Liang shook his head. No, there is a chance to become a 5 seal god general. Hearing this, they all looked at Su Liang in shock. Liangzi, have you evolved to the point of being stupid? You're already a divine general at level 1, and you still want to become a divine general at level 2? Do you think you can do it? Wang Li said. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. I can't. I have a dual attribute divine seal. Second brother, you and the eldest brother have a chance. Yang Feihua and Wang Li's pupil shrank slightly. Wang Li smiled and said, if you keep chatting like this, I'll definitely become your sworn brother. What about me? What about me? The fat man asked excitedly. Su Liang shook his head. You are afraid it is difficult. You use too much toilet paper, which leads to kidney deficiency and weakness. Everybody burst out laughing. Damn it, Ryoko. That's too much. Everyone walked towards the virtual combat training room. I'm thinking of joining a divine hunting team in the future. Forget about working in a place like the military. Yang Feihua suddenly said. Wang Li also nodded. I think so too. The fat man replied. What a coincidence. I had the same idea. The fat man clapped his hands and said, why don't we just form a god hunting team ourselves? Yang Feihua and Wang Li both nodded. That's a good suggestion. Everyone looked at Su Liang. Old 4, what about you? Su Liang smiled and nodded. Sure. Then you must hurry up and become stronger, otherwise I will have to be the captain. I must be the captain because of my good looks, right? Wang Li said proudly. Yang Feihua said, am I not the boss? The fat man said, why? I can't do it? I know everything. What the hell are you talking about? You're just a toilet paper channel master. Everyone went forward with laughter. It wasn't long before they arrived at the virtual combat training room. Su Liang thought about it and thought, Qian and the others should be here now, right? The level seems to be in that advanced training room. Well, you guys go first. I'm going to the bathroom. Please help me talk to Amazon later. It won't start so soon anyway. Su Liang greeted them. Lazy people pee and poop a lot, said the fat man. Su Liang has already left. But just after Su Liang left, the three of them had just entered for a short while when they were stopped by Zhang Bin and his four companions. Zhang Bin frowned. Where is your other roommate? Yang Feihua and Wang Li looked gloomy. Damn it. Go. Zhang Bin and the other three all had bruises on their faces. Damn, you want to run? Let's go together and give them a good beating. A fight begins. On the other side, Su Liang slowly searched for the place based on his memory. Generally speaking, the chosen ones above level 1 get the best conditions. The training rooms are all separate. There is only one class, and basically all conditions have to give way to them. He just wanted to see how Qian was adapting. On your side, do whatever you want. Soon, he found the training room dedicated to that level. Sneak in quietly. Sure enough, the freshmen of their class are also here. And the mock battle has already begun. The purpose of the first virtual battle is to provide teachers with the specific strength level of each student and then make corresponding training plans. This is because there are many people whose fighting skills were not very high when they were in high school, but they awakened high-level divine seals. The actual combat level may be relatively low. This situation is very common. It is equivalent to a combat capability assessment. For those at levels 1 and 2, teachers need to discover people with combat talents or abilities such as healing and reconnaissance. Find outstanding people and focus on training them. As for those who are just giving up, forget about them and don't spend too much time on them. This virtual combat training room in front of you. It is obviously much more sophisticated than those they use, and the details reflected in the virtual environment are more delicate and more real. Su Liang took a quick glance. There are 89 gods chosen above level. At this time, the other 88 people were silently watching the battle scenes transmitted from the virtual combat training room. Su Liang was silent for a moment. It's Leng Lianshuang. When Leng Lianshuang was in Shenjua No. 2 middle school, her fighting level was at level 1, which was considered to be very outstanding. Now that he has awakened the divine seal, he is even more arrogant. In the virtual battle, he showed extraordinary intelligence. Decisive to kill. The fight with the virtual monsters is very brutal. Her weapon is a sword. Perhaps because of her family background, her swordsmanship is quite good. The attribute of the divine seal that she awakened was water. As her power surged, layers of water curtains seemed to appear around her to protect her. At the same time, it also attaches to the sword body, enhancing the sword's killing power. It can even condense water into a sword. Water sword shot out. Su Liang nodded slightly. I have to say, this woman has always been excellent. It seems that after she had divine awakening, she had already started evolving her divine seal at home. Therefore, it should not be level 1 now. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use so much power of divine seals. In the end, the 3 virtual beasts were killed by her. The fighting stopped. The virtual training room gives combat ratings. Samsung. The classmates were surprised. 3 stars are rare. Most people are basically 2 stars or 1 star. Just now, there was a chosen one of God with a level 1 divine seal, and his combat rating was 1 star. Even the teacher smiled. The combat ratings at the Chosen Academy are completely different from those in middle school. It is ranked from 1 to 5 stars, with 1 star being the worst and 5 stars being the best. Leng Lianshuang walked out of the virtual combat room. The teacher smiled and said, not bad. You can show the 3-star combat level right now. Very good. A slight smile appeared on Leng Lianshuang's face. Thank you, teacher. Leng Lianshuang was also a little proud. How many people could achieve such a result? She, Leng Lianshuang, must be the best one apart from the divine seal. This scene made some male classmates envious. Leng Lianshuang is a school beauty. Which boy doesn't like beautiful women? She is so outstanding that she really has attracted the hearts of some boys. The teacher smiled and nodded. Who's next? Just at this moment, Qian, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly raised her hand. Teacher, can I go first? In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to By Chanan. Now, By Chanan is like a god in everyone's heart. This is her fate. The only level. The teacher was a little angry at first, because he hated students who didn't follow the rules the most. Chanan and her classmate's teacher is also a beauty. She is dressed in combat gear and has a hot temper. When she saw By Chanan, she immediately smiled. His attitude took a 180-degree turn and became very gentle. He smiled and nodded. Of course, then Chanan will go first. By Chanan is now the darling of the academy, and the leaders have specifically told her that everything revolves around her. No one else had any objection. After By Chanan stood up, she glanced at Leng Lianshuang. Leng Lianshuang met her gaze. At this moment, Leng Lianshuang seemed to feel the fighting intent in By Chanan's eyes. Leng Lianshuang knew what she meant. For Su Liang, who was hiding in the dark, had a strange look on his face. But soon he chuckled. My wife, the Empress, is standing up for me. Chapter 60. Why should I prove everything about myself to others? Su Liang watched Chanan walk into the virtual battle room. The picture came. A long sword also appeared in Chan's hand. Looking at the three strange beasts that appeared in front of him, her aura changed completely at this moment. The divine seal between the eyebrows was instantly activated. The surging power of fire erupted instantly. That kind of momentum really made Su Liang see the shadow of the Emperor of Children in his previous life. This is how shallow should be. Noble and unrivaled. Looking down upon the world. It took Empress Suzaku less than 20 years to ascend the throne of the Divine Emperor. How could this be possible? At this moment, in Su Liang's eyes, Chanan seemed to have really become the queen. It also looks like a red bird covered with flames. Facing the three strange beasts rushing towards her, she was not panicked at all, relying on the fighting style that Su Liang taught her. Draw the sword boldly, stirring up the sword flowers. She has a slender figure and is as light as a swallow. When she twists her body, there is a kind of elegant and free beauty, killing everyone in the training room. All the students were stunned. The teacher was also shocked. Su Liang looked at the scene, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Really, Chanan was able to become the Empress not only because of her super-level flame seal, but also because of her terrifying fighting talent. There are so many levels of God's chosen ones who can become emperors, but in Su Liang's 50 years in his previous life, there was only one By Chanan. The reason why Chan's fighting skills were not very high in high school was because she was shy and she didn't have a combat uniform. But now, she doesn't have to worry about anything. Just unleash your talents. Chanan did this just to show Leng Lianshuang. She just wanted to tell Leng Lianshuang that she was wrong. She shouldn't look down on brother Su Liang. In a shallow and stunning battle, the three strange beasts were killed by the sword in just 1 or 2 minutes. The flaming divine seal between his eyebrows flickered, and his body was covered in flames. Chan's graceful demeanor was infinitely magnified at this moment. The fighting stopped. Ratings appear on the virtual training room. For stars. The students were all shocked. It's actually 4 stars. Su Liang smiled and said, Little girl, you have quite a bad temper. But it's worth praising. Reward her with a kiss later. By Chanan walked out of the training room, her eyes fixed on Leng Lianshuang's face. But he didn't say a word. Actions have proven everything. Leng Lianshuang had an indescribable feeling. It's very complicated. What is this? Demonstration? Is Su Liang worth the two of them fighting like this? Leng Lianshuang didn't want to argue with By Chanan about this. But whenever she thought that Su Liang no longer paid attention to her or licked her, she felt a strange sense of loss. Obviously, Su Liang is just a level. She wants to not care, but deep down in her heart, she always cares about him again. It was like a voice telling her. There must be a reason why By Chanan likes Su Liang so much. Su Liang liked her before, so he should have licked her. But now she has lost Su Liang, as if she has lost something very important for her future. Leng Lianshuang looked away. The teacher excitedly held By Chanan's hand. Chanan, well done. You are worthy of being in this class. You are the first freshman to reach the 4-star level in the first combat assessment. You're such a little treasure. You will definitely become a great figure in China in the future. Don't forget your teacher. By Chanan smiled gently and nodded. Teacher, no? Teacher Mu Mengji smiled and asked, Chanan, it seems that you are at least level 4 now, right? By Chanan smiled and said, Teacher, it's level 5. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Oh my god, it's level 5. Even Su Liang was a little surprised and gave a bitter smile. This girl wanted to fulfill her promise to protect him. It's really an evolution that takes all the effort. No, I have to punish her. I can't not relax at all. Just punish her with a kiss. Mu Mengji said excitedly. Great. That's great. Now your level should be the highest, and your combat rating is also the highest in this session. I finally got a taste of the horror of level 1. By Chanan smiled shyly, but shook her head. Teacher, my combat rating will not be the highest. Mu Mengji and his classmates were stunned. What do you mean? After all these years, in the first evaluation, you were only rated a 4-star. By Chanan shook her head. If I can get 4 stars, then Brother Su Liang must be able to get 5 stars. Hearing this, the students were all stunned. Brother Su Liang? In the crowd, Yi Qinghan's face was a little stiff. Damn it, that Su Liang is definitely a stumbling block in his way of getting by Chanan. And Leng Lianshuang seemed to have seized the opportunity to counterattack at this time. Leng Lianshuang sneered, Haha, By Chanan, can you wake up a little? I really don't know what kind of drug Su Liang has poured into you. By Chanan instantly locked her eyes on Leng Lianshuang's face. At this moment, the smell of gunpowder was very obvious. All the students looked like they were enjoying themselves. Yi Qinghan was also very interested. It was a good thing that Leng Lianshuang could scold By Chanan to wake her up. He's only level 1, 5 stars? That's a pipe dream. When he was in high school, his fighting level was only level 1. I want to ask you, how did he brainwash you? You are a level above him, so you are destined to be different from him. He will never be able to catch up with you. I know you have a problem with me, but so what? The gap between him and us is like a chasm. How can you delay your life because of a grade? Are you stupid? This was the first time Leng Lianshuang had spoken so many words, and the feeling of counterattack made her feel very comfortable. Why could Su Liang, a level below her, make her so upset? To relegate it to the dust seemed like a relief to her. There was a hint of anger in By Chanan's eyes. Leng Lianshuang, you will never know what kind of boy you missed. If you don't cherish him, that's because you don't know yourself. We will prove it with facts. You, Leng Lianshuang, are wrong. Leng Lianshuang sneered. How to prove it? Use the fact that he can only be a 3-seal divine master for his entire life to prove it? Or should we use his 5-star combat rating to prove it? By Chanan, wake up. He is only 1 level. By Chanan's eyes were slightly red. On this point, she could not argue with Leng Lianshuang, but she firmly believed that Su Liang would surpass everyone. Mu Mengji also knew about this. Her leader had specifically told her that By Chanan had a younger boyfriend whom she couldn't let go of. Director Huang specifically instructed that By Chanan must not be forced on this matter, as she would understand it herself in the future. And now that there is such a classmate who comes to scold By Chanan, it may not be a bad thing. Leng Lianshuang felt extremely happy in her heart. Why did By Chanan treat Su Liang, a man of the same level, like a treasure? That was something she didn't want before, and she didn't need By Chanan to bring it to her. She just wanted to reduce it to dust. Chanan's eyes were red. He will definitely prove it to you. You will definitely regret it. By Chanan growled. Leng Lianshuang sneered. Ridiculous. Su Liang sighed in his heart. Chanan's psychological quality is still a little lacking. Not like the previous life. At this moment, a steady sound of footsteps rang out in the silent training room. See Su Liang appear. Yi Qinghan and Leng Lianshuang were both a little surprised. How did he end up here? The other students were also confused. Mu Mengji frowned. Classmate, where are you from? Why are you here? Don't you have any manners? Su Liang ignored them and just walked in front of Chanan. Looking at Chanan's red eyes, touched her head. Fool, why bother arguing with them? I am who I am. Why should I prove everything about myself to others? As long as you know it. I don't know why, but when By Chanan saw Su Liang appear, she felt inexplicably at peace, as if all the grievances she had just suffered had disappeared. Chanan nodded heavily. Okay, I understand. Seeing this scene, the back teeth of those chosen ones by God, including Yi Qinghan, were all broken. Why? Why can he, a junior, win the heart of By Chanan, a junior? It's so hateful. Mu Mengji also knew Su Liang's identity and sighed in his heart. Unfortunate fate. Leng Lianshuang looked at that scene and felt an inexplicable surge of jealousy. Su Liang, if you have any self-awareness, stay away from her. You are not worthy of her. You'll only ruin her life. Su Liang turned his head suddenly, and his cold eyes seemed to emit a cold light. Leng Lianshuang was stunned suddenly. At this moment, she felt that Su Liang was terrifying. Do I need you to tell me whether I am worthy of her or not? Chapter 61. Are they suitable? Su Liang's cold voice resounded like thunder throughout the training room, winding and circling for a long time. That kind of invisible domineering aura shocked everyone present. Even Mu Mengji was in a trance for a moment. This guy is a little handsome. By Chanan looked at Su Liang's face infatuatedly. Her heart was resolute again. She always believed in Su Liang. But soon, the other students reacted. It's impossible to be scared by Su Liang, who is one level higher than him. It would be a shame for them if they were really scared like this. Leng Lianshuang also reacted. He sneered, "Time will tell. You will only hold her back." Su Liang no longer wanted to pay attention to her. But some people don't want to let him go. Yi Qinghan smiled and said, "Su Liang, it's good to be confident, but you are a level after all. Everyone knows that you are not worthy of her." Someone nodded in agreement. By Chanan is a 1 in a million level talent, but you are only a level 1. Why are you so selfish as to hold her back? By Chanan, wake up. He doesn't deserve you. When By Chanan heard these words, it was like needles piercing her heart. And Su Liang is her heart. Su Liang touched her head gently, smiled, and shook his head. "Don't worry about them, just be yourself." By Chanan nodded slightly. Yi Qinghan spoke again. By Chanan said that your combat rating will be 5 stars. If you have the ability, prove it to us. Yes, prove it if you have the ability. 1 level is dragging down the whole level. How hateful. You don't deserve her. Stay away from her. Leng Lianshuang had a stern expression on her face, and she watched this scene as if she were watching a play. Her cold voice sounded again. "If you really have 5 stars, I might look at you more favorably." Yi Qinghan looked at him sarcastically. Under such endless pressure, everyone is exerting pressure. He believed that this kid wouldn't be able to hold on for long. "No, just get out of here. Stay away from her. If you stay with her, you are being irresponsible to the hundreds of millions of Chinese people. Every level should fly high and become a big figure in the Chinese military. In the future, you should guard a place and seek the welfare of China, instead of just taking it for yourself." Yi Qinghan did not give Su Liang any chance and directly escalated the matter to the national level. There is some truth in this statement. But will he care? Is he not worthy of Chanan? He knew this very well. If he was not worthy of her, then no one here would be worthy of her. What? You don't dare? If you have the guts, go in and take the battle strength assessment. Yes, go ahead. Didn't she say you have a 5-star combat level? Are you afraid of being embarrassed? Haha, if you're afraid of being embarrassed, then don't come out and embarrass yourself. Stay away from By Chanan. Almost all the boys were making fun of him. There was also a young man sitting in a corner of the crowd, with a similar expression, full of sarcasm. "Without By Chanan's protection, you're dead. If you mess with my Zhang family, your fate is doomed. Things are getting worse and worse." By Chanan's eyes showed anxiety. She just wanted Su Liang to leave quickly. Su Liang still comforted her with a smile on his face. "They are just a bunch of little kids. Why would you be angry with them? Are they worthy? I just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Don't you just want to see it? Then let me show you. See who made a fool of himself." But at this moment, Mu Mengji's voice rang out, "Enough! Shut up!" That cold and harsh voice struck everyone's ears. Suddenly, everything became quiet. Whatever Chanan chooses is her business. It's not your turn to make decisions. Just be quiet. Continue the virtual battle. Next one. Mu Mengji looked at Su Liang. "Su Liang, let's go. This is a class. Go back to your own class." Mu Mengji had no choice. If she let these guys continue to make trouble, By Chanan would definitely be full of resentment towards the academy. This is not the result they wanted. All they want is By Chanan, who can become a great master in the future. They don't care who the man next to her is. And with Director Huang's instructions, she didn't want to care too much about Su Liang at this level. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing that Mu Mengji tried to obstruct him, Su Liang gave up the idea. "Take a quick look," he whispered. "Don't worry about anyone. Just be yourself." Chanan nodded heavily. Su Liang turned and left. This scene was full of ridicule in the eyes of these high-level gods, chosen ones. Those who overestimate their own abilities are destined to be abandoned. Time will prove everything. There is a world of difference between them. Mu Mengji watched Su Liang leave and frowned slightly. Is he just being disdainful or just a coward? These people irritated him so much, but he really endured it. Su Liang walked towards his class's virtual combat training room. Naturally, I was a little angry, but there was no need. He could defeat them easily. But how much does it mean? One day, he will use his strength to shut everyone up. Not long after, Su Liang arrived at the training room where his class was located. Found the eye-catching beauty Han Rushuang. At this time, It was discovered that Han Rushuang's classmates were all gathered together. Homeroom teacher, they are going too far. Beating up classmates for no reason, is that bullying? The four of them. Hearing this, Su Liang frowned, walked over quickly. Han Rushuang snorted coldly. You know how to use hindsight now? Why didn't you help just now? And just watched your classmate get beaten? The students lowered their heads in shame. Su Liang finally got closer. I saw the three roommates with their heads down. They all had bruises and wounds on their faces. Su Liang was already angry, and he got even more angry when he saw this scene. Rushed forward instantly. Boss. Second brother. Fatty. What's going on? Who did it? Su Liang's face was gloomy. Everyone looked up. Han Rushuang frowned. You are Su Liang? The sentence is not finished yet. Su Liang simply ignored her. Grabbed the fat man. Fatty. Who did it? The fat man felt a little ashamed. Who else could it be? It's just those guys who bumped into us this morning. Su Liang looked at the wounds on their bodies, and his anger exploded. Son of a bitch. All three of them had wounds on their faces, and the attacks were extremely severe. Liangzi, they beat my teeth loose. The fat man said a little aggrievedly. If there weren't four of us, we wouldn't have been beaten like this. Su Liang's face was gloomy. Let's go. Let's settle accounts with them. Su Liang grabbed the fat man and Wang Lai. Yang Feihua hurriedly said, Liangzi, don't be impulsive. They are level after all. Han Rushuang also said, are we going to go over there now and get beaten up again? It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Su Liang looked at Han Rushuang. Homeroom teacher, fighting is not prohibited in the academy. Now your students are being beaten like this. We are going to find a place to fight. Are you going to stop us? Aren't you a female bully? Han Rushuang looked at Su Liang with some surprise. This kid actually dared to provoke her. Can you win if you go over now? Su Liang snorted coldly. If I can't beat them all, I'll just quit my job. Han Rushuang was silent for a moment. Okay, if you lose and are embarrassed, don't blame me. I can't help you. If you win, I'll cheer you on. My students, Han Rushuang, shouldn't be cowards.
Walk. Walk. Walk.
In an instant, all the students in Han Rushuang's team were excited. Su Liang asked, do you know which class they are in? A student said, I saw them go into training room number 9. Su Liang snorted coldly, let's go. 30 people set out in a mighty procession. Han Rushuang looked at Su Liang's back, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. This kind of student has some blood in him. Han Rushuang followed behind them. 30 people rushed directly into training room number 9. It was a lot of noise. It attracted the attention of many of the chosen ones of class 9, as well as some teachers. Su Liang looked around and took a quick look. His strong mental power and insight enabled him to quickly lock onto his target. There. The students of class 9 had no idea what was going on. I saw Su Liang and his group running towards one direction in a mighty manner. At this time, Zhang Bin and his team also discovered Su Liang and his team. I know it's directed at them. Brothers, someone wants to pick a fight with our class 9. What should we do? With just one sentence, Zhang Bin pointed the finger at Su Liang and the others. In an instant, countless classmates looked at Su Liang and the others viciously. Zhang Bin had a sarcastic look on his face. What a bunch of idiots. With such a small number of people, they dared to come to their class and seek death. Brothers, do it. Zhang Bin didn't even finish his sentence. Then Su Liang's figure, which was originally 10 meters away, disappeared in just a blink of an eye. He rushed in front of him instantly. A big slap hit his face like an octopus. I'll fuck your mother. Su Liang covered his face and slammed it to the ground. Zhang Bin? Chapter 62. Who gave you the courage? Bang. Zhang Bin's head hit the ground hard. There was a muffled sound. Su Liang pressed against his face. I wish I could just slap it to pieces. The whole place was dead silent. Hit my brother. Who gave you the guts? Su Liang shouted coldly. Everyone was shocked by Su Liang's sudden attack. Zhang Bin was in so much pain that tears came out of his eyes. Even though he was shaking wildly, he couldn't break free. Su Liang's vicious look really shocked everyone. They didn't even know how Su Liang got close. But having said that, he's really handsome. At this moment, Zhang Bin and his teacher finally reacted. Which class are you from? Are you causing trouble? A man ran over. Don't let go. Su Liang snorted coldly and didn't want to pay any attention to him. In this life, anyone who dares to bully his brothers is seeking death. Su Liang didn't care at all. Suddenly a slap swept across. Bang. Then everyone saw Zhang Bin's front teeth being spat out, along with his blood. He moved sideways on the ground for several meters and only stopped when he bumped into a classmate's feet. Asshole. The teacher was angry because his student was beaten in front of him. The other students were already confused. Do you have to be so cruel? Without saying a word, just start working. The male teacher is about to explode. The Amazon flower flashed and appeared in front of Su Liang with a burst of energy. Teacher Liu, this is their private matter. When the male teacher saw the pretty girl Han Rushuang suddenly appear, his face froze instantly. It turned out to be Han Rushuang's student. In the academy, the teachers really didn't want to provoke this hot-tempered and domineering girl. However, the male teacher's expression also looked a little unhappy. Teacher Han, what do you mean? Your students suddenly beat up my students for no reason, and you still want to protect them? Han Rushuang said coldly, then please figure out the situation first. She made a move casually. The fat man and the other three came up. Watch out, this student of yours, together with 3 people from his dormitory, beat my student like this for no reason, for against 3 at the entrance of the building. I'm here with my students to find a place to fight. Han Rushuang was domineering and not at all panicked. This attitude also shocked every student present. What a domineering female teacher. Upon hearing this, Teacher Lu's face froze. Look at Zhang Bin, who was helped up. Zhang Bin, is this true for Li Tao? Zhang Bin's mouth was bleeding. His eyes were extremely gloomy and he was furious. This damn Su Liang. When Li Tao was asked about this, his eyes were somewhat evasive. Teacher, they were the ones who beat us first this morning. Wang Lai and the others were angry at that time. You're talking bullshit. It's obvious that you were the ones who deliberately picked a fight and bumped into us for no reason. And you dare to bite back. Li Tao argued, it was an accident. The fat man cursed angrily. I'm surprised your father, the road is so wide. You didn't do it on purpose. Who are you trying to fool? Li Tao shouted angrily, stop spitting blood. It's just an idea. Bang. Li Tao hadn't finished his sentence when everyone saw him flying out as well. The front teeth were spat out along with blood. Li Tao was completely confused. The classmates around me were dead silent. He stared at the scene with eyes wide open, somewhat incredulous. Fighting at the slightest disagreement? Teacher Lu was furious. What are you doing? The Queen of Flowers looked at Su Liang and felt extremely happy. Great. This boy is to her liking. The corner of Queen Flower's mouth curled up slightly. Li Tao covered his face. Ah, my teeth. Teacher, they are committing murder. Su Liang looked at them with indifference. Didn't you say it was an accident? I'm sorry, this was an accident. I couldn't control my hands. Li Tao and Zhang Bin's faces turned alternately blue and red. You. The fat man snorted coldly. What do you mean? Isn't it an accident? Come on. We don't mind more accidents. Zhang Bin looked at Teacher Lu. Teacher, are we just going to let these guys from the upper class wreak havoc in our class? Teacher Lu was about to speak. The Queen Flower shouted angrily, shut up. Are you trying to sow discord? That kind of silent dominance instantly made the surroundings dead silent. Some teachers in the distance discovered that it was a Queen of Flower and were unwilling to get close to her for fear of causing trouble. Everyone's strength level is about the same, and provoking a Queen of Flowers is just asking for trouble. Han Rushuang looked at Zhang Bin and the other 2. I don't care whether it was an accident or not, but today you outnumbered and beat up my students. For this incident today, let these 3 of my students fight back. How about the 8 of you just have a fair fight, and after the fight, this matter will be written off. Teacher Lu, what do you think? Teacher Lu glanced at Zhang Bin and the others. Zhang Bin and his 4 roommates looked a little uncertain. The strength that Su Liang just displayed was a little weird. Can they defeat him? The fat man sneered and tried to fan the flames. You don't dare to do that? Aren't you very fierce when you are in a situation where you have more people and bully the fewer? Is this the style of you, the chosen ones? You are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. I think they are all a bunch of cowards. The students in the same grade around were all very angry. Zhang Bin, fight them. Yes, fight them. Now it's difficult to get off the tiger's back. Zhang Bin's face was gloomy. Su Liang took a step forward and said coldly, if I don't fight you now, I will fight you every time I see you next time. You. Zhang Bin was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. They are the top, but they were forced into this state by these top leaders. This is simply unbearable. Su Liang said coldly, come on, I will fight 4 of you alone. Hearing this, everyone's pupils trembled. Zhang Bin responded very quickly. Okay, that's what you said. Ryoko, don't. Wang Lai, Fatty and Yang Feihua were all anxious. Grab Su Liang and fight 4 people at once. How can this be possible? Zhang Bin laughed grimly. You said that, everyone heard it. Su Liang nodded. Yes, I said so. Ryoko. Su Liang looked at them. It's okay, just move aside. No one can bully my brother. Amazon was also a little surprised. This boy was really interesting. The classmates around him all felt that Su Liang was definitely mentally ill. He is actually going to fight 4 people at the same level. Let's challenge 4 levels. Now everyone has attained divine awareness, and in terms of strength, level 1 is definitely stronger than level 2. Zhang Bin, if you can't win, it will be a disgrace to our class. Teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Zhang Bin laughed grimly. Teacher Lu, Teacher Han, you saw it. This is what he said. Zhang Bin and the other 3 sneered. Su Liang put one hand behind his back. Come on, if I use one more hand, I lose. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this Su Liang an idiot? One hand? How arrogant. Teach him a lesson. Yes, he is so arrogant. The surroundings were filled with the angry shouts of classmates. Their classmates remained silent. Was Su Liang trying to show off? Yang Feihua grabbed Wang Li and the fat man and gave them a look. The two seemed to understand. As long as Su Liang encounters any problem, they will take action. Amazon didn't say anything. Since he said so himself, it was not right for her to intervene. She was now somewhat curious as to whether Su Liang, who was specifically mentioned by Director Huang, had any special charm that could have charmed By Chanan, a senior at that level, to such an extent. The students around him made way. Zhang Bin and the others said nothing. Brothers, fuck him. For people rushed towards Su Liang in an instant. Moreover, they all activated the power of the divine seal, and purple light flashed. All 4 raised their fists. Very fierce. In everyone's opinion, Su Liang was definitely going to be beaten up. But it happened in the next moment. All everyone saw were those 4 menacing figures, flying backwards like kites with broken strings. Screams rang out. Everyone was stunned. What happened? Chapter 63 5 stars. Vomiting blood 3 times. All the students around didn't even react. Zhang Bin and the other 3 were seen flying backwards instantly. He was lying on the ground howling, with blood at the corners of his mouth and his face red. What happened? Can anyone tell me? I just blinked. I don't know. Did he use external help? They all turned their eyes to the teacher. The 2 teachers looked serious. At that moment, Su Liang just slapped across, and all 4 of them were slapped. He was beaten so hard that he vomited blood and flew backwards. This power is already extraordinary, and the speed is very fast. Such strength and speed do not seem to be possessed by one level. At least it's not something that he can display at his current level of divine awareness. But don't wait for everyone to react. Su Liang had already walked forward quickly. A big fan came over. Bang! Hit my brother? Zhang Bin's roommate was stunned. One of his front teeth was knocked out, and his head was covered with stars. Lift it up with one hand, and then slap it hard with the other hand. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone around was stunned. A complete crushing. He used 2 hands, someone exclaimed. He lost. Su Liang turned and looked at the students who were talking. He smiled. Yes, I lost. Losing doesn't stop him from continuing to beat. Bang, bang, bang. A few more slaps in the face. The guy in his hand has completely lost the power to resist. With a sudden fall, the guy was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. Then he turned to look at the other 3 people who had staggered to their feet. Zhang Bin and the others began to feel a little scared. They are no match at all. Zhang Bin wanted to admit defeat. But the next moment, Su Liang rushed to them again. I admit it. Bang. A big fight. Zhang Bin spat out blood again. He was speechless. Su Liang pinched Zhang Bin's collar with one hand and slapped his other 2 roommates with the other hand. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. In a matter of seconds, the other 2 roommates were lying on the ground with bruised faces and noses. He looked at Su Liang with eyes filled with fear. Only then did Su Liang turn his gaze to Zhang Bin's face. Bang. Using the majority to bully the minority? Bang. Accident. Bang. Hit my brother? Bang. Blood flowed out of Zhang Bin's mouth. The students around him were completely silent. Complete crushing throughout the process. Zhang Bin and his men didn't even have a chance to fight back. It feels like kicking a kindergarten. Zhang Bin was almost dying. Teacher Lu also looked very unhappy. Stop. That's enough. They are no longer able to resist. Su Liang glanced at Amazon. Amazon Flower also nodded. That's enough. You can't beat him to death. But now Su Liang is really to her liking. Su Liang brought Zhang Bin in front of him. If this was outside, you'd be dead. If you want to die, then keep looking for trouble with me, just like Zhang Tianhao did. Sooner or later, I will send you to death. Zhang Bin's pupils suddenly shrank. He knew everything. Su Liang swung it violently. Zhang Bin was smashed to the ground like a dead dog, his whole body shaking. Su Liang shouted coldly, "Go!" Su Liang walked in front and left with their group in a domineering manner. No one dares to stop it. The God's chosen ones from Class 9 all looked unhappy. The classmates in their grade were beaten up by a classmate so badly that they couldn't even fight back. This is such a shame. The Queen of Flowers curled her lips and glanced at Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu, tell your students not to mess with my students again. If they fight to the death, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop them. Teacher Lu snorted and quickly asked the students to send Zhang Bin and the others to the infirmary. On the way back, Su Liang and his friends heard cheers. Liangzi, that's awesome. It turns out you are the hidden boss, the fat man boasted. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were also smiling. Wang Lai said, "Damn it, I feel so good after getting rid of this anger. You slapped me so hard that it hit me right in the heart." Yang Feihua smiled. Su Liang said, "We are brothers. No one can bully my brother." The three of them felt warm in their hearts. This is brotherhood. At this moment, the four people seem to be closer to each other. Other students are also talking about it. Su Liang, why are you so powerful? Su Liang smiled and said, "Maybe I was born with brute strength." The Queen of Flowers came up. From now on, everyone should learn a lesson. If a classmate is bullied, you should fight him even if the other party is your superior. I can't just stand by and watch my classmates get bullied. Even if I lose, it's not shameful. We understand. Everyone laughed. Not only is the Queen of Flowers beautiful, but she also has a generous personality, which is really good. Su Liang glanced at the Amazon and smiled. This woman, Han Rushuang, is just like her marksmanship, extremely powerful. Not long after, everyone returned to the virtual combat training room. It will start soon. The students began to evaluate one by one. But compared with my classmates, God's chosen ones of their level are a little inferior. Most of them are at 1 star, and a few can reach 2 stars. Samsung didn't see it. This kind of combat capability assessment does not only examine strength, it is a comprehensive judgment. When Su Liang stopped, he silently absorbed the divine crystal and cherished the time. After the fat man's test results came out, he was dejected. "Damn it, it's only 1 star, not even 2 stars. Yang Feihua said with a smile, "Why are you so discouraged? Most of us are 1 star, forget it. After all, our combat power is limited." The fat man looked at Su Liang, who had his eyes closed. "I think Liangzi can get to 3 stars, right?" Wang Lai nodded. "I feel there is a chance." Yang Feihua said with a smile, "Our brother is a pervert, so hold on to his thighs tightly from now on." The fat man and Wang Lai both nodded. Su Liang opened his eyes. "You are a bunch of old men with stubble beards. Can I let you hug my long white legs?" The three of them laughed and cursed. "Su Liang, it's your turn," came the voice of the domineering Han Rushuang. The three fat guys were a little excited. "Ryuko, come on, shock everyone." Su Liang smiled confidently, "Then you better watch out and don't get scared." Su Liang strode forward. It was at this time that all the students in the same group looked over. There are 29 people in their group, 27 of them are 1 star and 2 are 2 star. But he witnessed Su Liang's action with his own eyes. So I'm curious about his rating. What level can it reach? Amazon is also a little curious and expectant, hoping for a surprise. Su Liang walked into the training room with a calm expression. "Leng Lianshuang, don't you want to see it? Then let me show you. In this life, I, Su Liang, am not the Su Liang that you look down upon." In the virtual combat training room, the ratings follow the same set of rules, and the difficulty is not reduced just because they are levels. He is corresponding. So the training room for the class is the same as the training room for the grade class. There is just a slight difference in virtual details, but it has nothing to do with combat power. Su Liang walked in, and a virtual panel popped up. Su Liang chose a spear. "Stand beside you." Click start. Soon, a virtual monster appeared in front of Su Liang. It was a bloodthirsty rat. Old rival. The Amazon flower who was watching all this outside was a little surprised. Su Liang was also practicing shooting? I want to see how good his shooting skills are. The next moment, the virtual bloodthirsty rat was loaded. Rushed towards Su Liang instantly. Just when everyone thought that Su Liang would have a big fight with this bloodthirsty rat. But Su Liang didn't move. What's going on? Why isn't he moving? The students were all shocked. Su Liang closed his eyes, as if feeling the rhythm of the wind, and held the spear in one hand. The mind is empty and clear. Don't you want to see if I am worthy of Qianqian? I will sew your mouths shut stitch by stitch. The female classmates outside were already screaming. Ah, Su Liang, be careful. Ryoko. Fatty and the others were also anxious and couldn't understand it at all. In the virtual training room, although you won't die, you may get injured. The bloodthirsty rat soared into the air and opened its bloody mouth. Everything seemed so real. The bloodthirsty rat went straight for Su Liang's head. In the next moment, he could bite off Su Liang's head. But this is the last chance. Su Liang suddenly opened his eyes, held the gun in one hand, and the gun shot out like a dragon. He is the gun, and the gun is him. The bloodthirsty rat, which was originally extremely ferocious, stopped in midair, let out a scream, and was instantly pierced through the head. Su Liang shook the gun violently, and the virtual bloodthirsty rat exploded on the spot instantly. Su Liang had a calm expression on his face as he bathed in the virtual blood rain. The students watching the game outside felt their scalps tingling. Is that it? Han Rushuang was a little shocked. What a tenacious mentality. He was so confident. Everything was under control, and it can kill a one-star bloodthirsty rat instantly. She knew that she had found a treasure. Fatty and the others were extremely surprised and knew that Su Liang would not let them down. How many stars? Everyone looked up at the big screen. 5 stars are lit. 5 stars. How is this possible? Chapter 64 means none of you can be his opponent. Their group was dead silent. Everyone's eyes almost fell out. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The 3 roommates were stunned and dumbfounded. Han Rushuang looked at the 5 stars on the big screen in shock. 5 stars. It's actually 5 stars. His fighting power and combat awareness are so terrifying. Even most of the 2 SEAL envoys cannot reach 5 stars. How did he do it? Han Rushuang had too many doubts in her mind. Soon, this 5-star quickly attracted the attention of students from other groups. Look, someone gave it a 5-star rating. It's 5 stars. Fuck, it's really 5 stars. Oh my god, how can there be 5 stars? Is it the teacher? Many students came over here. Some teachers also came closer. His eyes trembled. A teacher muttered, "Is there something wrong with this training room? How can it be 5 stars? Yeah, is there something wrong?" This is a question that many people have, and perhaps this is the only explanation. How could a newly awakened chosen one of God have a combat power of 5 stars? This just doesn't make sense. I'm afraid even those guys in the class can't make it to 5 stars, right? I've never seen one before. Not even 4 stars have appeared before. Almost all of them were questioning voices. Fatty and the others seemed to accept this statement as well. 5 stars is ridiculous. Su Liang, who was in the training room, did not leave immediately. The virtual panel popped up again. He ordered a little. Don't you want to see it? I'll show you. What is he going to do? Why hasn't he come out yet? Han Rushuang also became confused. And in the next moment, in the virtual environment where Su Liang was located, virtual monsters appeared one after another again. The number has reached 10. Is he crazy? He wants to fight 10 strange beasts alone? Han Rushuang and other teachers were shocked. Even the students in the class only had 3 beasts during the first simulated combat assessment. But he actually set up 10 heads directly. Before they could react, the battle had already begun. Next, everyone saw Su Liang's thin-looking figure killing everyone in the virtual combat environment. That spear seemed to have turned into a magical weapon. Everything is successful in Su Liang's hands. Every time he fired his gun, he would instantly kill a strange beast. It was done smoothly and seamlessly without any drag. This battle scene shocked all the students. Even Han Rushuang and the others were shocked. This doesn't seem like the combat power that a chosen one who has just attained divine awakening can unleash. By the time everyone reacted, the 10 virtual beasts had been cleared out. Su Liang's figure holding a gun is so handsome. 5 stars appeared again on the big screen. At this moment, everyone shut up. Something's wrong with the training room? Su Liang proved everything with practical actions. He walked out of the training room. It was eerily quiet outside and everyone's eyes were on Su Liang. It was a look full of awe. Su Liang, however, looked calm, and he was not doing this for them to see. Look at Han Rushuang. Teacher, I have finished the assessment. Can I leave first? Han Rushuang was a little dazed. Huh? Oh yeah, okay. Su Liang nodded and pulled the fat man and the other 3 away in a daze. It was not until Su Liang walked out of the training room that everyone came to their senses. It's 5 stars. It's a real 5 stars. Holy crap. That's so awesome. I never thought that someone in our class could achieve this. He will be my faith from now on. No wonder he can easily defeat those guys at the level. There were long-lasting bursts of awesome shouts in the training room. And this news will soon be known to other freshmen. Until you leave the building. The three brothers finally reacted. Liangzi, is that a 5-star? The fat man asked stupidly. Su Liang smiled and said, no, it's 1 star. The three of them reacted and hugged Su Liang. Thighs. I want to hug thighs. Ryoko, brother legs. You are simply a true god. Are you the reincarnation of the great Emperor Jinwu? Su Liang smiled, and it took a long time for these guys to calm down. Because I left early. 4 of us went there to have lunch without having to queue. Then I went straight back to the dormitory. The news that a new player had a 5-star combat power rating spread throughout the freshman group in a short period of time. It was exposed on the school forum, with pictures and text. Freshman combat power rating, 5 stars. It also includes a picture of Su Liang holding a gun from behind. Finally, the news reached the class. The class was also preparing to end. A classmate exclaimed, ah! Everyone looked at her. The girl covered her mouth. What's wrong? Someone asked. She trembled slightly. Look, isn't this the Su Liang from before? A picture popped up for him. The picture shows Su Liang fighting against 10 1-star monsters. Then comes the combat power rating, 5 stars. At that moment, it was like a bomb exploding in the hearts of the students in their class. It's really 5 stars. This guy's combat power rating is actually 5 stars. No one in their class can do this. By Chanan said that if she was a 4-star, then Su Liang must be a 5-star. Everyone was laughing at her and advising her to leave Su Liang. When Su Liang appeared, everyone started to laugh at him. And now, this fact was like a slap in the face to all of them. It hurt so much. A group of gods chosen, ones above level 1, all lost to Su Liang in terms of combat power rating. And he achieved this by fighting 10 strange beasts at the same time. I don't know how far I have surpassed them. Perhaps 5 stars is the limit of the training room rating, but it is not the limit for him, Su Liang. Mu Mingji was also stunned. So, Su Liang was not a coward at that time. He simply didn't bother to argue with her students. At this moment, Leng Lianshuang and Yi Qinghan's faces were extremely ugly. Su Liang surpassed them. He is just 1 level. Why? How could he do such a thing? Zhang Tianza in the corner snorted coldly. What could a 5-star represent? Leng Lianshuang couldn't stand the fact that Su Liang was better than her. But at the same time, I feel a little empty inside. Is she really wrong? But he is a. The classmates all looked towards By Chanan. By Chanan was seen smiling, holding her roommate's hand, and walked away without paying any attention to anyone. Brother Su Liang said that you don't need to pay attention to anyone and just be yourself. And Brother Su Liang has proved everything with his actions. Her own instincts weren't wrong. Brother Su Liang can definitely get 5 stars. After all, he is now an official member of the Jin killing team. Isn't this the right thing to do? By Chanan was very happy. Since Su Liang didn't show 5 stars, she wouldn't be sad either. It would be better if 5 stars were revealed, which would prove that Brother Su Liang was supporting her. Chanan, your boyfriend is so awesome. The girl next to her, who also looked a little timid, whispered. That's nothing. When you really get to know him, you'll realize how powerful Brother Su Liang is. The 2 people left. The training room was dead silent. Yao suddenly asked, Teacher, his combat power rating is now 5 stars. What does it mean? Mu Mengji was silent for a moment and then said, It means that now none of you can be his opponent. The pupils of these students suddenly shrank. No one is his opponent. Leng Lianshuang couldn't believe this scene. How could Su Liang, who was so useless before, suddenly become reborn? Yao was getting more and more shocked. It was him. It must be him. When she first saw him, Yao didn't believe it. She just couldn't connect Su Liang with the handsome guy who fought the 2-star monster in the Jinsha team. At that time, Su Liang's face was partially covered by the armor and was stained with blood, so it could not be seen clearly. But considering the current situation and Su Liang's fighting style, plus the fact that at that time Yao only saw Su Liang flash a divine seal, Yao was sure. This is the man who saved her. Yao's heart was in uproar. A freshman who had just attained divine consciousness turned out to be a member of Rongqing's number 1 divine hunting team, the Cinder killing team. Yao saw with her own eyes that Su Liang killed a 2-star alien beast. So, is it a big deal if I kill 10 1-star beasts right before my eyes? These ridiculous people keep laughing at others. I simply don't bother to talk to you anymore. Yao was confused. How could there be such a perverted person? A one-star chosen one who had just attained divine awakening killed the two-star monster ghost-faced spider. What kind of incredible combat power is this? No wonder By Chanan is so attracted to him. He Yao was a little hesitant. Leng Lianshuang and Su Liang seem to have some conflicts. Should she ask? We are roommates after all. Those who had mocked Su Liang lowered their heads. It's really shameless. Mu Mengji sighed. You may not be able to beat me now, but that doesn't mean you won't be able to beat me in the future. Try your best. Now you know that there are always people better than you, right? The level God seal is not your reliance or pride, but your ticket to the top. You should work harder than anyone else. When He Yao heard this, ripples appeared in her heart. Are you sure you can defeat this guy in the future? I'm afraid he's not that simple. He is not a simple one. Chapter 65 New Teammates? At noon, Su Liang received Chanchan's message. Gave him a happy smile. Su Liang smiled knowingly. It's one thing that he doesn't want to fight those guys. But not wanting Chanchan to suffer any injustice is another thing. Since everyone says that he is not worthy of Chanchan, then let those people shut up. Su Liang basically uses his spare time to absorb divine crystals to evolve. In the afternoon there are two classes, Theory of Divine Seals and General Principles of Exotic Beasts. A class lasts for 1 hour, with a 15-minute break in between. The class starts at 2 o'clock and ends at 4:15. The rest of the time is under their own control. Then tomorrow morning, we will have a combat training class. For a long period of time, it will basically be virtual battles with classmates. Later on, it will turn into actual combat, plus some special training, which requires strength, speed, combat skills, etc. After 1 year, those who have not evolved the second seal will be eliminated. For those who stay, there will be an additional lesson on practical hunting grounds. They all become stronger step by step. Of course, these theoretical courses will only last for about half a year. After that, you will have to take the initiative to learn on your own. Naturally, Su Liang had no interest in these classes at all. His practical experience far exceeds what the teacher taught. Although he continued to attend classes, he still silently absorbed the divine crystals to evolve. Look at our fourth brother. He is so dedicated. I am so envious. Wang Lai smiled and said, then you can evolve with him. The fat man shook his head. I'd better listen to the class. If I were like him, I think I would go crazy. Su Liang just curled the corners of his mouth. I know all these things from listening to your lectures. He came to the academy, firstly for Chanchan, and secondly for these brothers. It may be a bit boring to walk the path of life again, but you have to walk it. There are some emotions in your heart that cannot be given up. The reason why he is getting stronger at such an accelerated pace is also to cope with the various upcoming tasks. Time waits for no one. The teacher began to lecture. Divine Seal. We Chinese believe that this is a gift from heaven, which can be understood as a gift from God. This is theism. But I personally agree with the latter view. This is a mutation caused by the changes in heaven and earth. In today's world, there is some special energy or magnetic field in the air, which has changed the body structure of some of us and made us have divine seals. The emergence of the divine seal has changed the way people live and also changed the power structure of this world. Over the past 300 years, the divine seal has developed rapidly. It has evolved into a world where strength is respected. Of course, China's thousands of years of cultural heritage has not turned us into an existence that values military power above all else. People at the bottom of society still have human rights. The world needs all kinds of people, not just the chosen ones. The people are the foundation of a country. I've gone off topic. I just want you to remember that you are God's chosen ones and cannot bully ordinary people at will. This is your first lesson. Everyone must remember it. Next, let's talk about some theories of divine seals. The divine seal empowers us. We absorb divine crystals to gain power. When the power is used up, do we fill it up? The students nodded one after another. The teacher smiled and nodded. Yes, the power has been used up. We still have to fill it up. This process is to absorb the energy of the divine crystal. An evolution is to absorb the energy of the divine crystal to expand the energy storage space of the divine seal. It's like a balloon. You fill it with water. At first, it can hold 1 bottle of water. Later, as you expand the balloon, it can hold 3 or 5 bottles of water. This process is evolution. When the limit of a divine seal is reached and the balloon can no longer hold any more, what do we need to do? Someone quickly responded, we need to find new balloons. The teacher smiled and nodded. That's right. The new balloon is your future second seal. How can I find your second seal? In the long theoretical class, most people listened attentively. Only Su Liang sat in the corner, silently absorbing the divine crystal. Dean's office. Director Huang pushed open the door and saw the white-haired dean and Fong Bey, who was regarded as the school belle by the students, sitting in the side seat. As cool as the moon, the delicate skin seems covered with a layer of moon frost. That pair of snow-white legs, which are at least over 1.2 meters long, is simply crazy. Director Huang just took a glance. Hey, Beiwei's here too. Fong Bey greeted him coldly. Director Huang. Director Huang smiled and nodded. Look at the dean. Dean, you're looking for me? The dean smiled and nodded. Please sit down. I want to ask you for help with something. Dean, you are too polite. Just follow my orders. Dean Hua Qingyuan was once a big shot in the military. After retiring, he returned to his hometown, Rongqing, and served as the dean of the Academy of the Chosen Ones. Highly respected and powerful. Hua Qingyuan smiled and said, this matter requires you to use your personal feelings, not official business. Oh, just tell me, Dean. Hua Qingyuan smiled and said, it's like this. Miss Fong wants to go to the God Hunter team to train for a while, and I've been thinking about it. It's not a good idea to send him to another city. No one will take care of him. So I'll just think of our Chengdu Divine Hunting Team. The top-ranked Divine Hunter team in Rongqing is Jinsha. Although they are not ranked among the Divine Hunters, their strength is still good. After all, Qi Hengqiu is here. Not being ranked also means that the mission he is carrying out is not that dangerous. At the moment, it seems that Jinsha is more suitable. Director Huang's eyes widened. Beiwei, you're going to kill Jinsha? Fong Beiwei nodded coldly. It's just temporary, not a formal member of the team. Hua Qingyuan smiled and said, originally, she could have gone to the military to gain experience, but you know, this girl is still angry with her father and doesn't want to go. Besides, if she goes, she will be taken care of, and she won't be able to gain experience. So I want to ask you to help say hello to Qi Hengqiu. Aren't you familiar with Qi Hengqiu? Director Huang smiled bitterly and said, Dean, just tell him about this. Director Huang knew very well that Qi Hengqiu hated this kind of thing the most, and many people wanted to send their children to Qi Hengqiu to gain experience. But Qi Hengqiu always refused and didn't give anyone face. The dean let him go and fail. Perhaps he had anticipated something. Hua Qingyuan smiled and said, I'll go. If he doesn't want to, then it's hard for him to refuse. I can't force him, right? You have a good relationship with him, so you are the one who comes forward to ask for his opinion. If he agrees, then he will agree. If he doesn't agree, then we can only think of other solutions. Director Huang smiled bitterly and nodded. That makes some sense. I see. I'll go ask for his opinion then. It would be best if I go to him in person. Hua Qingyuan nodded. In this way, you can take Fong Girl directly there and show your strength. I believe Qi Hengqiu will agree. Director Huang nodded. Okay, then I'll ask him now, or we can just go over there. Hua Qingyuan nodded. Fong Bey said, sorry to bother you, Director Huang. Even when Fong Bey said thanks, his tone was cold. Director Huang shook his head. You're welcome. Director Huang sent a message to Qi Hengqiu in front of them. It wasn't long before I received a reply. He's not on a mission. We can go straight over. Hua Qingyuan smiled and nodded. Thank you for the trip. Director Huang said, it's all as it should be. Fong Bey bowed slightly to the dean and followed Director Huang. Director Huang was muttering to himself. In this way, Fong Bey would know that Su Liang is a member of the Jinsha squad, right? Never mind. They will be able to control themselves. He can't control that. But speaking of which, how come Su Liang is so lucky? He actually made Fong Bey and he become teammates, with By Chanan in front and Fong Bey behind. There shouldn't be any story between them, right? Director Huang shook his head in a mysterious manner and said, I can't do anything about it. I really can't do anything about it. Chapter 66. What if he is very strong? 2 classes finished. The get out of class ends at around 4 o'clock. The classes are the same. There is not much difference. We cannot let this so-called class occupy all the students' time. We must also leave time for them to evolve and exercise other powers. He Yao and Leng Lianshuang are roommates. The two of them went back to the dormitory together. He Yao smiled and said, Lianshuang, I really envy you. You are so beautiful and your classmates want to meet you every day. You are now regarded by many as the successor to senior sister Fong Beiyue's position as the school beauty. A slight smile appeared on Leng Lianshuang's face. After her divine awakening, she no longer maintained that cold and aloof school beauty persona. Smile a little more. The class her family talked about was a place with huge potential. In the future, all of her classmates would become big figures in our Rongqing. or even in the military or the godly army. It wouldn't do her any harm to make more friends. She smiled and said, "There's nothing to be envious of. I envy those people's divine seals. I am just a piece of rotten skin at best." Diao smiled and said, "I am still envious. If I were as pretty as you, I would probably accept all the young men who came to me." Leng Lianshuang smiled helplessly. Diao thought about it and decided to speak. "Lianshuang, can I ask you something?" "Well, go ahead." Diao said somewhat embarrassedly, "Don't be angry, I'm just a little curious." Leng Lianshuang glanced at her. "It's okay, go ahead." Diao pinched her fingers and said, "It's by Chanan and Su Liang. You seem to be very familiar with them." Leng Lianshuang was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect this to happen. Leng Lianshuang nodded, "Yeah, we are quite familiar with each other. We were classmates in high school." Diao was stunned. In one class, there are one level and one level. And there is also a Su Liang who fights so abnormally? Leng Lianshuang was not very proud and frowned. After all, those two people now felt like strangers to her, and they didn't even say hello when they met. Diao noticed the small change in Leng Lianshuang's expression. "Lianshuang, don't be angry. I'm just a little curious and I'm itching to hold it in." Leng Lianshuang shook her head. "It's okay, there's nothing I can't say. By Chanan, she used to be a nobody in our class. She was even thinner some time ago. Now, probably because of her awakening and evolution, she has become a little prettier. And I have always been the school belle. Su Liang has always liked me in high school." Diao's eyes widened. "There is such a thing?" Leng Lianshuang nodded. "Just a week before Shinju, I rejected him." Diao said, "It was indeed not suitable to fall in love or establish a relationship at that time." Diao asked again, "After you rejected him, he broke up with you? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't you say he had always liked you in high school?" Leng Lianshuang's eyes were somewhat complicated. "I don't know whether he broke up with me or I broke up with him. After I rejected him that day, he seemed to have become a different person. He stopped talking to me and pretended that he didn't know me. He then turned around and started protecting By Chanan, who he didn't even know very well to begin with. He also got together with By Chanan in the last week before Shinju and established a relationship. I don't know what happened to them." Diao was a little surprised. "I was able to win By Chanan's heart in just 1 week. That's amazing." Leng Lianshuang glanced at her. Diao waved her hands awkwardly. "I don't mean anything else. Maybe By Chanan herself is very simple." Leng Lianshuang continued, "Then one day I found him and wanted to talk things over with him. I wanted to find out why he suddenly ignored me. But he gave me an example." "What example?" He asked. "If I awakened the level God Seal and he awakened the level God Seal, would I still let him get close to me?" I hesitated when I answered. He said I was proud and would definitely distance myself from him in the future. So why did he want to get close to me? Diao exclaimed. "Could he have predicted the future?" Leng Lianshuang shook her head. "Maybe it's a coincidence. Anyway, that's all he said. He said I was proud, and there's no need for us to get involved any further." The same example was used on By Chanan. He said By Chanan wouldn't do that, and the facts prove that By Chanan really doesn't have that. Leng Lianshuang nodded. "Later, I also expressed my attitude to him in front of Shinju. I still think I am not wrong. This is fate. Shinju is a gamble in life for us. The result is out. I think I am right. So he and I are just strangers now. But the only thing that makes me feel uncomfortable is By Chanan's attitude towards him. Maybe By Chanan is too easily deceived." The reason why I said that to By Chanan was out of consideration for By Chanan's level. I had no other thoughts. Diao nodded. "It's almost the same, actually. I'm at the awakening level now, and some of my former classmates have distanced themselves from me and become strangers. We are meant to be people from 2 different worlds, so you don't have to mind." Leng Lianshuang nodded. Indeed, most people were like this. But Su Liang was different. He could go find By Chanan, who was much younger than him, but he was unwilling to look for her, which made her feel inexplicable emotions. Leng Lianshuang took a deep breath. "I don't think I did anything wrong. It's impossible for him and By Chanan to be together. This is an established fact. Even if Su Liang's combat rating is 5 stars now, it is only temporary. We will soon surpass him." Diao nodded. From the surface, it seemed to be the case. Everyone can understand that there is a huge difference between them. But is this really the case? As soon as Su Liang had his divine sense, he had already become a member of the Cinder Killing Team and was able to kill 2-star monsters. Is this easy? The woman's sixth sense told her that things would definitely not be that simple. Su Liang is definitely not as simple as he seems. He has a secret. As the two walked, they soon approached the dormitory building. Diao added, "Lianshuang, I heard that after the seniors have evolved 3 seals, they will choose to join the military, or go to other big cities, or form a divine hunting team. You can also choose a divine hunting team to join. What do you think about the future? Leng Lianshuang thought for a moment and said, maybe after achieving the 3 seals, I will first find a divine hunting team to train for a while, accumulate some practical experience, and then join the military. Yao nodded. It seems that many people think so. I might think so too. Leng Lianshuang nodded. At our level, the possibility of joining the military is still very high. Yao thought for a moment and continued to ask, Lianshuang, do you know the #1 divine hunting team in Rongqing? Leng Lianshuang nodded. I know, Jinsha. The individual strength of the Jinsha team is not the strongest, but the overall strength is the strongest and the casualty rate is the lowest. The main reason is that their captain, Qi Hengqiu, was once a legendary figure in our academy. He had a level 1 divine seal and amazing combat power. He could easily defeat the chosen ones of the same level. They are quite famous in Rongqing. Many families want to send their children to Jinsha for training, but without exception, all of them were rejected. Our senior has a bad temper and doesn't give face to anyone. Yao nodded. This was some news she had recently heard. Arrived in front of the dormitory. Yao took a deep breath. Lianshuang, if. Leng Lianshuang looked at Yao with a puzzled look on her face. What if? Yao said, if Su Liang is not as simple as you see on the surface, and he is very powerful, will your inner thoughts change? Leng Lianshuang's hand froze on the door handle. There seemed to be ripples in my heart. How powerful. Yao scratched her temple with a jade finger and said awkwardly, what if he can kill a 2-star beast now? Hearing this, Leng Lianshuang frowned. Why is this roommate talking nonsense all the time today? Su Liang is killing the 2-star monster now? How is this possible? It's simply a fantasy. Xiaoyao, this joke is not funny. Leng Lianshuang said in a somewhat cold tone. Yao sighed, okay, I'll tell the truth. Lianshuang, you and I are roommates. I know that some things may come to light in the future, but I can't keep the truth to myself and not tell you, otherwise we won't be friends anymore. Leng Lianshuang suddenly had a bad feeling. Yao said, Su Liang is not as simple as you see on the surface. He should be a member of the Jinsha squad now, and he can kill 2-star monsters. I saw it with my own eyes. At this moment, Leng Lianshuang's whole body seemed to be flowing with electricity, and she suddenly froze. He spoke subconsciously. Impossible. Chapter 67 Director Huang has already figured out where to bury him. Su Liang was waiting at the school gate. Soon, a sneaky figure appeared at the school gate, wearing a mask and a baseball cap. Su Liang looked at Qianqian who appeared. Suddenly the corners of his mouth curled up. Now when I go out, I feel like a big star. Qianqian rolled her eyes at him and said, you don't want me to be unable to get out, do you? Haha, my Qianqian is a famous celebrity now. Her cheeks were slightly red. You are also a famous person, with a 5-star combat rating. Su Liang smiled and said, that is meaningless. It is mainly to shut up your classmates who say that I am not worthy of my Qianqian. Are you kidding me? By Qianqian's little face was flushed. You always deserve it. Su Liang held her hand and felt happy. Although only a dozen days have passed, Qianqian has changed from when he was reborn. The upgrade of the divine seal made her skin become whiter and whiter, and she was not as thin as before. It's just that her hairstyle is a bit ordinary, so she doesn't look that stunningly beautiful. Brother Su Liang, where are we going? Su Liang smiled and said, to reward you for taking the initiative to help me today, I will take you out for a delicious meal. Bai Qianqian showed a happy smile. Good. The little face with white teeth looks particularly bright. By the way, there is another reward that I want to give you now. Bai Qianqian was a little confused. What's the reward? Su Liang took her hand and pulled it gently. Bai Qianqian took the opportunity to throw herself on Su Liang. She raised her face in an adorable way. Su Liang pecked her on the cheek with lightning speed. The collision of the moist cheeks and lips made Qianqian stunned for a moment. Then her face turned visibly red with embarrassment. Ah! Bai Qianqian quickly covered her face. Rogue. Su Liang chuckled. Rogue? Su Liang kissed her on the forehead again. Bai Qianqian felt that her body temperature was rising rapidly, and she was about to be burned. You said I was a hooligan, so I've been a hooligan all the time. Bai Qianqian covered her face. Do you want to say rogue? Bai Qianqian still didn't dare. This is the school gate. What if someone sees us? I saw it and it's okay. Bai Qianqian was really embarrassed. Humph, you are a gangster anyway. Okay. Qianqian, come again. I want to kiss you again. Bai Qianqian shyly ran away. Su Liang laughed and said, you say I'm a hooligan, So why shouldn't I show you how to do it? Su Liang followed behind. After a while, By Chanan calmed down, but she could still hear the sound of the little heart beating. I wish our whole life could be this sweet. The two found a small restaurant with a nice environment. It was a luxury, north of the college. A villa that looks very luxurious, but it's extremely simple inside. There is no luxurious configuration. The hall was emptied, with only a few wooden chairs left to sit on. There may be no less than a dozen rooms in the entire villa. It seems to be empty. Director Huang sat on the chair with the cold Fong Bey. Chi Hengchu brought 2 cups of tea. Director Huang smiled and said, I haven't seen you for a long time. How have you been recently? Chi Hengchu nodded. That's it? Chi Hengchu didn't even look at Fong Bey. Girls like Fong Bey are always eye-catching no matter where they go. But Chi Hengchu was just indifferent. Chi Hengchu said directly, What do you want from me? Director Huang was a little embarrassed. This. Fong Bey had heard of Chi Hengchu's reputation a long time ago, and Director Huang also talked a lot about it along the way. Director Huang instructed that when he saw Chi Hengchu, he should let him speak. Otherwise it will be difficult. But Fong Bey began to look around the villa as soon as she entered the door. Chi Hengchu was really a very strange person. Fong Bey looked at Chi Hengchu with cold eyes. Without waiting for Director Huang to speak, her cold voice rang out, Captain Chi, my name is Fong Bey, and I want to be a member of your Jinsha squad. The clear and pleasant sound echoed in the empty villa. But when Director Huang heard it, he exclaimed that it was all over, and there was no more to talk about. Chi Hengchu glanced at her with very cold eyes. No. Director Huang's face was twisted into a chrysanthemum. Why didn't these geniuses play by the rules? Chi Hengchu withdrew his gaze and looked at Director Huang. If you bring someone like this again in the future, don't come. Director Huang was extremely helpless. Chi Hengchu said, drink tea. Director Huang sighed and decided not to say anything more because the fetus was stillborn. However, Fong Bey was not discouraged by Chi Hengchu's words. Why not? Chi Hengchu didn't even bother to pay attention to her. I don't want to explain. Fong Bey's eyes were cold and firm, as if what she had decided could not be changed. I am not the so-called rich kid in your eyes, nor am I here to gild myself. I can bleed just as well. I will not hide behind others. I want to be a blood drinker. Chi Hengchu looked at Fong Bey, whose eyes were determined, and sneered. Be my teammate for a while, and then leave if you want. What do you think I am? I can trust every one of my teammates with their lives. I don't need people like you. Fong Bey's eyes were unusually determined. Okay, I'll join the team. Unless I die, I'll never leave Jinsha. Director Huang's expression changed instantly. Bey, no, this is not a joke. Chi Hengchu sneered. See? They know more than you do. You are just talking now. You are destined not to stay in the cinder-killing team forever. Forget this idea. Fong Bey remained unmoved. I am Fong Bey, and I stick to my word. I won't leave if I say so. I won't leave. I never intended to go to the military. Director Huang was almost dying of anxiety. If Fong Bey was completely tied to the Jinsha squad because of this incident, he would probably be in trouble. Chi Hengchu said calmly, What guarantees do you have? Do you think those are useful? By then, won't your father, the general, be able to take you away whenever he wants? Fong Bey seemed to have her own stubbornness. I sign a permanent binding agreement with you. In this life, you can only be a member of the cinder-killing squad. Director Huang was completely anxious. No, absolutely not. Chi Hengchu, absolutely not. I will take my people away now. I cannot afford this disaster. Chi Hengchu smiled. Look at Fong Bey. Fong Bey, do you know what a permanent binding agreement means? I know. As long as I sign it, I will always be a member of the Cinder Squad and I will never be a member of the military, unless the Cinder Squad is destroyed as a group or I die. Chi Hengchu smiled coldly. Start fiddling with it on your own Starlink device. After finding the agreement, he threw it towards Fong Bey. Sign it. Fong Bey signed without any hesitation. Director Huang's eyes almost popped out of his head. He walked towards Fong Bey like a madman and grabbed Fong Bey's wrist. Bey, you can't sign. Fong Bey's eyes were cold. This is my business, Director Huang. I can make the decision myself. Director Huang wanted to cry. You will kill me if you do this. Your father will settle accounts with me. Fong Bey said coldly, he doesn't dare. If he touches you, I will protect you. Besides, my affairs have nothing to do with him. Fong Bey broke free from Director Huang and signed the agreement. Director Huang was almost in despair. It's such a rip-off. Why would the dean let him do such a thing? It's over. Now it's good. Fong Beiyue's father will be beaten to death. They are generals, or at least divine kings. He doesn't know whether they have become divine monarchs now. The God King is hopeless to him, and the key is that he is in a high position and has great power. Chi Hengchu looked at Fong Beiyue, who looked determined, with a flickering gaze. Fong Beiyue looked at Chi Hengchu. Captain, I've signed it. Chi Hengchu said indifferently, it's too early to call you captain. Go outside. I want to know your strength. You have to let me recognize your strength. Fong Beiyue didn't hesitate at all. The two walked out of the villa together. Fong Beiyue was also not vague. The divine seal surged, and 3 divine seals flashed. The oppressive feeling of the coming of ice appeared, and the air around became eerie and cold. Fong Beiyue put on his armor. The same goes for Chi Hengchu. The battle is about to begin. Director Huang sat on the steps in despair, smoking a cigarette, and had already thought about where to bury him. These geniuses will kill people without paying for their crimes. Director Huang looked confused. I don't know how long the battle lasted. Fong Beiyue fell down again and again, and stood up again and again. Even though he kept coughing up blood, he still had to fight. He never made a sound, never cried out in pain, never thought about giving up. He only fought. Chi Hengchu gradually accepted her. Finally, Fong Beiyue fell down, exhausted and depleted of strength. Fong Beiyue was vomiting blood, his armor was torn, his body was covered with wounds, and even his weapon was broken. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Even her fair skin was revealed in some places. Slightly charming. Chi Hengchu ignored him and put away his weapon. Luin Xiaolan, come to my place. The new team members need treatment and registration. When Fong Beiyue heard this, her eyes turned slightly red and she raised her arms with difficulty to cover her eyes to hide her tears. At least she accomplished one thing on her own. Chapter 68. Is this what you mean by unfamiliar? Su Liang and By Chanan returned to the academy under the moonlight. Is the dinner delicious today? Chanan burped cutely. It's delicious, but a bit expensive and luxurious. Su Liang smiled and said, to quickly fatten you up, what's that? Besides, I've gained so much from just one mission. Can one meal really bankrupt me? Chanan pouted her lips. Why do you always want to make me fat? Because if you get fat, you won't be able to run anymore, so you'll have to stay by my side. Chan's earlobes turned slightly red, and she really wanted to say, in fact, as long as you don't get fat, she won't run away. Then gain some weight, and you will look good soon. Moreover, the divine seal is also evolving and can protect him. But By Chanan was a little confused again. Brother Su Liang, why are you so strong now? It's so strange. I promise to protect you, but I always have a feeling that I can't catch up with you. After tonight, I will be able to reach level 6. Su Liang hesitated. Chanan, I have a secret, but it's better not to tell you now. When the time comes, I will be the first to tell you. Then you will know why I am so strong now, okay? Her eyes are like a small crescent moon in the sky. He showed his 2 little canine teeth and nodded, okay, I'll wait for you. The 2 people are about to separate. Brother Su Liang, go to bed early. Su Liang suddenly grabbed him. Oh, right. Chanan, I have one more thing to ask. What's the matter? Chanan looked puzzled. Su Liang scratched her little nose. You've been too crazy lately. Your mind is full of evolution every day. Sometimes you need a proper rest. Oh, I see. I just want to become stronger quickly to protect you. She lowered her head and pinched her fingers. Chanan seemed to have noticed Su Liang's mood changes. He asked tentatively, how about I take a break tonight? Su Liang was really melted by her cuteness. Su Liang shook his head. I'm just reminding you that how you arrange your time is your business, but I'm going to punish you. Ah. By Chanan was a little scared. How do you want to punish me? Su Liang put his face close to Chanan. He pecked her on the cheek again. This is the punishment. By Chan's face turned red instantly. Can there be more punishments like this? Su Liang said viciously. If you don't obey, I will keep punishing you. By Chan buried her blushing face. Didn't answer either. Punish me, any punishment is fine. Chan suddenly stopped talking. Su Liang lowered his head and looked at her, but didn't cry. What's wrong? Chan? By Chan lowered her head, extremely shy. No. Is there any more punishment? Su Liang. Su Liang's heart exploded. Great, he was killed again. Chan, do you really want to kill me with your sweetness? Is this still the same ruthless and unrivaled Suzaku Empress from the previous life? By Chan seemed to think that what she said was too embarrassing. However, She suddenly felt an impulse in her heart, and she punished Su Liang as if possessed by a ghost. This is my punishment for you. After the kiss, he ran away. By Chanan felt like her heart was about to jump out. I'm going back now, brother Su Liang. Go to bed early. He disappeared in a flash. Su Liang froze in place, touching the place where he had been kissed by Chanan. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This Empress wife can't run away. Go back to your dormitory happily. I feel like I can be excited for one night. No, many nights. It looks like we can move on to the next step of the attack. Now we can really kiss. What reason do you want to find? Do I need to use this as an excuse for her not taking a rest? No, that's a bit lame. Have to think of something else. Old 4. That's too much. From the time you walked in till now, a total of 5 minutes, you have grinned foolishly 38 times. What are you going to do? Go to heaven? Isn't it just a kiss? Why are you so happy? Do you think you can envy me? The fat man said sourly. Su Liang glanced at him. I am happy. I am happy. The fat man wanted to cry but had no tears. Yang Feihua smiled and said, You are asking for trouble. The fat man looked at Wang Li. Wang Li smiled and said, Sorry, I kissed in the afternoon too. Just kill me. The fat man lay on the bed and shut himself in. After playing for a while, they washed up. Su Liang lay on the bed, absorbing the divine crystals for a while, then realized that the three of them were also absorbing the divine crystals to evolve. Only then did I feel relieved. Lie in bed. Beast energy transformation. Start. A painful and happy night passed. Check your properties panel in the morning. Beast energy transformation. Conversion progress 229. Beast energy talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal 1 level. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 1. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Sky Scale Seal. 1 Seal. Level 7. Beast Seal Evolution Progress. 7. Spirit 60. Strength 61. Agility 60. Speed 60. Transform 40 Beast Crystals again and upgrade to Level 1. The extra 1 point in the Strength attribute should be obtained by the evolution of Wind and Fire Divine Seal beyond 0. When the Wind and Fire Divine Seal reaches Level 2, it can add another point. After reaching Level 7, I could clearly feel my strength increasing again. This feeling is so refreshing. Open your eyes and feel refreshed. Give it some thought. If you really have to calculate and convert it into low-level divine crystals, that means he absorbed 400 divine crystals in one night. This speed is simply unimaginable. It is several times faster than Chanan. This beast's ability to transform is simply incredible. 1 level in 1 night. Even more. In just a few nights, he will be able to condense the second Beast God Seal. Su Liang curled his lips. Will the Beast God Seal also have corresponding seal power? He shook his head and got up. Everyone got up one after another. The fat man stayed in bed. What is the first class this morning? Can I skip it? He said in a daze. Wang Li slapped him on the head. Do you think this is high school? Today's first period is the practical class of the female boss. Hurry up and get out of here. Don't you want to see the good figure of the female boss? You can't look at it, and you can't touch it, so what's so good about it? Su Liang laughed and scolded. Just tell me why you were rustling around in bed last night? How many times did you go to the bathroom? Tell me the truth. The fat man's face suddenly turned red. You're talking nonsense. I just had to pee. You can say I urinate frequently and urgently, but you can't say I masturbate. Ha ha ha. Wang Li patted his shoulder and said, We understand you and won't laugh at you. All three of them were trying not to laugh. The fat man's face turned red, and he quickly got up from the bed to wash up. After breakfast, the group headed to the combat training room. You can't be late for the class of the female boss, otherwise you will be beaten. The actual combat training room is divided into many areas. The place they went to was a venue specially prepared for grade students. There were too many people, so they were basically arranged in some outdoor places. After a year, very few people were left. Therefore, the level is more like compulsory education, and everyone just goes through the motions. If you can reach level 10 within a year, that's the best you can do. At this time, in front of the gate of the level training building, a beautiful figure attracted countless people's attention. Boys and girls passing by would be amazed when they saw her. But with just one glance, many people knew her identity. The new campus beauty, Leng Lianshuang. Level God Chosen One. Who dares to chat with death? All they can do is linger and look a few more times. Many people are wondering why Leng Lianshuang of this level appears here. Waiting for someone? He must be waiting for someone. But who has such good fortune? What kind of fate is this that the freshman campus beauty has to wait for him? How many people will be envious to death? Some people stopped and waited, wanting to see who the school beauty was waiting for. Leng Lianshuang was standing at the gate, with no one else in her eyes. She is like a flawless white lotus. She just wants the truth. She wanted to know what secret Su Liang was hiding. She had an intuition in her heart telling her that if she didn't talk things out with Su Liang, she would probably regret it for the rest of her life. By Chanan is willing to let him get close to her. She must know his secret. Su Liang is definitely not as simple as he seems. He can kill a 2-star beast with just his divine awareness. There has never been such a chosen one in the whole of China. So, she wanted to bet on the truth. It didn't take long. Su Liang and his 4 good friends walked towards this side together. The fat man was the first to notice something unusual. Look, what's going on? There are so many people at the door. The fat man rubbed his eyes. In the center of those people, there was a beautiful figure. Fuck, beautiful girl. His eyes suddenly became hot, as if he was in heat. When the 4 of them got closer, the other 3 were shocked. F***CK. New school beauty Leng Lianshuang. The fat man said excitedly, "Isn't the school beauty waiting for me?" Su Liang looked up and met Leng Lianshuang's eyes. Leng Lianshuang moved. The person the school beauty is waiting for is here. Who could it be? Some boys who were in the same direction as Su Liang and the others were excited. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Leng Lianshuang walked in front of Su Liang and stood there coquettishly. With a complicated look in his eyes, he said, "I have something to tell you." 3 friends. Fuck you. Is this what you mean by unfamiliar? Chapter 69. Punishing the School Beauty's Heart, Part 3. The 3 friends were shocked beyond words. The new school beauty Leng Lianshuang actually came to find Su Liang. How can this not be familiar? You are kidding me. The boys around me are so envious. Boy, what does this have to do with anything? He actually managed to get the beautiful schoolgirl to wait for him in person. It was the first time for Fatty and the other 2 to be so close to the school beauty Leng Lianshuang. They could all smell the faint fragrance from Leng Lianshuang. That kind of feeling makes people imagine a lot. Those long round legs, those towering breasts, and that flawless face are all beautiful to the heart. But the 3 of them were now completely stiff, as if they didn't know how to move. Of course, the main reason was that the fat man grabbed the 2 of them and made them unable to move. There is a precedent that this fat guy can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua obviously noticed Leng Lianshuang's complicated look, like resentment, grievance, incomprehension. Good boy. There is a story. Su Liang looked at her, without any emotion in his heart. Move aside. I have to go to class. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Damn it. What attitude? What kind of attitude is this? Is this the attitude when dating a school beauty? Can you tear him apart? How dare you reject the school beauty? Who does he think he is? Leng Lianshuang didn't move. The clear voice sounded again. I just want to talk to you for a while. The male classmates around were heartbroken. Is the school beauty begging this guy? Su Liang stopped replying and tried to bypass her. Leng Lianshuang took a step sideways and stopped him. Just for a moment. Leng Lianshuang's eyes were firm. Su Liang was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Fatty and the others. You guys go to class first and talk to Teacher Han for me. I'll be right over. Oh. The 3 of them nodded woodenly. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua carried the fat man who could not move inside. Leng Lianshuang glanced around. Her cold eyes filled with an indifference that kept people at a distance. The people around dispersed. Leng Lianshuang glanced at Su Liang. Can we talk over there where there are less people? Su Liang walked away. Leng Lianshuang followed. The 2 people, one in front and one behind, looked like a pair of secretive lovers. The fat man and the other 2 lay down at the gate and observed carefully. Wang Lai said suspiciously, Liangzi's girlfriend? Could it be her? Yang Feihua shook his head. Impossible. He was still grinning last night, and his attitude towards Leng Lianshuang was obviously a little off. Absolutely not. Leng Lianshuang is level 1 again. It's impossible. The fat man said viciously, Liangzi is not righteous. He is so familiar with the school beauty, but he said he is not familiar with her. Is he trying to hide it? Yang Feihua hesitated for a moment and said, what if Liangzi and she really have a bad relationship? The fat man was silent for a moment. Forget it. Forgive him. Anyway, it's not like he introduced me to the school beauty. Wang Lai. Yang Feihua. Yang Feihua said, let's go. This is his personal matter. Let's go in first. It's time to go to class. The 3 men withdrew. Leng Lianshuang followed behind Su Liang. Su Liang frowned. Hurry up and tell me. I'm in a hurry to go to class. Leng Lianshuang glanced at him. Are you a member of the Cinder Slayer team? Leng Lianshuang said something shocking. Su Liang was shocked. How did she know? Who leaked it? Su Liang didn't want to admit it. I don't know what you were talking about. How could the Cinder Slayer team want a one-seal chosen person like me? But Leng Lianshuang had already noticed the subtle changes in Su Liang's expression. It seems to be correct. He is really a member of the Jin killing team. But how is this possible? But the facts prove that this is true. Leng Lianshuang was no less shocked than Su Liang. She really couldn't understand how Su Liang did it. And he can kill a 2-star monster now. This is definitely not something that a one-seal chosen god can do. Even a level 20 god's envoy may not be able to do it, but Su Liang did it. Hiya would not lie. That day Su Liang killed a 2-star ghost-faced spider alone. Therefore, the level of gods chosen that Su Liang is showing now is definitely a superficial illusion. He must have a special secret. Su Liang said coldly, if you just come here to talk nonsense, then forget it. I'm leaving first. Su Liang turned and left. Leng Lianshuang's eyes were complicated. Then how do you explain killing a 2-star beast? Su Liang froze in his tracks. I figured it out instantly. It's her. It was the girl he rescued. Su Liang sighed inwardly. He didn't expect the problem to lie here. Forget it. Once people find out, they'll know. Su Liang turned his back to her. So what? You came to me now just to say this? Is there any benefit for you in exposing this? Leng Lianshuang felt an indescribable complex emotion in her heart. I didn't mean to expose you. Su Liang sneered. Then what do you want to do? Su Liang, can you please talk to me properly? Have I offended or hurt you in any way? Ask yourself, do I have it? Since the day you confessed your love, I did speak to you in a harsher tone, but did I do anything else? Leng Lianshuang's tone became a little excited. Su Liang also fell silent. Indeed, Leng Lianshuang has not offended him yet, but Su Liang just wanted to distance himself from her and didn't want to have anything to do with her. They were not the same kind of people. Leng Lianshuang said, indeed, when you asked me that question the other day, I hesitated, but this is an established fact. If you were only one level higher than me, we would drift apart, but this is just my martial arts side. Is that wrong? Now that you have such a powerful strength, that possibility naturally no longer exists. We can still be friends. Su Liang felt a little disgusted. How could she say such a thing? Don't you think what you said is ridiculous? Let's just forget about being friends. From now on, just pretend we don't know each other. Leng Lianshuang's eyes were red. She herself didn't know why she had such a big emotional fluctuation because of Su Liang's words. No, you've liked me for so long. What's that? You can just throw it away like that? What do you think of me, Leng Lianshuang? Even if I didn't accept you, we were at least friends before, right? I know you like By Chanan now, but I don't expect you to continue to like me. I did nothing wrong in this matter. Why should I be the one who was abandoned? Leng Lianshuang took a deep breath. Tell me, after I rejected you, and before I became a god, you found By Chanan. Was it because you did it on purpose to piss me off? I just want an answer. Su Liang was almost amused by her words. It was obvious that she had always been arrogant and had never considered him a friend, but only a bootlicker. Now that she knows that he has become stronger, and because of that ridiculous grievance, she plays the role of a victim and wants to restore their relationship. Perhaps she is more interested in Chanchan's future achievements. Su Liang looked at her. First of all, I take care of Chanchan not to make you angry, so you don't have to be sentimental. As for the friends you mentioned, Su Liang sneered, how can there be any friends between us? I don't want to pay attention to you because of your arrogance. You have never considered me a friend or a pursuer. You only think of me as a spare tire and a bootlicker. Everything is waiting for your divine awareness. You will ruthlessly abandon those who are lower than you. You only see utilitarianism and no true feelings. You treat everyone like this. This is what I feel from you. So I am disappointed. We are not the same kind of people at all, and we will never be friends. The reason you came to me now and wanted an answer is because you felt that your self-esteem was trampled by me. You felt that I was qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, but I completely gave up on you. You want to ask, why? Right. You think I abandoned you and that I am heartless. Or maybe, in your opinion, when I didn't show my true strength, Chanchan was able to stay with me and never abandon me. Compared with Chanchan, you feel like a heartless person. You want to find comfort in me, a reason to feel at ease. Leng Lianshuang, do you think this makes sense? Su Liang's eyes were extremely cold. But Leng Lianshuang seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Every word Su Liang said seemed to be tailor-made for her. All of this comes from your utilitarianism. Even when you treat your current classmates, you think that they will become big figures in the future and are worthy of your friendship. And now you come to me and want to continue to get along with me as friends. Is it because of the shallow level part of your reason? Am I right, Leng Lianshuang? Leng Lianshuang's face turned pale instantly. She felt like she appeared naked in front of Su Liang without any disguise. Leng Lianshuang, we live in this world, and it's not wrong to have some utilitarianism, but if you judge everything by utilitarianism, then you are wrong. You will never get true friendship, and you will never experience the feeling of a friend laying down his or her life for you. This is why I clearly know that we will not be on the same path together, and not because of the gap in the level of our divine seals. You really didn't do anything wrong. This is you, Leng Lianshuang, but I, Su Liang, am not that kind of person. I will no longer provide you with emotional value. To make friends, it's not about utilitarianism. When you figure this out, you'll understand. You were the one who said that we would never have any contact. Now that you've seen that I'm a bit stronger, you're still the one who said that we should continue to be friends. Don't you think you're ridiculous? Please don't bother me again. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Su Liang left. Leng Lianshuang was in disarray, and her mind was blank. Her utilitarianism is wrong. She really didn't have a close friend, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Am I really wrong? It seems that what her parents taught her was really wrong. It turns out that in his eyes, I am so ridiculous. She looked back and realized that there seemed to be no one around her with whom she could confide. Chapter 70. The Queen of Flowers serves as a sparring partner. Su Liang walked into the building with a blank expression on his face. How could he continue to get close to someone who only cares about profit? Now Qianqian is enough. However, just as I was going upstairs, I saw a figure waiting anxiously at the corner door of the bathroom next to me. Are you okay? Su Liang saw this guy. I immediately ran over and slapped him on the back of the head. Shit. Who is it? Yang Biao turned around and glared. Fuck, brother Liang. Su Liang glared at him and said, You rebellious son. Why haven't I seen you these past few days? You didn't even come to see me. Yang Biao also glared. How dare you say that? Why didn't you come to see me? Did you forget about me? Su Liang felt a little embarrassed as he had been too busy recently. But he won't admit it on the surface. Nonsense, I will never forget you, my rebellious son, even if I forget anyone. I made such a big fuss, and you didn't even ask? Where's your conscience? Yang Biao scratched his head, seeming a little guilty. I know you have a 5-star rating, but I'm in class 32, and it's too far to find you. Su Liang pretended to clap again. Just then, a pretty girl walked out of the bathroom. Yang Biao, I'm fine, let's go. The girl was stunned. There was someone else. Su Liang also glanced at the other person. I remember it. It's her. Damn it, I forgot about this. This guy Biaozi has been lucky in love since he arrived at the Academy of the Chosen Ones. But this is not a good peach blossom. Su Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. Okay, I was wondering why you didn't come to see me. It turns out you value women over friendship. Yang Biao's face turned red instantly. Brother Liang, don't talk nonsense. We are just ordinary friends. The girl was also a little shy. But he still asked, Yang Biao, is this your friend? Yang Biao hurriedly introduced himself. Xiang, this is my best friend, Su Liang, the one with a 5-star combat rating. Hearing this, Wu Chuanxiang's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, you are Su Liang. Yang Biao introduced with a smile. Brother Liang, this is my classmate Xiang. Her full name is Wu Chuanxiang. We are in the same group, so? Su Liang smiled and said, Hello, Xiang. Wu Chuanxiang smiled like a silver bell. Hello, Su Liang. There was something clearly wrong with her eyes, as if she had seen a better option. And Su Liang knew very well what this girl was thinking. Biaozi, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but you can't forget about me as your father just because you have a girl. Yang Biao blushed. Xiang, don't listen to his nonsense. Wu Chuanxiang had a charming smile on her face. I know, you guys like this, I understand. Yang Biao hurriedly said, Brother Liang, I won't talk to you for now. You have to go to class quickly, otherwise you will be scolded. You should go quickly too. I will come to you when I am free. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Okay, go ahead. Wu Chuanxiang waved towards Su Liang with a little reluctance. Su Liang, goodbye. The spring in those beautiful eyes was very obvious to Su Liang. Su Liang watched them leave. Looking at Wu Chuanxiang's back, Su Liang snorted in his heart. Wu Chuanxiang's figure and appearance are only considered average. He looks sweet and well-behaved on the surface, but he is not a good person. Wandering at heart. In the previous life, he pestered Yang Biao and tortured him for several years. Yang Biao gave her all the good things. All the saved divine crystals were also given to her. On the surface, the two people have been in love for 2 years. But when this woman came across a better option, she ruthlessly dumped Biaozi. There is no affection at all. Wu Chuanxiang was also a level 1, so she knew that it would be difficult for her to find a level 1 chosen one as her partner. Very clear-headed, she knew she had to look inside the level. As soon as he entered school, a drama was staged and Biaozi was found as the scapegoat. After 2 years of being so attentive, they only got to the point of holding hands, and they didn't even get each other's virginity. Damn it, I can't let Wu Chuanxiang harm Biaozi again in this life. Su Liang put his thoughts aside and walked towards his class's battle room. When we arrived at the battle room, everyone had already started the actual combat. It's basically a 2-on-2 battle. But now there is one person who is single. Han Rushuang saw Su Liang, and even though Su Liang was late, she didn't say much. Go choose a combat skill to learn, Han Rushuang said. Su Liang smiled and said, Teacher, do you think it would be useful for me to learn this lowest level combat skill now? Hearing this, Han Rushuang was silent for a moment. It seems to be of little use. The classmate next to him looked unhappy. Teacher, if my opponent is him, then I don't have to fight. Su Liang smiled, thinking that there seemed to be no need to take this class. Han Rushuang frowned. She did not expect that there would be such a pervert among her students. She looked at the student. Well, go find your roommates and ask them to take turns sparring with you. There will definitely be one person vacant in our group. The student glanced at Su Liang and nodded helplessly. I always feel that Su Liang should not be in the grade class. He should go to grade. Su Liang said, Teacher, this kind of class doesn't mean much to me. I'll just sit there and absorb the divine crystals to evolve. Call me if you need anything. Han Rushuang frowned slightly. Etc. Su Liang paused. What's wrong? Han Rushuang also changed into training clothes. The training suit was very tight, and the huge thing on her chest seemed to be about to burst out. Han Rushuang pulled out her overlord spear from her space converter. Slammed to the ground suddenly. Since you are my student, I will naturally be responsible to the end. I'll be your sparring partner. Hearing this, Su Liang's eyes trembled slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, which was interesting. You know what? I actually became a little interested in it. Han Rushuang is a 4-seal divine warrior who has mastered the art of using the overlord spear to perfection. Fighting against her should lead to good progress. After all, in his previous life, he was just a 3-seal divine master. Su Liang smiled. He also pulled out his black gun from the space converter, falling heavily to the ground. I couldn't ask for more. Han Rushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Wow, there is even a space converter. Han Rushuang said, Su Liang, although your current combat rating is 5 stars, it does not mean that you are invincible. From now on, I will train you personally. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Han. Han Rushuang's eyes were cold, and the moment he held the spear in his hand, his whole demeanor changed drastically. She has both the looks and figure of a beauty. But now, it has a different kind of beauty. Violent beauty? About that. Take action. Han Rushuang shouted softly. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Teacher, I'm sorry. Su Liang clenched his spear, and his aura also changed drastically. He stepped suddenly and rushed out instantly. It was like a sonic boom. Han Rushuang's eyes suddenly focused. What a fast speed. It doesn't seem like something that a chosen one of God can unleash at all. Han Rushuang has a strong sense of combat. He took action in an instant, facing Su Liang's unstoppable shot. She was not at all flustered, as if she had seen through Su Liang. The spear swept across. Clang. The horrific explosion sounded in the battle room. The air is surging. It instantly attracted the attention of countless classmates. Fuck. Su Liang is actually fighting with the class teacher. Oh my god. So fierce. All the students looked over. Su Liang was completely immersed in the battle. His shooting skills are equally powerful. The gun is fired extremely quickly. The spear moved smoothly in his hand without any awkwardness at all. Han Rushuang was shocked. This guy's shooting skills are so strong? And she saw a hint of her overlord's spear in it. At the same time, the power transmitted from the spear also shocked Han Rushuang. Such power is simply not something that a level 1 chosen one can unleash. Of course, it is impossible for such power to surpass her. But this kind of battle also piqued her interest a little. Han Rushuang took a serious attitude. He began to fight seriously with Su Liang. The two spears were waved in their hands and collided wildly. Sparks flew out. In an instant, Su Liang suddenly leaned down, and his spear swept like a silver dragon, directly attacking the opponent's lower body. Han Rushuang took a swift step and flew into the air, cleverly avoiding the fierce attack. Han Rushuang swung the gun backhand and aimed it directly at Su Liang's shoulder. With Su Liang's insightful eyes, all of Han Rushuang's movement trajectories were captured by her in advance. Moving sideways, the two spears collided in the air, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. The two men's strength collided, their muscles tensed, and they were both looking for the other's flaws. The two men fought back and forth. The spears seemed to have life in their hands, and every swing was full of power and beauty. The spear danced, drawing graceful arcs. Every collision was thrilling. At this moment, where is the hint of teaching? It was a completely exhilarating battle. All the students were dumbfounded. Su Liang could actually fight with the female head teacher to such an extent. Even the remaining 9 teachers were shocked. It's so horrible. Is this really the chosen one who just had divine enlightenment? Han Rushuang became more and more addicted to fighting. Activate the divine seal, she shouted softly. Su Liang was not polite either. Instantly activate the wind and fire divine seal. The unique power of fire and wind of the divine seal surged through his body. The spear was stained with a layer of brilliant flames. Flames exploded between the stirring spears. The two fought again. Every spectator around was silent. The fat man's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Holy crap, is Liangzi still a human being? Chapter 71. Stay away from By Chanan. About 10 minutes passed. Han Rushuang did not stop, and the terrifying power exploded. A shot was fired and her face changed. Retreat quickly. With such a shot, even the second seal god's messenger would be seriously injured. But Su Liang didn't. His eyes were unusually determined. This kind of battle made people's blood boil. Just touch it. 2 shots exploded. Clang. Han Rushuang's terrifying power instantly fell on Su Liang's spear. There was a loud explosion. The teachers were all panicked when they saw that Han Rushuang did not stop. Su Liang was directly hit by this huge force and slid on the ground. The butt of the gun hit the ground, creating a burst of brilliant sparks. Su Liang retreated more than 30 meters before he finally stopped. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Han Rushuang quickly gathered her strength and ran over. He asked in panic, "Are you okay? You're bleeding. Go to the infirmary immediately." Su Liang felt like the knuckles of his hands were about to crack, and he started to tremble. This is the power of the 4-seal divine warrior. Su Liang raised his head and grinned. "Teacher, don't worry. It's okay. It's a small problem, just a little bleeding from the gums." All 10 teachers breathed a sigh of relief. Han Rushuang was also a little embarrassed. "I got addicted to the fight and didn't hold back my strength for a while." Su Liang smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. My hands are just a little numb. The gap is really too big. It's almost impossible to win against you." Han Rushuang gave him a coquettish look. "If I use all my strength, you will be gone with 1 shot. Can you stop being so arrogant?" Although she said so, Han Rushuang liked Su Liang more and more the more she looked at him. In addition, she felt a little guilty, which made her feel a little embarrassed. It's rare to see such a student. The male teachers were all stunned. Why is Queen Flower so coquettish? Is this still her? Su Liang put away his spear, his hands still trembling slightly. This is the power of the 4-seal divine warrior. I believe that it won't be long before, with the power of my own level beast god seal, I will be able to defeat the 4-seal divine warrior's Queen of Flowers. Han Rushuang glanced at all the students around her. You've seen enough. Why don't you hurry up and train? Or do you want to try my overlord spear too? The students dispersed and quickly returned to their seats to continue training. But I was still shocked. It's incredible that Su Liang could fight with the head teacher to such an extent. The 3 roommates no longer wanted to talk. This gap is not a little bit. The key is that this guy works very hard, evolving during the day and at night. What does he want to do? It seems that they also have to work hard, otherwise they will be far behind Su Liang. Han Rushuang glanced at Su Liang and a smile appeared on her face. From what I've seen so far, it seems like there's really nothing I can teach you. Your marksmanship has matured, and it even has a bit of my overlord spear flavor. Su Liang smiled. After all, he learned this from you in his previous life. Han Rushuang said, if that's the case, then I won't care about you. You can come if you want. If you want me to practice with you, just ask. If you don't want to come, you can make your own arrangements. It's up to you whether you want to evolve or do anything else. Su Liang smiled and nodded. This is the best way. Han Rushuang continued. The low-level combat skills here are indeed not suitable for you. After I go back today, I will help you apply for a 3-star combat skill. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Thank you very much. Han Rushuang smiled and shook her head. I am your teacher. This is what I should do. Actually, I'm a little curious about who you learned all this from. The two walked along. Su Liang scratched his head. Follow my grandpa. Yes, my grandfather taught me. Su Liang could only make up stories now. It's really hard to round it off. Han Rushuang nodded. It seems that your grandfather must have been an excellent master of spearmanship. I will visit him when I have the chance. Ah. Su Liang was dumbfounded. Teacher, my grandfather is just an old man. He doesn't have any special skills. He just taught me by imitating others. Han Rushuang shook her head. Your spear skills are absolutely mature. It can be said that in our teacher team, some of the 3 Seal Divine Masters in the grade class may not have as mature spear skills as you. So, your grandfather must be an incredible master, but you just don't know it. Su Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now, this guy had exaggerated his behavior. Okay, you don't have to say anything. I will go when the time is right. Su Liang didn't want to explain anymore. He could only think about sending a message to his grandfather and asking him to cooperate a little. Han Rushuang continued to watch other students train. Su Liang smiled bitterly and walked to the side and sat down. Just don't think about it anymore and take out the divine crystal to evolve. But before long, girls started coming to him. Hello, Su Liang. My name is Li Yue. Can we get to know each other? The girl asked shyly. Su Liang opened his eyes, looking at the somewhat shy girl in front of me. Su Liang smiled and said, Hello. Li Yue said shyly, Can I add your star message? Su Liang smiled awkwardly. Sure, just add it to the Xingxuan group. Li Yue smiled sweetly and nodded. Then you have to pass. My name is Li Yue. Su Liang smiled politely. There were a few girls behind. All of them looked gentle and kind. Su Liang's scalp tingled. After saying hello, leave here quickly. By the way, I changed my Star News profile to say that I am not single. Otherwise, it would be bad if Qianqian knew about it. When the girls who had just passed the application saw Su Liang's profile, their hearts immediately sank. I actually have a girlfriend. Su Liang left the combat training building. When I went out, 3 young men came towards me. The 4 people passed each other. Su Liang walked down the steps at the door. But the 3 men froze in their tracks. The 3 of them looked at each other and immediately clicked on a holographic screen. The person above was Su Liang. Is it him? Yes, it's him. The 3 of them were a little surprised. They didn't expect to encounter it so easily. It saves them a lot of trouble. Cheng Hao in the middle sneered, Since we have met, it will be easy. The young man on the left hesitated for a moment. Attack him directly? Luo Xiao didn't make any direct arrangements. Cheng Hao said, Why? To deal with such a small character, is it necessary to make Luo Xiao get into trouble? Isn't his meaning clear yet? If we can't even help young Master Luo with this, then we shouldn't follow him anymore. Why are you hesitating at this point? Besides, we're not killing anyone. The young man on the left nodded. Okay, let's go. The 3 people's eyes became firm. He turned around and followed Su Liang in the distance. The 3 people's pace was slightly faster than Su Liang, so they were slowly approaching. Su Liang walked to a secluded place where there was basically no one. Cheng Hao and the other 2 looked at each other and rushed over quickly. Su Liang didn't care yet, but soon, 3 people rushed in front of him and blocked his way. Su Liang glanced at the 3 of them. What are you doing? Is there something wrong? The 3 of them looked at each other, and Cheng Hao's smile was a little cold. You are Junior Su Liang, right? Su Liang nodded. Do you know me? Cheng Hao smiled and said, I know him. Oh, you want to talk to me about something? Cheng Hao said with a fake smile, Brother Su Liang, we are students of the 2nd Seal level. We need your help with something. Su Liang nodded. Okay, you tell me. I'll help you if I can. The 3 of them looked at each other again. Cheng Hao said with a fake smile, I would like you to stay away from By Chanan. Can you help me? Su Liang was stunned and burst out laughing. These kids are just playing house. What the hell are they playing? Chapter 72. Forgive Others When You Can, Part 3. Su Liang was really amused. It's obvious that some crazy guy has sent these cannon fodder here. This trick is too low level. In order to make him leave Qianqian, they found these 2nd level guys and threatened him. If he doesn't listen to my advice, I'll beat him up next time. If he still doesn't listen, I'll continue beating him up. Su Liang really found it boring and didn't know which idiot had sent this. The 3 of them saw Su Liang and smiled. His face suddenly turned cold. Cheng Hao stopped pretending. He said coldly, Is it funny? Do you think I am discussing this with you? Su Liang waved his hands, still unable to hide his disdainful smile. No, sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the big idiot behind you. He wants to force me to leave Qianqian. Doesn't he know he's doing it himself? Hearing this, the three of them were slightly shocked. I didn't say there was someone behind me, Cheng Hao said with a stiff expression. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. You don't have to hide it. I know you are just lackeys. The three of you don't have the courage. Hearing this, the three people became furious instantly. Damn it! Who are you calling a lackey? The young man on the left shouted angrily. Cheng Hao's face also turned completely gloomy. I'm talking to you, be serious. Stay away from By Chanan. You are one level higher than me. Do you think you are worthy? Cheng Hao's sharp shout showed his current anger. They were clearly here to warn this guy. But the reaction he gave them was completely beyond their expectations. It seemed as if this guy didn't take them seriously at all, and even called them lackeys. Su Liang finally stopped smiling, and his eyes gradually became cold and harsh. Do I need you to tell me whether I am worthy or not? If you don't want to die, get as far away from me as possible. Let the guy behind you come find me. Roll. Although Su Liang was just one person, his aura seemed to completely crush the three of them. It actually stunned the three of them for a while. Su Liang turned around and left, not wanting to waste time with these guys. After Cheng Hao and the other three reacted. Furious. Damn it. Where is your mother? Cheng Hao cursed angrily. Go. Teach him some color. Two young men beside him rushed forward. Each person would grab Su Liang's shoulders. A hint of coldness appeared in Su Liang's pupils. You want to play, right? Su Liang suddenly turned around and slapped him in the face. Snap. Snap. A crisp sound fell. With a trace of blood and two front teeth flying, the two men were slapped away. The three of them were completely stunned. When the two men landed on the ground, the burning pain on their faces made them wake up. Both of them covered their faces. My teeth. Damn it. My teeth are knocked out. You son of a bitch, you're looking for death. If I don't pull out all your teeth, I won't be named Wang. The two men quickly got up, their anger boiling. After Cheng Hao reacted, his face became terribly gloomy. He shouted angrily, You are looking for death. You asked for it. In an instant, the power of the divine seal began to surge in the three of them. The purple light of the divine seal was flickering on everyone's body. There are two divine seals flashing. Su Liang looked at him with disdain. He had just achieved the second seal, which was level 11, and he didn't take it seriously at all. These three guys probably aren't even proficient in using the power of the second seal. Cheng Hao shouted angrily. He asked for it. Break his legs. The two men attacked instantly. With the blessing of the power of the divine seal, their confidence soared. He was determined to beat Su Liang violently and break his limbs. The two men's front teeth were now chattering, and they were furious. It's a shame to be beaten like this by such a freshman. Su Liang looked at the two guys, rushing towards him with a cold expression. It was so pitifully weak that in his opinion, it was not even as strong as a one-star alien beast. Su Liang felt cold in his heart. Since you are coming, then do it for real. He wanted to see who was so blind as to dare to cause trouble for him. Under their gaze, Su Liang pulled out the spear from the space converter. The two were shocked instantly. This guy even has a space converter, but they don't have any weapons. A young man shouted, Shoot his gun away. The two men worked together. One attacked Su Liang and the other tried to grab the gun. Cheng Hao in the distance was confident of victory. So what if I have weapons? He was just a level 1 divine chosen, who had just entered school and could easily take him down. But the next moment, Cheng Hao's eyes almost popped out. Su Liang's spear twitched suddenly. That kind of brutal power erupted instantly. Bang! A shot swept through the two guys. The terrifying force coming from the gun hit their abdomen hard. Su Liang knew very well that his current strength value of 70 points was definitely far beyond these guys. Although they are level, they have just reached level 11. The base value of the level should be 3 or 4 points. So, when they are level 10, it is 30 or 40 points. How much can be added by condensing the two seals? More than enough to beat them. The two men's eyeballs were about to pop out, and bitter bile was splashed out madly. The two men bent into a bow shape and were suddenly blasted away by Su Liang. He was hit by a wall, then fell to the ground, screaming, and couldn't get up. One brutal shot. Kill two. Understatement. Cheng Hao was shocked. I couldn't believe what I saw. Was this cheating? He was even wondering if he had found the wrong person. How could Gang Shunjua have such power? The two second seals were destroyed just like that? But without waiting for Cheng Hao to react, Su Liang was already able to rush towards him with his gun raised. Cheng Hao swallowed his saliva and felt that he was not much better than his two companions. Su Liang's gaze, like that of a poisonous snake, made him shudder. But you still have to grit your teeth and go on. He shouted angrily, "Stop being violent." Two divine seals on his arms were flashing an ochre-colored light. It seems like the whole body is protected. Take the initiative to kill. He suddenly threw a punch with great ferocity. But in Su Liang's eyes, it was just child's play. The spear stabbed out, as swift as a dragon. Do you really think I'm playing house with you? With a spear in hand, this guy couldn't even get close. Cheng Hao narrowly dodged Su Liang's gun tip and was about to take advantage of the situation to move forward. Su Liang pulled the gun violently, causing it to bend. Then it bounced back and the tip of the gun hit Cheng Hao's face. In an instant, the face was distorted and several teeth were knocked out. The cheekbones are collapsed. A piercing pain swept through my body. Cheng Hao was really scared this time. This guy is simply going to kill me. Cheng Hao was about to fly out, but Su Liang didn't give him this opportunity at all. Suddenly turned around and swept across. The spear appeared on the other side of Cheng Hao at an extremely fast speed and hit his abdomen. Bottom up. Cheng Hao was thrown away instantly. Cheng Hao. He really wanted to cry. This guy was a cheater. How could he defeat two seals just by using his divine awareness? This was simply not on the same level. He could not contend with such combat power at all. There was no possibility of fighting back. Cheng Hao rose into the air before he could even catch his breath. He was horrified to find that Su Liang had jumped to the same height as him. A sarcastic sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just a smile made Cheng Hao feel cold in his heart. This is still a devil cheat. Su Liang didn't use the gun because he was really afraid that he would be shot to death. He kicked down hard with a whip kick. Bang. Phew. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Cheng Hao's mouth. The whole person is an accelerated free fall. It was planted on the ground, and tiny cracks appeared on the ground. It's like a dead dog. Looks confused. The fear in my heart has reached its peak. This guy is totally going to kill me. Is he really a seal? Cheng Hao just couldn't understand why. It just didn't make sense. The places where the second level and first level classes are held are different and are divided into several areas. And there are very few second level courses. Regarding Su Liang's 5-star combat rating yesterday, not much news had actually reached the second seal level. Even if it was spread, not many people would care about this name. After Su Liang landed, he dragged the other two guys who were also extremely terrified at this moment to Cheng Hao's side with an expressionless face. Stack the three together. Holding a spear, he squatted down and chatted with them. Su Liang smiled slightly. Okay, now can you tell me who is behind you? The three of them were extremely terrified. This guy was a pervert. Tell me, who asked you to come? The three of them endured the pain and looked at each other. They were all shaking their heads. No one ordered us to do this. We came here on our own. We just can't stand you pestering By Chanan. Su Liang sneered. It seems that not enough teeth have fallen out. Bang, bang, bang. Explain. All three of them cried. I really don't dare to say it, and Luo Ziwen didn't say such a thing either. It's completely something they figured out on their own. If they really tell the truth, Luo Ziwen will kill them. Cheng Hao insisted and shook his head. Really not. We just wanted to come here on our own. Please let us go. We know we are wrong. Su Liang's eyes were cold, and he grabbed Cheng Hao by the collar. Do you think I'm discussing this with you? Su Liang grabbed Cheng Hao's right arm with his other hand and pulled it apart suddenly. Ah! Cheng Hao's eyes were bloodshot. The feeling of his joints being torn apart made him want to die. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Explain. Cheng Hao felt like he was being tortured to death. He was really scared and didn't dare to provoke anyone. But he didn't dare to betray Luo Ziwen, otherwise his fate would be even more terrible. There is really no one behind this. Please, let us go. Hearing this, Su Liang frowned. It seems that the guy behind the scenes is something they dare not say at all, and the other party is likely to have a powerful background. Who could it be? Su Liang grabbed Cheng Hao's other arm. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't tell me, I'll break all your limbs and make you stay in bed for half a year. Cheng Hao shook his head desperately. No, no, I beg you. Please let me go. There is really no one behind this. Cheng Hao knew clearly that between being killed by Luo Ziwen and being taught a lesson by Su Liang, he knew the choice. Su Liang would never kill him here. But Luo Ziwen has countless ways to make him disappear. The two people nearby were terrified at the sight of this scene, as it would soon be their turn. Su Liang snorted coldly and said, let's give it a try. Just when Su Liang was about to take action, a slightly cold voice came. Let's be merciful. We are all students of the academy. Why do you have to be so cruel? Su Liang turned his head and saw a beautiful figure appear about 20 meters behind him. Su Liang was a little surprised and astonished. Why is it her? Chapter 73. The Campus Beauty is Nosy. Su Liang stopped what he was doing and looked at the beautiful figure walking towards him. Whether in the previous life or in this life, this woman is always so beautiful. She portrayed the temperament of this frosty beauty to the extreme. Unlike Leng Lianshuang is pretending, but Fong Bey was born with it. In his previous life, Su Liang had the good fortune to meet her once. She was a high and mighty genius, and the two were destined to have no intersection. No words were spoken either. But in this life, I didn't expect that I would have the chance to speak again. Su Liang chuckled. This is not like you. Do you also like to meddle in other people's business? Fong Beiyue's eyes were indifferent. I don't like to meddle in other people's business, but I also don't like to see people like you bullying the weak. Su Liang was squatting, so that pair of long, slender, and round legs is very shocking to him. The term, beautiful beyond words, is used to describe this kind of person, but his temperament is too cold. Su Liang sneered, bullying the weak? You don't know anything but bullying the weak? Fong Bey said coldly, isn't what I saw true? They can't beat you, isn't that true? Su Liang laughed. Fong Bey, I didn't expect you to be such a naive person. Fong Beiyue's eyes flickered. Naive? The first time I looked into Su Liang's eyes, she was a little confused, as this was the first time a boy saw her in this state. Most of the boys look dirty when they see her. The three guys on the ground felt like they had grabbed a life-saving straw when they saw Fong Bey. Senior Fong, save us. We have apologized to him, but he still won't let us go. Please save us. Otherwise, we will be beaten to death by him. Su Liang snorted coldly, shut up. The three of them shut up instantly and behaved very well. Fong Bey walked up to his side. Let them go. Still so cold. Su Liang stood up and looked at Fong Bey at close range. What if I don't let it go? Fong Bey looked at Su Liang and had a special feeling. This was the first time a boy had spoken to her like this. She doesn't think her beauty is a big deal, but it is a fact. But the person in front of her did not treat her specially because of her beauty. This is the feeling Fong Bey has been looking for. But I didn't expect it to be because of something like this. Fong Bey said coldly, I didn't see it, so I won't care, but I saw it. The two people were at loggerheads. Su Liang was silent for a moment. Now Fong Bey must be the three-seal divine master, and it is basically impossible to defeat him. Cheng Hao and the other three had already started to retreat, supporting each other. After retreating for a distance, he fled in panic. Su Liang did not chase after him, but just kept his gaze fixed on Fong Beiyue's cold eyes. The two of them did not hide anything. Su Liang suddenly smiled and said, Fong Beiyue, the aloof school beauty, turns out you also like to meddle in other people's affairs without asking why. You are really something. It's okay. Next time I run into these three guys, I'll beat them up again. Su Liang turned and left. Fong Beiyue frowned. If I encounter this again, I will still take care of it. Su Liang listened to the firm and cold voice behind him and smiled. Okay, mind your own business and I'll do mine. Fong Bey turned around and looked at Su Liang deeply. This was the first time he met such a guy. Su Liang didn't think too much. Since it can't be forced out, forget it. I believe it will come later. It is estimated that there will be stronger second seal gods coming later. As long as they come, Su Liang will be able to force out the mastermind behind the scenes. In fact, Su Liang already had some guesses, he just needed some evidence. Back to the dormitory. Just absorb the divine crystals and evolve. The beast energy transformation should be done at night. After all, those three guys will be back soon. It would be bad to interrupt in the middle or discover something. The wind and fire divine seal must also evolve. We cannot just give up on it. We have to do it step by step. Upgrading soon. Compared to the beast god seal, this speed is really slow. But compared to ordinary people, it is already fast. Like Fatty and the others, it takes about a whole night to absorb a divine crystal. In a year, excluding the normal consumption, the divine crystals used for evolution, which is about 200, can evolve into the second seal. So, 1 year is about the same. But there are always some guys who slack off. Therefore, the college set a 1-year assessment level. Of course, this is also to eliminate most of the God-chosen ones. This is the harsh reality. The college cannot support everyone all the time. So from the current point of view, Su Liang's speed is more than 10 times faster than theirs. but he still felt it was slow. But we can only take it step by step and upgrade the Wind and Fire Divine Seal to level 2 as soon as possible. Close your eyes and begin to absorb the evolution, absorbing the power in the Divine Crystal into the Divine Seal. This process is the most boring and time-consuming. By the time the door was pushed open, 3 hours had passed and the fatty and his friends had returned. Ryoko, you're awesome. You can fight like that with Amazon. You're our idol. From now on you will be the true god of our dormitory. The fat man said angrily. Let's see who dares to bully us from now on. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua both smiled. Su Liang opened his eyes. Just don't use me to help you find a woman. The fat man chuckled and said, Brother Liang, I have something to discuss with you. The fat man rubbed his palms excitedly. What? What evil ideas are you planning again? The fat man smiled obscenely and said, At that time, I saw a girl named Li Yue took the initiative to add your star message. I recommended her to me. You have a girlfriend, so you must not be interested. Introduce her to me, brother. I look at that girl. She is fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. I like her very much. Su Liang laughed and scolded. Can't you add yourself to the Xingxuan group? Why are you looking for me? The fat man chuckled and said, Wouldn't it be better if you introduce me? Wait a minute. I'll send you a photo of me that's so handsome I'll drop dead handsome. No. Stop it. You're still being lewd. I think you're really lewd. If you want to add someone, go to the group. I'm not a matchmaker. The fat man began to howl like a ghost. Liangzi, you are not righteous. No matter what the fat man called out, Su Liang refused to agree. Wang Lai suddenly asked, Liangzi, what is your relationship with Leng Lianshuang? After these words were spoken, the other two friends looked at Su Liang, full of curiosity. Su Liang shook his head. It doesn't matter. We were classmates before. I'm not familiar with her. Don't make blind guesses. The three people's pupils trembled. The fat man yelled, Is this what you mean by unfamiliar? Su Liang was silent for a moment and decided not to hide it from them. I pursued her before, but she rejected me. She didn't like people with lower divine seal levels than her. But after seeing my 5-star combat power rating, she probably wanted to be friends again, but I rejected her. The three of them widened their eyes. Oh my god, it was actually like this. Fuck, you actually refused. Before the fat man could finish his sentence, Yang Feihua covered his mouth and winked at him. The fat man understood. Wang Lai smiled and said, My brother Liang, do you need her Leng Lianshuang? No, brother Liang, we support you. Isn't it just Leng Lianshuang? Yang Feihua also smiled and said, It's all in the past. Don't take it too seriously. She's just a pretty girl. Su Liang could tell that they were comforting, so he smiled and said, It's okay. It's all in the past. I have a girlfriend now, and I don't have any feelings for her. The three of them laughed and decided not to talk about the matter anymore. Who doesn't have a past? Just then, Su Liang received a message. At first glance, it was Director Huang. Su Liang, the hunting ground permissions have been granted. You can go to the primary hunting ground. The permissions have been opened. You can enter with your own identity information. Su Liang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he actually got it. But I don't seem to need it right now. Okay, thank you, Director Huang. Su Liang muttered to himself, thinking that it would be a good idea to go for a walk, as it was also a way of accumulating knowledge. After all, one could never have too many beast crystals. Liangzi, are you going to class in the afternoon? Wang Lai asked. Su Liang shook his head. Forget it, I'm not going, you guys go. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua smiled bitterly. Yang Feihua said, You make us feel like the top student in high school. We, the poor students, follow you and cling to your thighs. Su Liang's eyes flickered. Don't worry, I will support you in this life. Several people were stunned for a moment and looked at Su Liang. Wang Lai shuddered. How disgusting, Liangzi. Is there anything wrong with your sexual orientation? Su Liang laughed and yelled, Get lost. Chapter 74. He is not a good guy. A little after 1 in the afternoon, on the eve of class, By Chanan walked out of the dormitory arm in arm with her roommate Lin Shuya, and the two of them talked and laughed. It seems like they get along well. Enter the elevator, go to the next floor, and the elevator door opens. The laughter of both of them stopped abruptly. By Chan's expression calmed down because the person opposite her was Leng Lianshuang. When Leng Lianshuang noticed By Chan, she was also stunned for a moment. However, Yao still pulled him into the elevator. The atmosphere in the elevator suddenly became awkward. We are all classmates, and we all know some of the things between Leng Lianshuang and By Chan. By Chan didn't want to talk either, so she just pretended not to see Leng Lianshuang. Leng Lianshuang's emotions have not yet stabilized, just because of Su Liang's words. In this awkward and silent atmosphere, the elevator arrived at the first floor. Let's go, Lianshuang. Yao pulled the dazed Leng Lianshuang away. Leng Lianshuang followed him out of the elevator. Lin Shuya carefully leaned close to By Chanan ear and said, Chanan, have you noticed that Leng Lianshuang is a little bit abnormal today? By Chanan nodded. Her abnormality has nothing to do with me. I don't want to care about her for what she did to brother Su Liang. Lin Shuya nodded. But just as the two of them walked out of the dormitory building, a figure at the door blocked their way. Luo Ziwen smiled what he thought was a warm smile. Hello, Chanan. We meet again. By Chanan and Lin Shuya both felt a little uncomfortable. This guy was really lingering around. He had come to block them in the morning, but they didn't expect he was still there. But both of them were timid girls and didn't dare to be too aggressive with him. After all, the other party is the Three-Seal Divine Master. By Chanan said a little coldly, Senior Luo, please call me By Chanan, and please don't watch over me anymore. Luo Ziwen smiled and shook his head. Don't be angry. I really don't have any other ideas. I just want to be friends with you. Xingshu an application, you pass it. After passing, I won't bother you anymore. By Chanan frowned slightly. Real? Luo Ziwen smiled cheerfully. Really? 100% true. By Chanan nodded and said, okay, I'll pass. Don't block us again. Okay, sure. Luo Ziwen smiled. Leng Lianshuang stopped when she noticed Luo Ziwen. Heard the conversation between them. An impulse suddenly arose in my heart. Should I tell her? By Chanan agreed to the Star News friend request, and Luo Ziwen naturally stopped blocking her and watched them leave with a smile. The corners of his mouth curled up in an evil arc. The first step was successful. Luo Ziwen sneered. As long as the trash at that level disappeared, this level would be easy for him. Thinking of this, he opened his star message. The call was quickly connected. Then I saw 3 guys in the picture, all covered in injuries. Cheng Hao and the others were obviously a little afraid to look at Luo Ziwen. Lord Luo. Luo Ziwen's face became noticeably gloomy. Don't tell me that you guys failed in doing something like this? Cheng Hao and the other 2 suddenly began to tremble all over. Master Luo, please listen to our explanation. Wait until the 3 of them have finished explaining. Waste. Master Luo, we will think. Before they could finish their words, Luo Ziwen cut off the screen. Humph. I want to see how long you can keep jumping around. Luo Ziwen looked disdainful and contacted other people. The screen is switched on. Master Luo. Luo Ziwen said coldly, help me teach someone a lesson. By Chanan and Lin Shuya left quickly. Leng Lianshuang and Yao looked at their backs and followed slowly. Yao whispered, I heard that Luo Ziwen is not a good person. Leng Lianshuang had a complicated expression. Lianshuang, what's wrong with you today? Why do you seem to be totally out of shape? Leng Lianshuang shook her head. It's okay. But my heart is full of bitterness. Leng Lianshuang, we live in this world, and it's not wrong to have some utilitarianism, but if you judge everything by utilitarianism, then you're wrong. Su Liang's words lingered in her mind for a long time. Friend. Leng Lianshuang had never suffered such a blow in her life. She lives in her own world, where she is always the best and admired by everyone. So many people flatter her and admire her. She considers hers a success. In addition, she awakened the divine seal, and she was extremely proud. I feel my future is limitless. But all his pride was shattered by Su Liang this morning. Su Liang's words made her feel like a pitiful creature. Yes, I have never had a close friend. It's not that people don't want to be friends with her. It's just that she's so arrogant that she pushes everyone away. She really thought she was ridiculous. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace. Soon they caught up with By Chanan and the others. By some strange coincidence. By Chanan. By Chanan froze in her tracks. This voice was too familiar. She didn't want to care, but her upbringing forced her not to do so. So I turned away. He said expressionlessly, what? Leng Lianshuang herself was a little at a loss, and she didn't know why she called out to By Chanan. Seeing Leng Lianshuang didn't say anything. Forget it. By Chanan turned and left. Etc. Leng Lianshuang felt extremely complicated. At this moment, some impulse in her heart shattered her remaining pride. Be careful of Luo Ziwen. He is not a good person. By Chanan and Lin Shuya were both stunned. He looked at Leng Lianshuang with some disbelief. Leng Lianshuang didn't know why, but after saying this, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief in her heart. In the past, she would never bother with such trivial matters. Leng Lianshuang lowered her head for the first time. Tell Su Liang to be careful too. He might go looking for trouble with Su Liang because of you. This is his usual tactic. After Leng Lianshuang said this, he quickly left, pulling He Yao, who was also a little confused. By Chanan and Lin Shuya looked at each other in shock. Is this something Leng Lianshuang would do? By Chanan frowned. They had been in the same class in high school for so long, but she had never seen Leng Lianshuang care about anyone. She has always been high and mighty, like a princess. Yesterday, she said that Brother Su Liang was not worthy of her, and today she said that Luo Ziwen was not a good person. I really don't understand Leng Lianshuang. Lin Shuya was surprised and said, Chanan, didn't you say that she was arrogant? This doesn't seem like it. By Chanan also fell silent. She was a little confused about Leng Lianshuang. Could it be that Leng Lianshuang also wants to curry favor with her? No, she also cared about Brother Su Liang. Never mind for now. Yes, Brother Su Liang. Regardless of whether what Leng Lianshuang said was true or false, I still have to tell Brother Su Liang to be on the safe side. Leng Lianshuang has never felt more relaxed than now. It seemed that after saying these words, she really felt a little comforted in her heart. He Yao asked, Lianshuang, why are you saying these things to Bai Chanan? Do you know Luo Ziwen well? Leng Lianshuang smiled and said, well, I know a little bit. I heard that he likes to deceive girls' feelings and bodies, and then abandon them. Many girls have fallen victim to his cruel deeds. I'm just giving you a reminder. He Yao looked disgusted. Hey, he looked so gentle, but I didn't expect him to be such a scumbag. Leng Lianshuang nodded. Just be careful. He Yao nodded. Let's go quickly. I hope Bai Chanan can listen to me. After all, you and her yesterday. Leng Lianshuang smiled and said, it's okay. I've already reminded her. It's her business whether she listens or not. He Yao glanced at Leng Lianshuang. Lianshuang, I feel like you are a little different from yesterday, but I can't tell where the difference is. Leng Lianshuang shook her head. I am still me. Let's go to class. He Yao smiled and nodded. Leng Lianshuang murmured in her heart. This is the feeling of making friends with all your heart. Su Liang, people will change. Chapter 75 Fong Bey. Do you want to kill someone? Su Liang, who had just arrived at the hunting ground, received a call from Chanan. Hear what Chanan said. Also a little surprised. Did Leng Lianshuang really tell you this? In the video, Chanan and Lin Shuya both nodded. That's what she said, Brother Su Liang. What do you think happened to her? Did she say that on purpose? Or does she have some other purpose? Su Liang touched his chin, his expression looking a little strange. Could it be that she was woken up by his scolding in the morning? That would be interesting. If Leng Lianshuang changes fundamentally because of his words, then some things in the future may change. This is really interesting. Su Liang smiled and said, what she said is true. Luo Ziwen is indeed not a good person. Chanan, even though you agreed to his star message request, don't pay any attention to him. He's a disgusting person. Chanan nodded obediently. Then Brother Su Liang, you have to be careful too. If what Leng Lianshuang said is true, then he might really cause trouble for you. Su Liang smiled and said, don't worry, it's okay. I'm prepared. You guys go to class. Brother Su Liang, where are you? Hunting grounds. Bai Chanan was a little surprised. Director Huang helped you get it done? Su Liang smiled and nodded. Well, I plan to give it a try. I don't want to go to class anyway. Lin Shuya was a little shocked. Can they go to the hunting ground now? Chanan muttered, I want to go with you, too. Su Liang smiled and said, be good. You can come after you have completed the second seal. You are very precious to the academy now. Okay. Bai Chanan nodded with a pursed mouth. Then Brother Su Liang, you must be careful. Well, I'll take you to dinner in the evening. She smiled sweetly. Okay. Shuya, come with us then. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go together. Lin Shuya felt a little envious when she saw how sweet they were. The video then hung up. Su Liang raised his eyebrows. Such a rapid change? Su Liang felt it was a bit too fast. But no matter whether she was sincere or not, since she spoke out with good intentions, it was a good thing. Never mind for now. Su Liang changed his mind and sneered. He knew that those guys in the morning must have been the work of Luo Ziwen. Luo Ziwen, right? Since you want to play, then I will play with you. Su Liang scanned his identity information and entered the primary hunting ground. The hunting ground is located at the northernmost part of the academy, which is where senior Indian students often move around. He never has too many beast crystals. Evolve the wind and fire divine seal. Take your time. It doesn't matter anyway. It would be a waste not to take advantage of the college. As for collecting divine crystals to exchange for beast crystals, he couldn't do that. Moreover, if he, a person with a divine seal, takes too many resources, it will definitely attract the attention of the Academy. The Beast God Seal was something unprecedented before he had the strength. I can't be exposed easily and don't want to be caught as a guinea pig. The hunting ground is a dense jungle with lush greenery and overgrown vegetation, which is rarely seen in the steel jungle of Chengdu. But to be honest, the air in this wilderness and jungle seems to be particularly fresh. He curled his lips and said, "Let's get started." He held the spear and began to go deeper. The hunting grounds were extensive and incurred great expense. In an era where every inch of land is valuable, it is really not easy to enclose a piece of land in the city center for students to fight. However, this is the standard configuration of the Chosen One Academy, and every Chosen One Academy must have it. All students at the 2nd and 3rd seal levels must experience real fighting here before they can truly graduate. Let's start to make money. On the other side, a beautiful figure followed and entered the lush jungle. She has long legs and a face as white as moonlight. Fong Bey's eyes were cold and firm. She came here alone, and no one she knew she was here. She just wanted to see how far she could go without anyone's protection. In the academy, everyone said that she was a cool school beauty, a chosen one by the gods, a favored daughter of heaven, and everyone envied her. But only she herself knows that she is just a poor creature. "I have always been under the protection of that general," Chi Hengchu said yesterday. "Your combat awareness is a mess. Another teammate who is younger than you is many times stronger than you. Go back and practice hard. Otherwise, you will embarrass me on the battlefield." Because of Chi Hengchu's words, she came. She refuses to admit defeat. She believes that Fong Bey can become excellent by relying on herself. She walked step by step into the dense forest full of dangers. The strange beast seemed to quickly smell her scent and began to approach. They are all very low-level exotic beasts, and are also some of the exotic beasts that can often be encountered during exotic beast riots in the city. Fong Bey, wearing armor and holding a tang sword that flashed with a cold light, rushed into the group of strange beasts with firm and resolute steps. The power of the ice-attributed divine seal makes her extremely lethal, and the red light of the divine seal is full of oppression. She is not a weak person. She has just been too well protected. Haven't experienced any hardships. She didn't want to live like that. So I didn't want to go to the military. The military would only make her gradually become a vase for everyone to admire. She forgot everything and only thought about improving her combat awareness through killing. He didn't care about the dirty blood of strange beasts on his body, nor the small wounds on his body. The blood gradually dyed her armor red, and she had only one obsession in her heart. She must become stronger. She was so tired that her breasts heaving, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Kill your way in. The killing went on like this for nearly 2 hours without stopping. With one knife, he cut off the head of the last bloodthirsty rat in front of him. She slumped on the ground, feeling very tired but inexplicably refreshed. I was protected before, but I have never been able to let go like this. She believed that as long as she persisted, her fighting spirit would become stronger and stronger. But she didn't have time to rest. Hearing rustling sounds all around her, she immediately became alert and tightened her grip on the Tang Hung Dao in her hand. Sure enough, the next moment, 5 bloodthirsty rats crawled out from the bushes in front, following the smell of blood. Fong Beyue's pretty face froze slightly, and tiny beads of sweat on her forehead slid down her fair and smooth skin. 2-star bloodthirsty rat. In the primary hunting ground, there is a certain chance of the appearance of 2-star beasts. The strange beasts will also fight each other, and then devour the beast crystals to evolve. So this kind of thing cannot be avoided. The Academy will not deliberately eliminate 2-star monsters. This is also the situation that students must face. Once they are involved in the fight, they may encounter various situations. It's just that when students enter the hunting ground for the first few times, there will be teachers guarding them. Even if you can't win, won't you run away? Fong Bey had no intention of retreating. Can it be scared away by a 2-star monster? This was the test she gave herself. It must be killed. Fong Bey mobilized the little strength he had left. It must be taken down quickly. Those bloodthirsty rats did not rush up immediately. Instead, he ran to the corpses of the strange beasts killed by Fong Bey and started to eat them frantically. Even the animal crystal was eaten. Fong Bey took a deep breath and was ready to take action at any time. The corpse was eaten quickly. When the bloodthirsty rats raised their heads, 5 pairs of scarlet eyes stared at Fong Bey. Fong Bey shouted softly, and a red light became brighter, bursting out with the power of ice. Rushed towards the 5 bloodthirsty rats. The tall and sexy figure is like a beautiful ice phoenix, bringing bursts of frost and suddenly slashing out with a knife. The battle became more and more intense as the swords were swung wildly. But Fong Bey still lacked practical experience and did not notice that the fur of the two-star bloodthirsty rat had turned into steel needles. On the other side, in a bush not far from Fong Bey, Su Liang was happily killing his exotic beast. Kill one and dig one out. Don't even mention how great it feels. For him, killing the strange beast in this way was really too easy. After all, it's not like when we're on a mission, where waves of madness come one after another. So even if 2 hours have passed, he didn't even use the power of the divine seal. He has already obtained more than 100 one-star beast crystals. Isn't this wonderful? I secretly thought that if I was really short of beast crystals in the future, I would come here to purchase them. Anyway, no one will be watching you. I took a short break and checked the time. It's still early. I can still kill 2 hours. I'm lucky. I haven't encountered a 2-star monster yet. I don't have a battle armor on me, so it would be troublesome if I did. Su Liang happily continued to search for strange beasts. Suddenly, there was a noise not far behind me. The corners of his mouth curled up. You strange beast cubs, come over here and let Grandpa Su kill you. The next moment, Fong Bey rushed out from the bushes with a pale face. She clutched her chest. 3 shocking claw marks appeared on the chest. The armor was cracked, blood was dripping, and spring light appeared. Su Liang was suddenly shocked. Wow, it turned out to be a beautiful beast. She was just about to pounce on him with her breasts exposed. When Fong Bey saw Su Liang, he was also extremely surprised. How did he meet this guy? Su Liang asked in surprise. How did you get hurt? Can the strange beasts here hurt you? Fong Bey didn't want to say more. Hurry up, it's a 2-star monster. I'm running out of strength. I need to rest. Su Liang cursed inwardly. What a bad mouth he had. Then call for help. Fong Bey immediately shook his head. Don't shout. I can kill you. Su Liang was speechless. He turned his head casually and looked at the bloodthirsty rat chasing after Fong Bey. The next second, his eyeballs almost popped out and he started to run. Fuck. Fong Bey, do you want to kill me? This is a bloodthirsty rat that is about to evolve to 3 stars. Call for help. Don't scream. I can kill. Fong Bey didn't care about anything else and just grabbed Su Liang's wrist and ran. Su Liang wanted to curse. Why did you pull me along when you were running away? Let go. It's chasing you, not me. I want to shake someone. Fong Bey grabbed him tightly. I told you not to scream. I can kill you. Is there something wrong with your brain? You are only level 22 at most, and you are seriously injured. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Don't scream. Even if I die, you don't care. Fong Bey was like a mad little female cat with red eyes. Su Liang froze for a moment. I think you are somewhat ill. Are your IQ points concentrated on your appearance? All right. I don't care about you. You can yell or not. I'm leaving. Su Liang pulled her hand away, stomped his feet hard, distanced himself from her, and ran in another direction. Fong Bey felt a little resentful when she saw Su Liang disappearing. Doesn't this guy know how to be gentle and considerate to women? What's wrong with helping me block it? The bloodthirsty rat's goal was very clear, which was to bite Fong Bey to death. Watch the man and the beast disappear into the jungle. Su Liang cursed. Damn it. I'm so annoyed. You stupid woman. Su Liang did not call for help, but he still followed with a hard mouth but a soft heart. I can't really watch her die in here.